The north wind howled fiercely, and the sky was adorned with countless feathers of snow. "How cold it is!" "This weather," the young boy exclaimed, his hands rubbing together incessantly, occasionally breathing warmth into his palms. The biting wind grew ever stronger, its howling echoing across the vast expanse of land. The boy brushed off the snow from his forehead and gazed at the distant massive landfill, murmuring, "We're almost there. I hope today brings some rewards, perhaps a hearty meal. It would be even better if I could unearth something valuable," he mused dreamily. The boy was quite familiar with this landfill, which was no ordinary refuse site, but a graveyard of abandoned mechas, one of the largest on the planet. Mountains of shattered mecha parts lay in heaps, numbering in the thousands. This lad was named Motion, and he sought well-preserved core components and mecha cores that contained rare metals. Only these two types held any value. Other ordinary parts and common alloys were virtually worthless. "Eureka!" Motion exclaimed, quickly pulling out a small box the size of his palm, which he promptly placed on the snow. After pressing a few buttons, a dazzling light flickered, and the small box transformed into a larger one. He opened it and retrieved a mecha dismantling laser cutter. It turned out that this box was a spatial toolbox. With a swift motion, Motion took several breaths to leap onto a small platform over 30 meters high. He drew the towering laser cutter, aimed it at the palm of a nearby mecha, and with a gentle squeeze, severed the mecha's hand, which subsequently released a colossal sword approximately 10 meters long. The sword clattered to the ground, its weight causing the earth to tremble momentarily. As Motion hopped down, he marveled at the massive sword. What a pity, though the core of this sword is severely damaged. Yet its surface remains pristine. Crafted from metals formed deep within a star, it could still fetch several tens of thousands of star coins. If the core were intact, it would be worth 150,000 star coins. This gigantic sword appears almost identical to standard mecha weapons. If I hadn't seen it in Grandpa Zika's book Rare Mecha Materials, I might have overlooked it. No wonder it was discarded here. Such materials are beyond the recognition of ordinary folk. If I were a combat mecha master and possessed a combat mecha, this sword would certainly come in handy. Alas, such fine materials seemed destined only for sale. Just as Motion reveled in his fortune, resounding crash echoed from afar. Following the source of the sound, he saw a pack of golden wolf beasts charging toward him. The noise from the falling sword must have startled these creatures, he reasoned. At my speed, I cannot escape. I must confront them, he resolved, eyeing the 8 golden wolf beasts over 100 meters away. Opening his spatial toolbox once more, he drew a laser sword. This will be my first encounter with true beasts. Fixing his gaze on the golden wolf beasts, Motion gripped the laser sword, surged forward with powerful strides toward the foremost beast. The golden wolf beast, seeing a human daring to approach, bared its fangs and lunged at him. However, Motion's laser sword was swifter. A flash of light severed the beast in two. The remaining 7 golden wolf beasts met the same fate in quick succession. Just then, 2 from either side launched a surprise attack. Motion smirked, having anticipated this ambush. He leaped onto one golden wolf beast and, using it as leverage, executed a sweeping strike with his laser sword, slicing 3 beasts in half. As he landed, the creature he had jumped on was left gravely wounded. The slowest of the golden wolf beasts, witnessing this, turned tail and fled. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Motion hurled his laser sword with great force, embedding it into the fleeing beast, ensuring its demise. As he prepared to stow away his laser sword, an icy chill gripped him from behind. He turned sharply to find a colossal golden wolf beast leader looming over him. The previous beast had measured over 1 meter in length and about 1 meter in height, but this one was nearly 3 meters long and close to 2 meters tall. Motion's expression turned grave. If it lands a blow, I won't make it back home. He swiftly yanked his laser sword from the slain beast and in a flash, retrieved a blue cube from his pocket, pressing a button atop it. A shimmering blue shield enveloped him. Motion donned a low-level energy shield, gripping his laser sword tightly. His eyes locked onto the formidable golden wolf beast leader. The beasts had weak points in their heads and bellies, while their other parts were heavily armored. As Motion braced himself, the golden wolf beast leader charged, its sharp claws swiping dangerously close to him. Motion leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack, and took the opportunity to slash the beast's body with his sword. The beast retaliated with a powerful strike against his energy shield. This is bad, my energy is running low. Onion thought that if I take another hit, the shield will break. Unwilling to grant him respite, the Golden Wolf beast leader lunged again, intent on tearing him apart. In an instant, it struck with a claw aimed directly at him. Onion, unable to afford a misstep, continued to evade. The leader's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, and Onion moved with the agility of a monkey, darting up and down. This isn't a sustainable strategy. If I tire, I will be struck and my shield will fail. Even if I avoid being hit, the shield's energy will dwindle, and once it dissipates, I'm finished and I have no choice but to go all in. It's a fight to the death. Onion gripped his laser sword tightly, evading while keeping his gaze fixed on the Golden Wolf beast leader's head. He understood that he had but one chance, and that he must seize it to deliver a fatal blow. Tianyun, your martial prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With a bit of effort, you could become a genetically evolved warrior, destined for greatness. Always hone your skills and never squander your talent. Remain calm in critical moments. Chaos leads to ruin. The mightiest warriors possess inner strength. The path of a warrior is fraught with challenges. It requires not only extraordinary talent, but also unwavering determination. Though you have potential, you lack the heart of a true warrior. What is the heart of a warrior? It is an unwavering belief in oneself and trust in the path one walks. The heart of a warrior is a mental fortitude, an indomitable spirit. Onion gradually recalled the lessons imparted by Grandpa Zika, echoing in his mind. The heart of a warrior is a spirit that cannot be broken. He murmured to himself, dodging another claw strike from the leader, whose eyes glowed with ferocity. After narrowly avoiding the claw, he leaped back, stabilizing himself before charging at the Golden Wolf beast leader with all his might, gripping the laser sword tightly. The beast, equally relentless, raised its paw in a frenzied attack against the advancing human. This time, Onion did not evade as he reached the beast leader. He clasped the laser sword with both hands tightly. The heart of a warrior is a power of spirit. He recalled Grandpa Zika's words. With unwavering resolve, he thrust the laser sword forward, piercing through the leader's skull as the shield shattered. The boy withdrew his sword, sitting quietly atop the fallen leader. Around him lay the 8 slain Golden Wolf beasts and the bloodied snow, a stark contrast to the tranquility of the scene. After resting for a while, Onion felt his strength returning. My spirit level has reached perception. I can sense everything around me, and my power has doubled. Slowly, he adjusted to the changes within his body. These beasts are heavily contaminated. They are unfit for consumption. Otherwise, they could provide sustenance for quite some time. Returning to the giant sword, he opened the spatial toolbox and stored it away. At that moment, an inexplicable force seemed to influence Onion. Books say that the lairs of powerful beasts often hold rare treasures. I wonder if that holds true. An idea sparked in his mind. Driven by curiosity, Onion began searching for a cave nearby. This must be the one. There are no other large caves in the vicinity. He approached the cave's entrance, which emanated a foul stench. Suppressing his nausea, Onion ventured inside. The cave extended several meters deep, shrouded in darkness. He produced a light source, illuminating the entire space. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were quite a few valuable items within. Wow, this is a combat mecha core. These are energy crystals and of medium quality. These are core components for mechas. What is this? A metallic sphere. No matter, he'll take it. Onion gathered all these items. I've struck it rich this time. I've hit the jackpot. No more hunger for me. Though I nearly lost my life, Grandpa Zika was right. Fortune favors the bold. But why did all these items congregate here? No matter, I shall ponder that later. Home lies 35 kilometers away, requiring a 2-hour journey to return. Onion frequents this place every few days, scavenging for mech materials to sell in order to procure sustenance for survival. At his age, Onion should rightfully be attending school. However, 5 years prior, Grandpa Zika declared his intention to head to the front lines to combat the insectoid menace, promising to return shortly. Little did anyone anticipate the devastating news that would arrive a year later. Grandpa Zika had perished in battle. Upon receiving the heart-wrenching news, young Onion felt as though the heavens had crumbled around him. As a mech warrior, Zika's sacrifice at the front lines should have warranted a compensation from the Empire. Despite Onion being raised by Zika, he remained a member of the family and yet received no such benefits. During his school years, Onion was renowned as the most gifted prodigy in Han City, breaking the record for the entrance strength test upon enrollment and consistently achieving top scores in both practical combat exams and theoretical knowledge assessments. However, following Grandpa Zika's demise, financial constraints forced Onion to abandon his education. As he left the school, the students erupted in jubilant celebration, reveling in the absence of the formidable presence that had loomed over them. Chapter 2. This goddess is a touch of beauty. As Onion traversed the snow-laden path, the biting cold and the arduous 35-kilometer journey weighed upon him slightly. Yet, on his return home, he bounded with unrestrained joy, feeling no trace of fatigue. Even the barren tree trunks along the way seemed to exude a peculiar warmth. Typically, the journey home would consume over an hour, but now he found himself arriving in under an hour. Onions' residence lay within the impoverished village on the outskirts of the eastern district of Han City. Originally, his home was not situated here. When Grandpa Zika was still alive, they resided in the heart of the eastern district. Grandpa Zika was not only a skilled mech warrior but also a renowned mech repairman, his expertise celebrated throughout Han City. From a young age, Onion accompanied Grandpa Zika to learn the arts of combat and mech repair, particularly excelling in the latter, which earned him Grandpa Zika's abundant praise. This was due to Onion's deep-seated passion for mechs, as his greatest aspiration was to become a legendary mech warrior whose name echoed across the stars. Driving him to fervently master all things mech-related, Onion often envisioned a future where he could command a striking mech, soaring above throngs of onlookers, leaving them in awe and admiration. He fantasized about wielding an immensely powerful mech to vanquish the invading insectoid hordes. Aspiring to become a paragon of heroism akin to the great General Cole of the Empire. Wasn't it said that Onion's mech repair skills were exceptional? Surely, if he repaired mechs for others, he would earn enough to sustain himself, yet that was far from the truth. The Empire mandated that one must possess a professional license to engage in such trades, and violations of this law bore severe consequences, ranging from a decade of imprisonment to the death penalty. To obtain a professional license, one must undergo rigorous assessments, and for high-end professions like mech repair, an exorbitant fee of 10,000 star coins was required prior to examination. With Onion's meager means, such a sum was unattainable. Moreover, the difficulty of the mech repair assessment was daunting. It was a stroke of luck if even 1 in 100 candidates succeeded. Becoming a mech repairman was a formidable challenge, demanding not only innate talent but also considerable financial investment throughout the learning process. The cost of the mech components used during training alone was beyond the reach of an ordinary family, rendering the examination fee a mere drop in the ocean. However, with the items he had acquired today, Onion could easily amass the requisite 10,000 star coins by selling them. Given his skills, he was confident in passing as a junior mech repairman. Onion had taken refuge in this impoverished village for nearly 5 years. He vividly recalled the initial days of his arrival, when he had no place to call home. What he referred to as home was merely a makeshift metal shelter that had gradually taken shape over the years. Such a structure could hardly withstand the fiercest gales or provide warmth during the winter months. Now, in the depths of winter, each night found Onion shivering beneath his covers, especially during snowstorms. Despite reinforcing the metal shelter to prevent it from being swept away by the wind, he would invariably spend the night trembling under the covers. Unable to find rest, Onion unlocked the door and gently pushed it open, returning to his familiar little abode. This dwelling, apart from its disrepair, was bare of furnishings. Aside from the invaluable toolbox left to him by Grandpa Zika, everything he had salvaged from their former home had been sold off. Now, he possessed merely a table, a stool, a bed, and a pot. No other furniture remained. He opened the toolbox to reveal the fruits of his labor from that day. A colossal sword, a combat mech core, a medium-sized energy crystal, a mech component core, and a metallic sphere. He had truly struck it rich. These items were worth at least 200,000 star coins, with the combat mech core being the most valuable. Albeit damaged, estimated to be worth around 100,000 star coins, pristine versions fetching over 1 million. The colossal sword, medium energy crystal, and mech component core collectively estimated at around 100,000 star coins. Onion surmised. Curiously, he examined the metallic sphere, pondering, what on earth is this? I've never encountered anything like it in any of my books. Motinyun had thoroughly perused every volume in the school library. Yet not a single text mentioned this metallic sphere. Oh well, it's probably just an ordinary metal ball, he concluded, shaking his head. The sphere was only slightly larger than his fist, so he decided to place it on the table. The table, rectangular in shape, was not devoid of items. It bore a stack of books and a white diamond crystal. This crystal was a core from the insectoid creatures, glowing with a soft white light at night. As Motinyun gazed at the diamond crystal, his heart ached with nostalgia. When Grandpa Zika departed, he had entrusted this crystal to Motinyun, saying, "This insectoid core was collected after I defeated my first insectoid. I kept it as a memento, hoping it would inspire you to slay many more insectoids in the future. Now, it is yours." After saying this, Grandpa Zika had ascended into the mech, soaring into the skies. Since the tragic news of his passing, this crystal had become a spiritual anchor for Motinyun. "Grandpa Zika, today I have achieved great success. I shall no longer go hungry. My mental level has reached perception. I can pilot a mech now. This is my greatest accomplishment today," he chuckled softly, adding, "But I nearly came to find you." He. As he spoke, Motinyun wiped his eyes, sniffled, and took a deep breath. Blinking back tears, over the years, he had developed a habit of conversing with the crystal, as if speaking directly to Grandpa Zika. Each festive occasion would find him enviously observing other families, hand in hand, enjoying their time together in his childhood. He too had envied his peers who joyfully called out to their parents, but over the years, he had come to accept the reality of his orphanhood. The pain of losing loved ones resurfaced after many years, yet he had endured it once more. Motinyun faintly recalled a question he had posed to Grandpa Zika when he was very young. "Grandpa, where are my parents? Why haven't they come to see us for so long? Do they not want us anymore?" "Of course not. They have gone to another planet to earn star coins," Grandpa Zika had reassured him, repeating the same line. "But they have never sent us any star coins. Everything I eat, drink, and use comes from the money you earn repairing mechs." Grandpa Zika frowned, contemplating how to comfort little Motinyun. The young boy looked at him slyly and voiced his thoughts. "Why don't I have a mom and dad? Why is my name different from yours? Actually, I must be the one you picked up, right?" Upon uttering this, little Motinyun gazed intently at Grandpa Zika, hoping for an explanation. Sure enough, Grandpa Zika's response was as he had anticipated. "Little Tinyun, you are much smarter than most children. At your age, they couldn't even speak clearly, let alone be as clever as you. However, being a clever boy is an asset. It will allow you to live a more vibrant life in this world." He mused. "So, is that truly the case? Then I must be even more grateful to you, Grandpa. You provided me with a warm home. Without you, I might have perished long ago." Little Motinyun exclaimed, wrapping his arms tightly around Grandpa Zika. The elder merely patted him gently on the back, saying nothing. Memories faded. The passage of time resumed its steady flow. Motinyun carefully placed the metallic sphere next to the insectoid crystal. Just as he set the sphere down, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A white beam of light surged between the metallic sphere and the insectoid crystal, growing increasingly radiant. The insectoid crystal turned transparent, and then, with cracks forming, it shattered into fragments. Crystal. Motinyun rushed forward to grasp a few shards, his expression one of utter disbelief. What on earth was this metallic sphere that it could absorb the light from the core? To his utter astonishment, another phenomenon occurred. The surface of the metallic sphere radiated a brilliant white light, and a figure materialized beside Motinyun. Startled, he turned to behold the apparition, becoming utterly entranced at a goddess. Before him stood a woman, whose beauty transcended all earthly descriptions, her visage so ethereal, so resplendent, that even the most exquisite words, such as enchanting, breathtaking, and captivating, failed to encapsulate her magnificence. Her beauty seemed to defy the very essence of creation, as if the universe itself had labored tirelessly to bring her into existence. Complementing her divine countenance was a form so perfect that not even the most advanced supercomputers could calculate its flawless proportions. Yet, this celestial being graced Motinyun's sight, surrounded by a halo of pure, immaculate light, each ray composed of countless twinkling points converging together. Behind her unfurled 10 pairs of holy, white wings, forming a pair of perfectly sacred appendages, their surfaces adorned with a golden radiance. However, The wings were not fully extended. They rested partially open, leaving one to wonder how magnificent they would appear if fully unfurled. As he gazed lower, his eyes swept over her flawlessly elongated alabaster legs, only to discover that her delicate, translucent feet rested upon nothing as she floated gracefully in midair. How extraordinarily beautiful! Even the renowned imperial princess Ilya, acclaimed as the most exquisite beauty of the empire, pales in comparison to her, as if a mere glow before the resplendent sun. A chasm of disparity between them. Tianyun appeared to be entranced, his gaze distant and bewildered, exclaiming in awe. Simultaneously, his heart raced fervently, each beat quickening with fervor. His blood surged through his veins, igniting a warmth that enveloped him, rendering his cheeks flushed. In the next moment, the woman slowly opened her mesmerizing eyes. Tianyun beheld the breathtaking sight of her deep blue orbs, reminiscent of a starry cosmos. The instant her eyes unfurled, the light within the room seemed to intensify, as if infused with the brilliance of countless celestial bodies, embodying profound truths and philosophies. The mysteries of the universe appeared to swirl within those depths, the centers of her eyes resembling black holes, drawing one into an inescapable trance. As her eyes fully opened, consciousness returned to her. She regarded the man before her with silent contemplation, and as their gazes met, her eyes widened in realization, her face suddenly blooming with color, a blush that crept down to her neck. In the next heartbeat, she became enveloped in a radiant sphere of white light. Gradually, as the luminescence faded, her form re-emerged. The wings that once adorned her were gone, her body now clad in a delicate pink battle dress, the armor embracing her curves, etched with faint blue star patterns. Her hands were gloved in white, her right hand grasping a slender blue double-edged sword, its blade shimmering with a cold brilliance. White stockings adorned her long, straight legs, and on her feet, she wore pink technological combat boots, each embellished with a wing, exuding an aura of coolness. In the next moment, the sword in her right hand transformed into a cascade of starlight, vanishing from sight. The woman then spoke. "Who are you?" Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. Tianyun snapped back to reality, pointing at the metallic sphere. "You inquire about my identity, yet I am left wondering who you are, having emerged from that metallic sphere and devoured the Zerg crystal core that grandfather Zika left me as a keepsake." The metallic sphere? The woman turned her graceful neck like a swan, following his gaze to the orb. Upon sighting it, she stood frozen for a few moments. "I understand now," she murmured, followed by a wry smile. "That metallic sphere you see is called the core of miracles, and I am a manifestation of its spiritual essence. You may refer to me as the spirit of miracles." Continuing, she elaborated, "Since you have activated the core of miracles, you are now its temporary master." "Temporary master?" Tianyun tilted his head in confusion. "Indeed, your task is to gather sufficient Zerg crystal cores. In return, I shall grant you points, which can be exchanged for advanced technology." The spirit of miracles elucidated. "Advanced technology?" Tianyun's interest piqued, prompting him to eagerly inquire, "Spirit of miracles, may I see what advanced technologies are available?" With a graceful wave of her hand, a virtual screen materialized in the air. It displayed 5 options: battle mechs, genetic evolution martial arts, warfare weapons, living technology, and simulation space. The categories of battle mechs, warfare weapons, and living technology contained blueprints and data, while genetic evolution martial arts included formulas for genetic enhancements and martial techniques. In other words, there are no tangible selections. Only blueprints and formulas are available, and you will need to source materials to create them yourself, she explained. "Create them myself?" Tianyun contemplated, then turned his attention to the last option. "What is this simulation space? What purpose does it serve?" "The simulation space allows you to practice simulations," the spirit of miracles responded. "You can simulate martial arts training, combat scenarios, research technologies, and more. Virtually anything in the universe can be simulated, provided your mental strength is sufficiently robust. The simulation space does not require points for exchange. Instead, it consumes your mental energy, which can replenish itself, so you need not worry," she detailed. "Understood," Tianyun acknowledged. "May I view the blueprints for the battle mechs?" he asked, expressing the question he most desired to pose. "Of course." The spirit of miracles nodded with a smile. Overwhelmed by the allure of her smile, Tianyun found himself momentarily entranced once more. Noticing his dazed expression, the spirit of miracles retracted her enchanting smile. Would you like to view the blueprints for the mech body or the mech components? Her ethereal voice gently permeated the air. The mech body, he responded, regaining his composure. There are 1,000 ordinary mech blueprints, 100 extraordinary mech blueprints, and 10 epic mech blueprints. The spirit of miracles waved her hand, conjuring a screen before Tianyun. Golden Wolf Mech, Ordinary Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 6. Fire Leopard Mech, Ordinary Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 7. Storm Mech, Ordinary Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 8. As Tianyun scrolled down, he noted that the power enhancement values increased. He quickly navigated to the last entry, Purple Gold Mech, Ordinary Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 10. Is the maximum enhancement for ordinary mechs only 10 times. Grandfather Zika's mech also had an 8 times enhancement. Tianyun questioned. The maximum enhancement for ordinary mechs is indeed capped at 10 times, while extraordinary mechs can reach a maximum of 100 times, and epic mechs can achieve up to 1,000 times. Any mech that attains its respective maximum enhancement level is referred to as a perfect mech, the spirit of miracles clarified. I see. Tianyun quickly grasped the concept and flipped to the page featuring the epic mech blueprints. Nightfall Mech, Epic Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 250. Meteor Mech, Epic Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 567. Iron Friend Mech, Epic Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 666. Silver Moon Mech, Epic Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 789. His gaze scanned the list. Landing on the final entry point, 1000 Sword Mech, Epic Mech, Maximum Combat Power Enhancement. 960. This mech is the most striking and powerful. How splendid it would be to possess such a mech. Tianyun's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the final battle mech blueprint. However, upon noticing that the exchange cost for the 1000 Sword Mech blueprint was 500 points, he hurriedly inquired, "Excuse me, Spirit of Miracles, what are points?" Points serve as a form of currency, albeit one that can only be used to exchange for items here. For instance, the 1000 Sword Mech blueprint requires 500 points to acquire, yet you currently possess only 1 point, the Spirit of Miracles replied. How curious. I only just found this metallic sphere, yet how do I have 1 point? Tianyun pondered aloud. That Zerg crystal core you possess is an ordinary Zerg core. Its energy is sufficient to activate the core of miracles, and the value of an ordinary Zerg crystal core is precisely 1 point. The Spirit of Miracles explained patiently. Ordinary Zerg crystal core? Energy? Tianyun contemplated the implications of her words, realizing that anything containing energy could be exchanged for points. Could this work? He asked, presenting a medium energy crystal. The Spirit of Miracles scrutinized it with her starry eyes. No, this crystal's energy level is too low, and its energy is not pure. You would require at least 10,000 of such energy crystals to gain 1 point. With a slight squint, she observed Tianyun's expression, seemingly relishing his anxious demeanor. 10,000, he lamented, his head drooping. Tianyun glanced back at the 1000 Sword Mech blueprint, his spirits dampened. Yet in the next moment, he adjusted his mindset and regained his composure. How can I earn enough points to exchange for this 1000 Sword Mech blueprint? Eliminate Zerg and absorb their crystal cores, the Spirit of Miracles replied earnestly. Zerg crystal cores are the energy cores of the Zerg, the source of their power and their ultimate weakness. Each Zerg crystal core contains energy of a consistently high level. The primary distinction between different grades of Zerg crystal cores lies in the quantity of energy they contain. Ordinary Zerg crystal cores are pearlescent, elite Zerg cores are emerald green, and there are even higher grades that you will encounter in the future. She elaborated, I shall vanquish the Zerg. I must, for Grandfather Zika was slain by them on the front lines, and I have long aspired to join the Imperial Army to avenge him. Furthermore, enlisting in the Imperial Army is the swiftest path to accumulating military merit and ascending the ranks of battle mech artisans. The legendary Grand Marshal Keelii exemplifies this. However, considering your activation of the Core of Miracles, I shall reward you with a blueprint. You may choose one from the previously mentioned blueprints, the Spirit of Miracles graciously offered. Really? I want the 1000 Sword Mech blueprint, Tianyun exclaimed with excitement. Unlocked? You may view the blueprint at any time, the Spirit of Miracles informed him. Thank you, Spirit of Miracles, Tianyun said, his joy palpable. After a moment of contemplation, he added, May I call you Sister Spirit? Having always felt it peculiar to address such a stunningly ethereal being as the Spirit of Miracles, and given his long-standing solitude, he instinctively desired to refer to her as sister. The Spirit of Miracles was momentarily taken aback, but she soon regained her composure. "You may call me whatever you wish," she replied nonchalantly, nodding her head. "However, do not presume that by getting close to me you can reap rewards without effort. Your points will be earned as they should be, and do not expect to take advantage of me." The Spirit of Miracles stated earnestly, "Yes, yes, dear Sister of Miracles, I will strive to become a battle mech master and will eradicate the insectoids, gathering a plethora of insectoid cores for you," Tianyun vowed earnestly. Opportunity. Accumulating points was his sole chance for ascendance. For now, he would set aside the origins of the Spirit of Miracles and explore them later. His immediate focus was to earn points and become a formidable battle mech master. "Very well, I shall await your good news." The Spirit of Miracles smiled at the earnest demeanor of the young man. Chapter 4. For major battle mech professions? I want them all. Suddenly, Tianyun recalled that the metallic sphere known as the Core of Miracles had appeared alongside several other valuable items. He inquired of the Spirit of Miracles, "Did you collect these precious items?" The Spirit of Miracles gently nodded, responding, "These are among the most valuable treasures from that place. Consider them gifts for you." "I suspected as much." Tianyun began to feel that the Spirit of Miracles was quite amiable. "Sister of Miracles, I wish to examine the detailed schematics of the Thousand Swords mech," he added. "Certainly," the Spirit of Miracles nodded. Instantly, a virtual screen materialized before Tianyun. He hastily opened it, preparing to admire the full grandeur of the epic Thousand Swords mech. This? Tianyun was astounded. The structural diagram of the mech core was exquisitely intricate. Even the core structure of the extraordinary Sky Rain mech he had previously encountered paled in comparison, barely constituting 1% of its brilliance. Moreover, the majority of materials required for this mech were exceedingly rare. Each one particularly expensive, and some necessitated substantial quantities. Some materials were entirely unfamiliar to him, and he feared that even wealth could not procure them. Tianyun exclaimed in astonishment. The most outrageous was the Earth's core. Only one existed per planet. Where on earth could he find such a thing? Tianyun nearly lost his sanity. With his current status as a pauper, certain mech manufacturing materials were exceedingly precious. Even with money, they were unobtainable. Even if all these materials were laid before him, he would be powerless. His current skills were far from sufficient to craft this mech core. Setting aside the core, he was equally baffled by the power system, energy patterns, core components, and energy shields. The technology of epic mechs was profoundly esoteric. Additionally, his mech manufacturing skills fell woefully short of the minimum requirements to create the Thousand Swords mech. "Do not fret. You may take your time to learn mech technology," the Spirit of Miracles said with a gentle smile. "I have just attempted to connect to the information network of this civilization and obtained a wealth of data. All the materials for the mech I just showed you can be found on this planet. Therefore, if you have sufficient star coins, you can acquire all the materials to manufacture the mech." Upon hearing this, Tianyun felt a sense of calm wash over him. Fortunately, he glanced at the stack of books on the adjacent table, which contained a thick wad of schematics. Thankfully, over the years, he had independently designed a schematic for an ordinary battle mech. This mech was named Tianyun, after himself. Since crafting an epic battle mech was not feasible in the short term, he resolved to first manufacture an ordinary battle mech for his use. If he aspired to become a battle mech master, he must first possess his own mech. However, manufacturing a mech required a substantial amount of star coins. "I shall first earn money and then create an ordinary mech. To earn money, I must obtain a profession. In 2 months, he would turn 16, so he would first pursue a career as a mech maintenance technician. Then, Tianyun meticulously traced his path forward in the technologically advanced Karen Empire. Mechs were already integrated into various aspects of life. Mechs were categorized into life mechs, production mechs, and battle mechs. There were countless professions related to mechs, but nearly all were associated with life and production mechs. Among the myriad mech-related professions, only those pertaining to battle mechs were deemed mech masters. Mech masters were further divided into 4 major professions: battle mech masters, mech manufacturers, mech maintenance technicians, and mech accessory specialists. The purposes of these 4 professions were immediately clear. Among them, battle mech masters were the most financially demanding but held the highest esteem. This was due to their formidable strength, capable of vanquishing insectoids and safeguarding the Empire's territory. Thus, the benefits bestowed upon battle mech masters surpassed those of all other professions. Moreover, the materials derived from the decomposition of insectoid corpses were essential for crafting advanced mechs, yet the formidable insectoids were challenging to defeat, resulting in exorbitant prices for these materials. Consequently, while battle mech masters were the most costly, they also had the potential to earn money the quickest. Their role on the front lines to fend off insectoid invasions rendered battle mech masters the most perilous profession. Mech manufacturers designed mech schematics and assembled mechs. They were the most knowledgeable about mechs, encompassing the broadest range of mech-related knowledge and possessing the most levels of professional advancement: beginner, intermediate, advanced, special, expert, master, elder, and chief. This outlined the promotion path for mech manufacturers. Aside from battle mech masters, both mech accessory specialists and mech maintenance technicians adhered to similar promotion routes. However, the highest ranks achievable for accessory specialists and maintenance technicians culminated only at the master level. Mech manufacturers were often referred to as the fathers of mechs. The more powerful a mech, the more impossible it was to replicate. Even with identical materials and individuals, discrepancies would arise. Battle mechs were piloted by humans. And the greater the compatibility between the pilot and the mech, the more the mech's ultimate enhanced combat power could be realized. If a battle mech master sought to unleash the mech's maximum potential, surpassing the limits of its highest combat power, that individual must also be the mech's creator. Mechs possess souls, with their essence being the mech core, which included the cockpit. When a battle mech master entered the cockpit and connected their mental energy to the mech core, the core in turn linked with various systems and component cores, rendering the mech and the battle mech master as one. Thus, a battle mech master must achieve at least a perceptive level of mental prowess. However, the core was inscribed by the mech manufacturer using mental energy according to the schematic. Once completed, the core retained residual mental energy from the mech manufacturer. Therefore, when a battle mech master operated the mech, the connection was not perfect. Conversely, if the battle mech was crafted by the battle mech master themselves, the connection would be flawless. The mech maintenance technician served as the mech's physician. Should any mech component sustain damage, the maintenance technician would be able to repair it, provided the mech core remained intact. Lastly, the mech accessory specialist was responsible for creating the various components that comprised a complete mech. While the mech manufacturer focused on the mech's body, the accessory specialist focused on its attachments. Weapons constituted one category of mech accessories. The selection of accessories varied according to the distinct requirements of the mech. The three most common combat accessories were weapons, suitable for sustained combat, shields, and exoskeletons, alongside various functional accessories, such as large detectors and high-energy weapon launchers, either single-use or limited in quantity. The primary functions of combat accessories were to enhance power, defense, and speed. Weapons were categorized into melee weapons and ranged weapons. Melee weapons were designed for close combat, particularly when wielded by powerful warriors piloting mechs, rendering them nearly invincible. Ranged weapons, on the other hand, were employed for long-distance combat and included energy weapons with formidable destructive power. Some skilled fighters could obliterate their opponents from distances of tens or even hundreds of kilometers. High-energy weapons were even more terrifying, with the capacity to devastate areas exceeding 100 kilometers. Legend has it that the most potent high-energy weapon could obliterate an entire star system with a single shot, reducing its star to cosmic dust. Thus, I must learn all mech professions, Tianyun mused, one hand scratching his head while the other clenched into a fist raised high above his head. For I aspire to become the strongest mech master. This book unfolds its realms gradually. For those eager to explore all levels of realms, you may refer to the latter half of Chapter 261. Chapter 5. Transaction. Tianyun opened the iron door and exuberantly stepped out into the world. Though it was winter and the ground was blanketed in snow, this was a densely populated, impoverished district. Outside, the air was thick with a foul stench. The impoverished village occupied 50% of the East District's population, yet only 20% of its land area. With nearly 4 million inhabitants in the East District, the impoverished made up a significant portion. Rows of closely packed tenement buildings constituted this dismal village. Each day, individuals perished from hunger, leading to countless acts of violence and robbery. However, such incidents were rare near Tianyun's home. When he first arrived in this area, local bullies had come to demand protection money from him. Tianyun coldly uttered, "Get lost. Do not think that just because you are a child, I will not take action against you. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. I will kill you first and then search your belongings." The bully brandished a knife, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He eagerly anticipated Tianyun's final struggles. Although the bully appeared gaunt and emaciated, his eyes were filled with a murderous glare, indicating a history of violence. The child appears to be on the brink of demise. One can only hope that in his next life, he finds himself in a benevolent family, thus sparing him from suffering and toil. Indeed, a few middle-aged women, clad in tattered and patched clothing, shield their eyes and turn their heads away. Although they have witnessed many such scenes, they still cannot bear to behold this tragic sight. Helpless, they can only wait for the retrieval team to arrive and take the young man's body to the disposal site outside. Just as these women believed that Tianyun was destined for death, he sprang into action, kicking the knife from the hands of the bully with precision, swiftly following up with a powerful kick that sent the bully sprawling. The entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds. And when the women turned back, they were met with the sight of the bully lying on the ground, blood pooling around him. Subsequently, the bully summoned a gang of thugs for revenge. A dozen or so ruffians encircled the young man, while the onlookers could only watch helplessly as these men prepared to attack the newcomer. The middle-aged women, who had earlier witnessed the confrontation, shook their heads in despair. If the boy could defeat one, how could he possibly contend with a group? Moreover, their leader brandished an energy gun. To their astonishment, Tianyun exhibited no fear. He first disarmed the armed assailant with his bare hands and then delivered a decisive blow that incapacitated him. The gang leader, wielding the energy gun, aimed it at Tianyun, yet the energy projectile struck him without causing any harm. This was due to Tianyun's foresight in activating his energy shield beforehand. In the end, he produced a laser sword and eliminated the gang leader in a single stroke. From that moment on, the local villains became aware of the formidable young man, and none dared to trouble Tianyun again. Even those who had previously ruled the area with impunity began to tread carefully. The spirit of miracles returned to the core of miracles, which could shrink in size. Tianyun strung it onto a cord and wore it around his neck, accompanied by a small tag engraved with the character Grandpa Zika had explained that this was something found on him when he was discovered, and thus he named him Tianyun. The two characters symbolizing the clouds in the sky. Grandpa Zika hoped that Tianyun would be as free and unrestrained as the clouds above. Now, Tianyun intended to venture into the city to sell the damaged battle mecha core. Tianyun Gij, where are you going? I just saw you return home, and now you're heading out again. Did you not find any valuable mecha parts? No need to look any further, it's getting dark. Come to my house for dinner tonight. He replied. As Tianyun passed through an alley, a child of about 11 or 12 dashed out. No need, Bill. I have business to attend to in the city, Tianyun said, gazing at the thin, dark-skinned boy before him. Into the city? Tianyun Gij, I want to go too. I've hardly been inside the city to play, Bill exclaimed excitedly. No, I must attend to my affairs, and I cannot take you along. While Tianyun might usually take Bill with him, today he needed to conduct a transaction. I'll bring you back some delicious snacks and fun things from the city. All right, okay, but you must return quickly, Bill responded, disappointment evident in his voice. Tianyun proceeded toward the city, which was not far, approximately 10 kilometers, and he soon arrived. Once inside, he made his way directly to familiar territory. The city was filled with fresh air, wide roads, towering buildings, and a bustling populace. The streets were lined with hovering vehicles, and mechas occasionally soared through the skies. The trading market stretched endlessly before him, a dazzling array of goods available for purchase. Anything one could imagine could be found here, provided one had the means to pay. Welcome, customer. What fine treasures have you brought this time? A shopkeeper greeted him with a smile as Tianyun entered a store. Take a look at this, Tianyun said, opening his spatial toolbox to reveal a massive object. The battle mecha core, the shopkeeper exclaimed, rushing over to examine it eagerly. It's damaged, isn't it? The shopkeeper inquired. Indeed. Tianyun nodded. 0.80,000 star coins. The shopkeeper offered. I'm leaving, Tianyun replied, preparing to retract the damaged battle mecha core. Wait, 85,000, no 90,000, 90, 000 star coins? How about that? The shopkeeper quickly interjected. Conducting business this way will lead to a dead end for both parties. Emotionyun shook his head, indicating his intent to depart. 95 000 star coins. This is my final offer. Take it or leave it. The shopkeeper spread his hands. Shopkeeper, although this battle mecha core is damaged, most of it remains intact. And the materials alone are worth 100,000 star coins. Do not underestimate my knowledge, Emotionyun retorted with a cold smirk. Hearing this, the shopkeeper frowned, then forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Very well, you are quite astute, young man, I concede. 100,000 star coins, and oh thanks. Since the shopkeeper is so lacking in sincerity, I shall forego this transaction. Emotionyun replied. 110 000 star coins. Please, don't rush. I was wrong just now. The shopkeeper pleaded earnestly. 110 000 star coins. That's acceptable. Emotionyun agreed, satisfied. He produced a star coin card and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, with a blank expression, accepted it and began to process it at the counter. 110,000 star coins have been transferred to your card, the shopkeeper said, returning the card to Emotionyun. Very well. Emotionyun pressed the card to confirm the amount and replied. Star coins are the currency of the Oolong Empire. With 1,000 star coins sufficient for a typical family to live for a month, in poorer villages, 1,000 star coins could sustain a family for several months. Previously, whenever Emotionyun came to trade, the amounts were typically in the dozens or hundreds, with the largest transaction not exceeding 1,000 star coins. The shopkeeper, displeased with the earlier haggling, watched Emotionyun depart and activated his communicator. A young man just made a substantial transaction with me. Find out where he resides. Understood. A voice responded from the communicator. Welcome again. You will never have the chance. The shopkeeper sneered, his eyes glinting with malice as he watched Emotionyun vanish from sight. Chapter 6. Materials, Books, and the Young Girl Tianyun. I sense the materials you might need nearby. Go check if you can procure them. The spirit of Miracle's voice resonated directly within Emotionyun's mind as he walked along the road, abruptly halting. How do you know my name, Sister Spirit? Emotionyun asked, puzzled. Didn't a child just call you Tianyun Gij? The spirit of Miracles clarified. Yes, however, my full name is Emotionyun, he replied. Enough chit-chat. You now possess star coins. Why not purchase some materials you require? The spirit's tone turned icily serious. Oh, where are those materials? Emotionyun ceased his idle talk. The third stall to your right, the spirit instructed, following her guidance. Emotionyun approached the stall. Here is blue chrome iron. You must have this to manufacture a standard mecha core, the spirit's voice echoed in his mind. This large iron block weighs 300 kilograms. Based on market prices, it should cost no more than 11,000 star coins, she added, detailing the material. Hello, how much for this iron block? 14,000 star coins, the stall owner replied, looking at the young boy before him. Eager to test the waters with a higher price. 7,000, young man, that price is far too low. At least 12,000, the stall owner quickly shook his head. 8,500. Will you sell or not? If not, I'll take my business elsewhere. Emotionyun locked eyes with him unflinchingly. The stall owner hesitated. This piece of blue chrome iron had a procurement price of 7,500 star coins, yet it had remained unsold due to its use primarily in battle mecha manufacturing. Mecha manufacturers were significant figures in the city, each with their own supply channels. Why would they come to buy from him? Additionally, he was facing cash flow issues. Selling this blue chrome iron would alleviate some financial pressure. The stall owner's eyes darted uncertainly. This blue chrome iron clearly weighs around 300 kg, so 10,000 star coins is the market price. You won't be at a loss for that. Then, considering the average quality of this blue chrome iron, at most 9,000 star coins, here is my final offer. 8,700 star coins. If you refuse, I'll simply buy from another stall. Emotionyun, unwilling to engage in further banter. Cut to the chase. Young man, your keen eye for value is impressive. I'll accept your price. The stall owner, eager to retain this customer, agreed. Next, the fourth stall ahead. After the successful transaction, the spirit of Miracles spoke again. That's the transparent box containing powder. This powder is known as pattern powder, used for engraving the spiritual connection patterns on battle mecha cores. This box contains just enough for your needs. priced at 36,000 star coins. That's so expensive, Emotion exclaimed, taken aback. Shopkeeper, I'll take this pattern powder. Upon hearing the young man specify his interest in the pattern powder, the stall owner scrutinized him closely. This powder was essential for engraving the spiritual connection patterns on battle mecha cores. Could this young boy be a mecha manufacturer? Impossible. There could not be such a young mecha manufacturer. Perhaps he was buying it for practice or at the behest of a family member. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through the vendor's mind. Welcome, young man. How much are you willing to pay for this pattern powder? The vendor greeted him with a warm smile. 26,000, Emotion replied. Are you jesting, young lad? The vendor chuckled awkwardly. Thus began a back-and-forth negotiation between the two. With his silver tongue, Emotion ultimately struck a deal for 31,550 star coins. This transaction consumed nearly half of his funds. Yet it represented only a fraction of the materials required for crafting the core. The total cost for the entire mech could easily exceed 1,000,000 star coins. To purchase a finished mech outright would set one back at least 3 million. The Han Mountain high-end bookstore was another destination on Emotion's itinerary. This establishment was one of the few in Han City that offered advanced knowledge literature. However, the prices of the books were exorbitant, with volumes costing no less than 1,000 star coins, and some reaching tens of thousands. The so-called advanced knowledge pertained to high-end professions such as mech engineers, genetic evolution potion makers, and genetic evolution warriors. A stack of books concerning mech engineering rested on his family's table, including titles such as Rare Mech Materials, Mech Repair Techniques, Advanced Mech Repair, Mech Design Blueprints, Introduction to Mech Cores, and Design and Assembly of Mech Components. These tomes were the invaluable legacy left to him by Grandfather Zika. The last 3 volumes on mech engineering had been gifts from Grandfather Zika on Emotion's birthday. Over the years, Emotion had learned from these texts and successfully designed a blueprint for a standard mech, which lay tucked within the book Mech Design Blueprints on his table. As long as he had sufficient materials, he could fabricate it at any time. However, the Qinjian mech was an epic creation, and Emotion currently lacked the capability to produce it. The decor of the bookstore was exceedingly opulent. Each bookshelf was crafted from high-grade alloys, adorned with exquisitely carved patterns. Priceless art pieces and exquisite ornaments adorned the side walls, while sparkling gems hung from the ceiling, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. Those who frequented this store to purchase books were either wealthy or noble, and thus the decor could hardly be lacking. Good day, sir. I am a sales associate here. How may I assist you? A tall woman in uniform approached with a smile. Emotion snapped back to attention. Although the sales associate could tell from his attire and demeanor that he was not from a wealthy family, her professional training compelled her to treat every customer with respect. I would like some advanced mech manufacturing books, as well as some texts on combat mech engineering and mech components. Emotion slowly articulated his needs. The sales associate had served many customers, but had never encountered one requesting such a diverse range of books. Typically, patrons here were high-end professionals or students in advanced fields. Could it be that he was already a mech engineer seeking to learn advanced manufacturing knowledge? But why the other types of books? Though curious, she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it was not her place to ponder. Please follow me, the sales associate indicated with a slight nod. On the second floor, the shelves there hold books on mech manufacturing, including those of a more advanced nature. She gestured towards a tall bookshelf. Indeed, Emotion replied politely. This book, Comprehensive Guide to Advanced Mech Manufacturing, is the most popular among the advanced mech manufacturing titles. The sales associate retrieved a large, hefty volume from the shelf. Upon seeing it, Emotion was taken aback. It had at least 1,000 pages. This tome was penned by the Empire's chief mech engineer, Adrian Carmen. A century ago. Was said that even back then, Carmen was already a legendary mech engineer. Sir, you arrived just in time. This is the last copy. The next shipment may not arrive for another month. Very well, I will take it, Emotion stated. Just as he was about to finish, a melodious voice caught both his and the sales associate's attention. A graceful young lady, clad in the uniform of Han City High School, entered. Despite her youth, she had developed impressively, with a burgeoning figure and long legs adorned in black stockings embroidered with golden patterns. Complementing her exquisite features and long, flowing black hair, one could easily surmise that she was the belle of her school. Welcome, esteemed Miss Veina. The sales associate greeted with a slight bow. She was well aware of the young lady before her, as her father was a respected chief mech engineer who frequently visited the bookstore for literature on mech engineering. Yes, the young lady responded politely, I would like this book. Esteemed Miss Veina, this gentleman was the first to express interest in this book. Might you discuss it with him first? The sales associate inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Veina turned her head elegantly, her hair cascading in a beautiful arc as she appraised the young man beside her. This boy is rather handsome. Indeed, Mo Tianyun's appearance was striking. He possessed deep-set eyes, a well-defined face, and a tall stature that left a lasting impression. However, she found him oddly familiar. Yet, judging by his attire, he did not seem to hail from a wealthy family, given their similar ages. She mused that she was the most talented mech engineer in Han City, and with her father's guidance, she had only just reached the level of a novice mech engineer. What use could he have for this book? Was he also pursuing advanced mech manufacturing knowledge? As her thoughts wandered, Veina smiled brightly and politely inquired, Hello, might you allow me to have this book? I'm afraid I urgently need it, Mo Tianyun replied. Shaking his head at Is that so? You intend to utilize the mech manufacturing knowledge contained within? Veina found it hard to believe that anyone among her peers could surpass her skills in the field of mech engineering. If I had no use for it, why would I purchase it? Mo Tianyun replied with a calm smile. If you possess such abilities, then why was I not able to see you at last year's Genius Mech Engineer Conference? If you were so formidable, the championship would not have been awarded to me. Veina regarded the boy who seemed to be boasting. The champion of the Genius Mech Engineer Conference? I simply chose not to participate. Indeed, I genuinely did not wish to enter that competition, as it required a registration fee of 3,000 star coins, which I could not afford. The nobility, however, would hardly find 3,000 star coins a significant sum. For them, the opportunity to receive guidance from esteemed mech engineering masters at the event would far outweigh that cost. Such audacity. I'll give you a chance, Veina retorted, irritated by Mo Tianyun's audacious words. Her honor would not allow anyone to tarnish it. Chapter 7. The Pride of a Genius. Veina retrieved a sheet of paper from her spatial ring, which depicted a mech model with intricate structural designs. It was evidently a mech blueprint. This is a mech design I created. Why father pointed out several errors, including a critical flaw. After a moment of contemplation, she added, If you can identify my mistakes, I shall purchase this book for you, along with any other books you wish to buy today. Mo Tianyun fell silent upon hearing this. Hand me the blueprint, he instructed, extending his hand. Veina promptly handed over the paper. Mo Tianyun examined the blueprint with intense focus. Was he truly captivated by my meticulous design? Veina mused as she watched him scrutinize the details. Your father likely did not wish to discourage you. Hence his gentle remarks. However, from my perspective, this blueprint is riddled with flaws. Mo Tianyun began to point out the errors. The core design is fundamentally flawed. The mental connection lines are not attached to the appropriate mech components. While excessive connections are made to unnecessary ones, this will significantly slow the mech's response time, a fatal weakness in combat. Veina's expression stiffened. The power system even employs antiquated technology from a century ago. Veina looked on in disbelief. The energy lines are far too simplistic. How much energy can these lines possibly transmit? I genuinely wonder if your mech will achieve even a threefold enhancement in combat prowess. As Mo Tianyun continued to detail the flaws, Veina felt a growing discomfort, and here. Is this what you call the champion of the Genius Mech Engineer Conference? The design produced is inferior to what I crafted 5 years ago. Calmly, Mo Tianyun returned the blueprint to Veina. She stood there, frozen, her face ashen. Am I truly that inadequate? Veina pondered, feeling despondent. Who is this person? How can he articulate the errors my father pointed out, and with even greater detail? As Veina reminisced about her father's remarks on the blueprint, she was struck by the realization that this boy, who was roughly her age, had provided insights that surpassed even her father's detailed commentary. Hello, I am in need of some books on mecha components, she stated. Mo Tianyun turned to address the nearby sales assistant, who promptly regained her focus and replied, Oh, certainly, sir. Right this way. It was unclear what thoughts occupied the sales assistant's mind, but her movements had noticeably lost their earlier fluidity. Mo Tianyun then selected 2 books, one titled Comprehensive Guide to Mecha Component Design and Manufacture, and the other Advanced Melee Weapon Design for Mechas. Along with Compendium of Advanced Mecha Manufacturing Techniques, he carried a total of 3 books. "Let us proceed to checkout," he instructed the sales assistant. "Certainly, sir. If you could follow me to the counter," she responded. Guiding him to a register point 12, 500 star coins, the cashier announced, handing Tianyun a receipt. Upon inspection, he found the prices indeed exorbitant. Compendium of Advanced Mecha Manufacturing Techniques was 6,500 star coins. Comprehensive Guide to Mecha Component Design and Manufacture was 3,500 star coins, and Advanced Melee Weapon Design for Mechas was 2,500 star coins. Just as Tianyun was about to make his payment, Veina appeared. "I concede that my mecha manufacturing skills are inferior to yours. I stand by my word. I will cover the cost of these books." Tianyun glanced at her, unfazed by her declaration, and proceeded to pay. "What are you doing?" "I said I would pay," Veina exclaimed. Visibly agitated, Tianyun, do not accept charity from others. True geniuses never boast of their prowess, for they understand they are not the mightiest, he retorted, his own pride evident. Having lived in the impoverished village for nearly 5 years, he had never once accepted aid from others, even in his darkest times. Those around him would often invite him to dine, grateful for his past protection from local ne'er-do-wells, yet he had never set foot in anyone's home for a meal. Grasping the bag containing his newly purchased books, he turned without a backward glance and strode toward the exit. The spirit of Miracles, observing this scene from within the core of Miracles, revealed a breathtaking smile that could outshine countless stars in the heavens. Alas, no one was present to witness such unparalleled beauty. The bookstore was left with a dazed Veina, who pondered, Tianyun. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Tianyun, she exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "I can't believe I have encountered the legendary universal genius Tianyun." It turned out he had not succumbed to despair. Rather, he had tempered his brilliance. Veina gazed dreamily at his receding figure, wondering how those arrogant individuals would react upon learning of this. She recalled the dimly lit talents from her childhood school days, who had always been overshadowed by Tianyun. Though he had not attended the school, tales of his exploits still circulated among the students. Night had fully descended. The moon was particularly round and bright. With countless stars twinkling in the sky, Tianyun had just returned from the market, where he purchased ample provisions, including 100 pounds of premium beast meat for 10,000 star coins. He had also enjoyed a hearty meal. Having gone several days without sustenance, this was the first time in days he felt full. Additionally, he acquired some low-grade energy crystals to replenish his energy shield, along with some delightful snacks for Bill. As Tianyun entered the impoverished village, the voice of the spirit of Miracles echoed in his mind. Tianyun, someone is following you. It was the owner of the shop from whom he had traded the damaged battle mecha core earlier that day. Tianyun paused momentarily before resuming his previous stride. "Be cautious. This person possesses greater strength and has reached the initial martial artist stage. The spirit cautioned. It seems I may have set the price too high today. Moreover, my youth makes me an easy target." Tianyun contemplated silently. However, the realization that his pursuer had attained the initial martial artist stage posed a significant challenge. Tianyun veered into a dark alley, drawing a laser sword, though he did not activate its energy. The man in black stealthily followed him into the shadows. Just as the black-clad figure stepped into the alley, a swift flash of light struck toward him. The man reacted with remarkable agility, dodging what would have been a fatal blow. Yet the laser sword still grazed him, leaving a long, bloody gash across his body. He quickly retaliated, thrusting his sword back at Tianyun. The man leaped back, narrowly avoiding the attack, but his injury was severe. "Damn brat, how dare you ambush me?" he snarled, drawing his own laser sword, prepared to strike with lethal intent. After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. "Impressive, young one. It seems I must reveal my true abilities." The black-clad man had not anticipated that someone so young could possess such formidable strength. Clenching his laser sword tightly, he charged at Tianyun once more. Tianyun felt a surge of energy coursing through him. What overwhelming power! This cannot be a battle of brute force, he realized. Chapter 8. Breakthrough of the Star-Moon Sword Technique into the conceptual realm. The adversary's advantage lay in his strength, while Tianyun's strength resided in his exquisite swordsmanship, bolstered by his heightened mental acuity. Thus, a direct confrontation was unwise. Instead, he would employ a strategy of softness overcoming hardness. As the opponent charged, Tianyun's swordplay underwent a transformation. The laser sword became light and swift in his hands, sometimes flickering like stars, rendering the opponent unable to predict his movements, and at other times flowing like moonlight, each stroke more refined than the last. The man's attacks were repeatedly parried or deflected by Tianyun, who was becoming increasingly adept. Frustration mounted within the black-clad man, for despite his strength, he could not land a blow. Tianyun's formidable mental acuity allowed him to anticipate the opponent's moves, rendering it impossible for the man to strike him. Realizing the dire consequences of this stalemate, the man began to retreat, one hand clutching his sword while the other fumbled for a vial of potion. This potion promised a temporary boost to speed and strength, albeit at the cost of permanent genetic damage. Overindulgence could lead to genetic collapse and instant death. Without hesitation, the black-clad man consumed the potion in one swift gulp. In the next instant, his muscles swelled, and his physique grew even more imposing, a forbidden substance. Tianyun thought, immediately on high alert. The man wasted no time, gripping his laser sword with brute strength and swinging it toward Tianyun. He could only muster the strength to defend himself, but the blow was overwhelmingly powerful, sending him hurtling backward. The black-clad man, already stronger than Tianyun, had now augmented his power further, leaving Tianyun in a precarious position. As he soared through the air, he caught sight of the radiant moon and the myriad stars above. The interplay of moonlight and starlight captivated him, evoking countless memories of his sword training. Each scene weaving together as a multitude of techniques converged. In that moment, Tianyun felt as if the sword in his hand had transformed. He executed a backflip midair, landing gracefully on his feet. The black-clad man was bewildered. How could someone he had struck with full force still stand? "I will have your head," he bellowed in fury, having underestimated the difficulty of the encounter. Tianyun, despite being a non-martial artist and lacking the raw strength of his opponent, displayed an indomitable spirit akin to an unyielding cockroach. The black-clad man swung his sword once more, this time gripping it with both hands, channeling every ounce of his strength. Yet, Tianyun did not meet force with force. Instead, he danced away, weaving more intricate swordplay that ensnared the opponent's blade, preventing him from unleashing his full power. As long as the effects of the potion waned, the threat would dissipate. With each passing moment, Tianyun's swordsmanship grew increasingly fluid, his strikes flowing like water, the speed of his offense accelerating. At this moment, his technique seemed to reach a critical juncture. This style was known as the Star Moon Sword technique, a martial art taught to him by Grandpa Zika, which he had diligently practiced for over 7 years. In the duel against the black-clad man, Tianyun's swordsmanship unfolded like a mesmerizing painting. If one were to observe from above, they would witness a brilliant orb surrounded by countless twinkling points of light, reminiscent of the moon and stars in the night sky. At last, the black-clad man could endure no longer. In an instant, Tianyun seized upon the man's vulnerability. "Star and moon shine together," he shouted, as his laser sword, swift as lightning, pierced the man's body. "Kill me, and you'll never escape. Brother Tian will avenge me." "You cannot escape." Ultimately, the black-clad man crumpled to the ground. Fortunately, his swordsmanship had transcended to the conceptual realm. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Yet, the troubles might not be over. He would need to leave this place quickly, lest more adversaries or even more formidable foes sought him out. Tianyun recalled the man's last words as he lay dying. It was imperative to hasten the creation of mechas. Otherwise, the next encounter could prove perilous. Tianyun silently regarded the fallen figure of the black-clad man before scanning his surroundings. The nearby residents had already heard the commotion from the confrontation and were peering out from their windows, captivated by the thrilling scene. Though the residents of this area were accustomed to violence, the sight of death had become a grim norm. However, this time they were truly taken aback. They had never witnessed such a formidable confrontation. The clash of the laser swords produced a sound akin to the deafening roar of thunder. To their astonishment, the ultimate victor turned out to be a mere youth. Could it possibly be that boy who had stirred so much talk in the impoverished village years ago? In the slums, taking a life is a trivial matter, hardly even worth noting. As long as one does not commit murder within the city limits and violate imperial laws, the military would not intervene. This planet, Uluru, is one of the closest to the front lines, and Imperial troops are stationed here year-round. Thus, the Imperial Army serves as the governing authority. Once they take action, no one can escape death. Mo Tianyun paid little mind to the onlookers. Instead, he began to search the body of the man. Indeed, it was the shopkeeper. Mo Tianyun lifted the mask for a fleeting glimpse. He seemed to possess quite a few valuable items. Mo Tianyun commenced his search upon the shopkeeper's corpse, a spatial ring, such a treasure, a star coin card, containing 114,514 star coins. No wonder the other party was so eager to kill me. It turns out I had directly taken half of their fortune today. Mo Tianyun mused. Afterward, he found nothing else of interest. I'll take this laser sword as well. Even if it proves useless, it can still fetch a handsome price. Ultimately, Mo Tianyun collected the opponent's laser sword and promptly departed from the scene. Before long, he returned to the vicinity of his home. As Mo Tianyun passed by Bill's door, he heard Bill's voice calling out, "Brother Tianyun, why have you returned so late?" Bill rushed out upon hearing Mo Tianyun. "I went out to take care of some matters." This is a gift for you." Mo Tianyun revealed a stash of snacks he had prepared in advance. "Thank you, Brother Tianyun. You're so kind." Bill exclaimed with great excitement. "When I grow up, I will be as formidable as you, Brother Tianyun. I want to earn money to ensure that my parents and you can live well." Little Bill looked earnestly at Mo Tianyun. "Yes, then you must study hard," Mo Tianyun said. Ruffling Bill's hair. As night enveloped the world in silence, a solitary figure activated a communication device, dialing a number. "Hello, Charlie, what do you need to contact me about?" A holographic image of a half-visible man appeared on the communicator. "Brother Tion, Carlyle has been killed." "Who did it? Was it in the city?" A burly, bald man demanded loudly. "No, it wasn't. Here's how it happened." The responding man dared not take a breath, stammering out the information he knew. "Impossible. I am well aware of Carlyle's strength. A mere boy could not possibly have the power to kill him. Even Rod Hubbard, hailed as the top martial genius at Han Mountain High School, has only recently become an initial stage warrior. A lowly youth from a slum, still a mere boy. How could he possibly have slain Carlyle? I'll give you one more chance. Do not attempt to deceive me." The burly bald man shook his head in disbelief. "Brother Tion, truly, I am not lying. If you don't believe me, look at the news about him." The man promptly sent a message. 5 years ago, he could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. The bald man was slightly taken aback. "Had it not been for your killing of Carlyle, I might have considered recruiting you as one of my subordinates." The burly man revealed a vicious countenance. After perusing the information, he became convinced of Charlie's words. "Then I shall have to handle this personally." As dawn broke, Mo Tianyun had already completed a 20-kilometer run. He was now practicing the Star Moon sword technique. Each stroke of the sword sent ripples through the surrounding air, producing a symphony of sounds. Upon completing a set of sword movements, Mo Tianyun sheathed his laser sword. "After last night's battle, my Star Moon sword technique has reached the realm of imagery, as Grandfather Sika described." Grandfather Sika mentioned that after achieving minor success, he never made further advancements. Thus, it seems I have surpassed Grandfather Sika by 2 realms in my mastery of the Star Moon sword technique. 3 years ago, Mo Tianyun's Star Moon sword technique had already surpassed the realm of great success, completely eclipsing Grandfather Sika. Now, it has reached a level even beyond what Grandfather Sika could have imagined. This is precisely why Mo Tianyun was able to defeat the dark-clad shopkeeper last night. His mastery of martial arts was simply too advanced. Mo Tianyun was filled with exhilaration. The realms of martial arts techniques range from basic mastery, proficiency, minor success, great success, imagery, to perfection. However, it is said that there are even higher realms, attainable only through surpassing the mundane levels of martial arts techniques. Although Mo Tianyun was currently ecstatic, a cold splash of water doused his enthusiasm, leaving him momentarily speechless. What joy is there in achieving the realm of imagery in mundane martial arts? The spirit of miracles appeared beside him. Upon seeing this extraordinarily beautiful woman, Mo Tianyun found himself entranced. "Sister Spirit, why have you come out?" Mo Tianyun expressed concern about being discovered, as he could not protect the core of miracles. "Do not worry. Only you can see me. Even the strongest beings of this civilization cannot detect my presence. Your martial arts technique is merely at the level of mundane martial arts. Achieving imagery is not particularly difficult, is it?" "Not particularly difficult." Mo Tianyun responded with a hint of embarrassment. You must understand that Grandfather Sika spent decades to reach the minor success realm. The higher one progresses, the more challenging it becomes. Yet Sister Spirit claims that the imagery realm is quite simple. Is there truly cause for such excitement? What is most crucial now is for you to become a primary gene-evolved warrior and to master the knowledge of mech manufacturing. The Spirit of Miracles advised Mo Tianyun. All right, I will begin studying mech knowledge immediately to perfect the mech manufacturing blueprints. Mo Tianyun nodded in agreement. His mech manufacturing blueprints had long been designed. He now needed to learn some advanced mech manufacturing knowledge to refine the designs. Chapter 9. The core space of Miracles. Time to go. Mo Tianyun gathered all the essentials he needed to take with him and took one last look at the iron shack he had lived in for nearly 5 years. He then secured the door with a lock, ultimately leaving this place behind. Passing by Bill's home, Mo Tianyun noticed Bill diligently studying at his desk. Mo Tianyun could clearly see that the book in Bill's hands was one that he had gifted him. When Mo Tianyun had first arrived at the impoverished village, Bill was only 6 years old. Bill had grown up without a mother, while his father toiled daily in the city to earn a meager living, leaving him with little time to care for him. Consequently, little Bill learned to take care of himself at a young age. His greatest desire was to grow up quickly so he could assist his father. Bill had witnessed his father laboring under the scorching sun, struggling to move enormous loads much larger than his father's own towering stature. He even saw his father slip and fall, with such a heavy load pinning him down. Watching his father struggle for breath, yet no one around was willing to help, Bill could only grasp the iron bars of the fence with his frail little hands, wishing he had wings to fly in and lift the burden off his father. Little Bill failed to realize that even with wings, he would still lack the strength to do so. Suddenly, a raggedly dressed stranger appeared beside his father. This person lifted the heavy cargo off Bill's father. Someone had come to help, Bill thought gratefully. In the next moment, however, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him forever. This stranger began to rain blows upon Bill's father. Bill was powerless to intervene, save for shedding tears. Later, when Mo Tianyun arrived in the impoverished village, Bill witnessed Mo Tianyun driving away the bullies. From that day forward, Bill looked up to Mo Tianyun as a role model, following him around every day. Gradually, Mo Tianyun accepted this little follower, recognizing Bill's earnest and ambitious heart. Bill, Mo Tianyun called out. Brother Tianyun. Bill set down his book and rushed over. Bill, I am leaving this place. Mo Tianyun informed him. Bill was taken aback, completely unprepared for such news. Why is Brother Tianyun saying he is leaving? Here are 5,000 star coins. Mo Tianyun produced a star coin card. Star coin cards contain a space for storing star coins. Retrieval and deposit require only a numerical input. This was something Mo Tianyun had prepared in advance, as the only person he cared about before his departure was Bill. It was Bill's companionship over the years that had prevented Mo Tianyun from feeling utterly alone. This is too much. I cannot accept it. Please take it back, Brother Tianyun. Bill pushed the star coin card away. Brother Tianyun, I cannot accept your money. I know your life has not been easy. Bill was acutely aware of Mo Tianyun's circumstances. Please take it. I've struck it rich. Mo Tianyun smiled as he pressed the star coin card into Bill's hands. No, I do not want it, Bill insisted, raising his voice slightly. Brother Tianyun, have you not always told me that a true man must rely on his own efforts? Have you not always been independent, never needing anyone's help? I know that all our neighbors are immensely grateful to have you around, including me. Because of your presence, no one has dared to collect protection fees here for years. Otherwise, our lives would be even more difficult, Bill said, tears streaming down his face. On one hand, he felt immense gratitude toward Brother Tianyun. On the other, he was heartbroken at the thought of him leaving. Mo Tianyun's eyes glistened with moisture. What nonsense! If I tell you to take it, then take it. Mo Tianyun resolutely decided to entrust this sum of money to Bill. A man must exhibit strength and courage. Yet that does not mean one should lack adaptability. This money is intended for your education. What do you think it is for? Mo Tianyun shouted at Bill. If I had been able to continue my studies all these years, my achievements would undoubtedly far exceed this. Mo Tianyun understood that without financial resources, one cannot progress. His sole wish was for Bill to receive an education, as that was the only way to alter the course of poverty. Do you not wish for the opportunity to study? Do you not aspire to become a formidable man in the future? Do you not desire a better life for your father? Mo Tianyun asked Bill emphatically. If you truly want that, then take this money and use it well for your education. Strive to be the best. Do not bring shame upon me. Emotionyun grasped Bill's shoulders and spoke earnestly. I shall take my leave. If you choose not to take this money, then you may as well discard it. Emotionyun released his hold on Bill's shoulders and walked towards the city. Goodbye, Brother Tianyun. You must remember to come back and see me. I will always cherish your kindness, and I will not disappoint your expectations. I will surely become a man of great stature, Bill exclaimed. Gripping the star coin card tightly, calling out to Emotionyun's departing figure, Emotionyun paused for a moment, but did not look back, quickening his pace to distance himself. When Bill next heard news of Emotionyun, he had already gained renown across every planet in the Empire. Brother Tion, that lad has entered the city, someone reported. What? He has entered the city. This is troublesome. What shall we do, Brother Tion? Keep an eye on him. I refuse to believe he will remain within the city for his entire life. Emotionyun found a hotel in the city to stay at. Soon, the Spirit of Miracles appeared. If you wish to learn about mecha knowledge and martial combat techniques, you can do so in the simulation space. It possesses extraordinary effects, the Spirit of Miracles suggested. How do I access the simulation space? Emotionyun inquired. You must connect your mental energy to the core of miracles to enter the simulation space. You can also use your mental energy to view blueprints and formulas, among other things, the Spirit of Miracles explained. However, ensure you connect to the core in a safe state. Otherwise, your body will be powerless to resist. The Spirit of Miracles cautioned. Unless your mental energy reaches the next level, Spirit C, the Spirit of Miracles added. Emotionyun concentrated his mental energy and gradually connected with the core of miracles. Where is this? Emotionyun felt as though he had entered an unfamiliar realm. Countless intricate patterns surrounded him, layered upon one another, flowing gently. The space exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it had existed in this world for eons. 6 doors stood before him, 5 large doors in front, and a grander door behind. The 5 doors represented battle mechas, genetic evolution martial arts, warfare weaponry, life technology, and the simulation space. The one on the right is the simulation door. Enter it to learn how to use it. The Spirit of Miracles appeared beside Tianyun in a dreamlike form. What about that enormous door at the back? Emotionyun asked, gazing at the massive door. I cannot enter there either. I do not know what lies within. Perhaps one day you may be able to open it, the Spirit of Miracles said, also gazing longingly at the door. Chapter 10. The Power of Mecha Sister Spirit of Miracles. You cannot enter? Emotionyun asked in disbelief. No. The Spirit of Miracles replied without further elaboration. Then I shall enter the simulation space, Emotionyun declared, approaching the door on the far right and gently pushing it open. Inside was a dark vortex of space. Step inside, the Spirit of Miracles urged. Emotionyun, accompanied by the Spirit of Miracles, entered the vortex of space. This is the simulation space. Here, you can simulate everything in the universe. As long as your mental energy is sufficiently powerful, you could even simulate an entire universe. However, this is merely theoretical, as no one's mental energy is that formidable. The Spirit of Miracles began to explain the simulation space. Look here, the Spirit of Miracles waved their hand, and a towering mecha, over 100 meters tall, appeared before them. The Thousand Swords Mecha? Emotionyun approached, eager to touch the powerful and magnificent mecha he had longed for. Yet his hand passed through it, unable to make contact. Your mental energy is insufficient to simulate an epic mecha, hence you cannot touch this one. Watch closely. The battle scene of the mecha is about to unfold. The Spirit of Miracles slowly entered the cockpit of the mecha. Thousand Swords Mecha. Activate. The Spirit of Miracles connected their mental energy to the core of the Thousand Swords Mecha. The energy patterns of the mecha's core illuminated brightly. Subsequently, all energy patterns of the Thousand Swords Mecha interconnected. The colossal mecha gradually ascended into the air. The Spirit of Miracles piloted the mecha, soaring freely within this space. Suddenly, a gigantic insect appeared in the distance, towering 10 times larger than the Thousand Swords Mecha. Given that the Thousand Swords Mecha stood at 100 meters tall, one could only imagine the size of this insect. Its thick exoskeleton glimmered ominously. Adorned with a pair of wings on its back, it possessed 8 legs, each larger than the Thousand Swords Mecha, each gleaming with a menacing sharpness. Countless dark red eyes dotted its head, and upon closer inspection, each eye was composed of innumerable facets. If Emotionyun had a phobia of clusters, he would undoubtedly be terrified beyond measure. Atop the insect's head were two formidable horns, between which flickered green, electric-like energy, likely its weapon for long-range attacks. This creature was a member of the insectoid race. It was Mo Tianyun's first encounter with them, and it was nothing like he had imagined. The sheer size was beyond his comprehension. However, the next scene profoundly shocked Mo Tianyun. The Thousand Swords mecha did not shy away. Instead, it accelerated forward. Great swords of alloy materialized from the void surrounding the Thousand Swords mecha, coalescing above it to form an enormous alloy sword. At that moment, the Thousand Swords mecha raised its arms high, firmly grasping the colossal alloy sword. Divine Domain Thousand Sword Slash. The Spirit of Miracles unleashed a martial technique using the Thousand Swords mecha. As the technique was executed, radiant, colorful illusions of star rivers appeared around the Thousand Swords mecha, continuously shifting and forming an extraordinarily intricate domain of stars. This starry domain enveloped the massive insect as well. A blinding beam of sword light illuminated the entire space. The gigantic insect was reduced to countless remnants in the wake of the sword light and subsequently vanished into the void. The Spirit of Miracles piloted the Thousand Swords mecha back before Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun stared intently at the Thousand Swords mecha die in that moment. He felt as though his soul and heart were simultaneously crying out, "I must quickly create the Thousand Swords mecha. I must!" The Thousand Swords mecha transformed into a cascade of starlight as the Spirit of Miracles gracefully appeared. This is the scene of mecha combat. The Spirit of Miracles informed Mo Tianyun. The simulation space allows for the practice of combat techniques and the construction of mechas. Although it is virtual, it mirrors reality perfectly. The Spirit of Miracles continued, especially in mecha construction, the simulation space permits countless attempts until you achieve perfection. Thus, the mechas built in reality can attain the highest combat enhancement multiplier of this mecha, resulting in a flawless mecha. Moreover, it conserves countless practice materials. When it comes to constructing a mecha, practice is indispensable. Unless it is a low-level mecha, the Spirit of Miracles patiently explained to Mo Tianyun. After hearing this, Mo Tianyun understood the immense assistance the simulation space would provide him. Constructing a mecha is exceedingly costly. If one fails, some materials become wasted. With the simulation space, he could save a considerable amount of money. Additionally, some rare materials are often only sufficient for a single use. If a failure occurs, the mecha becomes useless. This was not merely a matter of saving money. Furthermore, the Spirit of Miracles' voice rang out again. "I have set up 10 trial challenges. If you overcome the third challenge, you will unlock advanced mechas behind the epic ones, as well as other blueprints and formulas of the same tier. At that point, you will be able to exchange them for points." "What is in the trial challenges?" Mo Tianyun asked. "Did you not witness it just now?" The Spirit of Miracles replied with a gentle smile. Mo Tianyun's heart raced. "Sister Spirit of Miracles, you are so beautiful." He thought back to the moment he first saw the Spirit of Miracles. "Oh, am I truly beautiful, dear brother?" The Spirit of Miracles asked playfully. "Indeed, Sister Spirit of Miracles is the most beautiful." Mo Tianyun gradually lost his composure. "Then you must gather plenty of insectoid crystal cores for me." The Spirit of Miracles said, "Yes, I will do my utmost." Mo Tianyun nodded fervently. "Then hurry and learn the knowledge of mecha crafting." The Spirit of Miracles suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Thus, Mo Tianyun gradually began to learn all the knowledge related to the mecha master profession in the simulation space, while also practicing piloting ordinary mechas to slay common insectoids. A month later, Mo Tianyun had attained an intermediate level in all aspects of mecha mastery. Furthermore, he could unleash martial techniques such as the Star Moon Sword technique while piloting a mecha. Common insectoids were no longer a match for him. The blueprint design for the mecha had reached a perfect level for ordinary mechas. If perfected, this mecha's maximum combat enhancement multiplier would reach an astonishing tenfold. "This is my inaugural design, so it shall bear my name. The Tianyun mecha." Mo Tianyun murmured to himself while holding a blueprint. "In a month, I will turn 16. It is time to make adequate preparations. Soon, Mo Tianyun will come of age, as the Empire's legal age is 16. By then, he will be eligible to partake in all professional assessments. Currently, he must procure materials for constructing a standard combat mecha, as well as biological resources for crafting gene evolution potions. Indeed, Mo Tianyun exchanged 1 point, his soul point, for a basic gene evolution potion formula. With this formula, he need not acquire the knowledge of an apothecary. Possessing the materials would suffice for potion creation. Apothecaries are professionals who gather biological materials, analyze their properties, and study gene evolution formulas. This profession holds equal stature to that of a mecha manufacturer, both capable of attaining the highest professional rank. I seek to ascend the gift leaderboard. I humbly request your generous support. Thank you. Esteemed benefactors. Chapter 11. Gene Evolution Potion Formula. The potion crafted from the basic gene evolution formula that Motion redeemed is vastly superior to those available on the market. Moreover, it possesses negligible side effects. A standard basic gene evolution potion can enhance strength by 300 kg, priced at 100,000 star coins per vial, with significant restrictions, such as a limit on usage frequency and diminishing effects with repeated consumption. In contrast, the potion derived from Motion's formula can augment strength by an impressive 1 ton, and most remarkably, it is free of side effects. It can be consumed continuously until strength reaches 100 tons, marking the pinnacle for late-stage basic martial artists. To further enhance strength beyond this threshold, one must resort to intermediate gene evolution potions. However, to utilize an intermediate potion, one's mental acuity must reach the perception level, enabling one to withstand the power of gene evolution. Thus, typical basic martial artists lack the mental acuity required for perception. Motion had comprehended his martial heart, which facilitated his breakthrough. Although this potion can be taken indefinitely, it must be consumed gradually, allowing the body to acclimatize to the current strength, or one must possess sufficient mental acuity to continue usage. If strength has not reached 100 tons, meaning the limit for late-stage basic martial artists has not been attained, consuming an intermediate gene evolution potion could result in genetic collapse and death. Nevertheless, some genetically robust individuals or creatures may survive, transforming into aberrant beasts. The golden wolf beast and its leader that Motion encountered in the Mecha graveyard likely became aberrant beasts due to consuming failed gene evolution potions. Upon exiting the inn, Motion was met with curious glances from the staff, for he had not ventured outside in a month, making this his first outing. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, he inhaled the fresh air outside and stretched leisurely, feeling utterly at ease. The air in the city is indeed far more refreshing than that of the impoverished village. The population density in the city is significantly lower than in the village. Complemented by advanced air purification systems, one cannot help but marvel at the quality of life in the city. The winter sun is also remarkably warm. With just a month left in this winter, spring is on the horizon. However, before the arrival of the gentle spring, the last month of winter typically brings an exceptionally harsh snowstorm. Surviving this tempest will usher in spring. Failing to do so may lead to becoming mere nourishment for others' growth. Motion had acquired a considerable amount of star coins, as well as a spatial wristband, from the black-clad shopkeeper who had attempted to assassinate him that fateful night. Within the wristband lay the damaged core of a combat mecha from their transaction, alongside a plethora of mecha materials. Motion's current mecha manufacturing skills enable him to repair this damaged core. With some additional materials, he could commence the manufacturing of a mecha. While standard combat mecha materials are costly, they are relatively easy to locate in the vast mecha materials market. The primary purpose of Motion's outing is to find a rare material known as deep-sea fire crystal, a crystalline substance formed only at the depths of volcanic oceanic vents. This material can only exist under extreme high temperature and high pressure conditions. Motion requires this material to create energy conduits for the mecha core, as only it can withstand the energy output pressure of a standard combat mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 10. He must then inscribe the core's mental connection patterns with his mental energy to upgrade it. Only an upgraded core can elevate the mecha's maximum combat enhancement multiplier to its optimal level. As expected, Motion scoured the entirety of the mecha materials market, yet he could not procure any deep-sea fire crystals, only acquiring all standard combat mecha materials. Most vendors had never even heard of the deep-sea fire crystal. A small fraction were aware of its existence. Some lacked the means to acquire such rare materials, while others found it too expensive to sell. In summary, Motion's endeavor to manufacture a mecha hinges on obtaining this elusive deep-sea fire crystal. Just as he began to despair, the voice of the spirit of miracles resonated in his mind. Motion, I have located the deep-sea fire crystal. Really? Where? Motion exclaimed with joy. The location is, following the directions provided by the spirit. Motion swiftly arrived at a concealed shop. The entrance bore no decorations, and the ground was remarkably clean, likely owing to the lack of patrons. Curiously, the shop lacked any adornment, appearing to be an ordinary room, with no visibility into the interior from the outside. Since he had arrived, Emotionyun felt compelled to investigate further. He knocked on the door. "Come in," rasped an elderly voice. Without hesitation, Emotionyun pushed the door open. Inside awaited a venerable old man with snow-white hair. "You must be aware of the rules here." "Now that you have arrived," the old man stated, leaving Emotionyun somewhat bewildered. "What rules?" he replied, bracing himself. You come here and do not even know the rules." The old man's expression soured. "Ah, esteemed elder, please do not take offense. I have come solely for the deep-sea fire crystal," Emotionyun quickly clarified. "Strange. You know I have rare materials, yet you remain ignorant of the rules." The old man pondered, his curiosity piqued. "You seek rare materials? So you must be a mecha manufacturer, correct?" he inquired. "I suppose so." Emotionyun offered a vague response. "What do you mean, suppose? Are you or are you not?" The old man grew impatient. "Yes, I am a mecha manufacturer." Emotionyun realized his earlier misstep. "Very well, given your youth, you hardly seem like a mecha manufacturer. Since you have the courage to come here, I shall grant you an opportunity." The old man regarded Emotionyun thoughtfully. "You must design a mecha blueprint with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 5 within this day. Should you succeed, I will provide you with the rare material you seek." The elder understood that creating a combat mecha blueprint in a single day was no small feat, especially one with a maximum enhancement multiplier of 5. This was, without a doubt, a formidable challenge, particularly for someone of such youthful age, as even the previous year's champion of the Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference had fallen short. The elder was well aware of the capabilities of mecha manufacturers at this age, having presided over last year's conference. Chapter 12. The Mecha Dreams of Youth Blueprint for a Standard Combat Mecha with a Maximum Enhancement Multiplier of 5? Emotionyun reiterated the old man's words. "Ha, do you find it too difficult? Just give up." The old man laughed heartily. "In the past few decades, fewer than 20 individuals have passed my test. IT is not too difficult. It is too simple." Emotionyun chuckled in response. Over the past month, he had thoroughly absorbed the tome, Comprehensive Guide to Advanced Mecha Manufacturing. Through continuous design and manufacturing simulations, he had amassed a wealth of knowledge surpassing that of an ordinary mecha manufacturer over a lifetime. Presently, Emotionyun was capable of designing extraordinary mecha blueprints, let alone a standard one. Thus, creating a standard blueprint was merely child's play for him. He retrieved a blank sheet of paper from his spatial wristband. This was no ordinary paper. It was crystal paper, a sophisticated medium capable of being inscribed with mental energy. The images on this paper could be projected in holographic form, allowing Emotionyun to design three-dimensional mechas. The book he had purchased from the high-end bookstore in Han City was also no ordinary tome. It was a holographic image recording book. The steep price of such books was not solely due to the advanced knowledge contained within, but also because they recorded numerous holographic images. The moment an individual devoted to learning opens a book, it is as if a true teacher stands beside them, imparting knowledge in a one-on-one manner. This phenomenon also elucidates why Emotionyun was able to master advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge within a mere month. Upon establishing a mental connection with the crystal paper, Emotionyun commenced the design process utilizing his mental prowess. Simple? "Oh, little child, do not boast. I have spent decades crafting mecha design blueprints. Even I would require half a day to conceive a blueprint for an ordinary combat mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 5. The elderly gentleman, witnessing Emotionyun's ease, could not help but chuckle. "Just watch closely, old man," Emotionyun replied confidently. He then focused intently on the crystal paper, commencing his design. First, he designed the core structure. Upon seeing the nascent form of the core materialize on the crystal paper, the elder nodded slightly. The core structure is the most challenging aspect. Once this step is completed, the design of the entire mecha is within reach. However, to enhance the mecha's maximum combat multiplier, the overall design of the mecha must be considered. The elder murmured. After a moment, he scrutinized Emotionyun's blueprint. This. His initial observations were innocuous, but upon closer inspection, he was astounded. How long has it been? He had merely distracted himself with a few words. This young man. He has left me, an old man, utterly astonished. Do I still have a place in this world? Just look at this speed. After dedicating most of my life to mecha design,
I find myself outpaced by this lad. It seems my decades of life have been squandered. Emotianyun's brisk pace in designing the mecha core left the elder in a state of shock. With the core completed, the next step was the mecha components. That's it, I've completed it, Emotianyun remarked nonchalantly. Completed? Just like that? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. In truth, Emotianyun's rapid completion of the core design stemmed from the fact that he had already devised this mecha blueprint long ago. He had even memorized it thoroughly while repeatedly constructing mechas within the simulation space. After a while, he declared, "All right, esteemed elder, my blueprint design is complete." Emotianyun rubbed his head, feeling mentally fatigued from the design process. At that moment, the elder, still reeling from the shock of Emotianyun's swift design, remained motionless. Noticing the elder's daze, Emotianyun gently patted his shoulder. "Elder, the blueprint is ready." Oh, well, the elder nodded incessantly. Let me see. Trembling, he took the blueprint from Emotianyun's hands. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he then exclaimed, good. The maximum combat enhancement multiplier for this ordinary combat mecha design is at least 6 times. Should the manufacturing be flawless, it might even reach an astounding 8 times. The elder marveled at the blueprint for quite some time. This old man possesses exceptional insight. He immediately recognized that the highest combat enhancement multiplier for my ordinary combat mecha blueprint is indeed 8 times. Emotianyun mused internally. You have passed my test. You are aware of the rules here. The blueprint belongs to me, while you may take the materials for free. However, given the high value of this blueprint, I shall provide an additional material. The elder nodded at Emotianyun. I would like deep-sea fire crystals. Emotianyun responded gleefully. His first mecha was about to be born. As for the second material, Emotianyun pondered, suddenly struck by an idea. I also require a core from the Earth's center. The thought of the materials for the Thousand Swords mecha crossed his mind, the most precious material being the core from the Earth's center. What? The elder's eyes widened in shock once more. You want a core from the Earth's center? Surely you jest. The sum of all that I possess does not equate to even one such core. Is that so? Emotianyun replied, somewhat disheartened. The core from the Earth's center is indeed the rarest material for crafting an epic mecha, and Emotianyun was well aware that it would not be found here. Nonetheless, he asked, just in case is there none at all? This is mere folly. This item is available only within the Imperial Army. It is non-existent elsewhere. The core from the Earth's center is only useful for crafting epic mechas. What would you want with such a thing? The elder questioned, puzzled. I intend to manufacture epic mechas in the future. I am simply gathering materials for now, Emotianyun explained. Hearing this, the elder fell into deep contemplation. In his youth, had he not been as ambitious as Emotianyun? The pursuit of the epic mecha had been his lifelong dream. Yet, after squandering much of his life, he had failed to become a master mecha craftsman or design an epic mecha blueprint. You, young man, possess great ambition? In my youth, I too aspired to create epic mechas, yet here I am, with hair turned white, still unable to produce an epic mecha blueprint. The elder lamented, enough of this. Choose something I can provide without scaring me further, he added with a wry smile. From the elder, Emotianyun learned that the core from the Earth Center could be obtained within the Imperial Army, which was a significant revelation. Then I shall request a spatial orb. The spatial orb is a piece of technological marvel that can house mechas, boasting ample space for their accommodation. The higher the grade of the spatial orb, the larger the capacity. This is acceptable. It is not overly valuable, the elder remarked, retrieving a spatial orb. This spatial orb can accommodate even extraordinary mechas. Consider it a gift, esteemed elder. These 2 items are far too precious. If there is anything else I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Emotianyun felt that the value of his blueprint paled in comparison to the gifts from the elder. Nonsense. Since you have completed my test, it is customary for me to present you with these items. Do not concern yourself with it. In fact, encountering a young person of such talent and being able to assist you brings me great joy. Worry not. You cannot assist me at this moment. Now, off you go. The elder waved his hand. As Emotianyun received the 2 items, he was about to express his gratitude when the elder hastily ushered him out. The elder gently closed the door, reclined in his chair, and began to reflect on the encounter, exclaiming, "What a talented young man! I hope he can realize his mecha dreams." Chapter 13. without an Imperial identity card. You cannot enter. Epic mechas? Emotanyan pondered the Elder's words. In that case, these should be of some assistance to the esteemed Elder. Emotanyan took out some ordinary drafting paper from his spatial wristband, quietly placing it before the Elder's door, and then used a pebble from a nearby flower pot to weigh it down. With all the materials gathered, he was ready to manufacture the Tinyan mecha. I can hardly wait to pilot the mecha and engage in battle. Emotanyan departed from the Elder's abode, his excitement bubbling over. The next step was to create the mecha. To do so, he knew he could not return to the inn for the manufacturing process. The inn lacked the necessary space, and even if the mecha were completed, the building materials would likely not withstand the pressure exerted by the mecha. Furthermore, crafting a mecha requires numerous tools, and assembling it necessitates a large mechanical workstation, which can only be found in a large mechanical manufacturing factory or a combat mecha manufacturing center. Emotanyan silently contemplated the logistics of mecha manufacturing. Access to large mechanical manufacturing factories is typically restricted, as they primarily produce domestic mechas and various transport vehicles. Thus, he had no choice but to head to the combat mecha manufacturing center. Emotanyan arrived at the suspended platform and boarded the Ring City train. In about half a minute, he traversed the entire Eastern District, arriving at the center of Han City. The Central District is far more prosperous than the Eastern District, serving as the political and economic hub of Han City. Despite the winter chill outside, the Central District was devoid of any cold. Not a single snowflake fell from the sky. Instead, it felt pleasantly warm, akin to spring, due to the altered weather system. At the pinnacle of the tallest skyscraper resides a city temperature controller, regulating the surrounding climate and maintaining a constant temperature in the Central District. This skyscraper is known as the Han Tower, surrounded by 4 slightly shorter buildings. Standing at the front entrance of Han Tower, to the left lies the Combat Mecha Manufacturing Center, and to the right, the Vocational Center. Directly ahead is the Genetic Evolution Warriors Center, while behind it is the Han Commercial Center. The entire Central District is organized around the Han Tower, creating a celestial arrangement of buildings. People from all walks of life bustle about, with intelligent service robots greeting passers-by and countless mechanical facilities contributing to the vibrancy of the Central District. Emotanyan made his way directly to the Combat Mecha Manufacturing Center. Along the way, aside from the mechanical greetings of the intelligent service robots as he passed, the faces of those around him were largely unfamiliar. In a short while, Emotanyan arrived at the Mecha Manufacturing Center. He observed that those entering and exiting were either adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of nobility, or impeccably dressed with a graceful demeanor. In stark contrast, Emotanyan's ordinary garb rendered him conspicuously out of place. However, he paid no heed to this disparity and strode purposefully towards the entrance, ready to step inside. "Hey, you there, stop, you cannot enter." Just as Emotanyan was about to cross the threshold, a voice, both stern and somewhat flippant, rang out. This voice pierced the ears of everyone present, including Emotanyan, instantly capturing the attention of all. Turning to look, he saw a security officer clad in mechanical combat gear, brandishing a long energy rifle. "Please present your Imperial Identity Card." The Imperial Identity Card serves as a credential for the citizens of the Empire, classified into various tiers. Typically, individuals can obtain a basic identity card at the age of 16 for a fee of 10,000 star coins. However, this card is the most rudimentary type, merely signifying one's status as a citizen of the Empire, thereby granting the right to enjoy various policies, such as applying to join the Imperial Army or pursuing various professions. The higher the tier of the identity card, the greater the privileges afforded within the Empire. Holders of advanced identity cards possess the authority to grant others a lower tier card, a privilege exclusive to those with advanced cards or higher. It is not a strict requirement to be 16 to obtain a card, as advanced cards can be authorized, allowing some fortunate individuals to possess them from birth. In truth, only those with advanced identity cards or above are the true citizens of the Empire, deserving of legal protection. Should they be harmed, the Empire would pursue justice relentlessly. "I don't have an identity card," Emotanyan shrugged in response. "Then I'm afraid you cannot enter." The security officer swiftly extended his hand to bar Emotanyan's passage. Secretly mocking him as the guardian of this place, his primary duty was to ensure safety, yet not just anyone could be admitted. Should an incident occur, it would be necessary to trace back to those possessing identity cards. Most importantly, He could not allow the sight of cardless commoners to offend the noble patrons. Having encountered many individuals, he could easily discern who possessed an identity card and who did not. Although this youth exhibited a certain charisma, his attire was far too ordinary to suggest any status. It was evident that someone without an identity card could hardly be considered to have any influential background. Why do those individuals not have to show their identity cards? Emotionyun glanced around at the comings and goings of others. Mind your own business. You cannot enter without one. The onlookers paid little attention to the unfolding scene. Some even stifling laughter, while others pointed and whispered. Emotionyun cast a deep glance at the security officer, realizing that he was being deliberately targeted. This made him feel somewhat anxious, yet there was little he could do. Causing a scene here would not be worth the consequences. It seemed that his understated attire was unsuitable for this particular environment. He mused. It appeared that he would need to devise an alternative means to manufacture mechas. With a growing sense of resignation, Emotionyun turned to leave, casting one last glance at the security officer. What a contemptible fellow! The officer remained impassive, his demeanor cold. Just then, a melodious voice rang out, capturing the attention of everyone present. Emotionyun, what brings you here? Following the sound, Emotionyun beheld a girl of similar age to himself. Upon closer inspection, she wore a lavish black dress, exquisite black high heels, and her delicate features were framed by long, flowing black hair, her striking figure leaving all in awe. You are Emotionyun paused. You are Veina. Recognition dawned upon him. She was the haughty girl he had encountered at the prestigious bookstore in Han City. The very champion of the previous year's Genius Mecha Manufacturing Conference. It seems you remember me. Veina replied with a gentle smile. Veina's father served as the vice president of the Han City Mecha Manufacturing Association, and she frequently visited to learn the art of mecha creation, making this place akin to her second home. Chapter 14. Veina's gratitude. Veina gracefully approached Emotionyun, her elegant demeanor drawing the gaze of all. Emotionyun glanced at Veina before averting his eyes. After all, he was accustomed to the enchanting presence of his ethereal sister, which had significantly heightened his resistance to beauty. Esteemed Miss Veina, greetings. The security officer clenched his fist near his chest. Bowing respectfully, Veina, standing beside Emotionyun, disregarded the officer's salute. You still haven't answered my question, she inquired with a playful smile. I came here to manufacture mechas. Oh? Veina's interest piqued upon hearing Emotionyun's intention. You going to create a mecha? May I observe your process? Perhaps I could glean some insights into the craft, she said with a charming smile. The security officer felt a chill run down his spine. Who was this young man that even Miss Veina wished to learn from him? Veina was renowned as the foremost genius mecha manufacturer in all of Han City. The officer sensed trouble brewing. This is beyond my control. I lack an imperial identity card, and this guard has blocked my entry, Emotionyun lamented, shaking his head. Upon hearing his words, Veina turned her gaze toward the security officer. Her eyes cold. I have been learning to create mechas here since childhood. Why would I be unaware of the need to present an identity card to enter? Well, the officer stammered, his confidence faltering. Observing the officer's flustered demeanor, Emotionyun understood that this prejudiced guard had been intentionally obstructive. You do realize the consequences of your actions, don't you? Veina pressed. Her tone the officer's face turned crimson. His words stumbling as his body quivered, caught in a difficult predicament. The onlookers murmured among themselves, witnessing the spectacle unfold. This guard has hit a wall. It seems this young man is not to be trifled with, especially since he is on good terms with the vice president's daughter. I noticed this youth possessed an extraordinary aura. I knew it. Just look at his sharp features and poised stature. He is clearly no ordinary individual. Initially, the crowd had mocked Emotionyun, but now they were praising him. This sudden shift was merely their attempt to curry favor with Veina. Although they had heard Veina express her desire to learn from Emotionyun, few genuinely cared about that. Their primary focus remained on Veina and her influential father. Veina's father was a distinguished advanced mecha manufacturer, holding a high status in Han City. What did it mean to be an advanced mecha manufacturer? It signified the ability to create extraordinary combat mechas, establishing connections with many exceptional mecha artisans. An ordinary mecha manufacturer was already a figure of admiration for many. How much more so for those of extraordinary caliber? An extraordinary mecha manufacturer could lay waste to an entire city, rendering them nearly invincible unless faced with an epic-grade mecha artisan. However, within Star, the number of epic-grade mecha artisans was likely no more than 3. Han City itself lacked any epic-grade mecha artisans. It was known that the largest military base on this planet housed one epic-grade mecha artisan who constantly oversaw the command center. This artisan's duty was to safeguard Star, an imperial settlement always prepared to repel invasions from the Zerg, foreign civilizations, cosmic marauders, and eliminate all threats to the planet's safety. Miss Veina, I was blind to your virtues. I sincerely apologize to your friend. The security officer bowed deeply to Tianyun. Young sir, may your magnanimity prevail, and I implore you to forgive my transgressions. Tianyun regarded the security officer, feeling no pity but rather finding him utterly ridiculous. Initially, he thought he would leave in humiliation, yet he had not anticipated Veina's appearance, nor her willingness to stand up for him. This struck him as quite curious. Previously, he had embarrassed Veina at the bookstore. Why, then, was she now defending him instead of seizing the opportunity to humiliate him in return? In truth, Tianyun's words had prompted Veina to reflect deeply on herself. Since winning the championship at the Genius Mecha Manufacturing Conference in Han City, Veina had begun to perceive her mecha manufacturing talent as unparalleled. Later, Tianyun's words filled her with profound shame. After a period of introspection, Veina set aside her inner pride and humbly devoted herself to the art of mecha manufacturing. To her surprise, her progress in this endeavor had been remarkable, astonishing even her father. Thus, Veina did not perceive Tianyun's remarks as an insult. Instead, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the Mecha Manufacturing Center, she encountered the very person she had been grateful to for the past few days. Seeing Tianyun brought her immense joy, albeit with a hint of nervousness. Observing that Tianyun had not accepted the apology from the security personnel, Veina spoke up. All right, you can go to the warehouse and take up the role of a guard. Upon hearing Veina's words, the security personnel turned pale. The position of a warehouse guard offered neither the same working environment nor the salary as their current role. Defeated, the security personnel left in a dejected manner. Veina still held the authority to reassign even a lowly security officer. A mere word to her father would suffice, as he would not concern himself with trivial matters. Tianyun, don't you wish to create a mecha? Come on in. Veina stepped into the small spatial teleportation device, and noticing that Tianyun had not followed, she waved him over. All right, he replied, observing the girl beckoning him with a smile. It seemed a waste of time to change locations now that they were here. Once Tianyun entered the teleportation device, Veina began manipulating the controls. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from their original spot. Welcome to the Mecha Manufacturing Center. This is Workbench No. 3. A mechanical voice resonated in Tianyun's ears. Here we are. This workbench is the finest, second only to the ones utilized by the chairman and my father. I usually experiment with mecha creation here. Veina said as she guided Tianyun to her preferred workbench. Chapter 15. The perfect mecha. Veina led Tianyun to the intelligent recognition door, where a faint beam of light illuminated her. Followed by a mechanical voice announcing, scan identification successful. Veina, you possess advanced user privileges. The door slowly opened, and Veina entered naturally, with Tianyun trailing behind, his eyes wandering around the mecha manufacturing workspace. Inside was a vast mecha manufacturing area filled with an array of large mechanical tools. What first caught Tianyun's attention was the enormous mechanical workbench at the center, towering nearly 20 times his height. Standing at 1.78 meters, this workbench must have been around 30 to 40 meters tall. Each level of this combat mecha manufacturing center was at least 50 meters high. This was indeed a combat mecha manufacturing center, where even ordinary mechas stood at least a dozen meters tall. Not to mention the more advanced models that could be crafted here. The entire building occupied an area exceeding 1 square kilometer, soaring 15 kilometers into the sky. Workbench number 3 was situated near the topmost floor. Otherwise, why would they have used a small spatial teleportation device to ascend? The cold mountain tower reached a height of 20 kilometers, and it was precisely due to this altitude that the temperature regulator on the top floor could manage the climate of the entire central district. This is the first time I see such a colossal mechanical workbench in reality, Tianyun thought to himself. This large mechanical workbench was essential for securing and assembling mechas. Without it, crafting combat mechas would be impossible. Beside the workbench was a control panel, used to operate the large mechanical workstation for mecha assembly. Next, Mo Tianyun's gaze shifted to the second largest mechanical tool within the workspace. This tool, spherical in shape, stood several meters tall. This must be the alloy forging furnace, he mused quietly. Then, he glanced towards a small room off to the side. Though it appeared modest in comparison to the vast workspace, to Mo Tianyun, it was immense. Although labeled a small room, it spanned over 100 square meters, with a height of 10 meters. This must be the Precision Mechanical Component Processing Station. This is the material processing and assembly platform, along with the large mechanical power system manufacturing station and an energy intensity tester. Remarkably, there's even a component manufacturing workstation. Mo Tianyun marveled at the abundance of tools available. He had not anticipated such a comprehensive array of equipment. Even a component manufacturing workstation was present. Seeking a large mechanical manufacturing plant might yield results, but the difficulty and time required would be significantly greater. Mo Tianyun began to feel grateful to Veina for bringing him here. She had mentioned that this workbench was the best available outside of those used by the chairman and her father. No wonder the tools were so complete. It seemed he owed Veina a substantial favor today. If the opportunity arose, he would guide her in return. These were all tools Mo Tianyun was witnessing for the first time in reality, though he had used most of them in simulated environments and was quite proficient with them. All right, this is the mecha manufacturing workstation. You may begin preparing to create a combat mecha, Veina said, her familiarity with the workstation evident. Thank you, Miss Veina. Mo Tianyun expressed his gratitude. Strangely, upon hearing him address her in such a formal manner, Veina felt a twinge of displeasure. Mo Tianyun, you can just call me Veina, she replied with a gentle smile, attempting to correct him. Very well, Miss Veina, he nodded. Humph. Veina frowned slightly, her annoyance apparent as she turned her head away. Mo Tianyun, perplexed by her reaction, chose to remain silent and began to quietly retrieve a series of blueprints crafted from crystal paper from his spatial wristband. The blueprints contained a wealth of mecha design information, featuring intricate mechanical drawings, text, numbers, and symbols densely packed together. Mo Tianyun, these blueprints are rather complex. My father's designs for ordinary combat mechas are nowhere near as intricate as yours, Veina exclaimed, completely unable to comprehend the complexity of the designs before her. Is that so? Mo Tianyun replied with a confident smile. His design for this ordinary combat mecha had achieved a perfect level of excellence, theoretically allowing for a maximum enhancement multiplier of 10 times its combat power. However, achieving this required every component to meet quality standards, each part to be crafted to perfection, and impeccable compatibility among all components. Such a mecha was referred to as a perfect mecha. The higher the grade of the mecha, the more challenging it became to create a perfect version, as attaining perfection for each component became increasingly improbable, not to mention ensuring compatibility among all parts, which was a monumental task. Nevertheless, creating a perfect mecha was feasible with sufficient financial resources and time, as mechas could have parts replaced until they reached perfection. This was the essence of a perfect mecha. Should Mo Tianyun successfully manufacture such a mecha, it would be a perfect ordinary combat mecha. Chapter 16. Remanufacturing the mecha core. Yes, that's correct. I can somewhat understand the ordinary mecha design blueprints my father created. However, yours are so intricately complex that I can't fathom their purpose, no matter how hard I try. Veina nodded, her expression one of exasperation. She hoped Mo Tianyun would notice her distressed demeanor and elucidate the reasoning behind the design of the blueprints. These are the blueprints for a perfect ordinary combat mecha. Mo Tianyun simply replied. Immediately, she resumed her preparations for the mecha manufacturing work. This simple remark caused the thoughts swirling in Veina's mind to dissipate like mist. Perfect grade? Wait, I feel as though I've encountered this concept before. Upon hearing Mo Tianyun's words, Veina seemed to recall something. No more pondering. I shall look it up directly. Veina abandoned her contemplation and hastily retrieved a small intelligent brain, eager to commence her search. Soon, a line of text appeared on the screen of the intelligent device. Perfect grade. The maximum combat enhancement multiplier of a mecha of a certain grade reaches the theoretically maximum combat enhancement multiplier for that grade of mecha. For instance, if the maximum theoretical combat enhancement multiplier for a standard battle mecha is 10, then a standard battle mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 10 is deemed a perfect grade standard battle mecha. This is astonishing. After reading this, Veina gazed, wide-eyed, at the mecha manufacturing blueprint in her hands. Is this truly the perfect grade mecha her father spoke of? Veina remembered that the term perfect grade was mentioned by her father. This is a mecha manufacturing blueprint that even her father found challenging to design. Glancing again at Emotianyun, she felt that he shone even brighter in her eyes. Is this what it means to be an all-round genius? It seems I still have a long way to go in comparison, Veina murmured softly as she watched Mo Tianyun's silhouette. Miss Veina, please hand me the blueprint, by this time. Mo Tianyun had completed the preparation work for sorting materials and was ready to commence the mecha manufacturing process. Oh, okay. Veina ceased her musings and promptly returned the blueprint to Mo Tianyun. This guy insists on not calling me Miss Veina any longer, she thought to herself, grumbling internally. The first step involves crafting the core of the mecha, which is the most challenging part. If it fails, the subsequent series of manufacturing processes will be rendered impossible. Mo Tianyun examined the blueprint for the core structure of the mecha. This blueprint could be considered the essence of the entire mecha manufacturing blueprint. Armed with the blueprint, along with the damaged core of a standard battle mecha, some pattern powder, cyan chrome iron, and various other ordinary materials, Mo Tianyun proceeded to the precision mechanical component processing station. He projected the core structure blueprint into the air, forming a three-dimensional representation of the mecha core. Then, he placed the blueprint on a fixture to allow the projection to hover in mid-air. Mo Tianyun, via a conveyor belt, sent the cyan chrome iron and a selection of rare metals, along with a substantial amount of ordinary metals, into the alloy forging furnace. Subsequently, he set up the core model on the main control console, inputting various parameters and confirming that all values were accurate before pressing the switch to activate the alloy forging furnace for the manufacturing of the mecha core framework. The temperature inside the alloy forging furnace surged to 5,000 degrees instantaneously, causing the cyan chrome iron to melt into liquid form, while the other materials were controlled at their respective temperatures. Once all the metals had melted into liquid form, the high-temperature resistant mechanical arms within the furnace began to blend the various metallic liquids together. Following this, they commenced high-speed rotation, perfectly amalgamating the metals. Mo Tianyun remained vigilant, monitoring the conditions within the alloy forging furnace. The metallic liquid solidified into high-temperature alloy. Intelligent beams scanned for impurities within the alloy. The mechanical arms began to forge the alloy at high speed repeatedly, with countless sparks flying within the furnace as the alloy gradually took shape. Finally, the alloy underwent another round of quenching, eliminating all impurities and achieving perfect strength. The massive alloy was then reheated, while mechanical arms equipped with various forging tools shaped it into the basic structure of the mecha core. The completed framework was subsequently transported out, and Mo Tianyun replaced the damaged core framework of the standard battle mecha with this new one, accomplishing the upgrade and repair of the core framework. Next, he extracted all the damaged components, erased the spiritual connection patterns, and finally removed the energy conduit from the core. The next step involved etching the spiritual connection patterns. This phase was the most time-consuming and challenging process. Mo Tianyun retrieved a transparent box containing the pattern powder. He took up the etching tool, filled it with pattern powder, and began the etching process on the core. At this moment, he released his spiritual energy, allowing it to permeate the pattern powder, meticulously following the blueprint's spiritual connection pattern design to etch the spiritual connection pattern step by step. Only patterns etched with spiritual energy could be connected by individuals after the etching was completed. Although machine-etched spiritual patterns were far more exquisite and smooth than those crafted by human hands, such patterns could not facilitate spiritual connections, as machines lack spiritual energy. Only living beings possess it. Thus, mecha manufactured with machine-etched spiritual patterns could never be driven. As time flowed steadily, the sky outside darkened, plunging the city into the night. Mo Tianyun remained wholly absorbed, painstakingly etching the spiritual connection patterns according to the core structure blueprint. Veina observed intently through a holographic projection, learning the method of etching spiritual connection patterns from Mo Tianyun. Neither of them dared to let their concentration waver, fearful of making a mistake. After what felt like an eternity, Mo Tianyun finally succeeded in etching the last spiritual connection pattern. All the patterns formed a closed loop, and he infused his spiritual energy into the connections, causing the entire core's spiritual connection patterns to emit a faint azure glow. Yes, upon conducting a final check on the spiritual connection patterns, Mo Tianyun confirmed that all connections were successful, indicating that this most challenging step had been completed. The subsequent mecha manufacturing would now be significantly simplified. Motianyun exhaled in relief, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Motianyun, have you completed the etching of the spiritual connection patterns? Veina, already aware of his accomplishment, could not help but seek confirmation. Yes, it's done, and quite well, I must say, Motianyun replied with a genuine smile. Addressing Veina's inquiry, and so it is complete. It has only taken about 8 hours, quite swift, indeed. This pertains to the spiritual connection patterns of a perfect mecha. Veina exclaimed in awe. I can hardly connect the spiritual patterns within a standard battle mecha of decent quality. You are truly remarkable. It's nothing extraordinary. With sufficient practice, one can achieve such speed, Motianyun remarked, having practiced etching the spiritual connection patterns for the mecha within the simulation space countless times. His fastest achievement was accomplished in 5 hours. Today, spending 8 hours etching the patterns was a cautious pace for him in the real world. This mecha represented the culmination of Motianyun's repeated manufacturing and refinement within the simulation space, guided continuously by the spirit of miracles, enabling him to design this perfect-grade standard battle mecha. Over the past month, he had devoted the most time to practicing this particular mecha, simultaneously simulating the entire manufacturing process while honing his combat skills and piloting it. Although he had yet to fully complete the mecha, he had already engaged in countless battles while piloting it. While it may seem illogical, everything made sense within the simulation space. With the spiritual pattern successfully re-etched, it was now time to focus on the energy conduits. Motianyun stretched his body, adjusting his mental state, and prepared to proceed with the next step in upgrading the core of the standard battle mecha. He cast his gaze upon the deep-sea fire crystal that had been set aside for quite some time. This deep-sea fire crystal was quite large, roughly the height of a person, and exhibited a dark red crystalline appearance. The deep-sea fire crystal was born at the depths of the ocean near a volcanic vent, possessing a hardness comparable to the freshly forged alloy. This material could withstand immense energy shocks, and its excellent energy conductivity made it an ideal choice for crafting energy conduits. Motianyun placed the deep-sea fire crystal into a super laser cutter for processing. After cutting, the deep-sea fire crystal was transformed into slender, dark red conduits. Motianyun controlled the mechanical arms from the console, installing the deep-sea fire crystal conduits into the core of the standard battle mecha. With this, the core upgrade was complete. However, the core was still unfinished, as several damaged components remained to be manufactured. Motianyun needed to head to the materials processing assembly platform to create these components from ordinary materials. He then returned to the materials processing assembly platform, placing various pre-prepared materials into the machine and processing each component according to the design specifications outlined in the blueprint. Afterward, he installed all the components into the mecha core, thus completing the core's construction. From his spatial wristband, Motianyun retrieved a cockpit he had prepared in advance, installing it into the core. The cockpits of standard battle mechas were uniform, with distinctions only found in the cockpits of advanced mechas. And thus, it is complete. Motianyun could not contain his joy as he gazed upon the newly upgraded mecha core. Chapter 17. The astonished Veina's father. After Motianyun completed the mecha core, he quietly admired his work. The core of the mech is a sphere with a diameter of approximately 3 meters, adorned with numerous intricate energy patterns, each emanating a deep crimson hue reminiscent of the color of deep-sea fire crystals. Within, it houses an even more complex network of blue psychic connection lines and the cockpit. When Motianyun pilots this mech, he first enters the cockpit and subsequently establishes a psychic link with the connection lines, allowing the mech to feel as though it is an extension of his own body. Every movement of the mech, whether in action or stillness, is executed in a mere thought. However, the speed of response and power of the mech are dictated by the physical attributes of the pilot. The stronger the pilot's psychic energy, the quicker they perceive changes in their surroundings, leading to swifter neural responses and, correspondingly, faster mech reactions. The greater the pilot's strength, the more formidable the mech becomes under maximum power amplification. Nevertheless, these capabilities are also limited by the tier of the combat mech itself. For instance, a pilot with perception-level psychic abilities operating both a standard mech and a transcendent mech experiences identical reaction speeds. Yet the power differs. Conversely, a pilot with spiritual sea-level psychic abilities will notice a disparity in reaction speeds, with the transcendent mech exhibiting superior swiftness and strength. The aforementioned illustrates the variance in reaction times when different individuals with varying levels of psychic energy pilot mechs of differing ranks. Now, let us consider the evolution of genetic warriors at varying levels piloting mechs of different tiers. A novice warrior with a strength of 10 tons piloting a standard mech with a maximum power amplification factor of 5 versus a transcendent mech with a maximum amplification factor of 50. The strength of the standard mech would be 50 tons, while that of the transcendent mech would reach 500 tons. A mid-tier warrior with a strength of 1,000 tons piloting both a standard mech and a transcendent mech would find the former strength unchanged, as the standard mech cannot enhance the mid-tier warrior's power, whereas the transcendent mech would amplify it to 50 tons. Thus, the disparity in capabilities among mechs of varying ranks is evident. Naturally, the inherent mass of the mech, converted into force during combat, is accounted for separately. A combat mech pilot embodies both the warrior's strength and the mech's attributes. Thus, even an individual of feeble strength can transform into a formidable combat mech pilot, provided their psychic energy is sufficient to operate a battle mech. The first mech crafted by Mo Tianyun, named Tinyan Mech, can only be utilized until he attains mid-tier warrior status, although that is a concern for the future, as he is not yet even a novice. The complexity of the mech's core rivals that of the transcendent mechs. Veina, come and observe this ordinary battle mech core just completed by Mo Tianyun. Haha, Miss Veina, you flatter me. It pales in comparison to the transcendent ones, Mo Tianyun humbly responds. No, your ordinary battle mech core is nearly equivalent in complexity to that of a transcendent mech with a power amplification factor between 10 and 20. Veina replies, smiling and shaking her head, recalling many transcendent mechs she has seen that exhibit a similar level of complexity, all with power amplification factors in the range of 12 to 20. Mo Tianyun does not respond to Veina's remarks but instead ponders something quietly. Noticing his demeanor, Veina discreetly steps away from him, choosing not to disturb his mech construction any further. It is now time to forge the mech's outer armor. Mo Tianyun operates a large transport mechanical arm to convey heaps of rare metals into the alloy forging furnace via a conveyor belt. The metals used for the mech's outer armor are the hardest available, and when crafted according to Mo Tianyun's alloy forging formula, the resulting armor is incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding impacts of up to 10,000 tons. The alloy forging furnace repeats the previous forging sequence, rapidly producing the outer armor components: 1 headpiece, 1 torso piece, 2 arm pieces, and 2 leg pieces. Next comes the production of the mech's component cores. Since the mech core resides within the torso, there is no need to create that part, leaving the task of crafting 5 component cores. While the creation of these component cores is not particularly complicated, producing 5 of them will consume considerable time. Mo Tianyun shakes his head, dismissing further thoughts. The process of crafting the component cores is akin to that of the main core. However, the main core serves as the central nervous system of the mech, orchestrating all parts and systems, making its difficulty self-evident. The component cores, on the other hand, merely receive commands from the main core's psychic connection lines to activate the various components. Mo Tianyun begins with the core for the headpiece, constructing the basic structural framework in the alloy forging furnace, then etching the psychic connection lines on a precision mechanical component processing platform, before finally assembling the various parts manufactured at the materials processing assembly station. The component cores do not require the installation of a cockpit. Once assembled, the headpiece component core is complete. He subsequently completes the cores for the arms and legs, a task that, while seemingly straightforward, occupies several hours of his time. During this period, Veina briefly leaves the mech manufacturing workstation, which Mo Tianyun does not notice. Xiao Na, why have you spent the entire day at the mech manufacturing workstation? A tall, handsome, middle-aged man gazes at Veina with affectionate eyes, inquiring. This tall and handsome figure is none other than Veina's father. Veina's beauty and statuesque figure are clear inheritances from him. Upon seeing her father, Veina contemplates and ultimately decides to share her experiences with Mo Tianyun. Father, I have a friend who is currently constructing a mech at the workstation. Oh, a friend. Veina's father responds with a knowing smile. This is the first time I have heard you mention a friend. Is this person a male or a female? He begins to probe, curious about his daughter's social circle, given her sheltered upbringing as a pampered young lady. Oh, what does it matter whether it's a boy or a girl? Veina stammers, caught off guard by her father's questions. Let me explain, father. Once Veina regains her composure, she recounts everything about Mo Tianyun, from their first encounter to his current mech construction endeavors. No wonder you've matured so much these past few days. It seems you've faced some challenges, her father observes, however. If this lad dares to embarrass my daughter, I shall have a word with him. Upon hearing about the bookstore incident, Veina's father becomes slightly agitated. The perfect grade mech blueprint. His demeanor shifts to seriousness upon learning from Veina that Motianyun has successfully designed a perfect grade ordinary battle mech blueprint. Oh, he has already completed the core's construction. Veina's father begins to sense the gravity of the situation. He has nearly finished all 5 component cores. This implies that the perfect grade ordinary battle mech is on the verge of being born. Gradually, Veina's father is taken aback by the revelation. Yes, father, would you like to see it? It might be completed shortly, Veina teases, observing her father's excitement. A perfect mech. It has been many years since I last laid eyes on one. I must see what sort of genius this Motianyun is, capable of designing a perfect mech. With that, Veina's father accompanies her to workstation number 3, chapter 18. The birth of the first mech inside workstation number 3. Motianyun exhales deeply. At last, I have completed the 5 component cores. He surveys the newly crafted cores, preparing for the next phase of mech construction. This area is designated for the manufacturing of the mech's power system, which, when supplied with energy, will enable the mech to engage in combat. The more robust the power system, the swifter the mech's movements. Increased speed translates to greater force exerted during maneuvers. Moreover, the power system allows the mech to soar freely through the skies and traverse the vastness of space. If the mech possesses excellent waterproofing capabilities, it can even navigate underwater. A blueprint materializes in Motianyun's hands, detailing the design of the power system. The Super Lightwave Energy Drive System. This system features 3 operational modes: Standard Mode, Full Power Mode, and Super Power Mode. In Standard Mode, the mech can achieve a maximum speed of 200 meters per second. In Full Power Mode, it can reach 500 meters per second, while Super Power Mode allows for an astonishing maximum speed of 1,000 meters per second. The power generated in the latter mode is remarkable, though prolonged usage may damage the system, or in severe cases, lead to its complete failure, unlike the first 2 modes, which do not carry such risks. The activation of Super Power Mode is intended for decisive moments in battle, either to swiftly defeat an opponent or to turn the tide during critical encounters. In the former scenario, combat concludes swiftly, leaving no time for power system damage. In the latter, survival is paramount, rendering concerns about system integrity moot, as defeat would make escape exceedingly difficult. Although the power system is quite intricate, the design blueprints are available. By inputting various models and parameters, and then incorporating the materials, it can be fabricated. A commendable power system is assessed based on its power output and energy consumption. The greater the power with lesser energy expenditure, the more superior the system. In no time, Motianyun successfully completed the manufacturing of the power system. Now, there is also the energy conversion reactor for the mech. This is the source of energy for the mech, with the power system deriving its energy from this very source. Energy is outputted here, transmitted to the core of the mech, and then relayed to the core components via energy conduits. Following the previously designed schematics, rare metal materials are placed into the alloy forging furnace to complete the forging process. Further processing involves etching energy patterns and inserting them into the energy conduits. Motianyun also swiftly manufactured the energy conversion reactor. Once completed, it was imperative to test the energy conversion reaction intensity within the reactor. Motianyun transported the energy conversion reactor beside the energy intensity tester, secured the reactor, and then placed a mid-level energy crystal inside. Activate the energy conversion reactor. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the reactor, and one could observe the mid-level energy crystal releasing energy. The mid-level energy crystal continuously emitted radiant energy, perpetually unleashing immense power, most of which flowed into the energy transmission conduits, with only a fraction dissipating. The energy transmission conduits utilized in the energy conversion reactor are also deep-sea fire crystal conduits, which now illuminated, casting a crimson glow within. The energy intensity tester was activated, and the testing commenced. Upon completion, the results were as follows. Energy intensity level, planetary medium, energy output value, 10.645. A standard combat mech can withstand a moderate planetary level energy output, which was anticipated. However, the energy output exceeded my expectations. An output of 10 could amplify combat capabilities tenfold, and this energy output appears capable of surpassing the mech's limits. while Emotianyun was testing the energy conversion reactor. Veina and her father arrived at the number 3 mech manufacturing workstation. The door to the number 3 mech manufacturing station opened once more, and Veina's voice reached Emotianyun's ears. Turning to look, he noticed a tall, handsome middle-aged man beside Veina. Upon closer inspection, the man's facial features bore a resemblance to Veina's, suggesting they were likely father and daughter. This must be Veina's father. Emotianyun observed briefly, pondering silently. Miss Veina? Who might this be? He inquired. Emotianyun. This is my father. Veina replied with a smile. Greetings, uncle. Emotianyun respectfully greeted the dashing man beside Veina. I am Emotianyun. It is thanks to Miss Veina's assistance that I have the opportunity to be here crafting the mech. Hello. I am Veina's father, Interstellar. I heard from Veina that you were in the process of constructing a mech, so I came to take a look. I wonder how far along the mech manufacturing has progressed? Interstellar inquired with curiosity. Uncle Light, we are now in the final stages of mech fabrication, Emotianyun answered candidly. Well, we shall not disturb you then. We will return to see it, once you have completed your work. If that is agreeable, of course, you are both most welcome, Emotianyun replied, and Interstellar nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Do your best, Emotianyun. You must create the mech flawlessly, Veina said with a smile. Indeed, Emotianyun responded, moving to the material processing and assembly workstation, where he placed the final batch of materials inside. Now, he aimed to ensure that every component was manufactured, and that these components fit together perfectly. This way, the compatibility among the parts could achieve perfection. Inputting data according to the schematics one by one, Emotianyun was acutely aware of the importance of precision. A screen appeared on the control console, continuously scanning each mech's outer armor and core components. Subsequently, a series of data began to rapidly flicker on the screen. Emotianyun meticulously analyzed each data point. Part number 1 manufactured successfully. Analyzing part condition. Analysis complete. Qualified. Part number 2. Qualified. Part number 3. Qualified. Part number 10085. Qualified. All parts have been qualified, ready for mech assembly. Emotianyun understood that the critical moment was approaching, and whether he could create the mech flawlessly depended on the perfect compatibility of all components. Standing before the master control console, Emotianyun guided the robotic assembly arms to integrate all the mech's outer armor, components, core, mech core, power system, and energy conversion reactor into a cohesive unit. Countless robotic arms worked at high speed, gradually assembling the scattered parts and armor into a unified whole. Done. The mech's head, torso, left arm, left leg, and right leg. All components are neatly arranged before Emotianyun. Among them, the mech's torso is the largest, housing the mech core, energy conversion reactor, and power system. However, the energy shield has yet to be assembled onto the torso. Emotianyun had already prepared the energy shield, intending to install it during the final assembly. Emotianyun transmitted all components to the large mechanical workstation via the master control console. The final tasks would be completed here. Under Emotianyun's direction, the large mechanical workstation secured the mech torso component and elevated it into the air using a lifting platform. Emotianyun then maneuvered the robotic arms to install the omnidirectional energy shield onto the torso. The shield's strength correlates with the energy intensity level and total energy capacity of the mech's core. The higher the energy intensity, the sturdier the energy shield. The greater the total energy, the longer the shield can withstand attacks. The energy core of the mech Emotianyun was constructing is the energy conversion reactor. Once the energy shield was installed, the mech's arms and legs were affixed to the torso, followed by the head. At this moment, the mech assembly was complete, yet Emotianyun refrained from displaying any signs of joy. It was too early to celebrate. Final testing was still required. Emotianyun entered the cockpit within the mech's core from the lifting platform. After donning the mental connector, he released his mental energy into the mental connection patterns. Emotianyun felt as though he had become one with the mech. The mental connection was successful. He then commenced the activation of the energy conversion reactor. Energy core activated, power system initiated. Standard mode. In an instant, the energy conversion reactor output a substantial amount of energy, which flowed through the energy conduits into the mech core and continued to supply each component's core. Warning. An issue has arisen. Emotianyun stared intently at the cockpit's intelligence display, which indicated a disruption in energy transmission to the mech's head. He then meticulously examined the other components. The energy transmission issue was localized to the mech's head. While the mech's critical vulnerability lies within its core, The head serves a function akin to that of a human head. The mech's head is equipped with numerous detection devices, acting as its eyes. It also contains reception devices, comparable to the mech's nose and ears. Furthermore, the head houses sound emission and signal transmission devices, akin to the mech's mouth. In summary, a mech without a head is akin to a headless fly. Yun returned to the master control console, disassembling the mech's head and employing penetrating light to scan the internal conditions. Veina and her father approached Yun. Veina's father inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Yes, I have identified the issue. It is a fault with the energy conduits," Yun replied, having spotted a minuscule gap between the conduits, which was causing energy leakage. "Found it? That was quick." Veina's father expressed surprise at the speed with which the problem was diagnosed. Yun disassembled the mech's head, then reprocessed a deep-sea fire crystal conduit, reassembling it within the head and sealing the energy conduits. The mech was reassembled once more. The mental connection was successful. Energy core activated, power system initiated. Energy transmission successful. The mech is complete. Yun knew that his first mech was about to be born. The mech's seamless sealing and welding functions were activated. The welding was completed. The mech's paint design was successfully inputted. Now, the painting commences. The painting was completed. My mech is finished. Yun exclaimed, unable to restrain his excitement upon gazing at the newly completed Tianyun mech. Chapter 19. Possessing an Imperial Ordinary Identity Card. Yun. "Has your mech been completed?" Veina, hearing Tianyun's words, hurried over to his side. "Haha, indeed," Yun replied, nodding with delight at the mech he had crafted. The mech stood 18 meters tall and weighed 2,300 tons, categorizing it as a massive entity among ordinary mechs. Typically, ordinary mechs measure between 10 to 15 meters in height and weigh around 1,000 to 1,500 tons. "Congratulations," Veina remarked, gazing at the mech Tianyun had just completed with a smile. "What are the specifications of the mech?" Veina's father could not help but inquire. Tianyun accessed the mech's data on the control console and projected it into the air. Tianyun Mecha Combat Mecha Level. Ordinary height, 18 meters. Weight, 2,300 tons. Energy core level. Planetary medium energy output, 10.654 average speed, 200 meters per second maximum speed, 1,000 meters per second maximum combat power amplification, 10 evaluation, perfect grade ordinary combat mecha energy shield strength, planetary medium weapons, none other accessories, none mecha intelligence level, low detector, automatic adjustable detection laser visual scope, planetary medium, receiver, ultrasonic detection receiver, planetary medium, human vocal, imitator. Indeed, it is of perfect quality. Since my graduation, I have not witnessed anyone capable of crafting a perfect grade mecha, even an ordinary combat mecha. Veina's father sighed, shaking his head. Although he could manufacture extraordinary combat mechas, designing a perfect ordinary combat mecha was a formidable challenge. However, the basic functional components you have equipped are somewhat lacking. They should at least reach planetary upper grade, Veina's father advised Tianyun. "By the way, how come your mecha lacks weapons?" Veina's father inquired further. "Uncle, these basic functional components are the best I could procure. As for weapons, I will fabricate them right away." Tianyun produced a colossal sword from his spatial bracelet. The sword measured 12 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. Additionally, there was a mecha accessory core. This colossal sword was the very one Tianyun had unearthed from the mecha graveyard. The materials used for this sword surpassed even the highest grade deep-sea fire crystal utilized in the mecha he had just crafted. The deep-sea fire crystal, due to its extreme rarity and the substantial quantity required, was valued at 200,000 star coins. The metal used to forge this colossal sword was sourced from the depths of a star, where such metals are comparatively common, albeit not exceptionally rare, merely ordinary rare metals. Given the Empire's technological prowess, developing a star is indeed a rather simple endeavor. Nevertheless, due to the affordability and remarkable strength of this metal, it is particularly suitable for crafting mecha weaponry. Tianyun proceeded to manufacture the mecha accessory core anew, then entered the accessory manufacturing workstation to polish and sharpen the colossal sword, subsequently embedding the core. Thus, the weapon was completed. Veina and her father watched in astonishment as Tianyun seamlessly crafted the mecha weapon. This is a mecha accessory. While mecha manufacturers can accomplish this, how many have the time and energy to learn so many skills? Haha, Tianyun. You truly are a genius in mecha manufacturing. Veina's father chuckled heartily. Indeed, indeed. Veina nodded in agreement. Oh, not at all. Tianyun shook his head. Grandpa Zika once said, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon, and one must recognize their own insignificance to achieve greater progress. Thus, Tianyun has always been diligent in school, never allowing himself to become complacent. Even when he stood at the top of his class, I heard from Veina that you lack an Imperial Identity Card. Thus, I shall grant you an Imperial Ordinary Identity Card. This will enable you to hold the title of Mecha Manufacturer. I will notify the President now. Once he arrives, you should be able to attain the rank of Junior Mecha Manufacturer. Veina's father was eager to cultivate friendships, especially upon encountering such a brilliant mecha manufacturer. Tianyun, so young yet capable of crafting a perfect-grade ordinary combat mecha, may one day aspire to forge epic mechas and become a senior mecha manufacturer. This favor could prove significant. It is worth noting that not a single senior mecha manufacturer exists on the entire Oilustard, at the very least. With Tianyun's current level of mecha manufacturing, he would eventually attain the status of a senior mecha manufacturer, a peer of his own level. Cultivating a friendship now would be advantageous. Tianyun was somewhat bewildered by Veina's father's words. First receiving the Imperial Ordinary Identity Card, then being made a junior mecha manufacturer. This would indeed alleviate many troubles, yet it would also create a considerable debt of gratitude. Tianyun realized that by accepting this assistance, he would have to reciprocate in kind in the future. Upon hearing her father's words, Veina silently rejoiced for Tianyun. This is the Imperial Ordinary Identity Card. Just input your personal information, but be cautious. Ensure it matches your current identity. Veina's father produced a card inscribed with Ordinary Identity Card. All right, thank you, Uncle. Tianyun ultimately accepted Veina's father's assistance, as it would save him considerable hassle. Now, he could join the Imperial Army, engage in combat against the insect race, and earn points through their cores. This was his primary task at present. As for Veina's father's assistance, he could only remember it for now and repay it when he was able. Name, Tianyun. Gender, male. Date of birth, year 6/1227, day 1 of month 1. Age, 15. Status, none. Tianyun began to input his personal information. Identity verification successful. Tianyun finally possessed his own Imperial Identity Card. He could now join the Imperial Army. In truth, the Imperial Identity Card has a myriad of uses. The closer one is to the central planets of the Empire, the more significant its functions become. With this card, one can access numerous locations, relocate to other planets, and more. Just then, the door to workstation number 3 opened once more. An elderly man with white hair entered. President, you have arrived. This is the mecha manufacturing genius I mentioned. Veina's father respectfully introduced Tianyun to the elder. Tianyun was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. This is the very elder who provided him with the deep-sea fire crystal and spatial orb. Chapter 20. The true genius mecha manufacturer of the Empire. Indeed, it is you, young man. I was wondering who besides you in Han City could possibly craft a perfect-grade ordinary combat mecha. The elder recognized Tianyun, appearing as though he had anticipated this moment. President, have the two of you known each other for long? Veina's father realized that the president and Tianyun were already acquainted. Yes, he passed my test yesterday and received the deep-sea fire crystal and spatial orb. If I am not mistaken, the mecha he has just crafted incorporates the deep-sea fire crystal. The elder president remarked nonchalantly, pointing at the mecha Tianyun had recently manufactured. Indeed, the elder is correct. I have utilized the deep-sea fire crystal to create the energy conduits for the mecha. Tianyun nodded in affirmation. These sketches are what you left for me, correct? The elder president produced a stack of sketches. Indeed. Tianyun nodded again. Young man, your sketches have greatly inspired my design of epic mechas. I was just contemplating how to express my gratitude, but I did not know how to find you. What a coincidence it is that I have encountered you again. Truly, it is fate. The elder president exclaimed joyfully. Is that so? I am glad to have been of assistance to you, Elder Tianyun replied, equally pleased. President, may I take a look at those sketches? Veina's father, upon hearing the president mention that Tianyun's sketches had significantly aided in his design of epic mechas, could not contain his astonishment and eagerly wished to examine the sketches. Certainly, but please remember to return them after you have finished. The elder president handed the sketches to Veina's father. Very well. I shall take a look now. Veina's father became engrossed in the mecha design sketches. Incredible! The core of the mecha can be designed in such a manner. This mental connection conduit is simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Veina observed her father's reaction in bewilderment. Could it be that Emotinyun's mecha manufacturing skills surpassed those of her father? Emotinyun's expertise in mecha manufacturing was truly exceptional, shattering Veina's preconceived notions time and again. She began to perceive a mystique surrounding Emotinyun and felt an irresistible urge to uncover the secrets he harbored. Hey, Light, do not get too absorbed in this. I have been studying these sketches for quite some time. Had you not notified me, I would likely still be immersed in my research. The elder president gently reminded his vice president, Mr. Light, who was lost in the sketches. Oh, I apologize. I inadvertently became engrossed. Light, who happened to be Veina's father, chuckled. Are these sketches truly the work of this young friend, Emotinyun? Light sought confirmation once more. For once verified, the news would be utterly astonishing. After all, Emotinyun had only just crafted a perfect-grade ordinary combat mecha, which was already beyond comprehension for him. His daughter Veina was of the same age as Emotinyun, and her skills in mecha manufacturing were already the highest among her peers in Han City. Even at his age, he found his skills in mech manufacturing somewhat lacking compared to those of his daughter. Thus, he dedicated himself to imparting knowledge to her, hoping that one day her achievements in mech creation would surpass his own. His daughter, Veina, could barely manage to construct a standard combat mech, one of the refined grade, with a maximum weapon enhancement multiplier of around 4. However, Emotinyun's prowess in mech manufacturing left him astounded. From the outset, he aimed to create a perfect-grade standard combat mech, and he had already succeeded. Now, he wished to lend a helping hand to Emotinyun while he was still a novice. To offer timely assistance, to his surprise, Emotinyun was already acquainted with the president of their association, and the sketches he had presented had already touched upon the threshold of epic mech manufacturing. In other words, Emotinyun's skills in mech creation had already equaled his own. Light felt as though nearly 30 years of his life devoted to mech manufacturing had been in vain. Perhaps even overshadowed by a mere teenager. Light, isn't it quite unbelievable? The former president chuckled heartily, gently patting Light's arm. Indeed, it was astonishing. Light nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the former president seemed to recall something and casually remarked that individuals of his age, with such a level of mech manufacturing skill, were not uncommon among the many prodigies within the empire. There were numerous illustrious mech manufacturing families on the imperial home planet, whose heirs could produce epic mechs by the tender age of 16. As the former president pondered, he continued, to my knowledge, there are about 6 true geniuses in imperial mech manufacturing. His words cast a hush over the crowd, with Veina and Emotinyun listening intently. The first was Cordy, who at the age of 17 had completed an epic mech just 2 months prior. Not only was he a master mech manufacturer of the highest order, but he was also the son of Grand Marshal Cole. The presence of the Grand Marshal's son indeed affirmed the saying, like father, like son. Everyone present thought this way. The second was Charles Locke, heir to the Empire's third mech manufacturing family, the Locke family. He had completed an epic mech a year ago at the age of just 16, on the very day of his coming-of-age ceremony, an achievement that reverberated throughout the Empire. Veina, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief. At 15, she struggled to produce even a standard mech, and she knew it would be impossible for her to reach such a level within a year, perhaps even within a decade. Could I have crafted a 1,000-sword mech at 16? Emotinyun silently questioned himself. Veina's father, Light, remained silent. The third was Kyle Bellamina, the heir of the Empire's second mech manufacturing family, who had also completed an epic mech at the age of 15. The fourth was Princess Lisa, the 17th princess of the imperial family, who had accomplished the same feat 2 years ago at the age of 14, becoming a master mech manufacturer. The fifth was Brock Latour, heir to the Empire's foremost mech manufacturing family, who had also created an epic mech at the age of 14, now currently 16. Lastly, there was Adrian Common, who astoundingly had completed an epic mech at the tender age of 12, 5 years prior, and was now preparing to manufacture a legendary mech. The former president recounted the stories of these prodigies with great enthusiasm. Chapter 21. The 3 challenges of epic mech manufacturing. These are the most renowned genius mech manufacturers of the Empire. each capable of producing an epic mech around the age of 16, celebrated throughout the Empire. The Olan Empire spans across the entire Olan star system, covering 300,000 light-years, with millions of colonized planets, each boasting populations of billions, amounting to over 100 billion in total. The Imperial home planet and its vicinity host trillions of inhabitants. With such a vast population base, the number of genius mech manufacturers reaches the millions. Yet, among these, those who can become master mech manufacturers by the age of 16 are hardly 100. For these gifted mech manufacturers to fully realize their potential, there is a place they must attend for further training: the Olan Academy for Genius Mech Manufacturers, located on the Imperial home planet. Of course, other mech manufacturers can also attend the Academy for training. However, the Olan Academy only admits the C-Army de la C-Army, accepting merely 1 million genius mech manufacturers under the age of 20 each year. Similarly, there are also 1 million slots available each year for combat mech manufacturers, mech parts manufacturers, and mech maintenance specialists. Alas, while 1 million seems substantial, hundreds of billions apply each year, the former president sighed, reminiscing about his youth. Indeed, this has been my aspiration for many years, Veina murmured, filled with longing for the Olan Academy, often regarded as the sacred ground for genius mech manufacturers of the Empire. Mo Tianyun was also well aware of the Academy's reputation. Returning to the topic at hand, let us discuss epic mechs. Epic mechs represent a monumental threshold, one that countless individuals spend their lives striving to surpass. The former president shook his head, lamenting, to manufacture an epic mech, the first challenge is that one's mental strength must reach the spirit sea level, a requirement that has thwarted countless individuals. The second challenge concerns the height of epic mechs, which can range from dozens to hundreds of meters, necessitating an immense quantity of materials, each of which is exceedingly rare, making it unattainable for the average person. Indeed, Mo Tianyun nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the intricacies involved in crafting epic mechs. As he possessed a blueprint for one. Just the core of the mech highlights that, even with a blueprint, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to bring it to fruition, the former president continued. The third major challenge lies in the core of the epic mech, where the energy center and propulsion system must be integrated into a cohesive whole, inscribing a mental mark to form the mech's battle imprint. The battle imprint is unique to each mech of epic grade or higher. When a gene-evolving warrior utilizes the mech to unleash martial techniques, the battle imprint activates, enhancing the potency of those techniques. Once the battle imprint is formed, only one individual can utilize their mental strength to merge with it, rendering it unusable by others. Mo Tianyun nodded, as he was already familiar with this information, having been enlightened by Sister Shinji long ago. However, Veina, overwhelmed by the vast amount of information, found it difficult to absorb it all, feeling her mind struggling to keep pace. Light also nodded. He was well aware of these matters. Having been taught by a master mech manufacturer, these three challenges have caused countless talented mech manufacturers to falter on their path to creating epic mechs. I overcame the first two challenges through decades of experience. Now, I am left with the design of the epic mech's core, the former president continued. This final step is also the most arduous, integrating the core, energy center, and propulsion system, while also designing the mental imprint, is exceedingly difficult. The former president shook his head. No more talk of this. This young friend here is also a talented mech manufacturer. Your sketches have been immensely enlightening to me. Would you be interested in discussing epic mech manufacturing further? The former president smiled kindly, eager to invite Mo Tianyun to collaborate on the subject. Certainly, Mo Tianyun nodded in agreement. Engaging in a discussion with an elder of such stature could yield fruitful insights. May I also join this exchange? Light interjected. He now regarded Mo Tianyun as an equal. Ha, certainly, but it ultimately depends on whether this young friend agrees. Uncle wants to join. How could Tianyun dare to decline? Mo Tianyun replied, By the way, President, can you issue the certificate for Tianyun's junior mech manufacturer status? Veina's father, Light, reminded the president. Of course. If it weren't for the headquarters of the Mech Manufacturing Association requiring a holographic recording of the manufacturing process, I would have granted him a senior mech manufacturer certificate. The former president nodded, retrieving the holographic recording of Mo Tianyun's entire mech manufacturing process from the main console, then extracting the data to transmit to the headquarters of the Mech Manufacturing Association. Tianyun, Please hand me your identity card. Alright. Motianyan produced the imperial identity card bestowed upon him by Veina's father and handed it over. Done. Moments later, the former president returned the imperial identity card to Motianyan. Upon inspection, he noticed the information had changed. Name: Motianyan. Gender: male. Date of birth: year 61227, day 1, month 1. Age: 15. Status: junior mech manufacturer. The previous status of none had now transformed into junior mech manufacturer. Motianyan clicked on the junior mech engineer option, and an identity card sprang forth displaying a line of information. Junior mech engineer, registered with the Mech Association of Haunching City on Uralustar. Certification: President Reagan Gracie. Registration date: December 15th, 61227, year 38, 10, 34, 15. Satisfied, Motianyan nodded. He then approached the recently completed Tianyan mech, using the spatial orb strung on the necklace around his neck to store both the mech and the weapons within. The reason Motianyan chose to use the necklace instead of placing the spatial orb in the spatial bracelet is that the spatial orb cannot be contained within the bracelet. The spatial capacity of the orb exceeds that of the bracelet, while conversely, the bracelet can accommodate the orb. After witnessing Motianyan secure the mech and weapons, the old president suggested, "Let us proceed to the Advanced Mech Research Institute to discuss epic mech manufacturing. If inspiration strikes, it would be more convenient to conduct experiments there." "Alright, let's go," Veina's father eagerly exclaimed. 2 days later, Motianyan and the others emerged from the research institute. "Haha, this is fantastic. The harvest this time is immense. The prospect of crafting the epic mech is promising, all thanks to you, young friend Tianyan. These materials are what you need, so please accept them. I shall return to organize our gains." The old president thrust a spatial bracelet into Motianyan's hands before dashing away. Upon inspection, Motianyan discovered a plethora of rare materials, including many that were unavailable in the market, comprising various metals, crystals, and non-metallic materials. During the discussions, Motianyan had merely mentioned that he needed to gather many rare materials to manufacture the epic mech. The old president, chuckling, replied, "I have an abundance of materials. Once our discussions conclude, I shall part with some for you." Motianyan, initially oblivious, was taken aback by the old president's generosity, who indeed delivered without reservation. Motianyan contemplated returning the favor, but in the blink of an eye, the old president had vanished, leaving him no choice but to accept. For the old president, this was trivial. He had already prepared a vast array of materials for crafting the epic mech, and these were simply excess for him. The insights Motianyan shared during the discussions also opened new avenues for the old president in the realm of epic mech manufacturing. Furthermore, Motianyan provided extensive clarifications on drafts, resolving many of the old president's confusions in an instant. This time, the old president firmly believed that Motianyan would indeed succeed in creating the epic mech. "This discussion has truly broadened my horizons, surpassing a decade of silent research," Light exclaimed. "Indeed, conversing with the two esteemed seniors has been immensely beneficial," Motianyan remarked. Over the past 2 days, he had also absorbed a wealth of knowledge not found in books. "Along with myriad methods and techniques, I must take my leave now," Motianyan stated. "Young friend Tianyan, do not rush off. Come dine at my home. Allow me to treat you properly," Light implored, hoping to retain Motianyan's company. "Uncle, there is no need for formality. I have matters to attend to," Motianyan resolutely replied. "Then travel safely. I shall not see you off." Light turned to return home, eager to organize the insights gained from the discussions. Motianyan gradually departed from the central district. Atop the mech manufacturing center's building, Veina donned her super glasses, silently watching Motianyan leave the central district. "You are too dazzling, as radiant as a brilliant gem. To shine like you, I must at least become a gem myself. I shall await you at the Aolong Genius Mech Manufacturing Academy." A gentle breeze lifted the young girl's beautiful hair, tracing a perfect arc in the air. The corners of her mouth curled into a subtle smile, revealing 2 sweet dimples as she gazed into the distance, seemingly envisioning a far-off future. Chapter 22. The role of mental power as Motianyan exited the central district. The temperature in the air plummeted, a biting chill sweeping through as snowflakes danced gracefully, transforming the world into a realm of white. Turning back to gaze at the bustling, grand central district, he felt as though he had traversed into an entirely different world. Starkly contrasting with the desolate, frigid landscape before him, Motianyan returned to the inn in the eastern district. The inn staff, upon seeing him, exhibited a hint of surprise but warmly welcomed him. "Good day? Sir, are you seeking accommodation?" To which Emotionian retorted, "Isn't that obvious? Spare me the pleasantries. I'll take that room." "Certainly, sir," the attendant replied with a professional smile, though internally she mused about how long this young gentleman would stay. Nonetheless, having guests was always welcome. Emotionian returned to his previous room, mindful of the reason for his stay. He had come to this inn to evade the individuals associated with the shopkeeper who had previously attempted to kill him but ended up being defeated by him instead. Although Emotionian now possessed a mech, he still deemed caution prudent, as the enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed. Thus, he settled in at the inn once more. Tiangu, that fellow has exited the central district and returned to the inn. Ever since Emotionian left the central district, he had been under surveillance by none other than Charlie. Is that so? This brat is quite slippery. He's managed to evade capture in the district for over a month. I cannot afford to waste more time. I am taking action now, a chilling voice responded from the other end. Tiangu, making a move in the district could lead to significant trouble, Charlie exclaimed, alarmed as he hurriedly cautioned his companion. Kale is my good brother. He has been by my side from the start. I must avenge him, Tiangu declared vehemently. Kale was Tiangu's first subordinate, and after years of facing life-and-death situations together, Tiangu regarded him as a true brother. Long ago, after offending a formidable enemy, Kale had been captured and, despite enduring relentless torture for over a week, refused to divulge his whereabouts. Ultimately, Tiangu broke through to the initial martial artist level, procured a mech, and stormed the enemy's lair, annihilating them to rescue Kale. Initially, Tiangu had presumed Kale to be dead, but to his surprise, he found him alive, albeit severely tortured. Nevertheless, Kale had remained steadfast and had not revealed any information about his whereabouts. From that point on, Tiangu treated Kale as a brother, investing a considerable sum of star coins to ensure his recovery in a high-level medical facility. Tiangu continued, "Besides, what is there to fear? Eliminate this brat, then change our identity cards and flee to another planet." Although it posed some inconvenience, there was no time to waste. I've heard that the front lines are on the brink of collapse due to the Zerg invasion. This planet is perilously close to the front lines. It is no longer safe. We must act swiftly to eliminate this brat, and then hastily depart from this planet. The urgency in Tiangu's voice underscored the critical nature of their mission. What? The Zerg are about to breach the defenses. My goodness, not even the powerful Empire can hold them off. We truly must leave at once. Charlie realized the gravity of the situation upon hearing Tiangu's words. For centuries, the Zerg had relentlessly invaded the Empire, causing the loss of numerous planets. Upon conquering a planet, the Zerg would slaughter all its inhabitants, constructing their nests to breed more Zerg and continue their invasions. This cycle persisted, and although the Zerg suffered significant losses during wars, their terrifying reproductive capabilities ensured their numbers continued to swell. Should the Zerg truly invade, escape would be impossible. Thus, they needed to vacate this planet and seek refuge in other secure locations within the Empire. Send me the precise location of that brat's inn, along with the room number. Yes, Tiangu. Charlie promptly relayed Emotianyun's exact address to Tiange.in, the simulated space. Emotianyun tirelessly piloted the mech, engaging in combat. Under his control, the mech wielded a colossal sword, executing the Star Moon sword technique with rapid strikes one by one. The Zerg fell before him, only to be continuously regenerated in the simulation. A relentless cycle. Currently, Emotianyun could contend with 10 ordinary Zerg simultaneously or barely fend off a single elite Zerg. Occasionally, he would also simulate mech opponents, though they were somewhat inferior to the Zerg. Compared to before, Emotianyun's strength had increased dramatically. The battles in the simulated space mirrored those in reality. Each skirmish honed his combat skills, enhancing his prowess further. Particularly, his mental power had grown significantly stronger since his recent breakthrough into the perception stage, enabling him to refine his mental faculties within the simulated space effectively, yielding excellent results. For the average person, enhancing mental power was not overly challenging. Historically, there had been no effective training methods for mental power prior to reaching the spiritual C stage, as improvements could only be made through practicing martial techniques or during genetic evolution. Upon reaching the spiritual C stage, mental power could be augmented through mental potions. However, such potions were exceedingly rare. Yet, Most individuals would never attain the spiritual C stage, and those who did, despite the high costs, would generally have the means to afford them. If one's mental prowess has not reached the level of the spirit C, the consumption of mental stimulants may lead to a catastrophic collapse of the psyche, resulting in the demise of the brain. Thus, it remains exceedingly challenging to significantly enhance one's mental capacity prior to attaining the spirit C stage. The more one yearns to augment their strength, the more pronounced the significance of mental power becomes. The creation of mechs, genetic evolution, potion crafting, piloting mechs, navigating spacecraft, and commanding warships all necessitate the utilization of mental strength. In fact, individuals endowed with formidable mental power can transmit information telepathically without uttering a single word. When engaging with various civilizations across the cosmos, it is unnecessary to learn their languages. One merely needs to sense the thoughts of the other party to comprehend the messages they wish to convey. To communicate one's own desires, it suffices to project one's mental energy into the consciousness of the recipient, allowing them to grasp the intended meaning. Every sentient being possesses their own spirit, albeit with varying degrees of mental strength. Those with exceptional mental power can even establish a mental domain, where they can manipulate objects with their mental energy. Legends speak of individuals so powerful that they can influence the movements of entire planets. In summary, mental strength is of paramount importance that a day later, Yun was engaged in simulated mech manufacturing within a virtual space when the spirit of Miracles suddenly manifested. "Sister Miracle, is there something you need?" Yun inquired, gazing at the still stunningly beautiful spirit of Miracles. She nodded slightly and replied, "Yun, someone is knocking at your door." Yun exited the simulated environment. "Guest, your food has arrived," a man's voice called from outside through the intercom. "Food? Didn't I just eat today? I didn't order any." Yun expressed his confusion. Yun, be cautious. The other party harbors malevolent intentions towards you. The grave voice of the spirit of Miracles echoed in his mind. Upon hearing her warning, Yun felt a shiver run down his spine, and his heart skipped a beat. "I understand now. They must have come here with ill intent. How audacious. This is the city center. And they dare to act?" Yun realized that it was undoubtedly the individuals behind the shopkeeper who had come to confront him. "Guest, your food." The voice outside continued to call. "This scoundrel is taking too long to come out. He must have caught on," Long Outyin mused within. The person outside was none other than Brother Tian, whose name was Long Outyin. Chapter 23, Too Weak. Unable to withstand even one strike, Yun retrieved a laser sword and an energy shield from his spatial wristband. "Who is it?" "They're coming." Yun activated the energy shield and gripped the inactive laser sword tightly in his right hand. Approaching the door, he pressed the button to unlock the alloy door. As he opened it, he swiftly activated the laser sword, and a long beam of light emerged from the hilt, swirling rapidly to form the blade. Upon opening the door, he was met by a towering bald man. And without hesitation, Yun lunged forward with the laser sword aimed directly at him. It was evident that this imposing figure was no benign presence. The man possessed a robust physique, with muscles bulging prominently. What was most terrifying were his fierce features and the coldness in his eyes, reminiscent of a starving wolf fixated on its prey. Yun, sensing the malevolence in the man's gaze, thrust his sword fiercely. Embodying the principle of striking first, Long Outyin had anticipated this moment. The instant Yun opened the door, he swiftly drew a powerful energy gun. As the door swung open, he noticed the laser sword aimed at him. Initially, Long Outyin intended to capture Yun and subject him to torment before ensuring a slow demise. However, he was taken aback when Yun struck first. The speed of Yun's attack was astounding. Despite his best efforts to retreat, he was still pierced in the chest, though the injury was not severe. Seeing this, Yun immediately unleashed the Star Moon Sword technique, brandishing the laser sword toward Long Outyin. As Long Outyin staggered backward, enduring the intense pain in his chest, he fired 2 shots at Yun. One missed, but the other struck Yun's shield. During the chaos, Long Outyin had already leaped through the corridor window. Downstairs, Long Outyin grimaced at the pain from his chest wound. "What a vicious little brat," he muttered. He hadn't anticipated that Yun would attack so fiercely the moment the door opened. As he landed on the street, his presence drew attention, but the sight of the energy gun in his hand caused onlookers to scatter. After some distance, Curiosity compelled them to glance back. Long Outyin quickly surveyed his surroundings and swallowed a pill from his spatial wristband. When Imo Tianyun descended, he found Long Outyin waiting for him. So, you must be Imo Tianyun. Quite decisive, I see. No wonder my good brother met his end at your hands. Long Outyin sneered. You too shall meet your end? Imo Tianyun replied calmly. Oh, ha ha ha, many have wished for my demise. Who do you think you are? Long Outyin mocked. I am this Ululu star. I fear no one. Anyone who dares harm my brother shall witness my might. As he spoke, Long Outyin produced AGEM. Imo Tianyun's gaze sharpened. It was the space orb. If he is summoning a mech, I must not delay. Imo Tianyun resolved to summon his own mech. Do you know what lies within? I fear you may soil yourself at the revelation, Long Outyin exclaimed, conjuring a combat mech from the space orb. A mech? A combat mech? Gasped several bystanders. Daddy, look, a mech. A child pointed excitedly. A 12-meter-tall mech materialized on the street, leaving all passers-by in awe. Ha ha ha. This is a combat mech worth 3 million star coins. You, a mere peasant from a lowly village, will never get to touch one in your lifetime. But today, you shall experience it. Ha ha ha. Not to touch, but to be touched by the mech. Long Outyin boasted as he stepped onto the mech's floating platform, which elevated him into the cockpit. Imo Tianyun also summoned his mech. Stepping onto his own floating platform to enter the cockpit, Daddy, look, another even taller mech has appeared. The child shouted in excitement. This is trouble. A fight is about to break out in the city. We must quickly notify the military. The boy's father frantically reached for a communicator. Both mechs powered up, their engines roaring and shaking the surrounding streets. The tremendous vibrations attracted the attention of everyone nearby, prompting many to peek out of their windows. What are these two mechs planning to do? Surely they can't be about to fight. If they do, this place won't be safe. We should leave. Some hurriedly fled, eager to avoid any potential fallout. It's fine. We live so high up, they can't reach us. Others were more concerned with capturing the moment, eager to upload it to the Ululu Star's online space, hoping for viral fame. Prepare to die, brat? Long Outyin's arrogant voice rang out again. Yet as he looked outside, he was startled to see an additional mech, and Imo Tianyun had seemingly vanished. Why is there suddenly a mech of that height? Where did the brat go? Long Outyin exclaimed in disbelief. Scanning the vicinity with his intelligent device, he found no sign of Imo Tianyun. Impossible. Could that mech belong to him? Long Outyin realized, as his own mech stood at 12 meters tall while Imo Tianyun's loomed at 18 meters. Making Long Outyin's mech appear childlike in comparison, Imo Tianyun's mech activated, summoning a mech battle sword that materialized on his right arm. What? It has weaponry. Long Outyin felt a cold sweat break out as he gazed upon the weapon. So what if you have a mech? You shall still perish. Long Outyin commanded his mech to accelerate to maximum speed, launching a powerful punch toward Imo Tianyun's mech. The core of Imo Tianyun's mech sword began to glow, and suddenly, the entire blade radiated with light as the superpower mode engaged. The energy transmission surged dramatically, pushing the mech's power systems to their limits, as the two mechs were on the verge of clashing. Imo Tianyun unleashed the Star-Moon convergence technique, his mech sword illuminating brilliantly. In a flash, he swept the blade across Long Outyin's mech. Imo Tianyun's mech hovered in the air, while Long Outyin's mech erupted in a spectacular explosion, scattering debris throughout the vicinity and shattering fragile objects. Long Outyin was likely obliterated without a trace. Too much talk, yet so weak, unable to withstand even a single strike. Imo Tianyun sheathed the mech sword and returned to the ground. Engaging in real combat was far more thrilling than he had anticipated. He savored the exhilaration of that decisive strike. Moments later, 10 ordinary combat mechs, each standing 15 meters tall, arrived on the scene. Emblazoned with Imperial military insignia and equipped with energy beam cannons, powerful enough to obliterate Long Outyin's mech in an instant. However, if the Tianyun mecha activates its shield, the energy beam cannon will be unable to breach it before the energy is depleted. Consequently, the mecha came to a halt, and 10 Imperial soldiers emerged from within. Each of them wielded a large-caliber energy rifle and was enveloped in an energy shield. Imo Tianyun also retracted his mecha, and thus he was taken away by these soldiers. Inside the interrogation bureau of the Dongqing Management Center in Hanshan City, an officer coldly inquired, Do you possess an Imperial identity card? Two stern soldiers stood by. Guns at the ready. Yes, Tianyun had no choice but to respond, producing his Imperial identity card. The officer accepted it and examined it closely. After scrutinizing the card and then Tianyun, he inquired, "Are you a mecha manufacturer?" The officer's demeanor softened considerably. Yes, Tianyun readily admitted. A mecha manufacturer at such a young age. This boy must have quite the background, the officer remarked. Do you know President Graysai? He probed further. Yes, Tianyun confirmed. Indeed, you know him. What is your relationship with him? The officer pressed. I would consider him a friend. Tianyun reflected. A friend? Are you jesting? The officer seemed skeptical. I am not joking. Tianyun retorted. I have the president's contact information. Do not try to deceive me, the officer stated sternly. Feel free to ask, Tianyun replied nonchalantly. Very well, I will inquire now. If you're lying to me, you will regret it. With that, the officer connected to the old president's communication device. Who is this? Came the voice of the old president, which Tianyun recognized immediately. President Graysai, hello, this is Mori from the Dongqing Management Center. Do you know someone named Tianyun? Young friend Tianyun, is he with you? How is he doing? The president responded with concern. It is good that you know him. He has just committed murder in the city. And he claims to know you, so I came to verify. He committed murder? I will come over immediately. After the conversation ended, the officer's attitude had improved significantly. Is President Graysai truly your friend? Please recount the events that transpired. Tianyun recounted the events in detail. I understand the general situation now. I also reviewed the records from the scene, and everything aligns with your account. Once President Graysai arrives, you will be free to leave. The officer nodded. Thank you very much. Tianyun expressed his gratitude with a nod. After a brief wait, the old president finally arrived. Young friend Tianyun, are you all right? The old president asked anxiously. Haha, do I look like I have any issues? Senior, I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I might have faced serious trouble. Tianyun replied with a smile. Young friend Tianyun, you are a member of our Mecha Manufacturing Association. How could you encounter any significant trouble? The old president declared with authority. Enough of this. I have another matter that requires your assistance. The old president gazed at Tianyun with anticipation. Please, senior, tell me. Whatever I can do, I will do my utmost to assist. Tianyun pledged. Your design vision for mechas is exceptional. I would like you to review this core blueprint for me. I believe it is already excellent, yet I feel something is amiss, though I cannot pinpoint what the problem is. The old president said, producing a blueprint that he had redesigned based on previous designs. All right, I will do my best to review it, though my manufacturing skills are still inferior to yours, Tianyun replied. Accepting the blueprint from the old president. Please wait a moment while I examine it thoroughly, he added. Take your time, the old president assured. The officer observed them, somewhat bewildered, but refrained from interrupting. Particularly, the young man who had just been apprehended. If he heard correctly, even the president of the Mecha Manufacturing Association sought his counsel regarding a blueprint. This seemed utterly astonishing. As Tianyun examined the blueprint, he sensed that the issues were akin to those perceived by the president, yet he could not identify the specifics. Thus, he called upon the spirit of miracles within his mind. Sister Miracles, what is wrong with this blueprint? I have searched for quite some time and cannot discern the issue. The design appears flawless at first glance. However, it harbors numerous minor flaws across various aspects. These issues are typically imperceptible, but when combined, they culminate in a significant problem. The voice of the spirit of miracles resonated in his mind. In life, there are many similar situations. These instances are not worth elaborating on, but in summary, a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative transformation. The spirit of miracles outlined all the issues, and Tianyun listened attentively. He then conveyed these problems to the old president. Upon hearing, the old president was enlightened and expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. It was only then that Tianyun recalled that this place was not his home. Nevertheless, he had some inquiries for the imperial soldiers present. Tianyun approached the officer from earlier and inquired. Excuse me, officer, may I ask something? The officer, surprised, nodded. What is it? Is it still possible to join the military? Tianyun asked. Yes, in approximately half a month, there will be a new recruit selection on this planet. You can participate at the main military base, the officer detailed. However, the officer hesitated. What I just mentioned pertains to the selection for regular soldiers. If you are a combat mecha pilot and are at least 16 years of age, you can join the Imperial Combat Mecha Regiment, which offers superior benefits as long as your abilities are sufficient. Promotions will come swiftly. Upon hearing this, Emotianyun realized that this path suited him perfectly. All right, thank you, you're welcome, the officer replied as Emotianyun exited the premises. Half a month. He would have to wait until he turned 16 to join the Combat Mecha Regiment. Emotianyun was eager to hunt the insectoid species. First, he contemplated how to obtain the insectoid crystal cores. His intention to slay the insectoids was to acquire their crystal cores, which he could then exchange for points to trade for various blueprints and martial arts techniques to enhance his strength. Regrettably, he currently lacked points, burdened by a treasure trove of resources but possessing no key to unlock the doors to wealth. A most frustrating predicament. Had Emotianyun possessed sufficient power, no one would have dared to confront him earlier, thus eliminating the need for the old president's intervention. I've got it. I will first prepare the primary gene evolution potion and then sell it to obtain star coins, which I will use to purchase materials for the epic mecha, the Thousand Swords mecha, and the insectoid crystal cores. Finally, I will exchange points for blueprints. Subsequently, I will take the assessment for the Combat Mecha Regiment. This way, the next 15 days will pass swiftly, and I shall be able to join the Imperial Combat Mecha Regiment. Emotianyun resolved, outlining his forthcoming plans. Now, he needed to procure the materials for the preparation of the primary gene evolution potion. With clarity of purpose, he no longer felt lost. Indeed, once a person has a goal, motivation surges forth. He examined the recipe for the necessary materials. Connecting his mind to the spirit of miracles, Emotianyun reviewed the formula for the primary gene evolution potion. Oh, the required materials are quite numerous. Pure blood from elite insectoids? Emotianyun discovered the unique biological material needed for the potion's preparation. The pure blood of elite insectoids. This was not an easy ingredient to acquire. Then I shall first visit the biological materials market to see if I can find it. However, I should be able to find the other materials in the Hanshan Biological Materials Market. The Hanshan City Biological Materials Market. Emotianyun spent a staggering 100,000 star coins to purchase a plethora of biological materials. Except for the pure blood of elite insectoids. When he inquired with the vendors, they informed him that the biological materials from insectoids were tightly controlled by the imperial military, making them inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Let alone the rare pure blood of elite insectoids. Sister Miracles, can you sense where elite insectoid pure blood might be found? Emotianyun pondered. Having scoured the biological materials market without results, he suddenly recalled that the deep-sea fire crystal used to manufacture the mecha's energy conduits had been located through the guidance of the Spirit of Miracles. Thus, he placed his hopes on the Spirit of Miracles once again. If I had sensed the pure blood of elite insectoids, I would have informed you long ago. The ethereal voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in Emotianyun's mind. Then what should I do? Without the pure blood of elite insectoids, I cannot concoct the primary gene evolution potion, and all my plans will fall apart. Emotianyun lamented, filled with despair. You might consider searching in other cities on this planet. To my knowledge, the most developed city is Uluru City, which serves as the central hub of this planet, named after it. Do you not wish to join the Combat Mecha Regiment? The totality of military bases on this planet is precisely situated there. As suggested by the Spirit of Miracles, in light of this, let us not delay any further. We shall embark at once. Emotianyun stepped outside the city limits, retrieving a spatial orb to summon his mech. On the flat terrain, an enormous mech materialized seemingly out of thin air. Wow! Look, it's a battle mech! Exclaimed a group of children, their voices brimming with excitement. Indeed, it's an impressive and striking mech. They continued to cheer. Some adults glanced quietly at the mech before returning to their tasks, perhaps jaded by the sight, having witnessed such scenes far too often to muster any enthusiasm. Or perhaps, the mechs were once the objects of their childhood dreams, now dulled by the relentless grind of adult life, erasing those innocent aspirations. They understood that such mechs were beyond their reach. This is the largest mech I have ever seen. One child remarked, "Is that person a battle mech master? I wish to become one as well." Emotianyun, hearing the distant exclamations, smiled faintly. Once, he too had envied others, and now he found himself on the receiving end of admiration. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase spoken by Sister Miracles. Though this universe is vast beyond measure, in every corner of every civilization, no individual is equal. The greatest equality lies in inequality, and the greatest inequality is equality. At that moment, Emotianyun seemed to grasp a fragment of this profound truth. All he could do was to continuously elevate himself, striving to accomplish the ambitions he had long harbored. Do not abandon the dreams you once sketched on paper in your childhood. They are the purest and most beautiful memories. Perhaps one day, you will transform them into blueprints and, with your own hands, turn them into reality. Emotianyun entered the cockpit, connecting with the mental lattice. He initiated normal mode. The mech ascended gradually, and upon reaching a certain altitude, it surged forward at an accelerated pace towards its distant destination. Skycloud, set course for Uluru City, Emotianyun commanded his AI. His mech was named Skycloud, hence the AI was also dubbed as such. Skycloud acknowledged, came the mechanical voice of the AI. Uluru City is located 3,781 kilometers to the southeast. Current flight speed is 720 kilometers per hour. With an estimated travel time of 5.25 hours, too slow. Over 5 hours, Emotianyun glanced at the time and shook his head in discontent. Activate full power mode and fly at maximum speed towards the southeast. With determination, he unleashed his mental energy to initiate full power mode, propelling the mech towards the southeast. With a whoosh, the mech broke the sound barrier. Mountains and rivers raced beneath it as it soared above the clouds. Emotianyun observed the external environment through the mech sensors. Under his adept control, the mech executed a series of peculiar aerial maneuvers, sometimes spinning, sometimes rising and falling, and at other times swaying side to side, resembling a bird in unrestrained flight. The sensation of soaring freely was the very essence of the life Emotianyun had long sought. As the saying goes, the sky is high, allowing birds to fly. The sea is vast, permitting fish to leap. This day had finally come to fruition. However, ordinary mechs could only traverse the skies of this planet, unable to navigate the cosmos. Only more advanced mechs possessed such capabilities. Therefore, Emotianyun resolved to continue creating more powerful mechs, as he aspired to explore the broader universe and uncover its myriad mysteries. An hour later, while en route to Uluru City, a voice echoed in Emotianyun's mind. Emotianyun, there are Zerg below. It was the spirit of Miracles. Startled, Emotianyun promptly halted the mech, allowing it to hover in midair. Zerg invasion? He inquired. If that is the case, I must retreat far away and leave this planet. For a large-scale Zerg incursion cannot be faced by an individual alone. There aren't many Zerg below, the spirit of Miracles replied. Are there any Zerg that exceed the elite level? Emotianyun pressed on. From the energy intensity readings, there are none beyond the elite level, the spirit confirmed. Truly? That is splendid, Emotianyun exclaimed, elated. If he could eliminate an elite Zerg, he would no longer need to purchase their elite blood. Let us get to it, he declared as he dove down towards the ground. Gokor City, report. Commander, the city's defense system has only 10 energy remaining. It is estimated to last no more than 3 minutes. A panicked Imperial soldier relayed to an officer, Damn the Zerg. It seems we cannot hold, the officer remarked, his face betraying fear and despair. We've received word that the extraordinary battle mech master will not arrive for at least another hour. Yet that may be too late. The officer shook his head as he gazed at the command center screen, which displayed the scene of hundreds of Zerg invading Gokor City. A barrage of energy projectiles rained down upon the Zerg, yet they proved ineffective against the hard, alloy-like shells of the invaders. The Zerg relentlessly assaulted the mech forces, with some even damaging the city's defensive walls. The battle mech unit was suffering heavy losses. Now reduced to fewer than 50 ordinary battle mechs facing off against hundreds of Zerg, particularly with an elite Zerg among them, it was clear that if this continued, annihilation was inevitable. We cannot remain here. The officer recalled the oath he had taken upon joining the military. He would not retreat, not even an inch. Even if it meant death, he would face the battlefield. He could not abandon his comrades, nor the millions of Imperial citizens behind him. The order in Gokor City had already collapsed. Those with access to aerial transport had fled, while others were forced to escape on foot toward the city's outskirts. We shall go. If death awaits, let it be on the battlefield. With a resolute heart, the officer ascended to the city's defensive wall. An ordinary battle mech appeared atop the wall, belonging to the officer himself. Initially, he was not the true commander here but merely a temporary stand-in for the actual commander, who had been dispatched to the front line due to the urgent situation. To his astonishment, some Zerg had breached the front lines and launched an assault here. In haste, the temporary commander piloted his mech into battle. Yet, a single mech, an ordinary battle mech, was of little consequence. Only dozens or hundreds of ordinary battle mechs, or the presence of an extraordinary battle mech, could safeguard the city. With a resounding crash, yet another mech exploded under the Zerg's onslaught. Despite the ongoing battle, the Zerg had perished only in the dozens, while the mech forces had lost nearly half of their ordinary battle mechs. 2 minutes later, a thunderous sound reverberated. The city wall defense system had failed. This signified that once the Zerg breached the wall, they could freely wreak havoc within the city, home to millions, most of whom now had little hope of escape. At that moment, the soldiers on the wall, the civilians in the city, and the ordinary battle mech masters engaged in combat all wore expressions of despair. "It's over," the temporary commander lamented. "There is no hope. Reinforcements will arrive in an hour, but no one will survive that long." Despair enveloped everyone's hearts. Tianyun, observing from above, realized that a surprise attack from his falling position could potentially incapacitate or even slay the elite Zerg in an instant. If he could vanquish that elite Zerg, the other ordinary Zerg would pose little threat. "All right," Tianyun nodded, then began to execute the plan as instructed by the spirit of miracles. Superpower mode activated. Energy shield engaged. The mech plummeted from the sky with increased velocity, reaching a staggering 1,500 meters per second. A mech battle sword materialized in his right arm, its core illuminating in an instant as he gripped the sword tightly. Charging towards the lone elite Zerg like a falling star, "Zerg, taste my technique." Star Moon Annihilation. With a thunderous roar, a streak of light cleaved through the sky, piercing the elite Zerg's massive form. Tianyun's mech descended upon the battlefield like a meteor, unleashing a powerful shockwave that stirred a tempest of dust and debris, obscuring the view of Tianyun's actions. Although the elite Zerg survived, its severely wounded body rendered it unable to remain airborne. Crashing forcefully to the ground, the injured elite Zerg thrashed about, its 4 sharp legs flailing in the air, yet it could not right itself. The battlefield fell silent. Only the swirling dust and wind remained. Tianyun's mech stood firmly, the sword embedded in the earth, as he crouched beside it. A tremendous sound erupted from above as Tianyun made his dazzling entrance. Chapter 26. "My lord, you are not an extraordinary battle mech master?" At that moment, both the Imperial forces and the Zerg were fixated on the center of the swirling dust. The sudden turn of events left them momentarily bewildered. Gradually, the winds began to calm, and the swirling dust settled. A formidable mech stands majestically upon the ground beneath the city walls of Goka, wielding a magnificent greatsword that glistens under the radiant sunlight. Is the arrival of the extraordinary combat mech master. Goka City has been saved. The temporary commanding officer, upon seeing Tianyun's mech, mistakenly believed that an extraordinary combat mech master had come to their aid. However, he quickly recalled the notification stating that it would take approximately another hour for reinforcements to arrive from the front lines. Dismissing his doubts, he thought, regardless, only an extraordinary combat mech master could inflict such severe damage on that massive elite-class Zerg. With him here, we are surely saved. The temporary commanding officer shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any further, for the Zerg threat still loomed, and the battle was ongoing. He could not afford to be distracted. "Everyone, hold on. The extraordinary combat mech master has arrived. Let us unite to annihilate the Zerg." Once he collected his thoughts, he swiftly relayed the message to all members of the mech units to bolster their spirits. Tianyun surveyed the desolate city walls. The shattered remains of mechs, the carcasses of slain Zerg, and the pockmarked earth. He understood that the Zerg had invaded this city. He recalled the words of Grandpa Zika, who had warned that a Zerg invasion was a terrifying calamity, as they would devour all living beings to strengthen themselves. Had he not come today, Goka City would have fallen to the Zerg, and tomorrow, the entire Oyalu star would tremble. Tianyun gazed coldly at the Zerg, remembering that his beloved Grandpa Zika had perished on the front lines during a Zerg invasion. "Zerg, you have killed my family and my Grandpa Zika. I shall not spare a single one of you." I will rend you to pieces. Emotianyun's hatred for the Zerg was profound. Without further ado, he piloted the Tianyun mech, executing the Star Moon Sword technique to sever the head of the severely wounded elite-class Zerg. Then extracted its Zerg crystal core. The crystal core of this elite Zerg was a vibrant green, unlike the translucent white of ordinary Zerg. After retrieving the elite Zerg's crystal core, Emotianyun proceeded to cleave the Zerg's body into several segments. Though it may sound lengthy, it had only taken a few seconds. Once he completed these tasks, Emotianyun noticed a swarm of ordinary Zerg surrounding him. These Zerg were converging to assault him. Employing their typical swarm tactics, whenever they faced a formidable opponent, they would band together to overwhelm it. While a single Zerg might pose little threat, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them could be overwhelming. But what of millions or tens of millions attacking simultaneously? Even an epic-class combat mech master could succumb under such relentless assault. However, there were times when the Zerg congregating was advantageous, as it allowed for the use of large-scale high-energy weapons that could obliterate vast numbers of them in a single strike. Emotianyun was unconcerned by the ordinary Zerg before him. Had the Tianyun mech been merely an average combat mech, he would have fled long ago. Yet, the mech he piloted was a flawless ordinary combat mech. With an astonishing energy shield, ample energy reserves, formidable strength, and remarkable speed. The mech's battle sword was exceptionally sharp, effortlessly slicing through the exoskeleton of elite Zerg, let alone the comparatively weaker ordinary Zerg. Come forth. Let me hone my swordsmanship and mech skills on you. Emotianyun felt a surge of determination, and the Tianyun mech left behind a phantasm in an instant. With terrifying speed, the mech approached a Zerg, which had no time to react before being bisected by Emotianyun's sword. 1, 2, 3. Emotianyun became a harvester of Zerg, each foe falling before the blade of his mech. Countless severed Zerg limbs and pools of green blood stained the ground around him. However, without a high-ranking Zerg to lead them, the vicious and bloodthirsty Zerg would not retreat in fear. Their genetic makeup predetermined that they would not experience fear. As long as their enemies lived, they would charge recklessly into battle. Emotianyun felt no trepidation. Instead, he fought with increasing fervor. Meanwhile, on the other side, dozens of mechs were valiantly resisting the remaining ordinary Zerg, while also observing Emotianyun's exploits. His arrival had drawn nearly half of the ordinary Zerg away, significantly alleviating their burden, making it no longer as arduous as before. Their mechs were merely average combat mechs, struggling against a single ordinary Zerg. Let alone the hundreds of ordinary Zerg and one elite Zerg they had faced earlier. Witnessing Emotianyun's prowess against the Zerg left them in a whis. This what an extraordinary combat mech master is like? Slaying Zerg with the ease of chopping vegetables. He arrived and instantly killed that fearsome elite Zerg. Now he is effortlessly battling dozens of Zerg. On Emotianyun's end, the Zerg were nearly exterminated. Star Moon Convergence. Emotianyun unleashed the most powerful strike of the Star Moon Sword technique. In an instant, he swept through the last 5 Zerg, concluding the battle on his side. I feel my Star Moon Sword technique has improved. Emotianyun gently waved his mech's battle sword, droplets of green Zerg blood cascading down the blade to the ground. Yet, there were still Zerg to confront. Emotianyun glanced towards the mech units and then piloted his mech towards them. Look, the extraordinary combat mech master is coming over here. Finally, it is our turn for revenge. These Zerg have slaughtered many of our brothers. After joining the battle, the tide shifted in favor of Emotianyun. One by one, Zerg fell before him, and the mech units began to muster their strength to slay several Zerg as well. When the battle concluded, Emotianyun and the Imperial mech unit soldiers retracted their mechs into their spatial treasures. The soldiers, upon seeing Emotianyun, could not help but exclaim, "What a young extraordinary combat mech master!" At that moment, the temporary commanding officer approached Emotianyun, flanked by all the Imperial soldiers, to express his gratitude. "I am the temporary commander here. Thank you, extraordinary combat mech master, for your timely arrival and assistance. Otherwise, Goka City would have fallen to the Zerg. Do not mention it. I am not an extraordinary combat mech master, nor even a standard combat mech master," Emotianyun replied with a smile and a shake of his head. The Imperial soldiers were taken aback by his words. Not an extraordinary combat mech master, nor even a standard mech combat master. How could he have dealt such a devastating blow to an elite Zerg and effortlessly slayed over 100 ordinary Zerg? If he was not even a standard mech combat master, then what did that make them? One after another, the ordinary mech combat masters of the Imperial unit expressed their disbelief. Seeing their skepticism, Tianyun produced his Imperial Ordinary Identity Card, activating the information projection into the air. The soldiers observed that there was indeed no extraordinary combat mech master designation and confirmed he was not even a standard mech combat master. However, they discovered that Tianyun held the title of a novice mech manufacturer, which, coupled with the earlier spectacle, commanded their respect. "Now do you believe me?" Tianyun inquired. "I had initially intended to visit Oyalu City for some supplies, and to undergo the assessment for a standard combat mech master. I happened upon the Zerg invasion while passing through and decided to lend a hand." Tianyun recounted his journey to the city. The soldiers found it absurd. "What does it mean to lend a hand?" "Regardless, we must express our gratitude to you." The temporary commanding officer reiterated his thanks. Tianyun nodded, then looked at the distant Zerg corpses, especially the body of the elite Zerg, and said, "I intend to take these Zerg corpses with me." As the one who had slain them, he certainly wanted to claim them. First, the Zerg corpses could be broken down to extract materials for crafting high-level mechs. Tianyun needed a vast quantity of Zerg materials to create an epic mech. Second, he had ventured to slay the elite Zerg for its pure blood. "They are all yours, my lord. You have slain them, so take them as you wish. We are grateful to have survived." The temporary commanding officer waved his hand. "In that case, I need your assistance in breaking down the Zerg corpses and purifying the blood of that elite Zerg. I will only take the rare materials and Zerg crystal cores that are useful to me, while you may keep the other assorted Zerg biological materials." Tianyun's spatial ring had limited capacity, allowing him to carry only a few rare materials. Ordinary materials, though valuable, were easily obtainable. "No problem, my lord." The temporary commanding officer replied with a nod. "You may rest briefly at our command center." "Very well, I shall not be polite," Tianyun said as he entered to sit. Meanwhile, part of the soldiers began clearing the battlefield, rebuilding the walls and restoring order. Others transported the Zerg corpses using transport vehicles for processing and disassembly. Half an hour later, the temporary commanding officer returned to Tianyun, holding a spatial ring. "Why, esteemed sir, this is the material from the Zerg carcass, containing all the components derived from the dissection of that elite Zerg, along with 110 ordinary Zerg cores, as well as the entirety of the refined blood obtained from the elite Zerg's remains." Tianyun accepted the spatial bracelet to inspect its contents. Thank you very much," he said. "Oh, there is no need for such formality," the temporary commanding officer replied, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 27. The Sword of Myriad Stars with 110 ordinary Zerg cores. It seems that this invasion of Goka City involved a total of 111 Zergs, including the elite one. Such a multitude of Zerg cores could be exchanged for a considerable number of points. Tianyun mused silently. In the core space of the divine artifact, the spirit of miracles had already taken note of those Zerg cores. Tianyun, while these Zerg cores may seem abundant to you, they are but a drop in the ocean for me, sighed the spirit of miracles, shaking her head. However, should your strength increase, there will be even more Zerg cores in the future. She suddenly revealed a hopeful smile. "Do you have a potion concoction room here? I wish to prepare some gene evolution potions." Tianyun had initially intended to depart for Uluru City, but now that he had gathered all the materials for the basic gene evolution potion, he suddenly felt the urge to concoct it. Otherwise, encountering unforeseen circumstances on the way would pose significant difficulties. It was wiser to prepare the basic gene evolution potion here first, successfully enhancing his strength to become a basic gene evolution warrior, ensuring a more secure path ahead. Upon hearing this, the temporary commanding officer exclaimed, "A potion concoction room. Could it be that this esteemed sir can brew gene evolution potions?" "Yes, certainly," he nodded, putting aside his thoughts. "Please, this is the finest potion concoction room in Goka City." The entrance to the innermost chamber of a sophisticated research building swung open. Inside, a massive rack was adorned with countless potion components and tools, accompanied by an array of instruments. "I wish to concoct potions," Tianyun stated. "Very well, esteemed sir, please take your time. I shall not disturb you," the temporary commanding officer remarked, understanding the situation. Typically, potion concoction required the potion master to work alone, as the process demanded utmost precision. Any deviation in the biological materials could lead to catastrophic failures, necessitating the potion master's full concentration without distractions. Sister Spirit, I am unfamiliar with these high-tech instruments. Emo Tianyun murmured to himself as he examined the formula and the apparatus within the room. Suddenly, the Spirit of Miracles appeared, her perfect visage ethereal, her attire unchanged. I shall assist you in concocting the potion. But it will cost 20 points, she informed Emo Tianyun. 20 points, but I currently possess none, he replied. However, I recently defeated numerous Zerg and acquired quite a few Zerg cores. Emo Tianyun produced all the cores. I wonder how many points these cores can be exchanged for. They can be exchanged for 120 points. The Spirit of Miracles responded. Emo Tianyun pondered for a moment before inquiring. Sister Spirit, is it true that ordinary Zerg cores yield 1 point while elite Zerg cores yield 10 points? Indeed, she confirmed. The point value of each level of Zerg core is 10-fold that of the preceding level. Understood. Emo Tianyun nodded. The Spirit of Miracles waved her hand, and Emo Tianyun's cores vanished from sight. Very well, you now have 100 points. You may consider what you wish to exchange for, of course. You may also save it, but I advise against holding on to 100 points, as it is rather meager. It would be wiser to exchange for something to enhance your strength. The Spirit of Miracles gazed intently at Emo Tianyun. All right, then what should I exchange for? Emo Tianyun questioned, perplexed. Connect your mental energy to the core of the divine artifact and explore. The Spirit of Miracles replied, though Tianyun promptly connected his mental energy to the core of the divine artifact. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found 6 grand doors before him, with the rear door capturing his keen interest. Curiously, he approached and pushed against the massive door with all his might, only to discover that it remained utterly immovable. No matter how forcefully he attempted to open it, perhaps my mental energy is still too feeble. Perhaps one day, when my mental strength grows, I shall unlock this door and unveil its mysteries, Emo Tianyun mused, observing his mental projection. In truth, this mental projection of Emo Tianyun could only manifest within the core space of the divine artifact. To appear in reality like the Spirit of Miracles was still a distant aspiration. For now, he would explore the realm of gene evolution martial arts. Emo Tianyun chose the second door. Upon entering, he beheld 2 colossal orbs of light. Approaching, he noticed that the first orb displayed the formula for the gene evolution potion, while the second orb exhibited martial arts techniques. Emo Tianyun first selected the first orb, revealing 3 major categories: basic gene evolution potions, intermediate gene evolution potions, and advanced gene evolution potions. Delving into the basic gene evolution potions, he examined several formulas and realized that the one he was currently preparing was not the most potent. The most powerful one directly increased strength by 100 tons, a staggering 100 tons. That was the peak strength of a basic warrior, a transformation from an ordinary person. However, the points required for exchange were exorbitant, prompting Emo Tianyun to shake his head and withdraw. Next, he perused the introductions for the intermediate and advanced gene evolution potions, and to his astonishment, the more he read, the more his heart raced. Especially with the advanced gene evolution potions, which boasted enhancements of several tens of thousands of tons of strength. If Emo Tianyun possessed such potions, he could face that elite Zerg without needing a mech. However, exchanging for them would require at least several thousand points. He then clicked on the orb displaying martial arts techniques. IT contained 2 main categories: mundane martial arts and stellar martial arts. Both categories were replete with techniques as plentiful as the stars. Ultimately, Emo Tianyun discovered a martial technique within the stellar martial arts that captivated him, requiring precisely 100 points, remarkably affordable compared to other similar techniques. This martial technique was named the Sword of Myriad Stars. Yet, Emo Tianyun did not rush to make his choice. Instead, he decided to explore the other doors. Inside the door to weaponry, he found a plethora of powerful weapons, such as planet-destroying cannons, stellar annihilation cannons, neutron bombs, and spatial solidification waves, among others. The door to life sciences revealed advanced technologies including spatial jump devices, spatial folding technology, compressed stellar devices, galaxy-class spacecraft, and colossal planetary war fortresses. Ultimately, Emo Tianyun opted for the Sword of Myriad Stars, as his current points were insufficient for the other items he desired. The Spirit of Miracles sensed Emo Tianyun's choice of the Sword of Myriad Stars and revealed a knowing smile. Chapter 28. A surprise, 302 bottles of basic gene evolution potion. Typically, martial techniques of stellar martial arts level required thousands of points. Originally, Emotianyun's 100 points were far from enough to exchange for the Sword of Myriad Stars. However, upon observing the similarity between the martial technique he used, the Moonlight Sword technique, and the Sword of Myriad Stars, the Spirit of Miracles reduced the cost to 100 points. Upon experiencing the martial technique imagery of the Sword of Myriad Stars, Emotianyun was overjoyed. This technique was essentially a super advanced version of the Moonlight Sword technique. The Moonlight Sword technique could unleash 2 sword lights at once, while the Sword of Myriad Stars, when mastered, could unleash thousands of sword lights in a single strike. Who could withstand such a barrage? However, to master the Sword of Myriad Stars, one's mental energy would need to reach the level of the Spirit Sea. The Spirit of Miracles had anticipated that Emotianyun would wish to exchange for this martial technique, as it was among the most elite within the stellar martial arts category. Thus, she had lowered the point requirement to 100, making it feel akin to a gift. Though I know not why I choose to assist you, such matters are inconsequential. What I understand is that my existence hinges on absorbing sufficient high-level energy. Only as your strength grows can you aid me in collecting Zerg cores, the Spirit of Miracles lamented. Her gaze downcast, Emotianyun withdrew his mental energy from the core space of the divine artifact. Discovering that the Spirit of Miracles had already prepared the basic gene evolution potions. Emotianyun, the basic gene evolution potions are ready. All the refined blood from the elite Zerg has been utilized, resulting in a total of 302 bottles of basic gene evolution potions. The Spirit of Miracles indicated towards the neatly arranged 302 bottles. 302 bottles. I initially thought I would be fortunate to have over 100 bottles to elevate my strength to the limits of a basic warrior. I never expected to have over 300, Emotianyun exclaimed in delight. Given that all the refined blood from the elite Zerg was utilized, it is not surprising to yield such a quantity of basic gene evolution potions. The Spirit of Miracles explained. Now, you should consume them quickly. Your strength will significantly increase, and with the maximum combat power enhancement of the mech, your prowess in piloting the mech will far surpass your current capabilities. Very well, let us depart from this place immediately and seek another location to contemplate the consumption of the potion that enhances strength, Emotianyun said, a hint of impatience in his voice. With that, Emotianyun exited the premises. My lord, you have emerged. The temporary commanding officer had been waiting outside the door. In truth, Emotianyun had not lingered within for long, merely around half an hour. Indeed, I am preparing to leave, Emotianyun replied, ready to take his leave. Must you depart so swiftly, my lord? The temporary commanding officer, taken aback by Emotianyun's haste, quickly added, the citizens of the city are aware that it was you who saved them, and they are eager to express their gratitude. There are even reporters wishing to interview you. He continued, by the way, shortly, a formidable battle mech master will arrive, sent by the Empire to properly convey their thanks and to request that you do not leave so hastily. As soon as he concluded his words, a thunderous roar of mechs echoed from the sky. A crimson mech descended slowly, towering at 30 meters. Its arms bore 2 enormous cannons, and an even larger cannon was mounted on its back, exuding an aura of extraordinary might. Surrounding the mech were several floating laser cannon weapons, suggesting that it was primarily designed for combat using thermal weaponry. Judging by its size, it was at least a remarkable battle mech. Epic-level mechs were unlikely. The mech landed, and a man resembling an elder stepped out. Despite his age, this extraordinary battle mech master was dressed in imperial military garb, standing tall and upright, his eyes gleaming with vigor as he walked with a steady and powerful gait. Ha! I have heard of a valiant young hero who vanquished the invading insectoids. Ped, is this young man beside you the one? The extraordinary battle mech master exclaimed with hearty laughter, clearly in high spirits. The temporary commanding officer quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully as he replied, Indeed, Captain Terry. Emotianyun turned to face Captain Terry. The captain approached him, extending his right hand in a gesture of friendship. Emotianyun reciprocated. Shaking hands amicably, I am immensely grateful to this young brother for protecting the millions of citizens of Geka City. I thank you once more, Captain Terry said solemnly. Why now? The area was teeming with people. As Captain Terry's mech appeared, many had rushed over to witness the event, including soldiers, citizens, and reporters. The moment Captain Terry shook hands with Yun was captured by the reporters using holographic imaging technology. Is that young man who just shook hands with Captain Terry truly the hero who saved Geka City? Some citizens speculated. Indeed, that young noble is the very hero who rescued us. Some well-informed Imperial soldiers replied with great respect. To have eradicated the insectoids at such a young age is truly remarkable. Yes, this heroic youth has an unlimited future ahead of him. After Captain Terry spoke, he inquired, "We have yet to learn your name." "Young brother, Captain, you are too kind. My name is Yun," he replied. Captain Terry nodded and glanced at the temporary commanding officer, saying, "Before I arrived here, Ped had already briefed me about you." "Really?" Yun blinked. Feeling a sense of déjà vu, Captain Terry continued, "I will take charge of your assessment for becoming a battle mech master. I can escort you there at no. Thank you, Captain Terry." Yun shook his head, indicating he did not require assistance. "I am merely passing through Geka City and have other matters to attend to, so there is no need to trouble you." His gaze was resolute. "Very well." Captain Terry, seeing Yun's firm attitude, did not press the matter further. "I shall not linger here any longer. I will take my leave." For Yun, the utmost priority now was to reach Oyalu City and find a place to consume the initial stage gene evolution potion to become a novice warrior. Our savior is departing. How I wish he could stay a few more days. Upon reaching a deserted open space, Yun summoned his mech. "Is this the mech of our hero? It looks so powerful. Indeed, it exudes a majestic aura. I shall become a battle mech master when I grow up, just like our heroic brother, vanquishing insectoids and protecting everyone. Yes, I too aspire to be a battle mech master." The children exclaimed in admiration. Boom! Yun piloted the mech, soaring toward Oyalu City. The citizens of Geka City watched him leave until he vanished beyond the horizon. By the time they next heard of Yun, he had already become a celebrated name across the empire, a true national hero. Chapter 29. Pain and Joy. In the mech manufacturing documentation room of Cold Mountain City, a young girl was engrossed in a thick tome, diligently studying the intricacies of mech manufacturing. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a voice from outside shattered the tranquility of the room. "Shao Na, look at this." Veina's father, Light, burst in, holding a smart brain device that projected a luminous screen. "What is it?" The girl tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "You'll find out soon enough," Light replied, feigning mystery. Veina widened her clear eyes, eager to discover what had prompted her father to seek her out. Shocking. Geka City was nearly obliterated by an insectoid invasion. Yet a young hero turned the tide. Veina slowly perused the contents, her gaze landing on a recording that left her aghast. The figure of the young hero who had slain the insectoids was none other than Yun. Her expression shifted from surprise to a dreamy smile, her heart racing with emotions she struggled to contain. Light observed all of this, realizing that his daughter had indeed grown up and was beginning to experience the stirrings of affection. In the office of the old president, young Yun is quite impressive. I wonder if he will one day enter the Empire's mech sanctuary, the Aelan Academy for Genius Mech Masters. I eagerly anticipated. Haha. The old president lowered his gaze to the epic mech blueprints he was designing. My design is nearing completion. I aim to be the first to craft an epic mech on Oyalu Star. A streak of light zipped across the sky. It was Yun's Tianyun mech. That vast city ahead must be Oyalu City. From the aerial view, Oyalu City was more than 10 times larger than Cold Mountain City. This city rightfully claimed its title as the largest in Oyalu Star, with a population certainly exceeding 100 million. Yun retracted his mech and approached the towering city gates. The defensive systems of Oyalu City's walls were extraordinarily formidable, rendering even extraordinary battle mech masters powerless to breach them. Thus, it was impossible for Yun to enter by flying in his mech. The walls soared over 100 meters high, and the city gates were equally imposing. Enormous laser cannons lined the walls, and combat aircraft patrolled the skies. Yun produced his Imperial identification card and gently swiped it at the entrance machine, granting him passage into Oyalu City. In a luxurious high-end hotel, this the initial stage gene evolution potion. It appears quite ordinary, like plain water, Yun mused, holding a vial of the potion from his spatial wristband and inspecting it with curiosity. There was a slight distinction between the gene evolution potion and regular water. While ordinary water was transparent and colorless, The initial stage gene evolution potion exhibited a faint blue hue and emitted a glow in the darkness. Your mental power is sufficient to consume up to 10 vials at once, 5 times in succession, thus enhancing your strength by approximately 50 tons. A flash of light heralded the arrival of the spirit of miracles beside Tianyun. I possess less than a ton of strength, yet I can suddenly augment it by such a significant amount. Once I consume this, I shall become a mid-level initial stage gene evolution warrior. Tianyun gasped in astonishment. He had initially believed he would need to consume the potion vial by vial until reaching the limit of 100 tons of strength as an initial stage gene evolution warrior. He never anticipated that he could gain 50 tons of strength all at once. With 50 tons of strength, combined with the maximum combat enhancement multiplier of the Tianyun mech, his raw power while piloting the mech would reach 500 tons. It was noteworthy that in Geka City, he had relied on gravitational acceleration to deliver a crushing blow to the elite insectoid. Had he possessed 50 tons of strength at that time, he could have effortlessly slain that elite insectoid with a single strike from the Tianyun mech. Your mental power is nearing the spirit sea level, allowing you to endure greater enhancements from the gene evolution potions. The spirit of miracles remarked with a slight nod. Upon consuming these gene evolution potions, it is possible that your mental power may also experience a boost during the evolution process. After you consume the initial stage gene evolution potion, you will need to take an adequate energy replenishment potion. Otherwise, your physical strength will not increase. Yes, I have calculated. After consuming 10 vials of the initial stage gene evolution potion, 1 vial of low-level energy replenishment potion will be necessary. The spirit of miracles reminded Tianyun, within my spatial wristband, I have prepared some energy replenishing potions of varying levels. After all, a single vial of this concoction can sustain a novice warrior's stamina for 3 days. Tianyun nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the primary gene evolution potion in his hand. He then retrieved 49 vials of the primary gene evolution potion and 5 vials of the low-level energy replenishing potion from the wristband. "All right, let's do this," he exclaimed. Tianyun uncorked 10 vials of the primary gene evolution potion, gulping them down simultaneously, followed by a single vial of the low-level energy replenishing potion. As he did, a shiver coursed through his body, and he perceived the surrounding objects with astonishing clarity. Soon, warmth enveloped him, my body feels akin to a seed. These primary gene evolution potions are like the nourishing rain that helps me sprout. I can feel myself slowly budding, growing into a sapling. Tianyun sensed the transformation occurring within him. Gradually, the warmth intensified, morphing into pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. If the initial stages of gene evolution were gentle, now it had reached a critical juncture where the potion's effect surged, hastening the gene evolution process with increasing ferocity. Tianyun, remain calm. Although gene evolution is painful, it is also the most opportune moment to refine your mental strength. The spirit of miracles advised, observing him closely. Others lack such a formidable tool for honing their mental prowess as this simulated space. Most can only refine their mental strength during gene evolution. Seize this opportunity well. I will grasp the opportunity. Tianyun gasped through gritted teeth, enduring the agony. That moment, his old cells perished while new ones proliferated from the gene evolution. The rate of metabolism in the new cells exceeded that of the old ones by 100-fold. Endowing his body with a strength far greater than before. Tianyun utilized his mental strength to confront the pain, continuously stimulating his mental fortitude in the process. An hour later, the changes in Tianyun's body ceased. I feel incredibly powerful now. My former self seems utterly weak, he mused. Attempting to lift a cup, he inadvertently crushed it to smithereens due to his newfound strength. You've celebrated too early. This is merely the beginning. Your strength still has the potential to quadruple, so save your exuberance for later. However, before that, you must endure 4 more such bouts of agony. The spirit of miracles reminded him with a smile. Chapter 30. Gene evolution can also enhance handsomeness. As long as my strength can be enhanced, what is a little pain to endure? Tianyun declared with spirited determination. Moreover, this delightful agony is something others would envy. Yet, he pondered, why did his body feel somewhat stiff? Pulling up his shirt, he discovered a layer of dark, hardened shell-like substance firmly adhered to his skin. What is this? Tianyun inquired, gently peeling off a piece to reveal smooth, Fair skin beneath in his previous life in the impoverished village, he often rummaged through the Mecha graveyards for scraps. While his skin was not excessively dark, the term fair had never applied to him. Intrigued, he examined the substance that had emerged from his body, only to be met with a foul odor. This is the residue hidden within your body, filth accumulated from both internal and external sources, the spirit of miracles elucidated upon seeing the dark matter on Emotinyun's skin. Ah, I see it, in a wonder I feel so much lighter now. I had no idea there was so much dirt within me. With that, Emotinyun shed his clothing and forcefully shook his body, sending all impurities flying away. His skin gleamed with a pristine radiance, akin to a freshly shelled egg. Each muscle was neither too large nor too small, appearing robust and powerful. The combination of his well-defined physique, chiseled features, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and jet-black hair rendered Emotinyun undeniably charismatic, truly a dashing young man. Even the spirit of miracles found her cheeks flushing, diverting her gaze shyly. A day later, Emotinyun completed the final dose of the primary gene evolution potion. Is this the strength of a mid-level primary gene evolution warrior? Now, with a single punch, I can unleash 50 tons of force, and my physical attributes have greatly surpassed those of the past. My body's resilience rivals that of steel. Emotinyun silently reveled in the changes within him. However, despite his steel-like strength, he knew he could not withstand attacks from low-tier energy weapons or laser swords. As steel had long been obsolete for over 1,000,000 years in the Empire, suddenly, he recalled the insectoid race, more specifically, the battle outside Geka City, where the city's energy cannons failed to harm the insectoids. The thought of how even the most ordinary insectoid could endure energy cannon strikes was truly terrifying. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, Emotinyun resolved to address the remaining primary gene evolution potions. Having consumed 50 vials and retaining another 50, there remained 202 vials of the primary gene evolution potion, which he planned to sell entirely before embarking on the acquisition of epic materials for crafting the legendary Mecha. The Thousand Swords Mecha. Though the Elder had gifted him some rare materials, they were but a drop in the ocean. Collecting all the necessary materials would require much more effort. Most critically, after investigating, he found that the core of the Earth was likely unavailable in Uluru City. Even if it were, it would cost at least 200 million star coins based on historical prices. Each vial of the primary gene evolution potion was estimated to be worth around 500,000 star coins. Selling all of them would yield only 100 million star coins, which was evidently insufficient. At the Uluru City potion market, Emotinyun rented a stall from the Market Management Center to sell his primary gene evolution potions. These potions had to undergo rigorous inspection before being allowed for sale. Please present the potions you wish to sell for evaluation, a staff member clad in specialized attire instructed. Emotinyun produced the 202 vials of primary gene evolution potions and handed them to the inspector. The inspector placed all the potions on a machine, where a series of mechanical arms unscrewed the caps and extracted a drop of potion from each vial for analysis. The machine whirred to life, and the inspector keenly monitored the results, while Emotinyun eagerly anticipated what would be revealed. Soon, the results emerged. Gene evolution potion. 1 vial can enhance physical strength by 1 ton. Side effects, none. Evaluation. Perfect level primary gene evolution potion. Perfect level? Emotinyun was taken aback by the evaluation. The Empire classified items into 4 tiers: ordinary, fine, exquisite, and perfect, with perfect being the highest. To his astonishment, his potion was rated as a perfect level primary gene evolution potion. Yet, he distinctly remembered seeing potions in the core space of miracles that were far superior, capable of boosting strength by several tons, or even up to 100 tons without side effects. The inspector, visibly shaken, struggled to steady the report in his hand. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, he said, "Esteemed sir, your potions have passed inspection. Here are your vials and the report. You may proceed to sell them in the market." Emotinyun noticed the inspector's hand trembled slightly as he handed over the report. As he exited the Market Management Center, heading toward his rented stall, the inspector hurriedly retrieved a communication device. "What is it?" An elderly voice responded. "Chief, someone is selling perfect-level primary gene evolution potions in the market. I thought it was a trivial matter. It's just primary gene evolution," the elder began, but suddenly seemed to grasp the significance of the news. "What did you just say?" "Chief, Someone is selling perfect level primary gene evolution potions in the market. The inspector reiterated. Perfect level primary gene evolution potions? Is it truly perfect level? The elder exclaimed, his disbelief evident. Indeed, I assure you it is entirely accurate. Here is the inspection report. You can see the seller's stall address included. The inspector handed the report to the elder. Emotion. This potion has been recognized as the highest tier of primary gene evolution potion in your civilization. It seems you can sell it for a handsome price. I suggest you use the report for promotion. Many will undoubtedly rush to buy it, and you can then select the highest offers. Emotion had just exited the market management center when the voice of the spirit of miracles resonated in his mind. I implore you, dear patrons, to support me with your love. I am immensely grateful to all the benefactors. Chapter 31. A stall transformed into an auction. Indeed, Sister Miracle, Emotion responded telepathically, when I learned that the beginner gene evolution potions in my possession were rated as perfect level beginner gene evolution potions. I found myself pondering the same question. I am quite curious as to why I have observed many potions of superior quality in the core space of miracles, while my own beginner gene evolution potions have been designated as perfect level by the Empire. Emotion suspected that the core of miracles originated from a civilization more advanced than the Aolong Empire, yet he felt compelled to inquire further. Emotion. The spirit of miracles began. The universe is vast and boundless. The Aolong Empire civilization, in which you were born, occupies a galaxy spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, yet it is but a speck of dust in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. There are countless civilizations far more powerful than the Aolong Empire, rendering it as fragile as an ant in the expanse of the universe. The spirit of miracles elaborated. Both I and the core of miracles hail from civilizations that surpass the Aolong Empire, but I cannot divulge further details unless the spirit of miracles paused before continuing, unless your strength reaches a level that qualifies you as a formidable presence across the universe. At that point, the answers will reveal themselves to you. Very well, how enigmatic, Emotion remarked, shrugging his shoulders and ceasing his inquiries. The concept of cosmic power seemed too ethereal to contemplate at this stage. His immediate concern was how to sell the potions at a lucrative price. Stall 114514, that one will do. Emotion retrieved 202 bottles of potions and, utilizing the temporary management privileges granted by the Market Management Center, activated the protective energy shield around the merchandise, securing the potions within. With this energy shield, only Emotion could extract the potions, ensuring their safety, particularly given the fragility and high value of such items. Now it was time to advertise. Emotion commanded his intelligent device to project the potion inspection report. Placing it prominently at the front of the stall, he then activated the advertisement player, inputting the promotional message. Do you wish to enhance your physical prowess? If so, come to stall 114514, where you will find perfect level beginner gene evolution potions. Each bottle can augment your strength by 1 ton, with no side effects. Once he input the inspection report, he was ready to commence the advertisement. However, he needed to pay 10,000 star coins to initiate a 10-second advertisement broadcast. Done.as Emotion completed the transaction. The colossal screen at the potion market transformed to display his advertisement. The 10 seconds passed swiftly, yet it captured the attention of numerous onlookers. This advertisement is utterly juvenile and unprofessional. Can you believe he actually paid for this? I must see what kind of potions he is selling. One individual observed intently, his eyes widening in disbelief. Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes and focused once more. Perfect level beginner gene evolution potions, my goodness. This person scrutinized the inspection report, repeatedly verifying that he was not mistaken. Could it possibly be a fraudulent report? Unlikely. This is a marketplace. Anyone daring to deceive would be unable to leave the premises. Moreover, these are side-effect-free gene evolution potions. Typically, even high-quality potions are snatched up immediately. Now, with the introduction of a perfect-level potion, I can only imagine the frenzy it will incite in the market. Indeed, exclamations erupted throughout the potion market as throngs of people retrieved their communicators. What? Perfect-level beginner gene evolution potions. Such a thing exists on Star. I'm on my way. Perfect-level beginner gene evolution potions can increase strength by 1 ton. With no side effects, haha, I might finally break through to the advanced stage of gene evolution. An ever-growing crowd rushed toward the potion market, converging at Emotion's stall, 114514, transforming it into a sea of humanity. The Market Management Center received notifications and promptly dispatched security personnel to maintain order. Motianyun had already activated the energy shield to envelop himself. Otherwise, the inquisitive crowd would have overwhelmed him with questions. "Welcome, everyone. I am the stall owner here," Motianyun announced through a megaphone, gradually bringing the crowd to silence. "We have a total of 202 bottles of perfect-level beginner gene evolution potions, each capable of augmenting physical strength by 1 ton and boasting no side effects, suitable for consumption until the limits of the early advanced stage of gene evolution." Motianyun proceeded to introduce his potions. "The reason my potions are rated as perfect-level beginner gene evolution potions is primarily due to their lack of side effects. While some exquisite-level beginner gene evolution potions may offer a strength increase of 1 ton, they come with significant side effects, making continuous use impossible. Even if they could be used indefinitely, their efficacy diminishes over time until they become ineffective. Thus, I need not elaborate on the rarity of these potions. The starting bid is 800,000 star coins per bottle, with multiple purchases allowed. The highest bidder shall prevail." Upon announcing the price, most attendees shook their heads in disbelief, as it seemed exorbitant to many. However, Motianyun was not inflating prices. In the Empire, beginner gene evolution potions are typically priced at 100,000 star coins, exquisite level at 200,000, premium level at 400,000, and perfect level at 800,000. Therefore, his pricing was quite reasonable. The reason for the minimum bid of 800,000 was due to the extreme rarity of perfect-level beginner gene evolution potions on Ulula's star, which had not been seen in several years. "I offer 16,160,000 star coins for all 202 bottles of beginner gene evolution potions." The proclamation silenced the crowd as they turned to the source of the voice. It belonged to an elderly man with snow-white hair, donned in a simple white robe. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this elder exuded an aura of authority, indicative of a person of significant stature. "Haha, old Gula, you think it will be so easy to acquire all these potions?" A hearty laugh drew everyone's attention once more. The speaker continued, "I bid 17 million star coins for all 202 potions." This individual was a robust middle-aged man, sporting a thick beard and striking facial features. "Nibbard, do you truly believe you can seize these perfect-level beginner gene evolution potions so effortlessly? I counter with 18 million. The elder swiftly retorted, Chapter 32. "How about we barter instead? 19 million star coins, 20 million star coins, 21 million star coins, 22 million star coins." The two continued their fierce bidding. Motianyun was equally astonished and delighted. The intensity of their competition suggested a substantial profit, ensuring that he would secure the materials he sought. "Gentlemen, there is no need for such fervent contention. Beware of allowing a third party to benefit from your rivalry." A woman's icy voice cut through the tension, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Motianyun followed the gazes of the crowd, taking in the striking figure of a woman exuding an air of frosty elegance. With just a glance, Motianyun could perceive the cold aura that enveloped her. "How can one discern this?" he mused. The woman sported a neat, light blue bob cut, her eyes radiating an unapproachable chill. Anyone who met her gaze for even a few moments would surely feel frozen in place. She wore an exquisitely tailored blue gown adorned with small blue gemstones, accentuating her long, fair legs, which were elegantly complemented by deep blue high-heeled shoes. It was evident that she had a penchant for the color blue, and her demeanor harmonized beautifully with the hue. "Miss Longyu has arrived," Motianyun noted, recognizing her as a person of considerable influence. The two competing bidders paused at her arrival. "Miss Longyu, greetings, Miss Longyu." The crowd acknowledged her presence as she approached the stall. "Everyone, let us not compete. We can divide the potions among ourselves." The frosty Miss Longyu spoke with an air of authority. "Do not be hasty. Let us also consider our contributions," a male voice interjected, this time belonging to a gentleman clad in a tastefully fitted black suit. He possessed a refined demeanor, standing tall and handsome, yet it was the imposing figure beside him that commanded attention. This man was garbed in military combat attire, which immediately suggested high quality, clearly beyond the means of an ordinary individual. He bore a striking purple sword sheath from which a long alloy sword was partially visible. Its red hilt peeking out, Motianyun observed in silence, recognizing the sword sheath as forged from the rare material known as purple cloud shinjin. He could only wonder what exquisite materials had been used for the sword itself. Miss Lungyu gently turned her head and, upon seeing the newcomer, especially that man clad in combat attire, her frosty gaze, which was as cold as ice, revealed a flicker of emotion. She then spoke, "Young Master Talink, it is a pleasure to meet you." As for the gentleman in the black formal suit who had just spoken, he did not even spare her a glance. "Miss Lungyu, the pleasure is mine," replied the man in combat attire, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. This complicated matters. It seemed that obtaining a sufficient quantity of the perfect grade primary gene evolution potions would be quite challenging. The two who had initially been competing exchanged sighs of resignation. Now, nearly half of the prominent families on this planet had arrived. Indeed, representatives from 4 of the 8 major families of Uluru Star were present. Such an occurrence was indeed a rarity, as murmurs rippled among the onlookers. Listening to their conversations, Imo Tianyun felt a new idea formulating in his mind. Since the proceeds from selling these potions were intended for purchasing materials to manufacture the Qinjian Mecha, and given the sheer number of people here, including those from the 8 major families of Uluru Star, surely they possess the rare materials I seek. Why not propose a barter system, exchanging the potions for materials of equivalent value? With this thought in mind, Imo Tianyun summoned his intelligent device and began inputting the materials he desired, alongside the corresponding values of the perfect grade primary gene evolution potions. The following were the entries. Material serial number determines the priority of potion exchange. 1. Core of the Earth. 1 can be exchanged for 202 potions, all. 2. Stellar Crimson Flame Crystal. 1 standard cubic meter can be exchanged for 20 potions, limit of 3. 3. Obsidian Gold. 10 tons can be exchanged for 1 potion, limit of 300 tons. 4. Colorful Moonlight Meteorite. 1 standard cubic meter can be exchanged for 10 potions, limit of 3. 5. Radiant Yttrium. 100 kilograms can be exchanged for 1 potion, limit of 1 ton. 6. Void Fire Crystal. 1 standard cubic meter can be exchanged for 1 potion, limit of 10.7. Flowing Star Iron. 30 tons can be exchanged for 1 potion, limit of 300 tons. 8. Celestial Ether Gold. 1 ton can be exchanged for 1 potion, limit of 10 tons. 9. Spatial Flow Sand. 1 ton can be exchanged for 10 potions, limit of 2 tons. Although the list appeared extensive, Imo Tianyun swiftly inputted the information using his mental connection to the intelligent device. Ahem, everyone, let us proceed with the barter exchange, Imo Tianyun announced loudly using a megaphone. This declaration instantly captured the attention of all present. Barter exchange? What exactly does that entail? Everyone pondered in curiosity. Haha, please take a look. Imo Tianyun projected the information from his intelligent device onto a luminous screen, allowing everyone to see the entries clearly. The serial numbers of these items determine their priority for exchange, with those listed first being considered first. However, the items available for exchange had limits. Should anyone attempt to exchange beyond these limits, priority would be given to those of the highest quality until the limits were reached. I am selling these potions merely to earn star coins for materials, and now I intend to directly exchange for materials. Everyone has an opportunity to participate in this exchange. Rest assured, the prices are absolutely fair, with some materials even offered at a discount, Imo Tianyun explained patiently. In 1 hour, the exchange will commence. If anyone is unprepared, now is the time to gather your items. However, please be mindful of your limits, as the items I am exchanging are subject to quantity restrictions, and I will prioritize those of the highest quality for trade. Thus, anything exceeding the limits will not be exchanged. O Tianyun continued. 1 hour? Quick, let us prepare. We might just have a chance to obtain a few bottles of perfect primary gene evolution potions. Some individuals, upon hearing this, hurriedly departed to gather their materials. Ha, I happen to have some of these materials. Perhaps I truly have a chance to become a mid-tier gene evolution warrior. I have been stuck at the early tier for many years. Some individuals, upon realizing they possessed the required items, were overjoyed. What is this core of the Earth? It can actually be exchanged for all the perfect grade primary gene evolution potions. One person exclaimed in surprise upon discovering the high value of the core of the Earth. Nearby, someone knowledgeable responded, the core of the Earth is the innermost part of a planet. There is only one per celestial body, and it is incredibly hard and dense, typically used to forge epic tier mechas and above. After understanding this, the individual replied, does this vendor intend to manufacture mechas? It seems quite likely, given that the listed materials are all related to mecha production. The respondent confirmed indeed. To possess perfect-grade primary gene evolution potions, and to also be engaged in mecha manufacturing, particularly epic-tier mechas, is quite remarkable. What does it matter to you what he intends to do with these materials? Our priority is to gather these items and exchange them for potions to enhance our power. Another bystander interjected, unable to contain their thoughts after overhearing the conversation. Hey, steward, check the warehouse for these items on the screen and send someone to gather them. Higher quality is better. The exchange for perfect-grade primary gene evolution potions will begin in 1 hour. Miss Lingyu instructed her steward through the communication device. The stewardess holographic image responded respectfully after reviewing the item exchange list projected by Tianyun. Understood, Mississippi. I shall attend to it immediately. The initially competing elder, the tall middle-aged man, the gentleman in the black formal suit, and the combat-clad Talink, whom Miss Lingyu had referred to, were all preparing their materials. The information regarding the materials sought by Tianyun had swiftly spread throughout the market, causing prices to surge. Tianyun's barter approach significantly facilitated his efforts, sparing him from the tedious task of scouring the market for materials to purchase individually. Chapter 33. The exchange culminates, only the core of the earth remains. An hour passed swiftly. The crowd around Tianyun's stall had once again swelled, and this time, the number of attendees far exceeded that of an hour prior. Tianyun glanced at the time and noted that the hour had elapsed. He then declared, "The hour has come. We shall commence the barter exchange." As soon as the words left his lips, the entire assembly fell silent, no longer engaging in loud chatter. We shall begin with the first item. The core of the earth. If anyone possesses a core of the earth for exchange, they shall receive all the perfect-grade primary gene evolution potions, and subsequent transactions will cease. Tianyun inquired. Naturally, he hoped someone would offer the core of the earth in exchange for all the potions, as that would resolve his material collection issues for the epic-tier Xinjian mecha. After all, the core of the earth was exceedingly rare on Uluru Star, a low-tier planet on the fringes of the Empire. There was simply no market for it. The core of the earth was essential for the creation of epic-tier mechas and above, yet there wasn't even a single epic-tier mecha manufacturer on the entire Uluru Star. How could a market possibly exist? Everyone present, including Tianyun, began looking around, but no one stepped forward to engage in the trade. It appeared that no one possessed the first item, the core of the earth. Tianyun felt a twinge of disappointment. Though it did not dampen his spirits for the upcoming exchanges. It seems that no one has the core of the earth, so we shall proceed to the exchange for the second item, the stellar crimson flame crystal. No sooner had he spoken these words than Miss Lingyu, an elder, and the combat-clad Talink stepped forward. They approached Tianyun and initiated the exchange. Here are 3 stellar crimson flame crystals. Miss Lingyu placed 3 standard-sized crystals on the ground. Her voice cool as ice. The temperature in the vicinity surged instantly. These 3 crystals, deep red in hue, radiated a crimson glow under the light's reflection. The stellar crimson flame crystal is a crystal forged in the heart of a star over billions of years, capable of withstanding temperatures of millions of degrees and the terrifying pressure found at the star's core. The deep-sea fire crystal that Tianyun had previously acquired from the old president paled in comparison to the stellar crimson flame crystals. I have 2 stellar crimson flame crystals here. Please take a look, the elder offered, presenting his 2 crystals. I possess 5 stellar crimson flame crystals. With a wave of his hand, Talink produced 5 additional crystals. Tianyun approached to inspect the 10 stellar crimson flame crystals, intending to select the best 3 for exchange. This was yet another advantage of the barter system, the ability to choose the highest quality items for trade. The materials presented by these families were of superior quality, and Tianyun selected the finest among them. The chosen items boasted exceptional quality, enhancing the strength of the mechas during construction. If Tianyun were to purchase these materials with star coins, their quality would likely be inferior, resulting in a weaker Xinjian mecha. This one, and this one, Tianyun finally concluded after meticulous consideration, selecting 1 from Miss Lingyu and 2 from Talink, while the elder's offerings were not chosen at all. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder remained unperturbed as he tucked away 2 pieces of stellar flame crystals. This, however, did not imply that the quality of his crystals was inferior. On the contrary, the quality of the elder's stellar flame crystals was exceptionally rare in the market, merely indicating that Miss Lingyu and young Master Talink had brought crystals of extraordinary quality. Having tasted the sweet fruit of success, Missouri Tianyun increasingly believed that his bartering strategy was indeed a sagacious choice. Miss Lungyu, here are your 20 vials of potions. Young Master Talink, this is your 40 vials of potions. Mo Tianyun retrieved 60 vials of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions from the energy shield as a means of exchange. The transaction for item number 2, the stellar flame crystals, had been completed, and now it was time for the exchange of item number 3, the obsidian gold. Mo Tianyun commenced the next item exchange with great aplomb. This time, a multitude of participants had arrived to partake in the exchange. Obsidian gold, a rare metal formed within stars, yielded no more than several tens of thousands of tons from a single star. And newly formed stars often could not produce it at all. Known for its remarkable strength, obsidian gold was ideal for crafting armor components for the Thousand Swords Mecha. The other 4 prominent families had also dispatched representatives to procure obsidian gold for exchange. The quality of the obsidian gold brought by these families was notably high. Mo Tianyun selected the finest 300 tons of obsidian gold for his potions. Next on the list was item number 4. The Rainbow Moonstone. Once again, many came forth to engage in the exchange. Following that was item number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mo Tianyun conducted the exchanges methodically in accordance with the item exchange list. With the final vial of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potion exchanged, Mo Tianyun achieved his objective of selling the potions. Young Master Talink received the most, exchanging a total of 55 vials from Mo Tianyun, followed by Miss Lungyu, who acquired 40 vials. The 2 individuals who had initially raised their bids were next, with the elder exchanging 25 vials and the tall middle-aged man exchanging 23. The remaining potions were claimed by other prominent families, as well as some smaller families and warriors. Thank you all for your patronage. I regret to inform you that all potions have now been exchanged, and I kindly ask everyone to disperse, Mo Tianyun announced upon noticing that many lingered at his stall, reluctant to leave. What? They're all gone. Aren't there still materials to exchange? Potions ran out so quickly. I spent over 1 million star coins on materials, and now I can't exchange for a single vial. These materials are useless now. This is simply extortion. Indeed, I spent half my fortune on these worthless materials just to exchange for a potion. Refund us. As the crowd grew agitated due to their inability to exchange materials for potions, they became increasingly insistent on staying. It appeared that they were not inclined to back down easily. Mo Tianyun pondered silently. If this matter could not be resolved, it seemed he would not be leaving anytime soon. Everyone, please calm down. I mentioned before that you should act within your means. The potions are limited, and the items I exchange for them are also in limited supply. The sound of Mo Tianyun's voice. The remaining crowd erupted in discontent. We specifically purchased the items you needed for potions. You cannot simply dismiss us with a statement of limits. Indeed, we bought these items at a high price. And if you do not exchange potions for us, then they are rendered useless. Even if we sell them again, we cannot recuperate our costs. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not yet finished speaking. I still possess some potions. Mo Tianyun continued, and slowly the crowd quieted. These are potions I prepared for myself. Now, I will offer them in exchange for the remaining materials on the exchange list. Once they are gone, they will not return. Furthermore, as the potions are few, 2 items will be required for 1 potion. Mo Tianyun produced 30 more vials of potions, which finally appeased the remaining crowd. With this, Mo Tianyun had gathered all the materials for his Thousand Swords Mecha. Save for the Heart of the Earth. Chapter 34, Mecha Combat Master Center, Aomaran Family. How goes the investigation? Have you found this person? An elder sat regally in the grand hall. This elder was Aomaran Gula, the patriarch of the Aomaran family and the same elder who exchanged 25 vials of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions at Mo Tianyun's stall. Reporting to the patriarch, we have located him. Please take a look. A young man projected the gathered information about the patriarch's inquiry through a holographic display. The elder began to scrutinize the details. Mo Tianyun, beginner mecha manufacturer. The elder gazed at the display, gradually revealing a cruel smile. He is not a potion maker. Ha! It seems he concocted the perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions through formulas. We only need to keep an eye on him, find a secluded spot, and then capture him. The formula will be ours. The formula for perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions is exceedingly rare throughout the Empire. Our family could produce a large number of mid-level gene evolution warriors with it. potentially even many advanced gene evolution warriors. At that point, the planet Oyalu will be under the control of our Aomaran family. The elder envisioned the prospects and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, as he continued reading, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. It turned out that the young hero who had slain the elite insectoid was none other than him. Alas! The elder sighed deeply. It's better not to provoke him. At the Long Family.Motianyun, beginner mecha manufacturer, he single-handedly defeated over 100 insectoids in Geka City, including an elite insectoid, earning the title of Young Hero. A striking beauty with short, icy blue hair meticulously examined the information gathered about Motianyun. Such prowess, but he still cannot compare to my brother. My brother now possesses perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions. His power will surely escalate. The young lady pouted adorably in disdain. Miss Longyu initially expressed mild surprise at Motianyun's ability to defeat an elite insectoid, only to recall her brother and huff in pride. Indeed, this young lady was none other than the ice-cold beauty known as Miss Longyu. If anyone were to witness the ice-cold beauty of Oyalu City making such a cute expression, they would surely be astounded. Given that such a young individual could slay an elite insectoid, it was best not to provoke him. After some contemplation, Miss Longyu decided to abandon her plans to act against Motianyun. Realizing that even mid-level gene evolution warriors from her family would struggle to capture him, given his formidable strength, the Barot family. Esteemed young master, the information you requested has been transmitted to your neural interface. A servant bowed respectfully. Understood. A young man clad in battle attire nodded nonchalantly. This young man was none other than young Master Talink, accompanied by a young man in a black suit, Motianyun. Beginner mecha manufacturer, 2 days ago in Geka City, single-handedly defeated over 100 insectoids, including an elite insectoid, saving the city and earning the title of Young Hero. Young Master Talink glanced at the information and then remarked to the man in the black suit, "Gwen, I never would have expected that this individual who produced perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions is even younger than you, yet capable of slaying elite insectoids. Oh, so that young vendor is so formidable? Aside from being a beginner mecha manufacturer, he is also a mecha combat master. Brother, let me take a look." The young man in the black suit craned his neck curiously to view the footage of Motianyun defeating the elite insectoid. "Indeed, that is truly an elite insectoid," Gwen exclaimed, astonished. "Such youth, yet such strength. Ha! I would love to challenge him." Young Master Talink expressed eager anticipation, then produced a vial of potion, gently rubbing his fingers over it while murmuring to himself, "However, with my perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potion, my power will greatly increase, reaching the limits of beginner gene evolution warriors." Other prominent families in Oyalu City sought to gather information about Motianyun, but upon learning that he could slay elite insectoids, they quickly abandoned any other thoughts. Gradually, it became common knowledge among those with connections in Oyalu City that the young man who produced perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions was not to be trifled with. Yet, their desire for Motianyun's potions remained undiminished. Since a direct approach was unfeasible, they considered a more legitimate path. "Sister Shinji, I have nearly completed the collection of materials for the Thousand Swords mecha. I only lack the Heart of the Earth. Motianyun left the potion market, preparing to head to the Mecha Combat Master Center for the Mecha Combat Master examination. However, you must elevate your mental power to the spiritual sea level to successfully create the core of the Thousand Swords mecha. Otherwise, even acquiring the Heart of the Earth will be futile. I feel that my mental power has grown significantly since my breakthrough to the perception level, yet for some reason, I still cannot advance further." Motianyun lamented, "Do not worry, it will come soon. After you consume a few more beginner gene evolution potions, you will be able to break through," the spirit of Shunji reassured him. "Indeed, that is good to hear." Motianyun nodded slightly. Soon, he arrived at the Combat Mecha Master Assessment Center. This Combat Mecha Master Center was truly magnificent, deserving of its status as the only one of its kind on this planet. The enormous structure reshaped Motianyun's perception of architecture. The largest building he had ever seen was the Hanshan Tower in the central district of Hanshan City. However, the Combat Mecha Master Center was at least 10 times larger than the Hanshan Tower. Indeed, it was the largest building on Uluru Star. "Please present your Imperial ID card." As Motianyun entered, a beautiful synthetic intelligence robot blocked his way. Reluctantly, he produced his Imperial ID card. "Identification successful. Commencing biometric scan. Biometric identification successful. Emotion. Welcome to the Combat Mecha Master Center. How may I assist you? The robotic beauty smiled. Emotion scrutinized the robot, silently thinking to himself, quite attractive. Meanwhile, in the core space of Miracles, the spirit of Miracles slightly pouted and silenced. I wish to take the ordinary combat mecha master assessment, Emotion stated, regaining his composure. Very well, Mr. Emotion, please follow me. The synthetic beauty led Emotion to the waiting area for the ordinary combat mecha master assessment. Emotion, please wait patiently here. The assessment will commence in 1 hour. Since this is your first assessment, allow me to explain the process. The assessment consists of a simulation test followed by a practical test. The simulation test involves eliminating Zerg in a virtual world to earn points. Only upon achieving sufficient points can one proceed to the practical test. If points are inadequate, you may retake the simulation test in a year. A score of 5 points is considered passing, and if your score is 15 or higher and ranks among the top 3, you will be exempt from the practical test and automatically become an ordinary combat mecha master. The practical test requires defeating 3 other candidates who have passed the simulation test. If you fail, you may retake the simulation test after 6 months. Emotion listened attentively to the explanation provided by the synthetic beauty. I understand, thank you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude upon completion. No need for thanks, it is my honor to assist you. The synthetic beauty smiled before departing. Chapter 35. The quietly striving second placeum? Emotion turned to find many others waiting in the vicinity. As he glanced at the other candidates, they too looked back at him. The earlier robotic attendant had been explaining the assessment process to this youth, indicating that it was his first time here for the ordinary combat mecha master assessment. Such a young chap, probably curious, just playing around with a mecha bought by his wealthy family, one candidate mused. Indeed, I was once like that. At a mere teenager, I aspired to be a combat mecha master, and my family supported my purchase of the cheapest ordinary mecha. After practicing for 2.5 years, I came to take the assessment, only to find I couldn't kill a single Zerg in the virtual world and was directly eliminated. Now at 30 years old, I still haven't become an ordinary combat mecha master. I hope to succeed this time. By the way, wasn't there another young person around the same age as this one? Yes, he is sitting in that corner. A man with a buzz cut gestured towards a secluded area. Emotion, overhearing their conversation, realized another individual of similar age was present for the assessment, and he curiously looked towards that corner. Indeed, there sat a remarkably handsome young man with black hair. His features were delicate, with fair skin and red lips, certainly a campus heartthrob, likely receiving numerous love letters from admirers. His posture was impeccably upright, resembling a clock, his sharp gaze fixed ahead, showing no sign of distraction even when aware of others' remarks about him. Clad in an elegant, understated white outfit, he exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably a demeanor cultivated within a prestigious family. Emotion couldn't help but observe him for a moment longer. Perhaps Emotion's gaze lingered too long. The young man noticed and slightly turned his head. Upon seeing Emotion, his composed demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. Emotion, he exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from calling out the name. You know me? Emotion asked, puzzled by the recognition. The young man did not reply, but turned his face away, ignoring Emotion. Noticing this, Emotion refrained from pressing further eye in the corner. The young man no longer maintained his previous composure. Trembling slightly, the moment he laid eyes on Emotion, his previously tranquil heart was swept away by tumultuous waves. Ha ha ha, he still doesn't recognize me. As expected, Emotion has never regarded me highly. Indeed, the first place always shines the brightest. Who remembers the second place? After all, the second place is merely a failure. Ha ha, just a failure. No one will remember. I once thought your illustrious life would end with your withdrawal from school. I never dreamed you would appear here. Ever since your departure, first place fell to me, yet every time I stepped onto the podium to receive an award, I never felt truly happy. Because of your withdrawal, I received first place and I could not overcome this hurdle, so I have been diligently striving to improve myself in every aspect, always imagining you ahead of me, with me trailing behind. Who would have thought you'd come here this time? Let me show you the fruits of my years of effort. This time, I will certainly defeat you. An hour later, an Imperial soldier entered. Candidates for the ordinary combat mecha master assessment, Please proceed to the virtual combat chamber. All candidates lined up to enter. Within, there were numerous virtual pods arranged in a circle, with a massive sphere at the center acting as the virtual world's computational system. Now, let me explain the details of the simulation assessment. The soldier began. All candidates will enter the virtual pods and place the space pearls containing your mechas onto the mecha generation platform. The system will randomly generate a virtual world, and your mechas will appear beside you. You will be randomly placed in various locations within this virtual world, and your objective is to locate and eliminate ordinary Zerg. The virtual world will not contain elite Zerg or higher-ranking species. Killing an ordinary Zerg earns 1 point. 5 points equate to a passing score. You may encounter other candidates and can choose to send a request to form a team. If you team up to eliminate Zerg, the system will reward points based on contribution. Alternatively, you may opt to eliminate other candidates, in which case you will receive half of their points. The top 3 candidates with scores of 15 or higher will be exempt from the practical assessment and will automatically become ordinary combat mecha masters. The duration is 5 hours. Once the time is up, you will automatically exit the virtual world. Now, all candidates, please enter and take your positions to begin. Motionyun selected the 68th virtual pod, placed his space pearl onto the mecha generation platform, and then entered the pod. All candidates are ready, preparing to enter the virtual world to commence the assessment. 3, 2, 1. Motionyun felt a momentary darkness before suddenly finding himself in another place. This was indeed the virtual world. As expected, the Tianyun mecha was right beside him. Observing his mecha, Motionyun noted that it appeared no different from the real world. At that moment, an officer arrived at the virtual combat chamber. How proficient are the mechas being piloted by these candidates? Report, sir, it has just begun, and I haven't had the chance to assess yet. Very well, then I shall take a look myself. Yes, sir. The officer began to review the candidate's mecha data. At the top of the data was prominently Motionyun's mecha. Candidate, Motionyun, mecha analysis. Perfect level ordinary combat mecha. A perfect level ordinary combat mecha. The officer's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. The nearby soldiers rushed over to see for themselves. Indeed, a perfect level ordinary combat mecha. It's the first time I've seen one in many years. The officer immediately clicked on Motionyun's information. Motionyun, junior mecha manufacturer, 2 days ago in Gekka City, eliminated 98 Zerg, including 1 elite Zerg, saving Gekka City. Hailed as the young hero. That's him. He is the young hero who saved Gekka City. The officer immediately stood at attention, offering a salute. In the virtual combat chamber, both the officer and a soldier unexpectedly saluted towards Motionyun's 68th virtual pod. Imperial soldiers have always held deep respect for heroes who defend the people, and they greatly admire the strong. Let me further examine the physical fitness of these candidates. After the ceremony concluded, the officer began to review the physical fitness records of the candidates. A strength of 50 tons? Who could that be? Upon inspection, the officer discovered it was yet again Motionyun. In a wonder, he was capable of slaying elite-level Zerg. In addition to possessing a flawless standard battle mech, his formidable physical strength was essential. However, what the officer was unaware of was that Motionyun was not even a gene-evolved warrior at that time. His ability to heavily injure that elite Zerg was solely due to the immense force and speed generated from a high-altitude fall, allowing him to execute a surprise attack successfully in the simulated space. Motionyun had engaged in combat with this elite Zerg numerous times, each time failing to overcome it, only managing to barely withstand its onslaught. In the virtual world, Motionyun piloted his mech, searching for Zerg. Motionyun. There are 3 Zerg located 31.4 kilometers to the northwest. The melodious voice of the spirit of Miracles resonated in Motionyun's mind, startling him. After all, they were in a virtual realm. Sister Miracle, we are in a virtual world. Won't you be discovered? Motionyun was anxious about being found out by the spirit of Miracles. He currently lacked the ability to protect the core of Miracles. You need not worry. With the technology of your civilization, even the mightiest individual approaching you would be unable to detect me or the core of Miracles, let alone a backward technological byproduct from a fringe planet. The spirit of Miracles replied confidently. Well, that puts my mind at ease, Motionyun said, calming himself. He then piloted his mech towards the northwest, 31 kilometers away. Upon arrival, he indeed found 3 Zerg, just as I suspected. There are 3 Zerg here. Motionyun gripped his mech's battle sword tightly and descended, swiftly dispatching the 3 ordinary Zerg with lightning speed. Ever since my strength increased, I haven't had the chance to slay Zerg in the simulation space. Now that I've experienced it, I can confidently say I am far stronger than before. Defeating these ordinary Zerg is akin to slicing through vegetables. No, it's more like cutting through tofu. Utterly effortless in the past, I had to ambush elite Zerg from above, but now even elite Zerg will meet their demise at the edge of my sword. Tianyun glanced at the sword in his hand, gently waving it to feel the surge of his newfound power. Tianyun. There are 2 Zerg located 67 kilometers to the east. Once I finish off these 2, that should suffice. There's no need to inform me of their location. I'll head straight for the Zerg. If I kill too many, I might raise suspicions. Tianyun was still concerned that if he killed too many, others might notice the anomaly. After all, everyone else had to locate the Zerg to eliminate them. While he seemed to know exactly where they were without searching, far too suspicious, understood, the spirit of miracles replied. Before long, he arrived, and Tianyun surveyed the 2 ordinary Zerg below. Go be honest, these ordinary Zerg are far too weak now. I am reluctant to even wield my mech's battle sword against them. He shook his head, contemplating. If there were only 1 or 2 ordinary Zerg, it would be manageable, but encountering thousands of them would be exhausting. I need to devise a strategy. I must be prepared for such situations in the future. Tianyun pondered deeply, ignoring the 2 Zerg on the ground. I've got it. I could equip some large area, high-damage energy weapons. Things like spatial collapse bombs, super laser cannons, and heavy tracking nuclear bombs can all be mounted on the mech. However, most of them are single-use. Once fired, they're gone. The super laser cannon isn't single-use, but it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. After just a few firings, the mech would be out of power. As Tianyun contemplated, the spirit of miracles suddenly appeared in the cockpit of the mech. Right beside him, the cockpit had enough space and was not cramped. Sister Miracle, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Tianyun looked at the flawlessly radiant spirit of miracles, internally marveling at her beauty. She was simply perfect. And no matter how many times he gazed upon her, he could never tire of it. What? Can't I come find you if there's nothing wrong? The spirit of miracles tilted her head playfully. Her demeanor charming and adorable. No. As long as Sister Miracle wishes to, you can find me anytime, Tianyun quickly replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I've never piloted a mech in reality. I just wanted to give it a try. The spirit of miracles expressed her intent. This isn't reality. Tianyun was momentarily taken aback by her request. Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to let me or not? The spirit of miracles feigned annoyance. Of course, I will. Tianyun hastily agreed. The spirit of miracles took the pilot's seat, and in an instant, she controlled the mech. The mech's AI projected a holographic screen, displaying the scene outside. Tianyun could see 2 ant-like Zerg crawling slowly below. The ordinary Zerg were at least 10 meters in size, appearing small only due to the distance. Tianyun, just watch closely. The spirit of miracles' aura shifted dramatically. At that moment, she resembled a valiant warrior, radiating an invincible presence. It was as if her presence guaranteed victory. The mech moved, and the massive sword on its right arm detached. Hovering in front of the mech. Go. The spirit of miracles commanded, and the mech's battle sword shot forward, crossing over 1,000 meters in an instant, directly striking the 2 Zerg. The flash of the sword severed them in half before it returned to the mech's grip. Tianyun, did you see that clearly? The spirit of miracles inquired. No, I couldn't see clearly, Tianyun stammered, still stunned by the sword's swift motion and the Zerg's demise. This was the application of mental power. As well as the might of a starry martial arts level warrior's combat skills, a mental breakthrough to the spirit sea level allows one to control the movement of all things and even enables flight across the cosmos. The starry martial arts greatly enhance the application of mental power in combat. Now you understand why it is so challenging to break through to the spirit sea level of mental power? The spirit of miracles began to explain. It is precisely because it is difficult to elevate mental power to the spirit sea level that its effects are so profound. First, to create an epic level battle mech, your mental power must reach the spirit sea level. Then, to fuse the epic level battle mech's battle imprint, your mental power must also achieve the spirit sea level. Finally, to truly master the starry martial arts level combat technique, the 10,000 star sword, your mental power must also attain the spirit sea level. The Spirit of Miracles words illuminated the significance of the spirit sea level of mental power for Emotianyun. Didn't you just say you wanted to equip some large area, high-damage weapons to deal with hordes of weak Zerg? If you master the 10,000-star sword, you could effortlessly annihilate thousands of ordinary Zerg in one go. If you refine it to perfection, you could unleash tens of thousands of sword lights with a mere flick of your wrist, obliterating even the most numerous of weak Zerg. This technique is far superior to those weapons. The Spirit of Miracles words left Emotianyun speechless. It turned out that her appearance was to assist him in resolving this issue. Sister Miracle, I understand now. Thank you. Emotianyun gazed deeply at the exquisite Spirit of Miracles. He realized that her piloting of the mech was to teach him how to use mental power to tackle large numbers of weak Zerg, a truly heartfelt endeavor. All right, enough with the sentimentalities. As long as you can slay more Zerg and gather plenty of Zerg crystal cores for me, that will suffice, the Spirit of Miracles said with a playful smile. Understood, Sister Miracle. Emotianyun nodded in agreement. In a certain part of the virtual world, he finally found them, 2 Zerg. A black mech soared through the sky, with a young man piloting it, gazing down at the 2 Zerg. Handling both Zerg simultaneously will not be easy. It seems I can only resort to using advanced armor-piercing pulse bombs. The mech could only carry a limited number of armor-piercing bombs, merely 10 in total, so he had to conserve them and avoid waste. The young man contemplated how to deal with the 2 Zerg in the next moment. The right arm of the black mech transformed into a massive cannon barrel, while the left arm firmly grasped the right. The enormous muzzle of the mech's right arm aimed at the head of 1 Zerg below. Advanced armor-piercing pulse bomb ready. Target's vital weakness locked. The young man observed the status of the mech's ammunition in the AI, fire. With a resounding bang, the head of the Zerg below exploded instantly. The other Zerg, realizing an enemy was present, bent its 6 powerful limbs into a bow shape. In the next second, the Zerg's 6 limbs propelled it skyward like a slingshot, and its wings unfurled, soaring towards the young man. This Zerg has a quick reaction. The young man had intended to finish the fight with a second shot. But before the second advanced armor-piercing pulse bomb was prepared, the remaining Zerg was already upon him. The remote weapon proved ineffective. It seems I must switch to melee mode. The young lad adeptly adapted to the situation, first deploying the energy shield of the mech to safeguard it, revealing 2 mech arms in the process. Subsequently, the barrel of the right arm retracted, and 2 gleaming mech blades materialized, firmly gripped by the mech's hands. At that moment, the remaining creature of the insectoid race had already flown directly in front of the black mech. Its 2 razor-sharp forelimbs lunged fiercely towards the mech, prompting the young boy to swiftly engage the mech blades in defense. However, he was unable to completely block the attack and was violently knocked back, soaring several dozen meters through the air. Such immense power. But now, it's my turn. The boy was slightly taken aback. Yet this did not hinder his meticulously crafted strategy. At this juncture, the chest of the mech was no longer sealed. Instead, it revealed a circular aperture emanating a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding air to distort from the heat. Insectoid, scorching beam. The mech unleashed a robust red beam directed at the creature. The insectoid reacted with remarkable speed, using its 2 hardened forelimbs to block the beam. However, the power of that red beam was overwhelming, piercing through the creature's limbs and detonating violently against its massive body. This insectoid is formidable. Merely a standard one has compelled me to deploy my strongest weapon. The mech's remaining energy plummeted by a third. It could now only fire 2 more scorching beams, the boy lamented. Chapter 37. Emotianyun. The record breaker in reality, 2 hours had elapsed. In the virtual combat chamber, individuals emerged from the virtual pods one after another, having been eliminated from the virtual world. Not a single one among them had achieved a score of 5 points, indicating their exclusion from the practical combat assessment, with at least a year's wait before they could participate in the junior mech pilot examination. Damn it, I was ambushed by a few individuals who conspired against me. One individual emerged from a virtual pod, cursing incessantly. Among those, were there not a blue mech, 2 black mechs, and 2 white ones? A voice suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, the irate individual responded, yes, did you also fall victim to their ambush? Indeed, I was attacked by them. Their assault shattered my mech's energy shield, and realizing I couldn't defeat all 5 of them, I contemplated joining forces with them, only to be rejected in the end. Alas, although I was not ambushed, I was unfortunate enough to encounter them and could not escape. A man in white gritted his teeth in frustration. I can't take this anymore. Once they come out, I'll settle the score with them. Count me in. Me too. Several individuals successively joined the vengeful cohort. Hey, look, those two boys are still inside, one person remarked after scanning the surroundings. Indeed, they Haventy emerged. Could it be that they have not fought a single insectoid? Another chimed in, also looking around but finding no sign of the two youths. They must be hiding inside. Too afraid to confront the insectoids, at that moment, a robustly built man declared presumptuously, "Don't speak too soon. Who knows, they might be capable of slaying insectoids at such a young age." Another countered with a dismissive smirk. "Ha ha ha, how could that be possible? I encountered two insectoids. I first severely injured one through a ranged sneak attack, only for the other to instantly close in on me, smashing my mech to pieces with a single claw. Do you really think those two youngsters can withstand such an onslaught?" The burly man laughed heartily, showing great disdain. The man attempted to say more, moving his lips slightly, but upon recalling the might of the insectoids, he remained silent. "How many people are still in the virtual world?" An officer suddenly inquired. "Report, sir, there are currently 58, no, now there are 57 individuals." Suddenly, an assessment participant emerged from Pod 89, evidently just eliminated. The Imperial soldier, who had been monitoring the virtual world, reported, but as he spoke, another individual was eliminated, scoring only 2 points, failing to reach the 5-point threshold. Upon hearing this, the officer nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Out of 93 junior mech pilot candidates, 36 have been eliminated in just 2 hours. I wonder how many will remain after 5 hours." He then turned to the virtual world inspector, the soldier monitoring the virtual world, and asked, "Who currently holds the highest score?" "Well, if I'm not mistaken, it must be that young hero, Emotionyun. What is his score?" The officer paused before continuing. "Report, sir, haha, who else could it be? He can even defeat elite-grade insectoids. In this lower-level virtual world filled with ordinary insectoids, he is practically invincible." The virtual world inspector laughed heartily and continued. "The young hero Emotionyun currently has 24 points, having shattered the scoring record for junior mech pilots on this planet. By the end of these 5 hours, he is likely to surpass 50 points. The officer acknowledged with a sound and then remarked, "After all, Emotionyun must first locate the insectoids to slay them. If they were scattered everywhere for him to kill, his score would likely multiply by 100-fold. With his perfect grade ordinary combat mech and physical strength reaching 50 tons, he could dispatch ordinary insectoids with a single strike. Emotionyun should be aiming for the assessment of extraordinary grade mech pilots. Alas, this planet lacks a mid-level virtual world for him to be tested." The officer sighed softly. "Apart from Emotionyun, how is everyone else faring in terms of scores?" "Report, sir, here is the real-time scoring leaderboard, which reflects the points dynamically." Upon hearing this, the inspector promptly transmitted the information from the virtual world backend system to the officer's dedicated intelligence device. Let me take a look." The officer began to examine the scoring leaderboard. 1. Emotionyun, current points, 27.2. Rod Hubbard, current points, 7.3. Peggy Ross, current points, 6.74. Joan Matthew, current points, 6.55. Nano Rossetti, current points, 6.36. Willie Petchinks, current points, 6.27. Alan Adelaide, current points, 6.8. Chester Yeckes, current points, 5.89. Kelly Ricardo, current points, 5.410. Austin Furt, current points, 5.411. Jesse Atley, current points, 5.312. Astor Legis, current points, 5. Only 12 individuals have qualified thus far. I fear that in another 3 hours, we may not even reach 30 qualified participants. The officer primarily focused on the current number of individuals with qualifying scores. However, it was surprising that the individual in second place, Rod Hubbard, was merely 16 years old and participating in the assessment for the first time. The officer clicked on the information of the second-place contestant, discovering that he was indeed just 16 years old, which was rather unexpected. So, he is the young master of the Rod family from Han City. No wonder that name sounds familiar. It is said that this young master has exceptional talent and works exceptionally hard, standing out among the heirs of various prominent families on Uluru Star. Truly, as rumored, he has demonstrated such prowess at the age of 16, with a high likelihood of becoming a standard-grade mech combat pilot. At this age, he would be formidable among the heirs of the 8 great families. The officer continued to express his admiration. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, Emotionyun leisurely piloted his mech, soaring through the skies and dispatching any insectoids he encountered. Indifferent to whether more appeared, as his score was already sufficient. Everyone, another mech approaches. A blue mech signaled to the 4 others nearby. This blue mech was outfitted with planetary-grade advanced reconnaissance equipment, capable of detecting enemies from great distances, thus serving as the scout among the 5. Haha, Nas, your reconnaissance features are incredibly effective. We VE just secured more points. Let us move, a black mech responded. All right, let us go. The other 3 mechs echoed. Chapter 38. Capturing the 5 isolated ones. Emotionyun. Ahead lie 5 mechs. They appear to be operating in a team. The spirit of miracles manifested beside Emotionyun, stating, "Oh, they surely do not intend to seize my points, do they?" Emotionyun's vigilance heightened as he widened his eyes and responded. Although those 5 have come as a group, to me, they are no different from 5 isolated individuals. As long as I strike swiftly, they will indeed be 5 isolated targets. Since they VE come, I shall confront them. Emotionyun piloted his mech directly toward them, showing no intention of evasion. That mech is flying over. Let us surround it. Since it's coming toward us, we one team need to chase it down. This makes things much easier. Indeed, one must exercise caution. Ensure that all weapons are at the ready. If that mech exhibits excessive speed, we may be unable to pursue it. Yes, indeed. The previous mech managed to escape due to its powerful propulsion system and remarkable velocity. Upon seeing Emotionyun piloting his mech towards them, the 5 individuals piloted their mechs joyfully to intercept him, preparing to strike without a moment's hesitation. Here they come. Activate the energy shield. Engage full power mode. As Emotionyun spotted 5 dark figures approaching in the distance, he promptly activated his shield and accelerated his mech to its maximum operational speed. The shield was engaged not only to protect his beloved mech from damage, but also as a precaution against any potential laser or energy weapon ambush. Such projectiles travel at astonishing speeds, making evasion exceedingly difficult for Emotionyun at this moment. The speed of the opposing mechs has significantly increased. We cannot allow them to escape. Let's act quickly. Indeed, our fastest mech is Nas's, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 400 meters per second. Yet my mech's AI indicates that the enemy's current speed is 500 meters per second. I wonder if this is indeed their top speed. The enemy mechs are preparing to enter our firing range. Everyone, ready your weapons. As Emotionyun drew within 3 kilometers of the 5 mechs, they simultaneously launched their attack. The virtual sky above, devoid of clouds, resembled a vast sapphire, and amidst it, a blue mech appeared to blend seamlessly with the azure expanse. This blue mech bore 2 enormous laser cannons on its shoulders, each accumulating energy in anticipation. In the next instant, the energy buildup in the cannons ceased, the lasers fully formed, their luminous tips ready to fire. With a swift motion, the 2 cannons locked onto Emotionyun and unleashed their energy in a brilliant flash. Carving a white line through the air, beside the blue mech stood 2 black mechs of identical design, crafted from the publicly available blueprint of the Empire's Black Blade mechs. Over the millennia, these blueprints have undergone optimization by masterful mech engineers, rendering them near perfection. For approximately 1 million star coins, one could forge a mech of exceptional value within the Empire. The Black Blade mech is also the most prevalent among ordinary combat mechs. Prized for its affordability and formidable power, capable of achieving a 5-fold enhancement in combat effectiveness. Although its energy intensity is classified as low planetary level, its speed reaches an impressive 400 meters per second. Placing it among the faster mech.it is worth noting that Emotionyun's Skycloud mech, at full power mode, only attains a speed of 500 meters per second. However, achieving a perfect grade is essential to unlock the superpower mode, a capability limited to those who design and pilot their own mechs, like Emotionyun. At this moment, the 2 Black Blade mechs transformed their mechanical arms into 2 massive cannon barrels, Black Blade energy cannons. Suddenly, 2 enormous black energy blasts surged forth simultaneously, hurtling towards Emotionyun. Meanwhile, 2 white mechs soared above, constructed from the Empire's publicly available white feather mech blueprints, much like the Black Blade mechs, having also been enhanced by numerous master engineers. The white feather mech boasts a maximum speed of 450 meters per second, offering superior agility, though with slightly lower defensive capabilities and total energy. Due to their nimbleness, skilled pilots often favor the white feather mech over the sturdier black blade variant, which, despite its imposing appearance, lacks the elegance and maneuverability of its white counterpart. Silver White Starlight Barrage, White Feather Impact Cannon. The two white feather mechs, while soaring at high speed, unleashed a torrent of projectiles towards Emotianyun's mech. Goodness! Emotianyun gasped at the sheer volume of incoming attacks. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Why mech's energy shield possesses a medium planetary strength. Even extraordinary mechs would struggle to breach it. The relentless onslaught from these 5 ordinary mechs would hardly exhaust my energy reserves unless they managed to strike me 100 times over. After numerous assaults, the enemy's energy would likely be depleted long before mine. Emotianyun was acutely aware of the formidable energy capacity of his Sky Cloud mech, which, at 18 meters tall, far surpassed the typical 15-meter height of ordinary combat mechs. In designing his mech, he prioritized the energy conversion reactor to ensure that its total energy and reaction intensity rivaled that of superior-grade mechs in the next heartbeat. The attacks from the 5 enemy mechs converged upon the energy shield of the Sky Cloud mech almost simultaneously. A cacophony of energy blasts and lasers collided against the shield, igniting a series of violent explosions. Boom, boom. The ferocious detonations reverberated throughout the virtual realm, echoing for miles. Yet, within his mech, Emotianyun felt not a tremor. Simultaneously, the blinding flash at the epicenter of the explosions enveloped the sky, obscuring visibility. Behold this dazzling display of fireworks. How beautiful it is, however. The adversary's mech would not be able to appreciate it. Even in this virtual world, being struck by such a multitude of attacks surely cannot be pleasant. I hope they are not disheartened. Witnessing their coordinated strikes land squarely on the target, one pilot of a black blade mech erupted into triumphant laughter. Indeed, if we instill fear in them, they may never dare to enter the assessment again. The Empire could lose yet another ordinary combat mech pilot. A pilot of a white feather mech responded with a hearty laugh. Wait. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Check your scores. Mine hasn't increased at all. Did yours? No, not mine either. What a waste. Who would have thought that after 2 hours, we would gain not a single point? This is truly a drain on our energy. The last pilot began to grumble. Could it be that the enemy mech has not been eliminated? The pilot of the white feather mech who had previously sent a message raised his concern. His unease growing. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do not believe me? Just look. One pilot of a black blade mech, peering intently at the explosion's center, began transmitting thoughts, though suddenly his communication became fragmented. His eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned closer to the viewfinder. Desperately trying to discern the shadow within the explosion, his mouth agape in shock. Look! What is that? As the chaos subsided, the center of the explosion revealed a figure. A black mech emerged, not merely appearing but manifesting. For Emotianyun's Sky Cloud mech had never vacated the epicenter of the explosion. The operators of the 5 opposing mechs fell utterly silent, their disbelief palpable. You just fought so splendidly. Now it's my turn to take the stage. Emotianyun grinned widely. Superpower mode activated. The 2 sensors at the forefront of the Tianyun mecha instantly illuminated, serving as the mecha's eyes. Due to the astonishing speed of superpower mode, Emotianyun needed to maximize the sensor's capabilities to lock onto his enemies while moving at such high velocity. To push the detection function of the sensors to their limits, they required a substantial influx of energy. As they absorbed this immense energy, the sensors glowed, resembling the mecha's eyes radiating light. Clenching his right arm, a mecha battle sword, shimmering with a cold gleam, materialized in his grasp, which he then secured firmly. 1,000 meters per second. What a speed! Everyone be cautious, the adversary's mecha is charging towards us. By the time the enemy reacted, Emotianyun had already positioned himself before the 2 leading white feather mechas among 5 Star and Moon in harmony. Emotianyun unleashed his ultimate sword technique, striking with the ferocity of thunder and the swiftness of flowing light towards the right white feather mecha. With a sharp sound, the mecha battle sword shattered the energy shield of that white feather mecha, and without losing momentum, it brutally struck the core of the mecha. With a whoosh, the mecha battle sword pierced through both the core and the energy response center. Immediately, Emotianyun maneuvered the mecha, turning to continue his assault on the adjacent white feather mecha. The previous scene unfolded once more. The cores of both white feather mechas were obliterated by Emotinyun's single strike, causing the energy response centers to lose control over the cores and sustain further damage, leading to an instant loss of control over the energy. Boom, boom. The two white feather mechas erupted spectacularly. From the moment Emotinyun launched his attack to the explosions of the white feather mechas, less than a second had passed. With a swoosh, the Tianyun mecha vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage and a wave of air in its wake. How could it be this powerful? Even extraordinary mechas are not this formidable. Flee. The pilot inside the mecha felt a surge of panic and quickly turned the blue mecha to escape. Just wait. I will deal with you soon. Upon noticing the blue mecha making its escape, Emotinyun saw his chance. Boom. His mecha was struck again, yet it had no effect whatsoever. With another strike, a black edge mecha was obliterated in an instant. Is this really the intermediate virtual world for extraordinary combat mecha assessments? How could there be such a powerful mecha capable of obliterating another with a single strike? To be so strong yet here for the evaluation of ordinary combat mecha pilots. Is there something wrong, or do they simply enjoy bullying the weak? The pilot within the mecha cursed vehemently. Retreat. Seeing the situation, the operator of the black edge mecha became despondent and began to flee. However, with a mecha speed of only 400 meters per second, he stood no chance against Emotinyun's pursuit. Whoosh! Emotinyun caught up and delivered a fatal blow. Boom! The fleeing black edge mecha exploded midair. Quite fast indeed. Emotinyun glanced into the distance, noticing that the blue mecha had fled several kilometers away. With a swift motion, the Tianyun mecha vanished from its position, pursuing the blue mecha. The blue mecha, moving at 500 meters per second, was no match for Emotinyun's mecha, which reached 1000 meters per second in superpower mode. Within moments, he caught up to the blue mecha. What he thought would be a simple opportunity to score points had turned into a collision with an iron wall. Desperate, he was unwilling to accept this. After years of hard work to pass the assessment, he had even gone to great lengths to recruit others to steal points from others, and now he was on the verge of failure. He truly couldn't accept being eliminated here. Storm Rain Beam. The blue mecha, realizing escape was futile, turned to fire a beam at Emotinyun. The Tianyun mecha sidestepped swiftly, evading the beam while soaring through the air. Star and moon in harmony. Whoosh! A long arc of sword light cut through the air, along with the blue mecha. The Tianyun mecha halted behind the blue mecha, retracting the mecha battle sword into the weapon storage compartment of its right arm. Boom! The blue mecha erupted, scattering debris into nothingness. It is said that defeating other assessors would grant half their points. Emotinyun opened the points record to check. Kill Zerg, points 1. Kill Zerg, points 1. Kill Chester Yekis, points 2.9. Kill Kelly Rejato, points 2.7. Kill Lewin Adelaide, points 3. Kill Austin Furt, points 2.7. Kill Willie Petchins, points 3.1. Current points, 41.4. Passed. In reality, within the virtual combat chamber, the officer observed the dramatic change in the points leaderboard in his hands. 1. Emotinyun, current points, 41.4.2. Rod Hubbard, current points, 7.3. Peggy Ross, current points, 6.7.4. Joan Matthew, current points, 6.5.5. Daniel Rossetti, current points, 6.3.6. Jesse Atley, current points, 5.3.7. Astor Legis, current points, 5.8. Omar Harper, current points, 4.5.9. Funal Harrison, current points, 4.5.10. Alan Hobbs, current points, 4. 11. Hamilton Beecher, current points, 4.12. Gordon Rahman, current points, 4. In the blink of an eye, 5 had been eliminated. While Emotinyun's points surged dramatically, these unfortunate souls had undoubtedly crossed paths with him, the officer mused. Chapter 40. Such a turnaround. With a beep, an assessor emerged from virtual cabin number 85. His face bore a mixture of despair, shock, bitterness, and above all, fury. How could this be? With just one strike, he cleaved through both shield and mecha. Is this truly an ordinary mecha? Could it be that the virtual world system has granted him a cheat? Enraged, he stormed out, disregarding his image, and shouted within the virtual combat chamber. Then he spotted an officer standing at the control console and rushed over without hesitation. Halt! The console ahead is restricted to authorized personnel only. 2 guard soldiers immediately raised their laser guns to block his path, I want to file a complaint. I suspect someone is cheating. His mecha data is completely abnormal. How can an ordinary combat mecha achieve a speed of 1,000 meters per second and to cleave through my mecha and energy shield with a single sword strike? Does that seem normal? He shouted loudly, demanding to lodge a complaint. There is an officer present overseeing the assessment. If there were any issues, they would have been resolved long ago. Moreover, in the virtual world, all data is absolutely authentic. Cheating is impossible, a soldier from the Empire remarked coldly. Beep, virtual cabin number 5 opened. Beep, virtual cabin number 12 opened. Beep, virtual cabin number 42 opened. Beep, virtual cabin number 60 opened. The virtual combat chamber simultaneously activated 4 virtual cabin doors, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Subsequently, 4 assessors emerged from the virtual cabins. Their expressions mirrored that of the first assessor. Despair, shock, bitterness, confusion, astonishment, and anger filled their faces. The first assessor to exit the virtual cabin and demand a complaint about Emotianyun's supposed cheating had finally found his allies. Approaching them, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Did you all get eliminated so quickly by that blue-white mecha with incredible speed wielding a mecha battle sword? Indeed, Emotianyun's mecha is blue and white. Sigh, I still don't understand what happened. He appeared beside me in an instant, and my mecha was obliterated with a single strike." A pallid-faced individual said weakly. He was the operator of the second white feather mecha that Emotianyun had destroyed. "Yes, I couldn't withstand even one strike. How could there be such a powerful ordinary combat mecha? I refuse to believe it." The operator of a black edge mecha gritted his teeth in frustration. Such a potent ordinary combat mecha must have a master of considerable strength to obliterate any of our mechas with ease. Another black edge mecha operator rationally assessed. Indeed, his mecha's maximum combat enhancement multiplier must be at least 8 times. And the operator within must be at least a late-stage junior gene evolution warrior. However, there are only a few renowned individuals of such caliber across the entire Uluru star. Yet, why have I never heard of anyone? From the appearance of the mecha, none of the late-stage junior gene evolution warriors on Uluru star seemed to operate such a mecha. As he finished speaking, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with that mecha, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant, but he paid it no heed. The operator of the blue mecha clearly knew more than the previous individuals. Yet even so, he could not deduce who had eliminated them with a single strike. You all need not bicker here. Otherwise, what kind of order would this virtual combat chamber have? A voice imbued with authority resonated throughout the room, causing everyone to turn toward its source. The speaker was the officer overseeing the assessment, Colonel Hurt. "Greetings, Colonel Hurt." The blue mech pilot instantly responded, hastily greeting the officer. "Oh, do you know me?" The officer inquired with curiosity upon hearing someone call his name. "I am certainly aware of the illustrious reputation of Commander Het. Furthermore, 3 months ago, I had the privilege of attending the gala you hosted upon your triumphant return from the front lines, courtesy of a friend who possessed an invitation." The officer merely grunted in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. He had encountered an elite Zerg creature at one of the minor fronts during the invasion, alongside a few companions. While valiantly resisting the elite Zerg, his comrades had heroically sacrificed themselves, leaving him to engage in a desperate final struggle, ultimately defeating the severely wounded elite Zerg. His mech had been utterly destroyed, prompting him to take on logistics work on this planet. Although it was labeled as logistical duties, it was, in essence, a mere struggle for survival. Even now, the memories of his companions perishing before his eyes tormented him, stealing his sleep and leaving him in anguish. He resented his lack of strength and loathed the Zerg for invading his homeland. Upon learning that Emotianyun, barely 16, had slain an elite Zerg and over 100 ordinary Zerg, successfully defending Goka City, he felt a profound admiration for Emotianyun. What he truly respected was Emotianyun's capability to vanquish elite Zerg. It was not a matter of talent, for in the Empire, talent was not the most crucial factor. Strength was paramount. The officer surveyed the surroundings and spoke. "The one who eliminated U5 is a young hero named Emotianyun in just 2 days. He has taken down an elite Zerg and over 100 ordinary Zerg, successfully saving Goka City. With his prowess, eliminating you is akin to slaughtering chickens. Do you have any grievances left now?" At this declaration, the atmosphere became electric. "I remember now. This mech belongs to that young hero. No wonder it felt so familiar. I had browsed through it on the intelligence network, the blue mech pilot exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. So it was that young hero. How blind I was to crash into such a formidable piece of machinery. Indeed, had I known he was that young hero, I would have fled at the first opportunity. Alas, I can only blame myself for not keeping up with current events. I couldn't even recognize his mech when it appeared before me. How unfortunate! How unfortunate! He can take down elite Zerg, let alone us. Yet, I still contemplated lodging a complaint. It turns out I was the fool. The several individuals who had been eliminated by Emotion now wore expressions of regret, having entirely forgotten their earlier confusion. Shock and anger, leaving only remorse. Chapter 41. Let us play together 2 hours later, with half an hour remaining until the conclusion of the simulation assessment. The officer kept a vigilant eye on the scores leaderboard. 1.Emotion, current score, 111.62. Paige Ross, current score, 15.73. Rod Hubbard, current score, 14.4. Hunter Laurie, current score, 13.55. Ninear Rossetti, current score, 13.36. Jesse Atlee, current score, 13.37. Astor Regis, current score, 12.68. Bud Mars, current score, 12.59. Funer Harrison, current score, 11.510. Alan Hobbs, current score, 10.11. Hamilton Beecher, current score, 9.512. Winston Buckler, current score, 9.313. Basil Walter, current score, 9.14. Stanford Keynes, current score, 8.8. It was evident that Emotion's score far surpassed that of the other participants. With half an hour remaining in the simulation, it is unlikely that the leaderboard will see significant changes, the officer murmured. Aside from Emotion, no other participant had shattered the previous record of 23 points. In the virtual realm, unaware of the scores of others, Emotion mused that a score exceeding 100 should secure him a spot in the top 3. As he leisurely maneuvered through the simulated world in his mech, he searched for Zerg to eliminate. Emotion, your score is already ample. Even if you were to be eliminated by others, the remaining points would still qualify you as a standard combat mech pilot. Your score currently exceeds that of the second-place contender by nearly 100 points. Here, it would be impossible for anyone to eliminate you unless you willingly allowed it. The spirit of miracles appeared before him, stating, "That is splendid. Now I merely await the certification for the role of a standard combat mech pilot. With this title, I can join the Empire's combat mech corps and battle the Zerg at the front lines." Emotion beamed, envisioning the moment he would join the Empire's mech forces to combat the Zerg. Another mech. Emotion observed a black mech appearing ahead, prompting him to halt and scrutinize the machine closely. This mech was entirely black, with its right arm wielding a dark mech blade and 2 massive cannons on its shoulders aimed directly at him. So, it is a Dark Star mech. I am curious to see what it intends to do, Emotion remarked with interest. The Dark Star mech is considered an enhanced version of the Black Blade mech and is recognized as a formidable machine among standard combat mechs. The Dark Star mech boasts a maximum combat power enhancement of 8 times and can reach speeds of up to 500 meters per second, particularly equipped with numerous powerful energy weapons, making it exceptionally formidable. Overall, the Dark Star mech excels in all aspects, categorizing it among the powerful standard combat mechs. However, despite its might, Dark Star mechs are seldom seen on Oyalu Star due to their exorbitant production costs, often exceeding millions of star coins for manufacturing, and the final product can often command prices in the tens of millions of star coins. Even with sufficient funds, acquiring one remains a challenge. Inside the cockpit of the black mech, the pilot pondered, I currently have 14 points, and with about half an hour left until the simulation ends, I wonder what my rank is. However, if I can eliminate the mech ahead, my score should surge significantly, allowing me to pass the simulation assessment and obtain the certification for a standard combat mech pilot, thus sparing me from participating in practical assessments. A handsome youth, roughly the same age as Emotion, gazed at his mech from a distance, murmuring to himself. This youth was none other than Rod Hubbard, the one who had called out Emotion's name in the waiting area. Rod Hubbard was renowned as the greatest martial talent of Han City, though by that time, Emotion had already withdrawn from school. As he approached, Rod Hubbard noticed that the opposing mech had inexplicably halted. Why has he stopped? He wondered, feeling a surge of caution. The opposing mech towered over his Dark Star mech, which stood at 15 meters tall. already considerable for standard combat mechs, while the other mech reached an astonishing height of 18 meters. Perhaps I should test the waters? With that thought, Rod Hubbard immediately aimed the two energy cannons mounted on his mech's shoulders at Imo Tianyun's mech and fired. "Activate shields," Imo Tianyun called out as he swiftly engaged his energy shield. Pew, pew. The two energy blasts struck Imo Tianyun's mech's energy shield, which effortlessly absorbed the assault, leaving the shield intact without a scratch. The power of these two energy blasts was substantial, each equivalent to the most potent firepower from one of the mechs that had previously besieged Imo Tianyun. How is this possible? It can't even break the shield. Rod Hubbard's composure faltered, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. "I still have one armor-piercing round left. I refuse to believe it can't breach your shield." The right arm of the black mech transformed into a massive gun barrel, with the left arm gripping it tightly. The enormous muzzle aimed at Imo Tianyun, launching the armor-piercing round at high speed. Goodness, an armor-piercing round. Fortunately, a medium-strength planetary energy shield should withstand it, Mo Tianyun exclaimed upon analyzing the weapon on his intelligence network. The armor-piercing round, known for its extraordinary penetration power, could effortlessly breach the exoskeletons of ordinary Zerg and inflict minor damage on elite Zerg. Boom! The armor-piercing round collided with Imo Tianyun's mech shield. Clang! A crack appeared on the shield before it was instantaneously repaired by energy. Could it be that the opposing mech is of extraordinary combat caliber? Rod Hubbard began to suspect that Imo Tianyun's mech was not a standard combat unit. "Then let us engage in close combat. I refuse to believe my razor-sharp golden battle blade cannot penetrate your energy shield." With a swift motion, two golden mech blades materialized in the hands of the Dark Star mech, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight of the virtual world. Both of these mech combat blades are forged from radiant gold, a high-strength alloy that the Empire employs in various facets of its weaponry. Are you prepared for close combat? Then allow me to indulge you. My score has long been sufficient, and I hold no interest in the Zerg. Imo Tianyun remarked as he observed the alloy weapons manifesting on the arms of his opponent's mech. Chapter 42. Encountering you is my great fortune. The Dark Star mech locked onto Imo Tianyun, accelerating with a ferocity akin to lightning, hurtling directly towards him. He beheld the Dark Star mech wielding dual blades, sweeping towards him like a tempest. Imo Tianyun became resolute. The mech gripped a long alloy combat sword, emanating a sharp brilliance, and began to charge its energy, stirring a whirlwind around them. "I thought you would remain motionless," Rod Hubbard sneered as he witnessed Imo Tianyun's mech arm manifest a combat sword. In the next instant, it was upon him. Imo Tianyun pushed his mental prowess to the utmost, and the Dark Star mech entered his perception range, promptly captured by his mental force. Swish, swish, two golden mech blades struck beside Imo Tianyun simultaneously. Star Moon swordplay. Imo Tianyun executed a sweeping strike, effortlessly deflecting the dual blades. Rod Hubbard, seeing his blades easily parried, suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with his opponent's swordsmanship. "Your swordplay is quite commendable, but it seems strangely familiar, as though I have crossed blades with you before." This thought flickered through Rod Hubbard's mind as he noticed Imo Tianyun's swift and incisive counterattack. The opponent's ability to block his dual blades and retaliate with such speed suggested that his martial prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own. Rod's blade technique, third style. Rod Hubbard unleashed the martial technique passed down through generations of his family, the Rod blade technique. This technique, honed over millennia, was something Rod Hubbard had practiced since childhood. The opponent's strength is formidable. Rod Hubbard, wielding his dual blades, managed to parry Imo Tianyun's combat sword, then swiftly drew one blade to slash forward at him. "Oh, this martial technique is quite powerful. It can even neutralize my casual execution of the Star Moon swordplay." It appears that the opponent has reached a mastery of his martial technique, nearing its minor perfection. Imo Tianyun's Star Moon swordplay had transcended the realm of imagery, and the recent enhancements from genetic evolution had not only bolstered his physical strength, but had also developed his mind, significantly augmenting his mental power, which in turn elevated his comprehension of the Star Moon swordplay. Should his mental force break through the sea of spirit level, it is likely that the Star Moon swordplay will soon attain its consummate state. Although the Star Moon swordplay is classified as a mundane martial technique, achieving perfection is no trivial task. Mastering a martial technique to its fullest extent means transforming it into something uniquely one's own, elevating each move to a level of immortality. the power of which is self-evident, is certainly not comparable to those still learning the fixed forms of the technique from its originator. Countless individuals spend their entire lives unable to elevate a mundane martial technique to the level of imagery. Yet, Mo Tianyun's star-moon swordplay is on the brink of perfection. Strangely enough, Mo Tianyun had spent several years mastering the star-moon swordplay to reach the imagery level. But now, as a genetic evolution warrior with enhanced mental power, he was nearing perfection in no time. The rapid improvement of the star-moon swordplay could be attributed to his significantly enhanced mental force and the repeated simulations within the training space, where he refined the technique to suit his own combat style. With a gentle flick, Mo Tianyun parried Rod Hubbard's strike once more. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, as Rod Hubbard gradually unfolded his rod blade technique. So familiar, this technique grows increasingly recognizable, a sense of déjà vu washing over me. Mo Tianyun slowly began to perceive that he had encountered this martial technique before. Mo Tianyun. Suddenly, a voice calling his name echoed in his mind. In an instant, it dawned on him. While waiting in the holding area, there had been a youth of similar age who had called out his name. At that moment, he had found it peculiar. Sensing a familiarity about the individual, yet he could not place it. So it is the rod blade technique. Mo Tianyun finally recalled this martial technique, in his youth, during a martial arts evaluation at school. He had faced a particularly challenging opponent, whom he ultimately defeated. The opponent had employed the rod blade technique. Later, he had reflected on this technique, spending several days devising a countermeasure, after which that opponent had never posed a threat again. Now, the opponent wielded the rod blade technique, but with significantly greater proficiency and speed, though fundamentally, it had not changed much. The reason the opponent failed to recognize Mo Tianyun's swordsmanship was that it had evolved from a rigid form into a fluid expression of his will. He must be that opponent from my childhood. 5 years have flown by, and I never expected to encounter him again. It seems he has not fallen behind much. However, he was indeed serious in his challenges back then. His relentless pursuit kept me on my toes, fearing that if I relaxed for even a moment, he might best me. In those days, I was hailed as a prodigy, while he relentlessly pursued my heels. Whenever I contemplated easing my efforts, I envisioned him striving to catch up, thus I dared not slacken my pace. I suspect he harbored similar thoughts. This mutual encouragement and spirit of competition deeply inspired me. A memory that remains vivid to this day. Mo Tianyun reminisced about those school days. A bright, innocent smile graced his lips. Alas, had I not discovered the core of miracles and met Sister Miracle, I might have fallen short of his accomplishments. You truly have worked hard over the years. I commend you, my old rival. Mo Tianyun shook his head, offering a rueful smile. Humph, now you know. Meeting me is the greatest fortune of your life. The spirit of miracles, standing nearby with arms crossed, wore a smug smile. Yes, thank you, Sister Miracle. Mo Tianyun smiled gently. He felt fortunate to have encountered the spirit of miracles. Otherwise, he might not have even constructed his mech yet. Moreover, the items derived from the core of miracles had greatly facilitated his growth, particularly the training space. From the core of miracles, he had acquired the blueprints for the 1,000-sword mech and the myriad starlight swords, along with a supply of beginner genetic evolution potions. The 1,000-sword mech had yet to be constructed, but how could an epic mech with a maximum combat power enhancement of 960 be lacking? The myriad starlight swords were classified as a celestial martial technique, a tier above mundane martial techniques in terms of power, surpassing the star-moon swordplay by an unknown magnitude. As for the beginner genetic evolution potion, it had been rated as a perfect grade potion by the Empire, having collected nearly all the materials for the 1,000-sword mech with just over 200 vials. Just how valuable were these potions? Those that could enhance strength by dozens of tons were now something Mo Tianyun dared not display, for these were items the Empire lacked. Revealing them would be akin to courting death. Anything drawn from the core of miracles could incite a tremendous uproar outside. Without a doubt, Mo Tianyun's encounter with the spirit of miracles was fortuitous. Chapter 43. A gift from an old rival. Since he had met his old rival, Mo Tianyun decided it was time to greet him. The two had exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, and as Mo Tianyun had yet to exert his full strength, the outcome remained uncertain. I am employing the star-moon swordplay before its breakthrough to the imagery realm. He should recognize it. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun's swordplay shifted. he began to execute the original forms of the Star-Moon swordplay, each move becoming somewhat rigid and fixed, reminiscent of his early days learning from grandfather Zika, albeit at a much faster pace. The opponent's swordplay has changed. Rod Hubbard, who had previously struggled to parry Tianyun's sword techniques, now found himself in the driver's seat, with the opponent merely employing a series of fixed techniques to defend. For some reason, this sudden transformation in swordplay feels strangely familiar. Rod Hubbard began to reflect on all the opponents he had faced over the years. Recalling their various sword techniques, Tianyun, Rod Hubbard, having been preoccupied with evaluations upon entering the virtual world, finally remembered that Tianyun had entered alongside him. No wonder your swordplay transformed so suddenly. It has reverted to the Star-Moon swordplay we practiced during our childhood duels. You must have recognized me. The Star-Moon swordplay was popular among many students at school, yet your version is so distinct and powerful. The Star-Moon sword technique is a martial art freely offered by the Empire, allowing anyone to practice it, thus attracting numerous practitioners. Grandpa Zika primarily focused on mastering this martial art, leading Tianyun to also choose the Star-Moon sword technique. However, due to its universal accessibility, the technique's power is rather mediocre, lacking any remarkable strength. In contrast, the rod blade technique, created by the Rod family, surpasses the Star-Moon sword technique in both power and skill. When Tianyun first faced Rod Hubbard, he nearly faced defeat. Haha, Tianyun, come forth. I have not idled away the past few years. Seeing that you have not fallen from grace brings me great joy. Confirming that my chosen goal was not misguided. Rod Hubbard felt a surge of exhilaration, his entire being filled with vitality, making the execution of the rod blade technique considerably smoother. Though I may not recall your name, I shall never forget your rod blade technique. Observing his opponent's increasingly rapid maneuvers, Tianyun gradually unleashed the conceptual realm of the Star-Moon sword technique. Beneath the azure sky of the virtual world, a blue and white mech clashed with a black mech, soaring to great heights and skimming the ground in a breathtaking display. It had been a long time since such an exhilarating battle had transpired. Tianyun did not exert his full strength. Instead, he restrained his power, continuously engaging in swordplay with Rod Hubbard. The proficiency of Rod Hubbard's rod blade technique grew, almost as if it had begun to possess a soul of its own, suggesting an imminent breakthrough to mastery. Above the realm of martial arts mastery lies the conceptual realm, and beyond that, the realm of perfection. The emergence of a conceptual image in a blade technique signifies a breakthrough into the conceptual realm. Previously, when Tianyun's Star-Moon sword technique advanced into the conceptual realm, it manifested a Star-Moon image. The My blade technique has indeed improved, Rod Hubbard exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the simulation, announcing, the simulation assessment is concluding. The virtual world will close in 1 minute. The simulation assessment is concluding. The virtual world will close in 1 minute. This announcement repeated thrice, with approximately 30 seconds remaining until the virtual world's closure. Both Tianyun and Rod Hubbard halted, their mechs gazing at one another from the skies. They could no longer delay. A decisive battle was imperative. In their childhood, each encounter had always yielded a victor, even after hours of combat that left them utterly exhausted. Yet, in the end, Tianyun had never lost to Rod Hubbard, which fueled Rod's intense desire to claim victory just once. Each defeat only intensified his yearning for triumph, propelling him to strive for years, and now, in this renewed confrontation, it was essential to determine a winner. Tianyun. Previously we engaged in martial arts competitions. Now we both aspire to become combat mech masters. While martial arts techniques contribute to a combat mech master's strength, the true determinant lies in the prowess of the mech itself. The stronger the mech, the mightier the combat mech master. Now, allow me to showcase the ultimate technique of my Dark Star mech, which can only be unleashed once in reality. Rod Hubbard was confident that his mech's ultimate technique would surely defeat Tianyun. Dark Star. Fiery Ray. The Dark Star mech revealed a circular aperture on its chest, emanating terrifying energy fluctuations that distorted the surrounding in the next instant. After locking onto Tianyun's mech, it unleashed a massive dark red beam. This colossal beam illuminated the surrounding space in crimson, accompanied by a deafening roar that sliced through the vast sky towards Tianyun. This dark red beam condensed all of the mech's remaining energy. Following this strike, The entire energy system of the Dark Star mech would be rendered inoperable, as the output had far exceeded the mech's energy tolerance. Ultimate techniques could only be executed by mechs that wield heat-based weaponry. A mech could unleash its ultimate technique only once in battle. Afterward, its energy core would be damaged. Such techniques were reserved for life-and-death situations, while ordinary techniques sufficed for regular combat, preventing damage to the mech. However, in the virtual world, the Dark Star mech would not sustain damage, which emboldened Rod Hubbard to release his ultimate technique. This was also his greatest hope of finally triumphing over Emotianyun. Oh no! He is actually unleashing his ultimate technique. This terrifying energy level spells trouble, Emotianyun thought to himself. Even a medium-strength planetary energy shield will not withstand it. The remaining energy will penetrate the shield. Although I could possibly endure the weakened ultimate technique, winning this way would be quite undignified. After many years, as they faced each other once more, Emotianyun resolved to perfectly accept the grand gift his old rival had presented him, intending to return an even greater gift in turn to demonstrate his sincerity. Calmly observing his opponent unleash the ultimate technique, he firmly gripped his mech's battle sword and activated the superpower mode. Chapter 44. The concept of the Star Moon Sword Technique. Superpower mode. Activate. Boom. The Tianyun mech emitted a piercing roar. The propulsion waves behind the mech expanded dramatically, releasing a powerful gust that Emotianyun controlled the Tianyun mech, gripping the battle sword tightly with both hands. Watch as I unleash this sword strike with all my might to sever your ultimate technique. The Tianyun mech raised the battle sword high, and a luminous crescent moon materialized around it, accompanied by countless sparkling stars. These were the conceptual images of the Star Moon Sword Technique. According to legend, a skilled sword-wielding mech warrior had embarked on a mission for the Empire, tasked with exploring a newly discovered star system in the cosmos. However, an unexpected stellar storm erupted as he approached the star, depleting his mech's energy in the struggle against it. Fortunately, as his energy dwindled, the mech escaped the storm, drifting to a nearby planet with its last remnants of power. Though the mech was damaged upon landing, its distress signal remained intact. Yet, transmitting the signal from a planet hundreds of thousands of light-years away took months, and the Empire's rescue would require additional time. Day after day, month after month, he began to miss his family, especially during the nights when gazing at the moon and stars intensified his longing. Bored, he practiced his swordplay while admiring the starry sky. Days turned into months, and he spent 2.5 years on this planet. One evening, after roasting a wild fowl for dinner, he found himself alone, gazing up at the vast night sky. The night descends quietly, accompanied by a cool breeze. Here I am, alone on this planet, gazing longingly at the night sky, where my family resides beyond the stars. The moon gradually rises over the desolate mountains, the stars and moon reflecting each other's light. At this hour, I practice my swordplay beneath the moonlight, gracefully moving as the stars and moonlight illuminate my path. Their brilliance evokes memories of home, yet I grasp at shadows, realizing only the stars and moon shine in unison. I have wandered far from home for 2.5 years. At this moment, the Star Moon Sword Technique has finally been perfected. Returning to the virtual world, Emotianyun shouted, "Star Moon Radiance," as he wielded his mech in a powerful downward strike. The radiance of the star and moon merged with his sword. Just then, the enormous red beam collided with the front of Emotianyun's mech, and with that strike, he cleaved the red beam in two. The Tianyun mech did not halt. The sword, imbued with terrifying power, continued its trajectory towards Rod Hubbard and his Dark Star mech. With a resounding slash, the sword cleaved the Dark Star mech in half, and the Tianyun mech came to a stop behind it. The force of the strike still rippling through the air, carving a path through earth and sky. How could this happen? A look of disbelief spread across Rod Hubbard's face, which then transformed into a swirl of data and vanished into the virtual realm. Why would such a formidable ultimate technique be thwarted by Emotianyun? It is important to note that Emotianyun's sword strike possesses immense power. His physical strength is currently at 50 tons, augmented by a 10-fold enhancement from a perfect-grade ordinary battle mech, coupled with the pinnacle technique of the Star Moon swordsmanship, Star Moon Convergence, which approaches perfection, and the formidable propulsion of the superpower mode. The sheer combination of these four forces is utterly terrifying. Eliminating Rod Hubbard would yield an additional 7 points. Subsequently, the simulation assessment time had concluded. Beep. Emotianyun's consciousness gradually returned to reality. At this moment, the remaining individuals were also returning to the real world. Beep, 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 one by one. The doors of the virtual pods opened, and the candidates slowly emerged. Emotianyun, that move you just executed. Rod Hubbard approached with an incredulous expression. You still look as handsome as ever. Ha, Emotianyun remarked, gazing at Rod Hubbard's striking features. Damn it, don't change the subject, answer me, Rod Hubbard retorted, pouting. Ha, perhaps it's because my physical strength is quite formidable. Emotianyun chuckled. Then how much physical strength do you possess? I've only just broken through to the initial stage of genetic evolution, and my physical strength is nearly 2 tons now. Have you already reached the intermediate stage of a junior genetic evolution warrior? Rod Hubbard inquired skeptically. I currently have 50 tons of strength. Emotianyun nodded affirmatively. How could your strength have increased so rapidly? Rod Hubbard gasped in astonishment. Why, mental strength is quite robust, and I have consumed a fair amount of potions. Emotianyun replied earnestly, addressing his old rival. Oh, I see. I understand now, Rod Hubbard said, still somewhat puzzled, but he refrained from pressing further, recognizing that it would be impolite to pursue more questions after receiving such responses. At the control panel, the officer scrutinized the points leaderboard. 1. Emotianyun, points. 118.62. Pagelos, points. 16.73. Hunter Lori, points. 13.54. Ninear Rossetti, points. 13.35. Jesse Atlee, points. 13.36. Astor Regis, points. 12.87. Bud Malls, points. 12.58. Vernal Harrison, points. 12.59. Alan Hobbs, points. 12.10. Hamilton Beecher, points. 9.511. Winston Buckle, points. 9.312. Basil Walter, points. 9.13. Stanford Keynes, points. 8.821. Rod Hubbard, points. 7. It was evident that Rod Hubbard had plummeted from 14 points to 7. Dropping from 3rd to 21st place. Emotianyun and Pagelos, you two can directly become ordinary grade battle mech pilots. The others with 5 points or more will partake in the upcoming practical assessment. The officer declared, publicly announcing the entire points leaderboard. Chapter 45. Finally becoming a battle mech pilot within the virtual combat chamber. Everyone looked up at the points leaderboard. Emotianyun's name prominently occupied the top position, and nearly everyone's gaze first fell upon him and his score. Look at Emotianyun's score, over 100 points. That's unbelievable. Wow. The youthful hero Emotianyun is incredibly strong, leaving the second place behind by over 100 points. Many were unable to restrain their astonishment at Emotianyun's terrifying score. Emotianyun is here. Suddenly, someone pointed at him. With that, Emotianyun instantly became the focal point of the entire virtual combat chamber. This is the youthful hero Emotianyun, truly extraordinary, a prodigy. Indeed, I could tell from the moment he entered that this youth was no ordinary person. He is truly a dragon among men, remarked a man clad in black. Nonsense, I remember when he first arrived. You claimed he was merely here for fun due to his family's wealth, another interjected. Hey, what are you talking about? The man in black became agitated. Weren't you also supporting my comments back then? Now you're denying it? Enough. You're embarrassing yourself here. Another person replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Now, I invite both of you to the stage, where I will bestow upon you the title of ordinary grade battle mech pilots. From now on, you are both pilots of the Empire, the officer announced. Upon hearing this, Emotianyun realized that the long-awaited opportunity was finally at hand. With the title of battle mech pilot, he could directly join the Empire's battle mech corps. Once enlisted in the Empire's battle mech corps, he would be able to engage the insectoid race on the front lines, making the collection of insectoid cores significantly easier. With the insectoid cores, he could exchange for points, and with sufficient points, he could procure various technological blueprints, genetic evolution potion formulas, martial arts techniques, and more from the Divine Core. This would also fulfill the task assigned by Sister Miracle, who must have been eagerly anticipating this day for quite some time. He couldn't let her down. You've shown a bit of conscience. I in the Divine Core space. The spirit of the Divine Core suddenly smiled. Her expression ethereal, capable of eclipsing the very heavens if witnessed from the outside. A beauty so captivating that it would leave anyone entranced. Emotianyun, alongside a robust man clad in blue, ascended the stage. Empire ID card, The officer extended his hand. Motionyun and the strong man in blue presented their Empire ID cards. However, the strong man's card was a black high-ranking Empire ID, which drew the officer's attention. When the officer glimpsed Motionyun's ID card, he noted the ordinary ID card, Junior Mech Manufacturer. He pondered silently, could that perfect-grade ordinary battle mech have been crafted by this youthful hero himself? If so, that would be astonishing. Achieving such an accomplishment at just 15 years old makes him an exceptional talent even within the Empire. In no time, the officer certified Motionyun as an ordinary-grade battle mech pilot. Motionyun gender, male, date of birth, year 23 of the 61227 era, January 1st, age, 15, identity, Junior Mech Manufacturer, ordinary-grade battle mech pilot. After retrieving his ID card, Motionyun couldn't help but examine it closely. In the practical assessment room, a total of 26 candidates achieved scores above 5, excluding Motionyun and the strong man in blue, leaving 24 qualified candidates. They were required to engage in practical assessments, with each needing to defeat 3 opponents to obtain the title of ordinary-grade battle mech pilot. In essence, only one among the 4 could attain this professional identity. The opponents would be randomly assigned, eliminating any possibility of collusion to secure the title. Of course, if one could collude with everyone, it would also reflect a certain level of capability, and the Empire would likely turn a blind eye. Fairness is often relative. A powerful background is also a form of strength. The greatest equality is, in fact, inequality. The most unequal is the greatest equality. Motionyun arrived at the practical assessment room, although he was not there to participate in the assessment. He had come to observe Rod Hubbard's evaluation. After being defeated by Motionyun, Rod Hubbard still had 7 points, qualifying him for the practical assessment. Rod Hubbard, too, noticed Motionyun's gaze. I may concede to you, but I will never lose to anyone else, Rod Hubbard silently resolved. In the end, Rod Hubbard achieved a consecutive victory over 3 opponents, earning the title of ordinary-grade battle mech pilot. However, Motionyun departed after Rod Hubbard completed his first practical assessment. Rod Hubbard sought to find Motionyun in the observation area but could not catch a glimpse of him. Hello, Mr. Rod Hubbard, a gentleman named Motionyun requested I deliver a message to you. At that moment, a beautiful robotic woman approached Rod Hubbard and projected a message from her chest. Rod Hubbard immediately began to read intently. Ha, old rival. I regret to inform you that after all these years, I still do not know your name and can only refer to you as old rival. Upon reading this, Rod Hubbard couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, muttering to himself, Motionyun, and yet you still remember me? Yet you don't even know my name. Oh well. Rod Hubbard shook his head and continued reading. Your progress over the years has been remarkable. Had I not found my own path, I might not even have been able to stand before you today. I hope you continue to forge ahead. The road ahead is long, and the Empire has many geniuses, many of whom are far stronger than both you and me. Moreover, the universe is vast. We must explore it together. Rod Hubbard gazed intently, his eyes becoming slightly misty. After years of relentless effort, he found himself defeated, while his opponent consoled him, a rather grand irony. Nevertheless, the subsequent words were indeed quite inspiring. Rod Hubbard continued to read the final passage. Old rival, your unwavering sincerity truly commands my respect. I am aware of your fervent desire to overcome me. Therefore, I shall await you at the esteemed Mecha Master Academy of Orlan, the sacred ground of the Imperial Mecha Division. However, the criteria for entry are exceedingly stringent, as you must surely know. Do not let me down, Motionyun. After finishing the letter, Rod Hubbard closed his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly opened them, and a sharp glimmer seemed to emanate from within. Very well. I will surely attend the Orlan Mecha Master Academy. I shall encounter more prodigies, and I intend to triumph over them. Including you, I aspire to become a true powerhouse of the Empire. Akin to Martial Keelii, Chapter 46, True Strength, the Insectoid Tribe and Advanced Civilizations. Motionyun exited the Battle Mecha Center, peering through the towering edifices towards the distant azure sky. The sky above Uluru City, under the regulation of the city's atmospheric control system, was indeed a clear and vibrant blue, in stark contrast. The weather outside Uluru City was still deep in winter, where countless snow sprites were birthed in the high altitudes, swirling gracefully in the icy winds before eventually descending to the ground, blanketing the earth with a thick layer of white. The lifespan of snow sprites is fleeting. from their inception to their embrace by Mother Earth. That constitutes their entire existence. Perhaps it could be said that they do not truly perish, but rather continue to exist in another form. Emotionyun might have felt quite relaxed at that moment. Stretching and yawning that it was time to return to the hotel. With 10 days remaining, he would continue to enhance his abilities in the simulation space. He understood that battling the insectoid tribe would not be an easy endeavor. Rather, it would be quite arduous. Thus, possessing a bit more strength would provide a greater assurance. Although Emotionyun could currently slay elite-level insectoids, he did not allow himself a moment's respite. Above the elite-level insectoids existed numerous advanced insectoid forms. And for an epic-level battle mecha master, elite insectoids were akin to the ordinary insectoids he now faced. Merely weaklings, Emotionyun had heard tales of particularly formidable insectoids, against whom even epic-level battle mecha masters might meet their demise. Emotionyun, your mindset is commendable. Those truly powerful advanced insectoids are beyond your current imagination. The voice of the spirit of miracles suddenly echoed in his mind. Oh? Just how powerful are they, that even I cannot fathom? Emotionyun queried, perplexed, as he communicated with the spirit of miracles through his mental energy. The spirit of miracles drew out the sound, contemplating before continuing. Let me put it this way. Those truly formidable insectoids, once they strike, could erase the Orlan Empire from the cosmos. They possess the capacity to obliterate entire star systems spanning hundreds of thousands of light years. Do you find that powerful? To erase the Orlan Empire with a mere strike. Emotionyun's mind momentarily halted. He was acutely aware of the vastness of the Orlan Empire, which occupied an expanse of 300,000 light years within the Orlan star system. Even at light speed, the rate of destruction would require 300,000 years to traverse the Orlan star system. After all, it had taken over 6 million years for the civilization of the Orlan Empire to claim dominion over the entire star system. How could such potent insectoids possibly exist? At this moment, Emotionyun struggled to conceive what kind of powerful insectoids could annihilate the Orlan Empire. If those insectoids are so powerful, then why has the Orlan Empire been able to withstand their invasions for over a millennium without being destroyed? Emotionyun inquired. The truly formidable insectoid beings are preoccupied with clashing and strategizing against advanced civilizations, rendering them indifferent to the relatively weaker Orlan Empire. The ones they dispatch are merely lower to mid-tier insectoids. While the Orlan Empire occupies a star system in the cosmos, it is considered a strong civilization among many weaker ones, the spirit of miracles solemnly explained, before abruptly shifting the topic. However, the Orlan Empire is merely a star system-level civilization. There exist cluster-level civilizations, supercluster-level civilizations, and even more advanced civilizations beyond that. Those civilizations are the true powerhouses of the cosmos, and when compared to them, the Orlan Empire is hardly noteworthy, and I hail from one of the highest civilizations in the universe. My civilization is, oh dear. I cannot recall my civilization. The spirit of miracles suddenly furrowed her brow. She intended to introduce her civilization to Emotionyun to broaden his horizons, yet upon recalling it, her mind went blank, unable to conjure any memories. Seems my memories are sealed. Emotionyun. It appears that only by becoming stronger and emerging as a true powerhouse in the cosmos will you have the opportunity to learn about my civilization. The spirit of miracles remarked with a bittersweet smile. Sister of miracles, so you originate from such a powerful civilization. No wonder the items within the core space of miracles include many that even the Empire does not possess. But why is your memory sealed? Emotionyun inquired. Astonished, do not ask me. I do not know, I only understand that you must gather insectoid crystal cores for me. The more cores you collect, the better. The higher the quality of the cores, the better, the spirit of miracles replied, shaking her head. Understood, I shall strive to do so. Emotionyun responded, feeling somewhat disheartened. He felt too weak, perpetually unable to assist. He recalled his childhood. Often unable to aid Grandpa Zika, and simply not causing him trouble was already a significant accomplishment. Later, he learned of Grandpa Zika's sacrifice on the front lines and could do nothing but weep. He could not even protect their home. Now, he found himself in a similar situation. Although Sister of Miracles needed insectoid crystal cores, he had yet to provide any meaningful assistance. Emotionyun recognized that the crystal cores he obtained in Geka City were far from sufficient. He also understood that Sister of Miracles had significantly reduced the exchange points for the 10,000 Stars sword, as he discovered that the 10,000 Stars sword belonged to the realm of starry martial arts techniques. Other martial arts techniques of this caliber required at least 1,000 points, or even tens of thousands, yet the 10,000 Stars sword was priced precisely at 100 points. Only a fool would not deduce its true value. And Emotianyun had always been quite astute. Right? I should return and purchase my previous home. Otherwise, I currently have no place to call home. Emotianyun suddenly recalled the house he had lived in with Grandpa Zika during his childhood, which was actually a rented shop near the market in the eastern district of Hanshan City. Very well, I must return and spend some star coins to acquire it. Having resolved this, he proceeded back to the hotel to rest for a couple of days before vacating his room. Upon reaching the entrance of the hotel, Emotianyun noticed several individuals approaching him. Greetings, Mr. Emotianyun. I am Barot Morris, the representative of the Barot family, announced an elegantly dressed man in a precisely tailored black outfit and a black hat. Hello, Mr. Emotianyun. I am Long Ning, the representative of the Long family, chimed in a middle-aged woman of opulent appearance, exuding an air of nobility. Upon noticing her, Emotianyun observed that her skin was impeccably maintained, and time had left no traces on her visage. She resembled a 20-year-old young woman, with an imposing aura. Greetings, Mr. Emotianyun. I am Aomelin Gula, the patriarch of the Aomelin family. We have met before. A dignified elder approached with a smile and a nod. This elder was the one who had previously competed in bidding against a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard. Emotianyun noticed that behind him, several others were present, including one burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, the very one who had bid alongside the elder. As the bearded man noticed Emotianyun's gaze, he quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Greetings, Mr. Emotianyun. I am Theodore Nibbert, the representative of the Theodore family. The remaining individuals also introduced themselves. They were all members of the 8 prominent families from Uluru City. You seek me out because of my perfect grade initial gene evolution potion, do you not? Emotianyun surmised their intentions. Indeed, Mr. Emotianyun. Then please take your leave. I cannot possibly trade the potion formula with you. If you possess a core of the Earth Heart, I might consider it. Emotianyun replied nonchalantly. Apologies, Mr. Emotianyun, but we do not possess the Earth Heart core. However, we recognize the value of the potion formula and have come to seek your assistance in concocting some potions. We will provide the materials and purchase the resulting potions at 1 million star coins per bottle, or exchange them for other items of equivalent value. Would you find this price satisfactory? Emotianyun? Emotianyun paused for a moment. If that is the case, I can provide each family with a maximum of 100 bottles. Thank you, Mr. Emotianyun, they replied in unison, and then proceeded to deliver the materials he required. Emotianyun was unperturbed by their awareness of the materials required, for they remained ignorant of the specific configuration methods and the precise dosage of the biological herbs. A haphazard concoction could lead to catastrophic genetic collapse. A day later, Emotianyun found himself in possession of 700 million star coins and an assortment of materials for mecha fabrication. These materials were intended for upgrading the Tianyun mecha to an extraordinary tier. Additionally, he had over 100 vials of perfect-grade initial gene evolution potions, crafted from surplus biological materials during the preparation of other concoctions. Chapter 47. Mastering the Myriad Star Sword in the opulent high-end hotel of Oyalu. Emotianyun's mental energy connected with the core space of the divine artifact. This was the 3,000th attempt, and he pondered, why was mastering the Myriad Star Sword proving to be so elusive? Time and again, Emotianyun's efforts to learn the Myriad Star Sword ended in failure. However, rather than succumbing to discouragement, he found that each setback only served to highlight the formidable nature of the Myriad Star Sword. The spirit of the divine artifact observed from a distance, refraining from intervening. Emotianyun, you must rely on yourself. The path of a gene evolution warrior is one that you must traverse alone. I cannot assist you, the spirit mused. The study of martial techniques relies on personal comprehension. Excessive guidance from others diminishes one's own insights, ultimately weakening the martial prowess and affecting future levels of mastery. This was the reason the spirit chose not to instruct Emotianyun, understanding that every powerful warrior forges a unique path, and to become strong, one must depend solely on oneself. 4,000 attempts. I refuse to believe that anything can defeat me, Emotianyun declared, his determination only growing stronger despite yet another failure. The spirit of the divine artifact had previously remarked that the myriad star sword was an exceptionally suitable martial technique for him. Given the striking resemblance between his star-moon sword technique and the essence of the myriad star sword. Thus, he resolved to draw inspiration from his star-moon sword technique. Suddenly, it struck him that the star-moon sword technique bore a remarkable similarity to the myriad star sword. Albeit the latter was far more intricate and profound, representing a qualitative leap, Tianyun practiced the star-moon sword technique, conjuring its celestial imagery, and then returned to study the myriad star sword. Star and moon shine together. With a metal longsword in hand, Tianyun summoned a resplendent full moon, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. The stars flickered sporadically, casting a fragile brilliance. At that moment, he devoted his entire focus to the celestial imagery. I realized that maintaining the star-moon imagery consumes mental energy. Could it be that mastering the myriad star sword necessitates mental energy as assistance? The spirit had mentioned that one must at least reach the spirit sea level to achieve mastery of the myriad star sword. While he was close to that level, he had yet to grasp it fully. Let me experiment with using mental energy to learn the myriad star sword. After all, the myriad star sword is a martial technique of cosmic caliber. Although I am unaware of its current strength, I cannot continue with old methods. With newfound resolve, Tianyun concentrated his mental energy. Closing his eyes, he simulated a sky full of stars within the simulated space. Silently attuning his senses, the moon of the star-moon imagery gradually dimmed until it vanished entirely amidst the stars, leaving only the flickering stars in the simulated space. Suddenly, beams of starlight began to pulse. All stars aligning harmoniously into the shape of a sword. Tianyun opened his eyes, the celestial brilliance reflected in his gaze. Myriad star sword, go! The sword of starlight, formed by his mental energy, surged forth with an unstoppable force, leaving a brilliant trail in the simulated space. What immense power! This starlight sword rivals the strength of my current star-moon sword technique. If I had thousands of these starlight swords, as the spirit said, no matter how many insectoids came, they would be powerless. Truly, the myriad star sword, a martial technique of cosmic caliber, resembled a spell, dazzlingly beautiful yet immensely powerful. Tianyun mused, I have finally completed the first starlight sword after 5 days of practice. I have at last learned the myriad star sword. Though exhilaration filled his heart, he sighed. Yet, this is merely the beginning. I must simultaneously condense 10 or more starlight swords to claim even a preliminary mastery. I shall seize this moment and forge ahead. Without delay, Tianyun resumed his practice of the myriad star sword. 5 days later, within the simulated space of the divine artifact's core, myriad star sword. Tianyun deftly maneuvered 10 starlight swords, orchestrating them into various formations in mid-air. Over the past 5 days, he not only condensed 10 starlight swords, but also gained the ability to manipulate them at will. The swords, under his mental control, could be summoned or dismissed at his command. Quite commendable. The spirit of the divine artifact nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this. This was the outcome she had desired. Had she intervened, Tianyun would not have achieved such proficiency in wielding the starlight swords. A thought crossed Tianyun's mind as the 10 beautiful, sharp starlight swords returned to his side. With these starlight swords, do I not need to use a physical sword in reality? He remarked, glancing at the simulated metal longsword in his hand. What are you contemplating? How could you possibly forsake true weapons? The spirit questioned, appearing beside him. Spirit, these starlight swords are no less formidable than real weapons. Why must I still rely on them? Tianyun queried, somewhat perplexed. These starlight swords will surely excel against weaker insectoids. But they will be almost ineffective against truly powerful ones, the spirit replied. Then, if I wield thousands of starlight swords simultaneously, would that not prove effective against those insectoids? Tianyun pondered, convinced that the strength of numerous starlight swords would surpass his current capabilities. Even if you possessed countless starlight swords, should you encounter insectoids with exceptional defenses, they would be of little use at that point. You will require a mecha. Is through the maximum enhancement of your mecha's combat capabilities, combined with your physical strength, martial techniques, and mental energy, that you will truly achieve peak combat potential. Without a powerful mecha sword, how will you contend with those insectoids? The spirit challenged Tianyun. Tianyun realized he had erred in judgment. Do you recall the sword strike you executed with all your might during the simulation assessment? That singular strike surpassed the combined power of these 10 starlight swords. It seems you have grown complacent. Having grasped the myriad star sword, you now wish to abandon weapons. A weapon is the lifeblood of a warrior. Do you comprehend this? You are a swordsman, and regardless of the circumstances, you must always have unwavering faith in the sword you wield. For a sword is not merely an instrument. It embodies your life, your path as a warrior, and your warrior's heart. The spirit gazed deeply into Emo Tianyun's eyes as she spoke. The sword is the lifeblood of the warrior. The sword is the warrior's path. The sword is the warrior's heart, Emo Tianyun murmured, reflecting on the spirit's words. The weight of her statement struck him profoundly, particularly the final sentiment. The sword is the warrior's heart. He suddenly recalled that this phrase echoed the words of Grandpa Zika, realizing that over the years, he had cleaved through many obstacles with the sword in his hand. For the sword represented Emo Tianyun's journey as a warrior. The warrior's heart is the belief in the path he walks. Now, if he were to forsake the sword, would that not be a betrayal of his chosen path? Would that not equate to the abandonment of his warrior's heart? Emo Tianyun's thoughts spiraled into confusion. Chapter 48. The hearts of 4 types of warriors and the mental energy of the spirit sea level, the spirit of the divine artifact silently observed Emo Tianyun. Contemplating, Emo Tianyun, I hope you can overcome this hurdle and soar once more, successfully shaping the embryonic form of a warrior's heart. In truth. Upon hearing Emo Tianyun's words, the spirit was reminded of a plan. She aimed to cultivate Emo Tianyun's warrior's heart, enabling him to become a true powerhouse capable of standing among the elite of the cosmos. Should Emo Tianyun successfully shape an embryonic warrior's heart, it would greatly benefit him. His warrior's heart would solidify, mastering martial techniques would become second nature, and perhaps even his mental energy could experience a breakthrough. However, should he fail, the repercussions would be severe. Yet, the spirit was unafraid. She could erase that memory, allowing him to retry until he successfully formed his warrior's heart. The spirit understood that to become a true powerhouse, Emo Tianyun must forge a heart akin to that of a genuine warrior. Thus, a solid foundation must be laid to facilitate his eventual transformation into a true warrior's heart. Emo Tianyun slowly reminisced about his journey from childhood to the present, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, joy, sorrow, anger, indifference, and coldness. After a considerable time, no. Emo Tianyun closed his eyes in silence and suddenly opened them, declaring, I understand. Regardless of whether it is the sword in my hand or the sword forged through my mental prowess, both are manifestations of the sword within my heart, embodying my warrior spirit. I have never contemplated relinquishing them. They are an inseparable part of my being. As long as my heart harbors a sword, I can cleave through all obstacles on the path of the warrior. Even in the absence of a path, I shall carve one out with the sword of my spirit. As Emo Tianyun spoke, the sword within him grew ever more solid and resilient. His eyes shone brighter, akin to 2 white beacons illuminating the path of the warrior through the darkness. Upon hearing Emo Tianyun's words, the spirit of miracles nodded and murmured, Indeed, he has forged a heart of valor. Gradually, the brightness in Emo Tianyun's eyes dimmed, yet he continued to speak. Though the journey of a warrior is fraught with challenges, possessing immense strength allows one to eradicate more of the insectoid menace, avenge Grandpa Zika, acquire additional insect cores for Sister Miracle, and grow stronger, all while safeguarding those dear to him, protecting every soul that treats him kindly. Emo Tianyun reminisced about Grandpa Zika, the flawless Sister Miracle, the nearly 5 years spent with Bill in the impoverished village, the villagers themselves, even recalling the former president and Veina's father, Light, along with Veina. The spirit of miracles, upon hearing this, was taken aback, filled with both surprise and delight, silently contemplating the fact that Emo Tianyun had also nurtured a heart of guardianship. 2 forms of warrior hearts had emerged. Emo Tianyun's talent was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Emo Tianyun's gaze shifted, suddenly infused with a vibrant green vitality. If I lack formidable power, akin to the last encounter when the insectoids invaded Goka City, I would find myself powerless, helplessly witnessing the demise of millions at the hands of the invaders. Subsequently, the insectoids would absorb sufficient life force to spawn even more of their kind, leading to further devastation and loss of life. Emo Tianyun recalled the time he vanquished elite insectoids and hundreds of ordinary ones, saving the lives of the people of Goka City. How could this be? The spirit of Miracle's eyes sparkled like stars. Wide with astonishment, before she could regain her composure, Mo Tianyun's eyes transformed from green to gold. Therefore, I must possess even greater strength, strong enough to eradicate all that I find distasteful, even the high-ranking insectoids capable of obliterating the entire civilization of the Aolong Empire, ensuring that anything I deem unpalatable vanishes without a trace. In this moment, Mo Tianyun's golden pupils and his declaration of such overwhelming might imbued him with an air of dominance, as if he truly held the power to eradicate all injustices. The spirit of Miracles, no longer merely astonished, found her slightly pink cherry lips parting in disbelief, unable to conceal her inner shock. Moreover, a kind heart and a heart of judgment, merely by gently provoking him. Inquiring about his warrior spirit, I never anticipated he would manifest 4 distinct forms of powerful hearts. The spirit of Miracles mused. The heart of valor enables its bearer to traverse the path of genetic evolution further than most, marking the standard for becoming a true cosmic powerhouse. The heart of guardianship often allows its owner to unleash their most potent abilities in critical moments, aiding breakthroughs to higher realms, though somewhat passive. Those with a heart of guardianship frequently create miracles and are not uncommon among the universe's strongest. The kind heart evokes compassion for the weak, fostering a pure and resolute spirit, facilitating simpler breakthroughs to strength. The heart of judgment embodies unwavering conviction, confidence, and decisiveness, exuding an air of superiority. The spirit of Miracles contemplated the significance of these 4 powerful hearts and then turned her gaze to Mo Tianyun. A smile gracing her lips, her countenance betraying her astonishment. A single powerful heart could lead one to greatness. Possessing 2 could mark the path to becoming a true cosmic force, while 3 hearts are exceedingly rare across the cosmos. For powerful hearts classify one among the elite geniuses of advanced civilizations. Perhaps, even without my guidance, should Mo Tianyun continue to flourish, he is destined to become a cosmic powerhouse. I truly did not misjudge my choice. I initially sought merely a talented youth, yet Mo Tianyun has proven to be a prodigy of extraordinary caliber, a rarity among all civilizations in the universe. The spirit of Miracles chuckled softly, recalling her initial impression of Mo Tianyun's potential and the decision to expend a fragment of the core's energy to manipulate a few golden wolf beasts to test him. Fortunately, Mo Tianyun triumphed over the golden wolf beast leader, passing the trial, and was subsequently guided into the cave where the core was retrieved. My physical form aches a bit. It seems my mental prowess is on the verge of a breakthrough. Mo Tianyun suddenly trembled, sensing his mental strength had surged 100-fold, a force as grand and profound as the ocean. With this newfound power, he felt as if he were soaring above Uluru City. No, the range of his mental perception continued to expand, enveloping an area of thousands of kilometers. This is the mental strength of the spirit sea level, representing a qualitative leap from the previous perception level. Congratulations, Mo Tianyun. Your mental strength has finally broken through its limits to reach the spirit sea level. You can now forge epic mechas, such as the Thousand Swords Mecha. Furthermore, you can exchange for intermediate genetic evolution potions, elevating your status to that of an intermediate genetic evolution warrior, and you have the potential to cultivate the cosmic starlight sword to its pinnacle. The spirit of Miracles beamed, her words flowing continuously. Indeed, I shall elevate my power to the limits of the late-stage intermediate genetic evolution warrior, Mo Tianyun declared, producing 50 vials of perfect-grade primary genetic evolution potions. A day later, the sensation of enhanced strength is truly exhilarating. My physical prowess has reached a staggering 100 tons, the zenith of a late-stage intermediate genetic evolution warrior. Mo Tianyun relished the feeling of his empowered body. He had also grown approximately 5 centimeters taller. His skin had lightened a shade, and he appeared somewhat more handsome, though still not rivaling his longtime adversary. Mo Tianyun gazed at himself in the mirror, his vanity evident. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he was indeed handsome enough. The most important aspect was his strength. Now, he could contend with 100 foes of his former caliber, and that was the true cause for celebration. Returning to Han City to reclaim his home is paramount. Mo Tianyun's thoughts lingered on his former residence. Though a genetic evolution warrior wandering the world is a common occurrence, being without a home feels akin to a drifting leaf, adrift in a sea of humanity, aimlessly floating, devoid of support, unable to find a place to rest. Since departing from his previous home, despite securing a temporary dwelling, the absence of familial warmth over the years has left an emptiness in his heart, as if something vital is missing. The harsh winter is nearing its end. How far off can the rejuvenating spring be? Yet, many seeds perish in the frigid ground during winter, unable to witness the vibrant light of spring filled with life and hope. Why is this? Because the hearts of those seeds have been corroded in the frozen soil. A seed, devoid of its embryo, cannot take root or sprout, even when nourished by the spring rains and caressed by the warm sunlight. Thus, Emotianyun is like a seed, yet he lacks the sanctuary of a home within his heart. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Please assist me in terminating this room reservation. Certainly, sir. You have rented for a total of 15 days? With 3 days remaining, we will refund you 15,000 star coins. Emotianyun nodded, recalling that he had arrived at this inn on December 16, and with today being December 28, he had stayed for 12 days. At the front desk in the lobby of the inn, Emotianyun finalized the cancellation of his room. Uluru City is vast. It took Emotianyun an hour to reach the outskirts. He retrieved the spatial orb, summoning the Tianyun Mecha. Instantly, he drew the attention of the Imperial soldiers guarding the massive city gates and passers-by. Mechas are relatively rare, typically owned by affluent families and dignitaries. In less than 3 months, my prowess has surged remarkably, and I have successfully manufactured my mech. My mental acuity has ascended from the perception level to the spirit seal level. I have nearly gathered all the materials required for the epic mech. The Thousand Swords mech. Once I obtain the core of the Earth's heart, I will be able to forge this legendary machine. Emotianyun gently caressed the Tianyun mech, filled with emotion. I possess an Imperial Identity card, a junior mech manufacturer title, and the designation of an ordinary combat mech pilot. I have attained all these roles, along with over 700 million star coins. Regrettably, I cannot purchase the Zerg crystals. Otherwise, I could have acquired many of them. Such achievements were once mere dreams, and I never anticipated their swift realization. In just 3 months, I have accomplished what I had planned over the past decade, particularly in terms of wealth, which has far exceeded my expectations. Prior to acquiring the core of miracles, I had my own aspirations and had diligently pursued them. Now, not only have I fulfilled my goals, but I have also surpassed my mental benchmarks. However, after enduring the soul-searching inquiries from the Spirit of Miracles, I have successfully forged 4 powerful hearts. I have embarked on the path of a formidable warrior. Henceforth, I shall pursue my own martial path, treating myself as a raw gem, destined to shine brilliantly through relentless honing and sculpting, ultimately becoming a true powerhouse of the universe. Emotianyun understood that he must carve his own martial journey, for he has people and things to protect, a kind heart, and an indomitable will emanating from the depths of his soul. I will return in a few days. Otanyun gazed down at Uluru City from within his mech, and then soared into the sky, leaving behind a tremor in the air and the envious gazes of the onlookers. High above, the Spirit of Miracles spoke beside Emotianyun. Why not try using your spirit level mental power to propel your mech? The speed will increase significantly, and you will discover other benefits as well. Is that so? Then I shall give it a try. Emotianyun replied, his interest piqued. His mental power had just broken through, and he had yet to explore its potential. Activate full power mode. The mech suddenly accelerated, swiftly reaching a speed of 500 meters per second. That moment, Emotianyun unleashed his mental power. I can feel that my mental reaction speed in controlling the mech has vastly improved, and my sensing range has expanded tremendously. I should now be able to nimbly evade high-speed attacks like laser cannons and energy cannons, which previously required me to rely on energy shields for defense. Emotianyun exclaimed with delight. Indeed, as you are now harnessing your mental power to control the mech, your current mental strength is far superior to before, resulting in much quicker reaction times. Thus, the true potential of the mech can now be realized. Many advanced maneuvers and techniques in mech combat are now within your grasp, and there is still much for you to learn. The Spirit of Miracles nodded in agreement. Chapter 50. Let us return to the initial beauty, the speed of the mech. Now greatly enhanced by mental control, paired with its extensive sensing capabilities, rendered its former critical weakness of rigidity obsolete. This is one of the remarkable strengths of Spirit C-level mental power. Why is it necessary for epic mechs to be piloted with Spirit C-level mental power? The first reason is that each epic mech possesses a unique combat imprint that requires Spirit C-level mental power for integration, thereby unveiling the mech's true might. The second reason is that epic mechs are exceedingly complex and powerful. Without Spirit C-level mental power, one cannot even operate the mech, let alone pilot it into battle. Epic mechs typically tower dozens to hundreds of meters high, with countless intricate components and exceedingly complex systems. Given Emotinyun's previous perception-level mental power, he found controlling even a standard combat mech, the Tianyun mech, somewhat clumsy. Thus, even if an epic mech were placed before him, he would be unable to pilot it. Especially considering that the Thousand Swords mech is among the most formidable of epic mechs. Subsequently, Emotinyun propelled the Tianyun mech with his mental power. The speed of the Tianyun mech continued to rise, 600 meters per second, 700 meters per second, 800 meters per second, 1000 meters per second, and finally reaching 1167 meters per second. In mere seconds, the mech attained this peak speed under full power mode, marking a speed increase of 334 times, surpassing that of the super power mode. This is astonishing, Emotinyun exclaimed. Now, let us see how much the speed improves under super power mode. Activating super power mode. The speed of the Tianyun mech surged once more, 1,300 meters per second, 1,500 meters per second, 1,700 meters per second, and finally stabilizing at 2,022 meters per second. Although the increase was not as dramatic as before, it still represented a remarkable doubling of speed. Emotinyun quickly switched back to full power mode. Knowing that super power mode could not be sustained for long, lest it damage the hyperwave energy propulsion system. Such damage would certainly not be worth the cost. 50 minutes later, Emotinyun piloted the Tianyun mech over the skies of Han City, subsequently retracting the mech into the spatial orb. Using his formidable mental power to soar through the sky, he attracted the attention of countless spectators below. Look, there's someone flying up there. He doesn't even need a hovering vehicle to soar through the skies. Indeed, he appears quite young, almost like a boy. One individual observed through binoculars. Could it be that he is flying using his mental power? Another remarked suddenly, impossible. At such a young age to reach the Spirit C level of mental power? Such prodigies are exceedingly rare throughout the Empire. How could he possibly be here on Uluru Star? He must have some sort of micro-flying device, or perhaps his attire is a type of technological flight suit. Another skeptically countered. Yes, prodigies of that caliber are seldom seen outside the imperial capital. They are generally only found there. How could one come to such a desolate planet? A nearby observer began to believe the skeptic's claims. Emotinyun, high above, could distinctly hear every word spoken below, a testament to the applications of his mental power. A smile crept across his face as he mused, indeed, I have become a true genius of the Empire. I am not yet 16. Within a year, I shall surely manufacture the epic Thousand Swords mech, and I will become a renowned prodigy of the Empire. Off I go. With a swish, Emotinyun vanished from the sky, only to reappear in a concealed location nearby. The bustling market near Han City was alive with activity. I wonder what my home has become. It has been nearly 5 years since I last visited. I used to sneak back for a glimpse, but I haven't done so in the past 2 years. Emotinyun slowly made his way towards the place he longed to see. This is it. Turning a corner, he beheld a large mechanical repair shop, once rented and modified by Grandpa Zika for mech repairs. Though it still served as a repair shop, everything inside had been replaced. I wonder if the mech model embedded in the wall for decoration has been changed. It was the first mech model I ever constructed as a child, and because it was affixed to the wall, I could not take it with me. If you can't fix it, then don't touch it. You've ruined my combat mech. How do you propose to compensate me? Emotinyun heard an angry man's voice from afar. I'm sorry, only another man with a somewhat hoarse voice continually apologized. Either fix my mech or pay me. Those are your only options. If this matter is not resolved, I'll tear this place down. Even if the military comes, I won't be afraid. Emotinyun hurried his pace. Sensing the urgency in the air, don't tear it down. I'll pay. I'll pay. The hoarse-voiced man pleaded. Yes, please calm down. We can negotiate this matter, a woman's voice interjected. Get lost, you woman. What do you know? Hurry up and make your husband pay. Emotinyun arrived at the entrance just in time to see the fierce-looking man shove the woman, who stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The hoarse-voiced man tried to reach out to help her but was too late, helplessly watching as his partner was pushed down. Yet, the ensuing scene left everyone in shock. The woman did not fall. Instead, her body froze at an angle of approximately 30 degrees from the ground before she slowly righted herself and stood upright once more. "My dear, are you all right?" A man with a slightly hoarse voice exclaimed in surprise, though a hint of confusion marked his countenance. What could be the matter? Is this woman perhaps a genetically evolved warrior? A man bearing a scar on his face pondered aloud. Emotionyun had already approached the doorway. Regarding the fearsome man, the one with the scar, he then spoke. It was I who assisted her to her feet. Chapter 51. A lesson for a biting mad dog. How could this be? I clearly did not see you arrive. How did you manage to help her up? The scarred man inquired, his brow furrowing with a touch of apprehension. Enough with the idle chatter. You were the one who first pushed her down. Shouldn't you extend an apology? Emotionyun replied, his gaze icy as it rested on the scarred man. Upon hearing this, the man scoffed, retorting, Apologize? Why should I? They damaged my mech. They should be the ones paying me. He then viciously threatened the hoarse-voiced middle-aged man, who was the shopkeeper. You just mentioned compensation, didn't you? My battle mech cost 1.85 million star coins. Let us say I'm feeling generous. Compensate me with 1.5 million star coins, and we can consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. At this proclamation, the hoarse-voiced shopkeeper widened his eyes in disbelief, stammering, 1.5 million star coins. The woman who had nearly been pushed over. The shopkeeper's wife gasped in astonishment. 1.5 million star coins. Why don't you go rob someone instead? We toil for an entire year to earn a mere 10 or 20,000 star coins. How long will it take us to repay that? Ha! I care not for your plight. Whether you can repay or not, you will pay. The scarred man sneered. In the next moment, however, the scarred man found himself in a dire situation. Emotionyun could no longer tolerate such a person. He deserved to face judgment. Kneel before me. Emotionyun commanded internally, unleashing a powerful wave of mental energy that pressed down upon the scarred man. Thud! With a resounding thud, the scarred man fell to his knees, struggling in vain to rise. Let me up, he cried, his voice filled with desperation, yet his body remained firmly grounded. The shopkeeper and his wife stood in shock, glancing at the suddenly kneeling figure and simultaneously turning their gaze to Emotionyun. That moment, the kneeling man realized his predicament, his eyes bulging with rage as he bellowed, Let me go! Let me go! Emotionyun regarded him coldly, much like one would a rabid dog. This mad dog seemed in dire need of a lesson. He knew only how to bite. Watch as I teach him a lesson. Emotionyun declared, waving his hand as hundreds of mental energy-formed palms materialized around him. What do you intend to do? The scarred man stammered, panic rising in his chest as he beheld the multitude of palms. Go, slap. The first palm struck his face, followed by the second, the third, slap, slap, slap. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. I apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The scarred man begged for mercy. Emotionyun showed no mercy, delivering a barrage of mental palm strikes until his patience was finally exhausted. Did you think I was unaware? Your mech was already damaged. You sought to swindle money from others under false pretenses. Now, get out of my sight, along with your broken mech, Emotionyun declared, using his mental power to cast the man and his mech away. This, the shopkeeper and his wife stood dumbfounded, witnessing the colossal mech being effortlessly flung into the air. How could such a feat be accomplished? Crowds began to gather as people observed the spectacle. What is going on? Is that mech being discarded? Did you see that man's face? It resembles a pig's head. That mech belongs to him. He attempted to swindle people and was beaten by that young man, only to be thrown out. One bystander recounted the events. But how could he have thrown such a massive mech? I heard that not long ago, a person possessing high-level mental power appeared in the sky, then vanished in an instant. It seems that young man is indeed the one. A woman remarked, Oh, I saw it too. It was real. Many thought it was a mini-flying device. Who knew it was truly high-level mental power? You? Just wait. The scarred man, unable to focus on the surrounding conversations, was intent only on seeking revenge. Stumbling to his mech, he fumbled through his pockets, finally retrieving a spatial orb to store the mech before scurrying away. Tail between his legs, under the mocking gazes of the crowd, "My lord, thank you." The hoarse-voiced shopkeeper expressed his gratitude to Emotionyun. Upon hearing this, Emotionyun felt somewhat embarrassed. Why did everyone insist on calling him my lord? He wasn't that old, however. He chose not to correct them, understanding that even if he did, they would still address him in the same manner. Therefore, he refrained from further discussion, and no need for thanks. "I came here to purchase this property." Emotionyun stated directly, You wish to buy this place?" "Indeed," Emotionyun nodded. "I once resided here. Though it was rented, I moved out due to an inability to pay rent, and you subsequently acquired the property. Now, I wish to buy it." The shopkeeper hesitated, aware of Emotionyun's formidable strength, feeling reluctant to refuse. On the other hand, finding a new location for their shop would be cumbersome and time-consuming, risking the loss of their regular customers. Noticing the shopkeeper's indecision, Emotionyun continued, "When you purchased it, it was for 100,000 star coins. I shall offer you 1,000,000 star coins. How does that sound?" The couple's bodies trembled in shock upon hearing this. Their eyes wide with disbelief. "Is what you say true, my lord?" the shopkeeper asked, astonished. "Yes, but you must vacate the premises by today," Emotionyun affirmed. "Absolutely, no problem." The shopkeeper nodded vigorously, his wife remaining silent, understanding that the offer was far too generous. The total value of the shop and its contents hardly amounted to 200,000 star coins, making 1,000,000 an astronomical sum for them, allowing them to live a life of luxury. Who would refuse such an opportunity? "Very well, let us prepare the contract." Emotionyun produced a document he had long prepared for this moment. Chapter 52. "Brother, why are you hitting me?" "Robbie, what happened to you?" "Ouch, ouch, big bro, I got beaten up," Robbie exclaimed, his face swollen to resemble that of a pig. "You must help me get my revenge." The one-eyed man, notorious in Han City's underworld, glared at him. "Oh? Who dares to harm my people in Han City?" "Robbie, tell me who it is and I shall end them." Robbie, his face marred and swollen, began recounting the events to his elder brother, albeit in a fragmented manner, gasping for breath and wincing in pain. Initially, the one-eyed man paid little mind. However, when Robbie described how Emotionyun had helped the shopkeeper's wife, the one-eyed man rose from his ornate sofa, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. "Robbie, continue," he urged, fixated on his brother's words. "Yes, big bro," Robbie stammered, pressing on with his tale. The one-eyed man's countenance darkened further with each passing moment, his anxiety palpable. "The man who struck you. He pressed you down without even touching you. And he could manifest dozens of palm strikes, then throw a mech weighing hundreds of tons into the air." The one-eyed man's body became drenched in sweat, panic overtaking him. Slap, slap, in a fit of anger. He struck Robbie across the face twice. "Why are you hitting me, big bro?" Robbie exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden aggression. "Because of you." The one-eyed man seethed, frustration evident in his voice. "I warned you to study more. Yet you ignored my advice. Now you come to me with this enormous trouble. What has happened? Why are you making such a fuss in my dwelling? Have you still not grasped the situation? With your limited insight, there are countless individuals on the streets who surpass you. Were it not for my unwavering support over the years, would you have thrived as you do now?" Slap, with a sharp blow. The figure known as When I Struck Robbie, who cried out in pain, "What are you doing? Oh, you are on the brink of destruction and yet remain oblivious to your transgressions. Allow me to enlighten you. For your demise shall be crystal clear. You must return and rectify this matter. Otherwise, I shall find myself in grave trouble." One Eye extended his right index finger, pointing accusingly at Robbie's face. The assailant was a formidable individual. Possessing at least the mental prowess of a spirit-level warrior. It is worth noting that there exists but one such individual in the entirety of Hanqing City, the president of the Mecha Manufacturing Association. Consider this. Is he someone you can afford to provoke? Moreover, you claim he is a youth, not exceeding 20 years of age. Such a person is a renowned prodigy within the entire Aolong Empire. Should he choose to unleash his wrath, not even Hanqing City would be safe, let alone Uluru Star. Now you implore me to confront him. What resources do you expect me to wield? If you desire my demise, simply say so. One Eye cried out in hysteria, pointing at Robbie. Earlier today, I heard a subordinate mention that a person capable of flying without the aid of anti-gravity technology had appeared above Haunching City. I was skeptical, yet here you are, having offended that very individual. Come, follow me immediately. Should that esteemed figure choose not to forgive you, do not expect to return. One Eye seized Robbie's clothing, dragging him out. As for the home of Emotianyun, it is now Emotianyun's abode. Nodding thoughtfully, Emotianyun produced a card. A star currency card containing 1 million star coins, now yours to claim. You must expedite your departure. He extended the card towards the raspy-voiced man. All right. The man's eyes fixated on the star currency card, trembling hands gingerly accepting it, his astonishment evident as he gasped. So this is what 1 million star coins looks like? Let me see. A woman interjected, snatching the card from her husband's grasp. Be careful not to damage it, he urged. Alarmed, Emotianyun observed silently, reflecting that the material of the star currency card was remarkably durable. It could withstand a fall from several stories without issue. In contrast, he recalled how overly cautious he had been just months prior. A fleeting self-deprecating thought crossed his mind as he remembered his struggles amidst the Mecha graveyard. Had he not intervened today, this couple would have faced dire consequences. The individual he had just expelled was also a gene-evolved warrior. Not to mention possessing a mecha, he was certainly no ordinary person. Wealth, fame, status, all stemmed from one's strength. Strength was paramount. Suddenly, a figure was thrown into the room, accompanied by an irate command. Get in there and kneel to apologize. Emotianyun, lost in contemplation, turned sharply at the commotion. It was the scarred man he had previously flung away, now prostrating himself on the ground, alongside a muscular one-eyed brute. I apologize, I beg your pardon, Great One. Please, show mercy, Robbie pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head to the floor while simultaneously begging Emotianyun for forgiveness. My dear, it's him, the one who returned, the man exclaimed, snatching the star currency card from his wife's hand and pocketing it. Oh, why have you returned? I wish to avoid your presence. Leave at once and do not soil my home. Emotianyun's expression soured at the intrusion. The presence of such a person in his newly acquired residence was unwelcome. My lord, this is my subordinate. He recognizes his faults and is at your mercy. He pleads for your forgiveness. We are willing to offer anything you desire. One Eye groveled, bowing his head. Oh, is that so? Emotianyun's mental power surged forth, pressing down upon One Eye like an insurmountable wall, leaving him breathless. Yes, Great One. We are sincere, One Eye affirmed. Are you an ordinary-level battle mecha master? Emotianyun inquired. Yes. One Eye nodded vigorously. Very well, come to me in 3 days. Do not make me seek you out. Now be gone. With a dismissive wave, Emotianyun expelled the two from his presence. Why did Emotianyun instruct One Eye to return in 3 days? He had sensed that the man possessed the strength of a mid-tier gene-evolved warrior and, upon inquiry, learned he was indeed a battle mecha master of ordinary caliber. Such an individual could prove useful to Emotianyun. An hour later, the raspy-voiced man approached him. My lord, we have packed everything into our space ring, but a few larger items remain that we cannot transport. Please see. Emotianyun assessed the nearly empty surroundings, with only a few large tables and a precision CNC machine left, along with some decorative items. All right, I will handle the remaining items. You may leave, he replied. Thank you. You are our benefactor. Encountering someone of your stature is a tremendous stroke of luck for us, the man expressed, bowing deeply with his wife by his side. Oh, no need for such formalities. This is merely a transaction. The purchase of this house signifies our fateful connection. Besides, these star coins are of little consequence to me, Emotianyun remarked, quickly using his mental power to assist them to their feet. Daddy, Mommy, I'm back. Suddenly, a young girl of about 10-in. Emotianyun noted that she was clad in the same school uniform he had worn in his youth. Evidently, this couple's daughter attended the same elementary school in Haunching City's East District. Our daughter, Karina, has returned. Quickly, come greet Lord Emotianyun, who has aided our family greatly and generously provided us with star coins. Thank him, the man urged, gesturing for his daughter to express her gratitude. Okay, Daddy. Karina approached, realization dawning upon her. No need for such formality, little sister. You may simply call me Brother Tianyun. Thank you, Brother Tianyun, the girl chimed, her voice sweet and clear. You're welcome. Emotionyun replied with a nod. Daddy, we are moving. Will you buy me a big house? We can travel together and enjoy many delicious foods, not to mention visit the 10 most beautiful sites on Uluru Star. Haven't you always dreamed of this? Now Daddy can take you there. Are you happy? The raspy-voiced man said, gazing lovingly at his daughter. Really, Daddy? Karina asked, momentarily stunned before her excitement bubbled over. Of course it's true. Daddy would never deceive you. Her mother chimed in, gently stroking the girl's hair. Hooray! Hooray! The girl exclaimed, jumping with glee. Otionyun silently watched, a look of deep envy in his eyes. For him, the concept of home would forever remain incomplete. He had never known the warmth of parental love. Each time he witnessed such tender moments, his heart ached with longing. Just moments ago, this couple had envied Emotionyun for his youth, strength, and wealth. Now, it was Emotionyun who envied their joy, their togetherness, and the affection showered upon their daughter. The unattainable is often what one desires most. Yet many forget to cherish the happiness they currently possess until it is lost, only to realize too late that safeguarding what one has is an arduous task. Where is my home? Emotionyun pondered, gazing at the house he had just acquired, once the shared abode of him and grandfather Zika. With grandfather Zika gone, what significance did this home hold? The emptiness surrounding him was a stark reminder of how it had once been 5 years ago. He cast his gaze towards a corner of the hall where a chair, once a place of respite for grandfather Zika, now lay absent. Both the chair and the man had vanished. Turning his attention to another corner, he recalled a desk that had once been his study space. Here and here, Emotionyun slowly reminisced about every object in this house and their placements. Aside from this house, all other possessions have vanished. Emotionyun's body could not help but tremble as he stood there. The stark contrast between the home he once cherished and this desolate shell of a house pierced through all the illusions he harbored within his heart. What a jest! The true essence of home lies in the gathering of loved ones. That is happiness, that is home, the epitome of a true haven. Emotionyun unleashed his mental energy, enveloping the entire house, revealing every detail under his scrutiny, leaving nothing concealed. This is Emotionyun's mental energy discerned an object, a model of a mech. The very first mech model he had ever crafted, astonishingly still affixed to the wall of his room as a decorative piece, untouched for 5 long years. Moreover, as he meticulously examined every component of the mech model with his mental energy, he discovered it was remarkably well maintained. The paint had not chipped, the model remained intact, and dust was scarce. Could it be? Has someone been caring for this mech model all along? In his childhood, Emotionyun had devoted much care to this model, for it held immense significance as it was the first mech model he had designed. Upon closer inspection, he noted that several aspects of this model bore striking similarities to the Tianyun mech. Indeed, the prototype of the first mech he created, the Tianyun mech, was derived from this very childhood design. This mech model stood over a meter tall, with all its parts meticulously crafted from the leftover alloys salvaged by Grandpa Zika during repairs. When the model was completed, Emotionyun had been elated for quite some time. Chapter 54. A familiar face. Whose room is that? Who has been diligently maintaining the mech model embedded in the wall? Emotionyun initially hesitated to intrude upon the blissful moment of the family of 3, but could not suppress his curiosity. The trio also snapped back to reality, gazing at the room Emotionyun was pointing to. Brother Tianyun, that room is mine. The mech model inside was initially intended to be dismantled by my father, but when I saw it, I adored it so much that I pleaded with him to keep it, and I still reside in that room. Kalina smiled as she answered Emotionyun's inquiry. Sir, what about that mech model? Kalina's mother paused, her voice tinged with concern. Is there something wrong with it? Haha, nothing at all. Emotionyun shook his head and smiled. That mech model is the very first one I created in my childhood, and I am truly grateful to you for preserving it and maintaining it so well. Oh, haha, so it belongs to you, sir? Our daughter has always cherished it and often cleans off the dust. Kalina's father chuckled in agreement. Is that so, little sister? Do you genuinely love this mech model? Emotionyun asked the little girl with a warm smile. Yes, yes. I first saw the mech when I was 6 years old. It was our first day here, and I fell in love with it at first sight. Kalina nodded vigorously, reminiscing about the moment with joy. Emotionyun also smiled, for he understood that such affections require no justification. Some things simply captivate you the moment you encounter them. Since you adore mech so much, little sister, do you aspire to become a battle mech engineer when you grow up? Or perhaps a mech manufacturer? Emotionyun inquired with a grin. I want to be a mech manufacturer, Kalina declared with determination. Haha, splendid. Seeing Kalina's resolute ambition, Emotionyun retrieved a book from his spatial wristband. The title of the book was Mech Manufacturing Blueprints, a birthday gift from Grandpa Zika when Emotionyun was young. Over the years, he had taken numerous notes while studying mech manufacturing. Now that he no longer needed the book, he decided to pass it on to someone who would benefit from it, for the value of a book lies in the knowledge it imparts, not in allowing it to gather dust in a corner. As for sentimental value, Emotionyun still possessed 2 other books gifted by Grandpa Zika on his birthdays. Little sister, this book is for you. I hope you study diligently and become an exceptional mech manufacturer. Emotionyun gently handed her the book. What is this? Kalina asked, taking the book and glancing at the cover. This is a book on mech manufacturing. She quickly flipped through its pages, engrossed in the content. After a while, she paused her reading, beaming with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Tianyun. All right, dear, we should be on our way. This house now belongs to this gentleman, and I have already arranged for us to stay elsewhere. Tomorrow, we will purchase a new house, a grand one, Kalina's father interjected suddenly. Okay, Dad, Kalina responded. Sir, we must take our leave. Please take care. Emotionyun was taken aback by the formality. What are you saying? I'm just fine. Go on, go on. He waved them off, watching as the family departed joyfully. Emotionyun's visit had altered the fate of this family, who might have otherwise lost their happiness. Now, their destinies had shifted. Years later, another genius mech manufacturer would emerge from the empire, one who, like Emotionyun, hailed from Ululu Star, Kalina. This home, Emotionyun gazed around the empty space, reflecting briefly before continuing. After all, this is a place where I once lived for many years. Now that I have returned, although I am here alone, I cannot allow it to remain desolate. Well then, let me restore everything here to the way I remember it. After about an hour, Emotionyun procured numerous pieces of furniture identical to those from the past. Just as he returned to the doorstep, he caught sight of 3 familiar figures. The first figure was a young girl clad in a pure white dress, the hem fluttering gracefully in the wind like a dancing white lotus. Adorned with a vibrant, colorful bow atop her head, her flowing black hair cascaded freely, while her long legs were clad in black stockings and she wore black high heels, smiling charmingly at him. The striking contrast between her white upper attire and black lower attire drew Emotionyun's gaze. The second figure was an elderly man in a deep red robe, who regarded Emotionyun with warmth. The third figure was a tall and handsome middle-aged man standing behind the girl. These 3 were none other than Veina, the former chairman, and Veina's father. Like Emotionyun, Veina waved and called out. What brings you all here? Emotionyun approached them. The chairman said you had returned, so we all came along to see you. Veina tilted her head, glancing at the elderly chairman. Ha ha ha, my young friend Tianyun, your mental energy fluctuations are so powerful. You must have reached the spirit sea level. With your mech manufacturing skills, it seems we shall soon witness the emergence of a truly talented mech manufacturer known throughout countless planets in the Empire. The chairman laughed heartily. Little Veina, while you have made tremendous progress in the past half-month and are now brushing against the knowledge of extraordinary battle mech manufacturing, you must continue to strive. Otherwise, you may not catch up with my young friend Tianyun. Haha. The chairman continued to chuckle. Yes, chairman, I will work hard. In 2 months, I will become a mid-level mech manufacturer, and then I will qualify for the assessment at the Mech Manufacturing Academy of the Orlon Genius Mech Engineers Institute. Veina nodded, casting a glance at Emotionyun. Her spirit ignited. Why are we lingering at the entrance? Please, come inside and have a seat. No need for formality, my young friend Tianyun. We just came to check on you and will be on our way shortly. Not to take up too much of your time. The chairman shook his head. Very well, Emotionyun nodded, acknowledging the sparse furnishings of his home, which were not conducive to entertaining guests. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the 3 took their leave. Chapter 55. A personal assistant. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, Emotionyun opened the door and stepped out of his home. Ah, he stretched languidly. Over the past 3 days, he had transformed this house, restoring it to the semblance of its former glory, reminiscent of the days when Grandpa Zika was still around. Although he had only resided here for a mere 3 days, He felt an impending sense of departure, foreseeing that he might not return for a very long time. Thus, he took a moment to absorb the sights. Tianyun glanced back at his home, feeling as though he could never gaze upon it enough. It took him a while to divert his attention. He murmured softly, "A soaring eagle must eventually leave its nest to spread its wings and soar high into the heavens. As I depart today, I wish myself the fortitude to achieve remarkable feats in the world beyond. Sir, we have arrived at a figure bearing a scar across his face and possessing a single eye arrived here." Tianyun had summoned them to return in 3 days, and indeed, they complied. The individual with the scarred visage, known as Robbie, was of no concern to him anymore. A lesson administered to him previously sufficed. Tianyun felt a sense of satisfaction at the arrival of this singularly eyed man. "If I may inquire, esteemed sir, what is the purpose of my summons?" the one-eyed man asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I have called you to extend an invitation to join me in the Empire's battle mecha corps to vanquish the Zerg," Tianyun stated directly, eschewing any preamble. "What? You wish for me to join the Empire's battle mecha corps and fight the Zerg?" The one-eyed man exclaimed in disbelief. It was common knowledge that the Zerg were formidable and ruthless. Countless battle mecha pilots had perished at their hands. The thought of being sent to confront them felt akin to a death sentence. "No, no, esteemed sir, spare me. The front lines are far too perilous. I truly do not wish to engage the Zerg," he hastily protested, shaking his head vehemently. "Ha, I anticipated your refusal. However, if you can withstand a single strike from me, you need not go. If you cannot, then you must obediently accompany me to battle the Zerg." Tianyun had foreseen the reluctance of his counterpart. Yet, he was resolute in not allowing this underworld chieftain to linger in safety. Better to send him to the front lines to protect the Empire and its citizens. "But I am unarmed. It is impossible for me to endure even one of your strikes, great sir. Please, do not put me in such a predicament. I do not wish to perish. From this moment forth, I vow to be a good person and will no longer harm others. Please, grant me mercy," the one-eyed man implored, trembling in fear. "You are a battle mecha pilot, are you not? I can allow you to utilize a mech. Rest assured, I will not employ my mech against you," Tianyun replied, observing the one-eyed man. Utilize a mech? The one-eyed man felt a glimmer of hope. He believed that even if this nobleman were exceedingly powerful, he could withstand the strike using the mech, for its energy shield was formidable, capable of deflecting lasers and energy blasts. Enough of this banter. "Prepare yourself swiftly, or I shall strike." Tianyun raised his hand, signaling that he was about to make his move. "Very well, I shall prepare at once." The one-eyed man retrieved his mech from his spatial treasure. Tianyun examined the mech. It was a storm mech, boasting a maximum combat power enhancement of 8 times, making it a formidable machine among the standard-grade battle mechs, renowned for its incredible speed. Capable of reaching 600 meters per second. "Mech! A mech!" exclaimed a nearby crowd, their excitement surging at the sight of the mech. "We must keep our distance. If we are caught in the crossfire, it would be disastrous. I am ready to strike." Tianyun conveyed his intent telepathically to the one-eyed man within the storm mech. He then raised his hand, summoning a starlight sword formed from his mental energy. Soon after, a second, a third. Within mere seconds, hundreds of starlight swords floated and danced around him. Since the breakthrough in his mental prowess, his myriad starlight swords had reached a minor mastery, now allowing him to conjure 552 swords. He was on the verge of a major breakthrough. Myriad starlight slash. In the next instant, he unleashed all the starlight swords towards the storm mech, whizzing through the air. The swords traced white arcs, slamming against the mech's energy shield. With a thunderous crash, the shield shattered in less than half a second. How is this possible? No. The one-eyed man barely had time to react before the swords continued their relentless assault on the mech. Panic-stricken, he cried out from within the cockpit. Suddenly, the barrage of starlight swords halted mid-flight, ceasing their advance. "You cannot even withstand a single strike from me. It is time to accompany me." Tianyun's voice resonated in the one-eyed man's ear. Hastily, the one-eyed man retracted the mech, trembling as he respectfully declared, "I am grateful for your mercy, esteemed sir. I have long harbored disdain for the Zerg. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to confront them on the front lines." Tianyun, bemused, noted, "Were you not just trembling in fear? Now you are eager to flatter." do not be so pessimistic. Follow me, and you shall reap great rewards. First, I possess numerous perfect-grade primary gene enhancement potions that will significantly elevate your strength, an opportunity that many would pay handsomely for. Perfect-grade primary gene enhancement potions. The one-eyed man felt invigorated. Second, I am a mech manufacturer. I can craft you a new mech that will surpass your storm mech by 10-fold, even 100-fold. Third, I can help you regenerate your other eye, which should have perished out of course. You must diligently slay Zerg and collect their cores for me. Once you amass a sufficient quantity, I shall reward you accordingly. The more the one-eyed man heard, the more elated he became. The prospect of regaining his eye filled him with joy. Although organ regeneration was achievable in the advanced empire, the cost was exorbitant, far beyond the means of a mere one-eyed man. Very well. I shall strive to slay the Zerg. Resigned to his fate, the one-eyed man accepted his destiny on the front lines. Emotionyun had initially chastised him, but then offered him a sweet opportunity, leading the one-eyed man to feel less resistant and more eager. Chapter 56. Emotionyun's 16th birthday. Wait, there should be soldiers arriving shortly, as we have summoned a mech within the city. You should be able to handle them, correct? Emotionyun inquired. Not a problem. I have dealt with soldiers before. We have not caused any destruction nor harmed anyone. It should be fine, the one-eyed man assured, nodding fervently. From now on, you need not address me as sir. My name is Emotionyun. According to your underworld customs, you are now my subordinate, so you may call me elder brother. Although you are older, I am stronger. Is that agreeable? Very well, elder brother Tianyun. The one-eyed man was momentarily taken aback at his sudden shift from elder brother to younger brother. And what is your name? Emotionyun inquired in response. Elder brother. I am called John Thorn, the one-eyed man replied. Then I shall refer to you as Thorn from now on. Emotionyun nodded in agreement. Before becoming a battle mecha pilot, Emotionyun had desired to cultivate a few subordinates to assist him. After all, managing every task personally was a daunting endeavor, consuming precious time that could be better spent acquiring advanced mech manufacturing knowledge or refining his myriad starlight swords. Moreover, in confronting the Zerg on the front lines, his own strength was limited. Collecting Zerg cores would be time-consuming, and if a horde were to encircle him, it would spell disaster. Thus, having additional subordinates to assist in gathering cores and eliminating any stray Zerg was imperative. Before long, he took one last glance at his home and walked toward the outskirts of Cold Mountain City. Meanwhile, Robbie waved. Elder brother, are you truly going to follow that nobleman to the front lines against the Zerg? Alas, I cannot escape this fate. Whether I survive at the front is uncertain, and it is all your fault. I ought to have taught you a proper lesson long ago. Thorn raised his fist, feigning a strike at Robbie. Elder brother, I am truly sorry. If you must strike, then do so. Robbie, aware of his grave mistake, made no attempt to evade his brother's fist. Sigh, it's too late. Thorn did not strike. Instead, he gently ruffled Robbie's hair. You have been with me for quite some time, a gene-enhanced warrior, and you possess a mech. The others in our Poison Eye organization will be your responsibility. You must constantly enhance your strength and become an exceptional leader. Also, this house belongs to me. Take good care of it. When we return, if anything goes awry, you shall see my wrath. From now on, do not engage in wrongdoing. Our organization will no longer operate in the underworld. We will conduct legitimate business, and you must strive to be a good person. Yes, elder brother, rest assured. I will ensure our organization thrives under my leadership. I have reflected deeply on my actions. I acknowledge my wrongs. Although I have never taken a life, I have seized much from others. I shall return what I have taken. Robbie looked at his elder brother solemnly and said, all right, Robbie, your words instill confidence in me. Thorn patted Robbie's shoulder with great force and then turned to gaze at the vanishing silhouette of Emotionyun, declaring, I shall take my leave. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, Robbie understood that the vigorous pat was Thorn's way of entrusting him with a heavy burden. He must bear it without bringing shame to his brother. Take care, big brother. The Poison Eye organization will always welcome your return, Robbie shouted after Thorn's departing figure. Outside Han Mountain City, the snow had melted away, and the sky was no longer a dull gray but had transformed into a clear azure. The earth faintly sprouted tender green grass, but what was most surprising were the clusters of petite flowers in various hues dotting the ground. Upon closer inspection, although these flowers differed in color, their petals shared the same shape. These vibrant little flowers were known as winter departure flowers. They typically blossom after the winter snow has melted, symbolizing the departure of the harsh winter and the arrival of spring. Today was January 1 SD, indeed marking the end of winter, and more importantly, it was also Emotinyun's birthday. Yes, it was Emotinyun's 16th birthday, the age designated as adulthood by the Empire. Now I am an adult too. Although many refer to me as adult due to my formidable strength, starting today, I am truly an adult, no longer a child. Emotinyun plucked a winter departure flower, gently inhaling its fragrant aroma, and said with a look of rapture. Subsequently, he raised the flower above his head, extending his mental energy to lift the winter departure flower into the sky, allowing it to ride the winds. At-16, one could join the Empire's battle mech corps, and this was Emotinyun's recent ambition. The day had finally arrived. It had been 5 years since Emotinyun last celebrated his birthday, and today he would not make a fuss over it. Happy birthday, Emotinyun. The spirit of miracles appeared beside him, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Miracle." Emotinyun replied warmly, feeling immense joy at having someone to wish him well. After waiting so long, you can finally join the Empire's battle mech corps. However, I must remind you, the fight against the insectoid race is only just beginning. The road ahead may be fraught with challenges, so prepare yourself mentally. The spirit of miracles gazed into Emotinyun's eyes, eager to see his reaction. Yet she was met with disappointment as Emotinyun's eyes revealed no tremor, and no matter how arduous the path, "It cannot hinder my progress," Emotinyun declared resolutely. "Tianyun, where shall we go now?" Thorn approached, running without a hint of breathlessness, owing to his enhanced genetic physique. However, Thorn did not notice the spirit of miracles, even though she was visible. "We shall head to Uluru City to join the Empire's battle mech corps," Emotinyun responded. "When shall we set off?" Thorn inquired. "Now," Emotinyun said, feeling no attachment to the place. Boom, boom. Outside Han Mountain City, 2 mechs soared into the sky, racing towards the clouds, leaving behind a whirlwind of winter departure flowers dancing in the air. The last challenging winter of Emotinyun's life had indeed passed, and ahead awaited greater challenges and even greater opportunities. Chapter 57. Joining the corps and military merit high above in the skies, the air currents were relatively gentle, situated within the stratosphere of Uluru Star's atmosphere. At this moment, the 2 mechs were flying swiftly, causing the originally calm air to ripple under the terrifying sound waves produced by their flight. The pilots of these 2 mechs were none other than Emotinyun and Thorn. "Big brother, your mental energy is astonishing. It can even accelerate my mech. My storm mech typically flies at a speed of 400 meters per second, yet now its maximum speed has reached 860 meters per second. More than doubling," Thorn exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the flight speed data on the mech's interface. Emotinyun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The reason Emotinyun accelerated Thorn's mech with his mental energy was twofold. Firstly, he perceived Thorn's mech as sluggish, akin to an ant crawling, which would waste precious time. Secondly, Emotinyun had only recently attained the Sea of Spirit level with his mental energy and needed to familiarize himself with its manipulation, while also exercising his mental capabilities. After an hour and 16 minutes of flight, the two arrived at Uluru City. Having been away for a few days, they were now back. Emotinyun gazed at the grand and developed city, and then both made their way toward the military base of Uluru City. This military base was the highest-ranking one on Uluru Star, rumored to be home to an epic-level battle mech corps. Perhaps it was the only epic-level battle mech corps on this planet. "Halt! This is a military-restricted area. Please state your purpose," a soldier stationed at a checkpoint commanded. "We are here to join the Empire's battle mech corps." Emotinyun replied earnestly. Instantly, the soldier stood at attention and said, "Please present your Imperial identity cards. Once I verify your identities and confirm your status as battle mech pilots, I will grant you passage and provide each of you with a temporary access card, allowing you to proceed directly to the battle mech corps hall." Upon hearing this, Emotinyun and Thorn each retrieved their identity cards and presented them to the soldier. After receiving the cards, the soldier approached a machine at the sentry post and began operating Emotinyun, ordinary level battle mech pilot. Temporary access card for the battle mech corps hall printed successfully. Thorn, ordinary level battle mech pilot. Temporary access card for the battle mech corps hall printed successfully. Once their identities were confirmed, the temporary access cards were promptly printed, and the soldier efficiently returned to Emotion and Thorn. "Here are your Imperial identity cards and the temporary access cards," he stated, handing them the cards. "Once you join the Empire's Battle Mech Corps, you will no longer need this temporary access card. Your Imperial identity card will grant you entry to the Battle Mech Corps halls across various planets of the Empire." "Understood. Thank you for your assistance," Emotion replied politely. With the temporary access cards in hand, they passed through several security checkpoints and entered the Battle Mech Corps hall. Although the hall was spacious and exquisitely designed, with data flickering across light screens projected by the intelligence system, the number of people inside was sparse, with only a few moving about. Perhaps it was because this was the Battle Mech Corps hall, where only battle mech pilots were allowed, making it seem somewhat desolate. As soon as Emotion and Thorn arrived, someone came forward to greet them. "I just received word that 2 battle mech pilots would be arriving to join the Empire's Battle Mech Corps. I have been waiting for you," a soldier in uniform responsible for reception said warmly. "Hello, could you please tell me how we can join the Empire's Battle Mech Corps?" Emotion directly asked. "Joining the Empire's Battle Mech Corps is quite simple. As long as you are a battle mech pilot, you can join," the soldier replied. He continued, "Once you join the Battle Mech Corps, you will be considered an Imperial soldier. At that time, a dedicated Imperial military starship will come to transport you to a nearby frontline base, where you will undergo new recruit testing and military skill training for battle mech pilots. After completing the military skill training, you will be ready to undertake missions. This is the general process for joining the Battle Mech Corps." Emotion paused for a moment upon hearing this. Then couldn't he help but ask, "Must we undergo training? Can we not directly execute missions and combat the insectoids?" The soldier, noticing that this seemingly young battle mech pilot appeared somewhat impatient, smiled patiently. "Most battle mech pilots join the Corps to learn the Empire's mech combat techniques and enhance their combat capabilities," he explained. "The new recruit testing is to assess your combat strength, determining the level of missions you will be assigned. The military skill training will greatly assist you in executing missions and enhance your abilities. This training will cover military theory, mech combat techniques, and the use of various weapons and tools, knowledge that cannot be acquired elsewhere. Only within the military skill training of the Battle Mech Corps." Looking at Emotion, the reception soldier continued, "The testing will not take long, but the military skill training will last half a month. If you are eager to undertake missions, it is possible. However, your combat strength must reach at least the level of an extraordinary battle mech pilot. As long as you can prove your strength is sufficient, you may be exempt from training." Upon hearing this, Emotion felt optimistic, believing his combat strength should indeed meet the criteria of an extraordinary battle mech pilot. Indeed, even with the extraordinary combat prowess of a transcendent mech warrior, "I still advocate for the completion of training, as the benefits derived from such training are manifold. Furthermore, those who excel in their training can garner a substantial amount of military merit, which is exceedingly advantageous." Suddenly, the soldier interjected, "What is the use of military merit?" Emotion inquired with curiosity. "Military merit can elevate one's rank and be exchanged for rare resources that enhance one's strength. This is the Empire's reward for us soldiers who bravely fight on the battlefield." Rare resources. Upon hearing this, Emotion recalled the elder president mentioning that the core of the Earth could only be obtained through the Imperial Army, thus it must be exchanged with military merit. "I shall devote the next half-month to training," he resolved. Chapter 58. The journey of nearly 1 light-year. When will the Interstellar shuttle arrive? Emotion asked. "It is expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes. The reception soldier replied, casting a glance at the intelligence display in a corner of the hall. Emotion also noticed the display. "Gentlemen, this is the Imperial regulation for joining the Battle Mech Brigade. Please take a good look. Should there be no issues, I will assist you in registering as soldiers of the Battle Mech Brigade. Although the regulations are stringent, adhering to the Empire's laws is your duty as soldiers," the soldier declared solemnly, projecting a dense document filled with Imperial regulations. Emotion and Suan approached to peruse the contents. Point 1. Absolute obedience to superior orders. Point 2. Courageous and tenacious, resolutely completing tasks assigned by the brigade. 3. Diligently training mech combat skills, mastering various mech technologies. Point 4. Strictly adhering to brigade discipline and obeying management. Point 5. Safeguarding the military secrets of the brigade. Any violation of these regulations will incur severe penalties, ranging from deductions in military merit to expulsion from the brigade, with the gravest offenses met with immediate execution. After a lengthy review, Mo Tianyun concluded that these imperial regulations were specifically designed for those joining the Battle Mech Brigade. We have finished reading. There are no issues. I am willing to join the Empire's Battle Mech Brigade and abide by its regulations. Please proceed with our registration, Mo Tianyun stated, presenting his imperial identity card to the soldier. I too. Suan quickly followed suit, handing over his imperial identity card. Excellent. The Empire's Battle Mech Brigade welcomes your joining. From now on, you shall be warriors charging into battle for the Empire. I hope you will bravely slay enemies and defend the Empire's territory and people. Upon receiving the identity cards from Mo Tianyun and Suan, the soldier suddenly straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and saluted them. Mo Tianyun and Suan mirrored the soldier's serious demeanor and returned the salute. After a short while, the soldier addressed them. Here are your imperial identity cards. Your identities as soldiers of the Battle Mech Brigade have been successfully registered. He returned the cards to Mo Tianyun and Suan. Mo Tianyun opened his imperial identity card to inspect the details. Mo Tianyun gender, male, date of birth, year 61227, month 1, day 1, age, 16, identity, junior mech manufacturer, ordinary battle mech soldier, private of the Empire's Battle Mech Brigade. After reviewing the information, Mo Tianyun began to await the arrival of the Interstellar shuttle. Time passed swiftly, and there was roughly half an hour remaining until the shuttle's arrival. Suddenly, about a dozen individuals entered the hall, their voices and the sound of combat boots striking the floor shattering the tranquility. Mo Tianyun and Suan were drawn to the commotion. These individuals were likely also joining the Empire's Battle Mech Brigade, hurrying in after receiving notifications of the shuttle's imminent arrival, Mo Tianyun surmised. To his surprise, among the newcomers were a few familiar faces. Look, there's Miss Lungyu, Mo Tianyun remarked softly, noting her resemblance to the man beside her, likely a relative. He also recognized a man clad in battle attire, referred to as Prince Talink, whose expensive battle garb and sword remained unchanged. Mo Tianyun recalled that Talink had purchased the most perfect grade initial gene evolution potions from him. As their eyes met, Talink and the others acknowledged Mo Tianyun's gaze but quickly diverted their attention, finding a place to sit and wait quietly. Half an hour later, a tremendous noise accompanied by a piercing sound wave erupted. An oval rift suddenly appeared above the military base of Urulu City, revealing a blue glow that gradually faded, replaced by a colossal interstellar shuttle that overshadowed half of the military base. The shuttle descended slowly, landing on a designated area paved with alloy flooring. The commotion outside compelled Mo Tianyun and the others to step outside for a better view. That moment, the soldier who had been in charge of their reception, along with a few unfamiliar soldiers, approached the group. Esteemed guests, the interstellar shuttle assigned to transport you to a frontier defense base of the Empire has arrived. Please cooperate with us to complete the inspection before boarding. One of the unfamiliar soldiers announced. Your identity information has been confirmed. Please board the shuttle. Mo Tianyun ascended the boarding ladder, followed closely by Suan. 5 minutes later, everyone had boarded the interstellar shuttle. The Empire's starship number 785464697 will initiate spatial transition in 1 minute, with a destination 0.948779 light-years away at the Zerg Defense Frontline Base, Dunastar. Estimated arrival time, 8 hours, 45 minutes, and 43 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. The announcement echoed. Mo Tianyun was already seated and ready, eagerly anticipating their departure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiating spatial transition. Above the military base of Urulu City, the massive interstellar shuttle transformed into a dazzling, blazing light before vanishing into thin air. Curiosity bubbled within Mo Tianyun about the cosmic scenery outside the shuttle. It was his first time departing Urulu Star. Brother Tianyun, I'm nearly 30 years old, and this is also my first time leaving Urulu Star for another planet. Suan chimed in upon hearing Mo Tianyun's musings. Is that so? Ha ha. Mo Tianyun chuckled lightly before reflecting. Leaving the planet where one was born and raised feels akin to a traveler setting forth on a distant journey, glancing back at their homeland with every few steps. Thus, Mo Tianyun and Suan engaged in conversation aboard the shuttle, growing more familiar with one another. After over 8 hours, the shuttle began to tremble slightly. We have reached the Zerg frontline base at Dunastar. Please disembark from the interstellar shuttle. Finally, we've arrived. Those 8 hours were utterly tedious. Mo Tianyun sighed, standing and stretching. Chapter 59. The enormous military base. Is this truly the military base defending against the Zerg invasion? It is astonishingly vast, so expansive that even my mental energy cannot perceive its boundaries. Emotionyun exclaimed in awe as he stepped off the shuttle to behold the monumental metal fortress. Since his mental energy had surpassed the spirit sea level, allowing him to sense over 10,000 kilometers, he was astonished that he could not grasp the full extent of the base. How immense must this military base be? Comparatively, the largest military base on Uralustar is like an ant beside an elephant. The disparity is staggering. However, upon reflection, this is one of the Empire's defense bases against the Zerg invasion. Established for tens of thousands of light years, so it could hardly be small. The Dunastar Defense Military Base spans 15,200 kilometers in length and 13,800 kilometers in width, making it the largest military base within a 10-light-year radius of Dunastar. Serving as a vital military hub on the front lines, this base dispatches tens or even hundreds of millions of interstellar shuttles daily to patrol the front lines. Just the area designated for parking the shuttles covers over 60 million square kilometers. Not to mention residential zones, logistics areas, production zones, training zones, combat zones, trading areas, command centers, and more. The number of Imperial soldiers stationed here exceeds 100 million, the majority being ordinary soldiers. Some operate interstellar shuttles and powerful energy weapons. Some maintain combat machinery, while others are responsible for transporting supplies to Ion Essence. This defense military base has formed a comprehensive supply chain to sustain combat operations in addition to the ordinary soldiers. A small contingent consists of commanders and mech warriors who maintain the base's operations within the command center area. The mech warriors here represent the four major mech professions: battle mech warriors, mech manufacturers, mech repairers, and mech accessory specialists. Among them, the mecha manufacturers, mecha maintenance technicians, and mecha accessories specialists typically remain in the logistics area, earning military merit points through the manufacturing, repair, and creation of mecha components. Only the Battle Mecha operatives are permitted to venture out to execute tasks assigned at the Battle Mecha Core Hall to accrue military merit points. Thus, the Battle Mecha operatives are akin to special forces within the Imperial Army, and the Battle Mecha Corps is regarded as the elite unit among all Imperial legions, in confrontations with the formidable Zerg and extraterrestrial civilizations. The Battle Mecha operatives serve as the primary force in combat, often playing a crucial role on the battlefield. New recruits who have just joined the Battle Mecha Corps are instructed to proceed to the Battle Mecha Corps Hall for their initiation assessments. Suddenly, a soldier clad in a white combat uniform approached Emotionyun and his companions. Speaking to them, Emotionyun withdrew his mental focus. Observing the scene before him, it became evident that they were not the only starship transporting new recruits to the Battle Mecha Corps. Several hundred such starships encircled them, all ferrying fresh recruits. Thus, the new soldiers disembarked from each starship, guided by the military personnel through a series of checkpoints until they arrived at the Battle Mecha Core Hall. This hall was as expansive as the square in Uluru City, if not more so, easily accommodating hundreds of thousands of individuals. The grandest display screen in the hall was undoubtedly designated for task assignments. Constantly bustling with thousands of Battle Mecha operatives accepting and submitting missions, Emotionyun marveled at the sight of the Battle Mecha Core Hall. Surrounding new recruits were equally captivated, while seasoned veterans in the distance observed the newcomers with interest. Ah, it's that time of the month again when new recruits arrive. I came here on the 1st of last month. After 2 weeks of training, I managed to take on several missions, yet completed none. Many of my teammates are gone. If it weren't for my swift mecha, I might not have returned, lamented one Battle Mecha operative, reflecting on his struggles. Sigh, isn't that the case for everyone? Those without strength are merely courting death by coming here. I've been here for half a year, and have scarcely completed a few missions. Those who joined around the same time as me, I hear the strongest among them is already a lieutenant, while those weaker than me have long since become cannon fodder. Another Battle Mecha operative chimed in with a sigh. Each Battle Mecha operative in the Corps is required to undertake at least one mission per month. Failure to do so results in being forcibly dispatched to the front lines to engage the Zerg, a perilous endeavor with little chance of survival. Those who dare to be deserters face certain death. And to date, none have successfully fled. Accepting a simple mission to eliminate a couple of ordinary Zerg is manageable. Even if one fails, it poses no significant issue. Survive for a year, and one may apply for retirement. Another Battle Mecha operative joined the conversation. Under the guidance of the soldiers, Emotionyun and the other recruits entered a new recruit assessment area. New recruits, please take a seat and await further instructions. After settling down, a tall and imposing man clad in a green officer's uniform ascended the podium. Tianyun, like his peers, gazed intently at the officer. The officer's bronze face bore the marks of resilience. With piercing, bright eyes that seemed to penetrate the hearts of the new recruits like two sharp blades, causing most of them to avert their gaze from his imposing presence. Clearly, this officer was a battle-hardened and formidable warrior. Exuding a solemn and austere demeanor, such an aura could only be cultivated through long years of warfare and military life. His short hair and stern, square jaw added to his authoritative presence. Leaving few in the audience willing to meet his gaze, however, Tianyun remained unfazed, calmly scrutinizing the officer. The officer scanned the crowd and noticed Tianyun's unusual composure, prompting him to scrutinize the young man further. I've exerted my mental power, yet there remains someone unperturbed. The officer mused silently. It seems I must escalate my efforts. If I cannot intimidate even a fledgling recruit, I shall lose face among those rascals. With that thought, the officer summoned an even more formidable mental force, directing it solely at Tianyun. While the other recruits felt a significant alleviation in their own physical burdens, in response, Tianyun gathered his mental energy to confront the officer's overwhelming mental pressure. The air vibrated slightly, the once bright lights of the recruit assessment area dimming and quivering. Two immensely powerful waves of intangible mental energy clashed against one another, seemingly unable to determine a victor. What is happening? The new recruits and veterans alike questioned, bewildered by the astonishing spectacle. As awareness returned to many, they glanced at the officer, realizing that his gaze was fixed on Tianyun. Could it be that this new recruit is contesting the mental strength of the lieutenant colonel? A seasoned veteran with broad experience speculated. Impossible. The lieutenant colonel is an epic-level battle mecha operative, with mental power already reaching the spirit sea level. How could a mere recruit possess such formidable mental strength? An incredulous veteran remarked nearby. Indeed, it seems this recruit possesses a slightly stronger mental capacity. The lieutenant colonel is merely testing him. Another veteran concurred. I knew it. The lieutenant colonel broke through to the spirit sea level over a decade ago and exchanged military merit points for an epic-level battle mecha, thus becoming an epic-level battle mecha operative himself. That was over a decade ago when he was still under 30. Such talent is rare even within the Empire. The earlier veteran who had spoken boasted, now brimming with pride at having his opinion validated. How could a fresh recruit possibly possess spirit sea-level mental strength? Just look at him. He can't be more than 20. If he truly had spirit sea-level mental power, he would have long been renowned throughout the Empire, taken as a disciple by those prominent figures, instead of coming here as a mere soldier. Another veteran proclaimed confidently, "Don't speak so carelessly. You are a battle mecha operative yourself, with at least perception-level mental power. Focus and sense the epicenter of that energy." The experienced veteran retorted with a smirk, pointing at the two mental forces. "Let me sense it and I shall see." The self-assured veteran scoffed. The next moment, however, he was met with a shocking revelation. "Ah! The veteran cried out in agony. Phew! I finally recovered. That was terrifying." Reflecting on the overwhelming mental forces he had encountered, he continued, "I felt like an ant caught between two vast oceans of mental energy. Even the residual waves shattered my mental strength. I told you not to be so presumptuous. You never listen, do you? Now you've tasted the bitter consequences of your arrogance. Remember, never act foolishly. It could cost you dearly here, and on the battlefield, it could endanger others." The seasoned veteran imparted wisdom through experience. "Yes, I understand now. Thank you." The veteran, once flippant, now spoke earnestly in gratitude. Oh no. The new recruits below, having made the same mistake as the veteran, attempted to probe the two titanic waves of mental energy with their own. Consequently, their mental forces were utterly pulverized, eliciting cries of pain. "Brother, thank you for the warning. Otherwise, I would have..." A girl with short, light blue hair, seated not far from Tianyun, said to her elder brother, a white-haired youth beside her. This girl was none other than Miss Longyu, hailing from Uluru Star, just like Tianyun. The white-haired youth, strikingly handsome, exuded an aura of coldness reminiscent of his sister, a pair of eyes, as desolate and frigid as eternal ice. Softened upon hearing his sister's words, as if thawing in the warmth of spring. Engaging with two spirit-level mental powerhouses is perilous. Only those with perception-level mental power ought to attempt to probe them. The white-haired youth remarked coldly, "Is he truly a spirit-level mental power user? He is merely 16. In our family, only grandfather has achieved the spirit sea level. Even our father claims to be somewhat lacking. Truly a youthful hero." Miss Lung Yu exclaimed in admiration. Yes, the existence of such individuals constantly pushes one to improve. Only then can one's strength be enhanced. The white-haired youth gazed at Imo Tianyun's back. Young hero Imo Tianyun, I did not expect you to have grown this powerful. Nonetheless, I still look forward to the day we may face each other in combat. Tower Link, donned in battle attire, gently caressed the sword he carried. Meanwhile, Imo Tianyun found himself in a precarious situation. The officer's mental force was overwhelmingly strong, and he felt his own mental energy depleting rapidly, beginning to buckle under the pressure. Hold on, stay strong. I shall not surrender easily. After a moment of struggle, Imo Tianyun suddenly sensed the opposing force's mental energy gradually waning, leading him to realize that the other party, aware of his impending collapse, had decided to relent. The new recruit possessed an astonishingly potent mental force. Truly at the spirit sea level, this was indeed a remarkable find. The officer on stage felt a surge of joy in his heart. Observing the surrounding individuals in a state of disarray, he chose to remain silent and watch. Everyone present soon felt the unnerving calmness emanating from the officer's gaze. In no time, the standing veterans regained their posture, while the seated recruits adjusted themselves accordingly. Welcome to the Combat Mech Corps. I am Odiman Chris, a major of the Imperial Combat Mech Corps, responsible for this base's operations. I am also an epic-level combat mech master. The major gathered his mental energy. His voice suddenly boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the area, echoing in the air for an extended duration. Once Imo Tianyun regained his composure, he immediately began to applaud, gradually inciting the others to join in. The somewhat serious atmosphere dissipated amidst the recruits' applause. Our frontline forces are currently stretched thin. Your enlistment will significantly alleviate our military pressure. On behalf of our base, I extend my gratitude for your joining us, the officer expressed. You are all formidable warriors, each an elite of the Imperial Army. Consequently, you will be tasked with executing challenging missions within the military, which may carry considerable risk and potential casualties. Upon hearing the major's words, some recruits in the audience began to stir uneasily. Why does this major seem to intimidate us new recruits instead of uplifting our spirits? They pondered. However, the major's voice paused momentarily before he continued. Do not panic. Each mission you complete will earn you military merit points, which are exceedingly valuable. These points can be exchanged for rare items that enhance your abilities, such as high-grade initial gene evolution potions, intermediate and even advanced gene evolution potions, as well as extraordinary and epic-level combat mechs. These precious items will significantly bolster your strength. Furthermore, anything available within the Empire can be procured for you, provided your military merit points are sufficient. This is the reward bestowed upon us, the guardians of the Empire's territory. I trust you all understand that you have come here for the military merit points, to exchange them for what you need to elevate your power. The major articulated the sentiments of nearly all the recruits. They had come here to enhance their strength. Otherwise, why would they abandon a promising life as combat mech warriors to face off against the insectoid races and alien civilizations? Although the insectoids were persistently assaulting the borders of the Aoluan Empire, the Empire had yet to reach a state of true peril. After all, a vast civilization like the Aoluan Empire had managed to stand firm amidst the cosmic sea of civilizations. War had never truly ceased. Enough of my idle chatter, however. I must remind you all that having chosen to join the Combat Mech Corps means embracing the honor of being a soldier tasked with defending the Empire. At this juncture, the major's demeanor shifted to one of fierce intensity, and his words took on a weighty gravitas. Let me emphasize, war is no child's play. It is exceedingly brutal, and a moment's negligence could cost you your very life. I urge you to remain vigilant, whether here, on the battlefield, or during the execution of your missions. The major's voice grew even more fervent. The enemy is cunning, and if their strength were not formidable, the Empire would have long concentrated its military forces to eradicate them. Otherwise, our comrades would not be sacrificing their lives on the front lines every moment. You will soon experience the might of those insectoids and other alien civilizations. The upcoming military skills training will cover this in detail, so I shall not elaborate further. Every member of our combat mech corps is an elite of the Empire. I hope that among you new recruits, some will rise to become powerful protectors of our civilization and homeland. The Major cast a glance at Emotionyun before surveying the other recruits. That concludes my address. I wish you all a meteoric rise in strength, rapid advancement in rank, and an abundance of military merit points. Following the Major's speech, the new recruits erupted into enthusiastic applause. Now, we shall proceed with the new recruit assessments, the Major announced, signaling for the testing to begin. The recruits began to line up for their evaluations. Bring me the data on all new recruits, the Major commanded as he approached a veteran holding a stack of files. Yes, Major, the veteran replied. Extracting a document, the Major swiftly took it and opened it, revealing a series of thin, glowing crystal chips, each containing detailed records of the new recruits. Found it, he exclaimed, using his mental energy to scan through thousands of files at lightning speed. Soon, he came across Emotionyun's information and remarked, Emotionyun, male, date of birth, year 61227, 1 St of January, age, 16, identity, junior mech engineer, ordinary level combat mech warrior, residence, immigrant planet Oyalu, Cold Mountain City, ARM 8375754, 5th spiral of Aluan Galaxy. Relatives, Darren Zika, deceased in the line of duty, education level, elementary school, historical achievements, eliminated an elite insectoid and over 100 ordinary insectoids in Geka City, saving millions of citizens, historical punishments, none. Without a doubt, Emotionyun's record was the most comprehensive. This information had been transmitted by the Empire's most advanced intellect, a pinnacle-level AI that scrutinized the identity information of every individual joining the military. Why did Emotionyun's identity card not contain such complete data? It was because the information pertaining to Emotionyun's relative, Grandpa Zika, had been recorded 5 years ago when he enlisted. He's only just turned 16. The Major, an epic-level combat mech master, exclaimed, disregarding the gazes of the surrounding veterans. AT-29. I barely achieved the Spirit C level of mental energy to graduate from the Aluan Genius Mech School. Afterward, I joined the Combat Mech Corps, enduring countless battles, and within a few years, I rose to the rank of Major. It took years of hard work and accumulated military merit points to exchange for an epic-level combat mech, finally earning my degree from the Aluan Genius Mech School. It was astonishing to think that such a backward colony planet could give rise to a prodigy of this caliber. Such talent would typically emerge only a few times every few years on the Empire's homeworld. Who would have thought I would encounter such a genius here? If Emotionyun had been born on the Empire's homeworld with ample resources to cultivate him, he would have achieved far greater success by now. He would have likely garnered fame throughout the Aluan Empire, prompting the Balabode Federation and the Dylan Empire to send agents to infiltrate and eliminate him before he could even blossom. The Major, his expression grave as he regarded the document in hand, stated, I must promptly report this to the base's highest commander, Brigadier General Griffith Fred. A genius like this must not perish on the front lines. A bit of experience is acceptable, but I must ensure his safety. If Emotionyun can successfully grow, he will become a formidable asset for the Empire. At that moment, the Major squinted, a smile creeping onto his lips as he envisioned a promising future. Years later, when asked how he ascended to such a high position, now a general, the Major, reclining with his legs crossed, would chuckle, it was a stroke of luck, coupled with my keen investment eye. I managed to latch onto an emerging talent. So ha ha ha, Chapter 62. New recruit testing commences in the new recruit testing area. The next group of recruits was called Burrow Talink, Wendell Bryan, Moss Bray, Chipman Peggy, Joseph Lizzie, Fiki Windsor. In front of thousands of watching recruits, another group of 30 stepped forward for their assessments. The test included measuring strength, mental energy, mech level, and maximum combat enhancement multiplier. The strength test involved harnessing physical power to strike a power testing device using martial techniques. The mental energy test required recruits to directly release their mental energy, with the testing apparatus providing immediate readings of their mental strength. The mech level and maximum combat enhancement multiplier tests simply required placing the mech contained within a spatial orb on the testing platform for accurate results. Wow! A wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding recruits. Upon hearing the commotion, Emotionyun turned his head to observe. Following the gaze of the crowd, he beheld the testing data of the new recruits. Burrow Talink, age, 21 regular strength, 100 tons maximum strength under martial arts enhancement, 196 tons mental strength, 10, limit of perception level, mech class. Extraordinary battle mech maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 54 times. It is quite surprising that this young master talent possesses such formidable strength. His regular strength has reached the pinnacle of a late-stage beginner gene evolution warrior at 100 tons, likely due to the perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions I had traded to him. Emotion, having taken a brief glance, pondered silently. While these figures may not be particularly noteworthy to him, they are undoubtedly astonishing to the other new recruits present. It could be confidently stated that among the thousands of new recruits, his test results rank among the very best, with few able to surpass them. Firstly, his regular strength of 100 tons is not an achievement everyone can attain. It necessitates a substantial amount of high-quality gene evolution potions to accumulate such power. To possess the regular strength of a late-stage beginner gene evolution warrior, his mental strength must also have reached the limit of perception, indicated by a strength of 10. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand such immense physical power without succumbing to collapse. Additionally, Barot Talink is merely 21 years old and has already acquired an extraordinary battle mech with a maximum combat power enhancement of 54 times, establishing himself as a formidable mech master. The financial and material resources at his disposal must be considerable. Another group of recruits stepped forward for their tests. Discussions about this Barot Talink continued among them. Subsequent groups of new recruits failed to present any results as astonishing as his. The next batch included Adrian Gali, Algernon Noah, Cold Rain, Cold Wind, Jared Dorothea, Les Monroe, and Emmanuel Harkins. Among this group, Emotion recognized one individual, Miss Cold Rain. Her frigid aura and the cold makeup primarily featuring blue hues left a lasting impression on him. Her test results were also commendably high, surpassing 90 of the other recruits present. Cold Rain, age, 18 regular strength, 51.9 tons maximum strength under martial arts enhancement, 88.4 tons mental strength, 6, moderate perception level, mech class. Extraordinary battle mech maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 43 times however. What truly captured Emotion's attention was the white-haired man beside Cold Rain, who also emanated an icy aura. His test results were exceptionally high, rivaling those of young Master Talink. Cold Wind, age, 20 regular strength, 100 tons maximum strength under martial arts enhancement, 188. 5 tons mental strength, 10, limit of perception level, mech class. Extraordinary battle mech maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 52 times. Wow, yet another genius. This data left the majority of new recruits in awe. Even seasoned veterans from the mech corps expressed their admiration. I must find a way to persuade these powerful recruits to join my team. This would significantly enhance our efficiency against the insectoid foes while minimizing danger. Emotion murmured to himself, but aside from perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions, what other means can I employ to win them over? Star coins? They have plenty of those. Perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions? I've sold over 100 bottles to them already, so they hardly need more. Emotion scratched his head, his brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated. Seems I must showcase my strength to demonstrate that I am a reliable and powerful ally. Furthermore, as battle mech masters, what holds the greatest allure for them? Undoubtedly, it is the mechs themselves. I can repair mechs and manufacture mech components. Most importantly, my mental strength has broken through to the spiritual sea level, allowing me to learn how to create epic-grade battle mechs, which is the most enticing offer. With this realization, Emotion felt assured. The conditions he could provide were already quite exceptional. What reason would they have to decline? For a battle mech master, as long as they engage in combat, their mechs are likely to sustain damage. Merely my ability to repair mechs is a compelling incentive. Not to mention that I can also fabricate mech components. The powerful weaponry, shields, and other functionalities of battle mechs require specialized mech component craftsmen to produce. Craftsmen must tailor components to the specific needs of the mechs, which is a time-consuming process, thus they demand high fees. And even then, the market is scarce due to the limited number of component craftsmen. As for epic mechs, the allure of such creations is impossible for a battle mech master to resist. Many individuals, even with ample materials, cannot produce them. This is because top-tier mech manufacturers are exceedingly rare, taking at least 10 days to half a month to construct an epic-grade battle mech, a feat that drains their mental strength significantly. requiring extensive recuperation. Moreover, the failure rate for the cores of epic mechs is alarmingly high, risking the loss of the most precious materials. Thus, if a top-tier mech manufacturer can produce even one epic-grade battle mech in a year, they would be considered exceptionally productive. Chapter 63. Gaining insight, the heart of the strong begins to transform. The next group of recruits included John Thorne, Pian Lucia, Lewin Dan, Tracy Mansfield, Lev Abraham. Upon hearing his name, Thorne stepped forward for the new recruit tests. Mno Tianyu and watched intently, eager to ascertain the capabilities of the subordinates he had gathered in Han City, hoping their performance would not be disappointing. John Thorne, age, 29, regular strength, 46.3 tons maximum strength under martial arts enhancement, 72.1 tons mental strength, 5, moderate perception level, mech class, ordinary battle mech maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 7 times. Mo Tianyu nodded. This data was not particularly poor. In fact, for a 29-year-old from Oyalu Star, such test results indicated a commendable talent level, and he felt somewhat satisfied. However, in this group, another recruit emerged with test results exceeding those of Talink, causing another stir among the crowd. Naturally, among the thousands of recruits from hundreds of surrounding planets, it was impossible for there not to be some truly powerful individuals. Mno Tianyun observed with a hint of surprise. Lev Abraham, age, 19, regular strength, 100 tons maximum strength under martial arts enhancement, 216.4 tons mental strength, 10, limit of perception level, mech class, extraordinary battle mech maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 60 times. This individual was 2 years younger than Talink, and judging by the maximum strength of 216.4 tons achieved through martial arts enhancement, his martial prowess appeared even more formidable than Talink's. Furthermore, his extraordinary battle mech boasted a maximum combat power enhancement of 60 times, positioning it at the pinnacle of mechs. As time passed, numerous powerful battle mech masters showcased their talents, leaving others in awe. Conversely, there were also many underwhelming battle mech masters, some possessing a regular strength of merely 1 or 2 tons, mental strength of 1, and maximum combat power enhancement multipliers of 1 to 2, leading to widespread ridicule among the onlookers. Some even burst into laughter upon witnessing such results. Those of lesser strength often found themselves the subject of mockery, and this setting was no exception. Tianyun silently observed, contemplating how he would react if he were among those being ridiculed. Would he remain silent, suffer in silence, or would he retort fiercely? Perhaps he would defiantly proclaim that his fate is determined by himself, not by fate, or with an air of disdain declare, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Mo Tianyun's thoughts were in turmoil until a relatively short boy with dark skin appeared before the crowd. His test results, weak in the eyes of most, caught Mo Tianyun's discerning gaze. Khadgar Mananik, age, 16, regular strength, 1.2 tons maximum strength under martial arts enhancement, 3.5 tons mental strength, 5, moderate perception level, mech class, ordinary battle mech maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 2 times. Undoubtedly, these figures were exceedingly weak, rendering him the target of mockery from the crowd. However, unlike others, Mo Tianyun did not scoff at his results. Instead, he began to analyze them rationally. A small fraction of the spectators regarded the dark-skinned boy with unusual interest. Much like Mo Tianyun, who did not underestimate him, the dusky-skinned youth, despite his naturally feeble physical strength, achieved an impressive maximum power of 3.5 tons when augmented by martial arts techniques, marking a nearly threefold increase. This suggests that his martial arts skills are of a significantly high caliber, or perhaps he has attained an elevated realm of mastery. It is noteworthy that Mo Tianyun's celestial sword technique, which employs the concept of imagery, only yields a similar threefold enhancement in power. This implies that the dusky-skinned youth's martial arts techniques have reached the level of imagery. Should Mo Tianyun utilize the myriad starlight sword to bolster his physical strength, the minimum enhancement would be 5-fold. Thus, it is improbable that the dusky-skinned youth possesses martial arts techniques at the level of starry skies, unless he is concealing his true abilities, which seems unlikely, as his physical and mental fortitude are far too low, given that martial arts techniques at the level of starry skies require substantial physical conditioning and mental strength. The surrounding recruits regarded the youth with expressions of disdain. However, the dusky-skinned boy remained unfazed by the gazes and jeers of the crowd. as if everything outside was of no concern to him. A faint smile graced his lips, and he seemed to be murmuring something softly. Tianyun, utilizing his formidable mental prowess, probed the boy's faint utterances. I have trained for a month. My physical strength has increased by 0.2 tons. Granny Prillin was right. As long as I persevere, progress is inevitable. Nick, you must keep pushing forward. Upon hearing these words, Tianyun was suddenly reminded of the unwavering belief he once held. The belief in never yielding. Indeed, why should he be troubled? The mockery and astonishment of others were of no consequence to him. As long as his path and heart in martial arts remained unchanged, he would one day become a true powerhouse, standing tall among the giants of the universe, safeguarding the call of his heart, judging the malevolent and protecting the innocent and weak. In the core space of the divine Miraculous, the spirit of miracles sensed Tianyun's transformation, her flawless cherry-red lips parting slightly. Has the heart of a strong one commenced its first metamorphosis so swiftly? Then, the remaining steps must be close at hand. I eagerly anticipate the day you become a true, formidable entity. The spirit of miracles smiled as she spoke. Moments later, Tianyun slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the testing data of the dusky-skinned youth. Remarking, this boy possesses such a lofty and serene mindset. He is destined for greatness. I acknowledge him as a teammate. The dusky-skinned youth, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, departed the testing area, calmly accepting the ridicule and scorn from those around him. Tianyun gradually approached the dusky-skinned youth. Greetings, I am Tianyun. I wish to form a team and would like to invite you to be the first member. Oh, my name is Kagamanan Nick. Am I not mistaken? Why would someone of your caliber invite me? Nick stammered, momentarily taken aback, as his recent test results were dismal, and it was unbelievable that someone, especially the strongest recruit present, would seek him as a companion. Though he did not wish to belittle himself, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Surrounding recruits also took notice, whispering among themselves, isn't that the one who just competed in mental prowess against that major? Potentially a master with spiritual level strength? What business does he have with this weakling? Surely he doesn't intend to bully him. I have specifically come to find you. Join us, and I assure you, you will not be at a disadvantage. In fact, the benefits will be plentiful, Tianyun insisted, his gaze fixed on Nick. Nick, not rushing to decline, replied, may I take some time to consider? Don't overthink it, look at this. Tianyun produced a vial of potion, an exquisite, perfect-grade beginner gene evolution elixir. This vial can enhance your strength by 1 ton without any side effects. With your mental prowess, you could consume at least 50 vials, translating to a potential increase of 50 tons. This is far more efficient than your arduous training. Such a treasure must be rare, and I lack sufficient means to exchange for it, Nick said. Though he was deeply tempted, managing to resist the allure of such a magnificent offer, terms are simple. After joining the team, you can exchange 100 ordinary insectoid crystal cores for a vial of the perfect grade beginner gene evolution elixir. Tianyun stated his proposition, confident that Nick could grow stronger and would be a significant asset. Gently swaying the potion in his hand, Tianyun raised his chin, enticingly suggesting, would you care to experience the thrill of investing and consuming elixirs? That exhilarating sensation of soaring is truly delightful. 100 insectoid crystal cores for a vial of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution elixir? Nick felt his resolve wavering. Indeed, joining your team comes with other benefits. Tianyun elaborated on mech repairs, mech part manufacturing, and even painted a grand vision of an epic mech, prompting Nick to finally acquiesce. The surrounding recruits were left dumbfounded, having quietly listened, pondering why such fortune had not befallen them. Sir, I wish to join your team as well. Here is my new recruit testing data. Could you possibly consider me? A rather unsavory-looking man squeezed through the crowd. Speaking up, Tianyun recognized him as the one who had mocked Nick the loudest and promptly used his mental power to push him away. Had it not been for the restraint against causing harm in this setting, he would have swiftly dealt with him to teach a lesson. The next batch of recruits was called Maxwell Brawl, G.N.A. Douglas, Roderick Clement, Elick Frederick, Blaze Riley, Tianyun. At long last, it was Tianyun's turn for testing. Look, it's the one who just competed in mental prowess against that major with spiritual level strength. Yes, that's him. I can't believe I foolishly attempted to touch his mental energy. My own was shattered in an instant. leaving me in pain for quite some time. One recruit shivered involuntarily. Emotionyun approached the testing area, first engaging in the strength assessment. Beep. Your natural strength is recorded at 100 tons. Please proceed to utilize your martial arts techniques to strike the strength tester. I have mastered sword techniques, yet I lack a suitable sword to carry with me. I must acquire a fine blade. Emotionyun mused, facing the strength testing device. Thus, he concentrated his mental energy, manifesting a starlight sword. As the sword materialized, the thousands of recruits and dozens of veteran soldiers present were left in awe, a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. A sword formed from mental energy. My goodness. It has confirmed. He possesses spiritual sea-level strength. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed throughout the venue. 685.4 tons. 684.5 tons. Goodness, that strike surpassed the previous record of 226.4 tons by over threefold. Sigh, why is becoming an epic mech technician such a monumental hurdle? The requirement for spiritual sea-level strength has thwarted countless individuals. Not only do the mech pilots need spiritual sea-level strength, but the mech manufacturers require it as well. Many lamented. Indeed, and to become a mid-tier gene evolution warrior, one must also possess spiritual sea-level strength. The critical point is that without reaching that level, even elixirs designed to enhance mental prowess cannot be tolerated. One must rely solely on innate talent, chance, and comprehension. Others chimed in with their grievances. Just look at the vast Aolong Empire. How many can achieve spiritual sea-level strength before the age of 25? Those are truly prodigious talents. Some laughed derisively. Please release your mental energy. Upon hearing this, Emotionyun promptly unleashed his mental energy, which surged forth like a volcanic eruption, impacting the mental testing apparatus. Mental strength recorded at 22. 246. Low-level spiritual SEA.in. The core space of the divine Miraculous. The spirit of miracles nodded, observing the significant increase in Emotionyun's mental strength, which had doubled from just over 10,000 to 22. 246.in. The external testing area. Confusion reigned. What just happened? My mental energy had previously dominated Emotionyun's. How could his strength test surpass mine? I had just tested at 20, 153, barely over 20,000. How could he possibly exceed me? The Major's face reflected disbelief. He quickly attempted to rationalize the situation, convincing himself he must have held back earlier. He was likely being considerate of my position as his superior, fearing I would retaliate against him. There's no other explanation. With a forced smile, the Major continued, please place the spatial pearl containing the mech on the testing platform. Emotionyun complied without hesitation. Ordinary combat mech, maximum combat power enhancement factor of 10. The mech is rated perfect grade ordinary combat mech. This data was not particularly impressive, for Emotionyun's mech was not an extraordinary combat mech. However, the perfect grade ordinary battle mech is uniquely owned by Emotionyun, for after all, perfect grade mechs are not so easily manufactured. Thus, all of Emotionyun's test data has emerged. Emotionyun, age, 16, normal physical strength, 100 tons, maximum strength with martial arts enhancement, 684.5 tons, mental power intensity, 22246, low-level spiritual C, mech level, perfect grade ordinary battle mech. Maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 10. Chapter 65, personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain. Isn't this terrifying? The intensity of his mental power is over 2,000 times higher than the limit of the perception level. No wonder he is so formidable. Even a touch from our mental powers would be futile, exclaimed a bewildered recruit. And that's not even the most astonishing part. Just look at his age. It will surely shock you. An old soldier chimed in. Age, 16 years old? This is utterly inconceivable. At this age, with such talent, it seems he is destined to become renowned throughout the entire Aolong Empire. In that moment, some gasped, others covered their mouths in disbelief, and some shouted in astonishment. In short, everyone was taken aback by Emotionyun's mental power intensity at such a young age. Each recruit was fixated on Emotionyun's age and mental power intensity, neglecting all other data. What is the purpose of the recruit test data? The first purpose is for the analysis and review by the officers of the battle mech divisions, who will select the most outstanding individuals for focus cultivation, implying a tilt of resources. The second purpose is for the recruits themselves, allowing them to analyze their test data, identify their weaknesses, and thus work on improving their strengths. Therefore, the significance and function of the recruit test are substantial. However, many do not recognize this, instead fixating on the data of others. What difference does it make to oneself if someone else's data is higher or lower? It does not make any difference. Far too many individuals are overly concerned with others and forget about their own progress. Those who can comprehend these principles are the C-Army de la C-Army among the recruits. Emotianyun, of course, understands that there is still considerable room for improvement within his data. Thus, he remained neither joyful nor sorrowful, unperturbed by the external commotion, solely focused on examining his own data. First, concerning his normal physical strength. With his current mental power, he could consume mid-tier genetic evolution potions, elevating his normal physical strength to over 2,000 tons, which signifies nearly a 20-fold increase. Therefore, he must exchange more credits to obtain the formula for the mid-tier genetic evolution potion from the divine core space. Emotianyun contemplated his normal physical strength. Furthermore, the maximum strength enhanced by his martial arts techniques is far from just 684.5 tons. He is capable of condensing hundreds of starlight swords, and when all these swords concentrate their attacks at a single point, they would likely yield tens of thousands of tons of power. This is currently his most formidable aspect. If he could further transcend the realm of the myriad starlight swords to mastery, possessing over 1,000 starlight swords, his strength would ascend to another level. Emotianyun mused inwardly. Lastly, regarding the mech, he must hasten to upgrade the Tianyun mech into a transcendent mech, which would at least yield dozens of times the maximum combat power enhancement multiplier. At that point, he could wield a force of at least 100,000 tons with a single strike. Finally, crafting an epic-grade mech, the Thousand Swords mech, with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 960, would result in a force exceeding 1 million tons. With such immense power, what insectoid race could possibly stand against him? Wouldn't he gather military credits and honors effortlessly? Ha ha ha, as Emotianyun pondered. He began to secretly revel in his thoughts. Emotianyun, how naive you are. If the insectoids were so easily dealt with, they would have long been eradicated by those superior beings in the universe, and would not have ventured to a minor place like the Aolong Empire. In the divine core space, the spirit of the divine core shook her head with a smile, though she refrained from conveying this to Emotianyun, as she did not wish to undermine his confidence. Since you have arrived here, the harsh realities of war will soon become your personal experience, a lesson far more profound than any words I could impart. The spirit of the divine core remarked solemnly, her expression cold and unfeeling. Meanwhile, the recruit tests continued, but no one else could incite such a stir, for both recruits and veterans had become numb to the data presented by Emotianyun. As the final group of recruits completed their tests, the recruit examination came to a close. At this moment, Colonel Chris began to speak through the voice transmitter. The recruit testing has concluded. All recruits will receive a personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain from the Imperial Army. This exclusive miniature intelligence brain is non-transferable. If it is used by another, it will automatically become inoperative, so please take heed. Colonel Chris extended his left hand, upon which rested a flat black crystal measuring a few square centimeters. Every soldier in the Empire possesses a personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain, which records their military identity information, including their regiment, base, temporary residence within the base, rank, military credits, and all pertinent information can be queried therein. Moreover, during combat, the number of enemy kills, their ranks and strengths will all be recorded. It will automatically log your military credits, and should you wish to purchase items, you may do so using military credits through this exclusive miniature intelligence brain, which can then be retrieved at the base. In summary, the functions of the personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain are powerful and practical. Aside from strength and rank, any issues you encounter can be resolved through it. Upon concluding his speech, the veterans began distributing the personal exclusive miniature intelligence brains to the recruits. Once all recruits had received their exclusive miniature intelligence brains, Colonel Chris resumed speaking. Recruits, after acquiring your personal exclusive miniature intelligence brains, begin binding your personal identity information. Simply place your Imperial identity card near the exclusive miniature intelligence brain for automatic recognition and binding. The personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain can only undergo one authentication and binding. Thereafter, it cannot be changed unless it is damaged, in which case you may bind a new one. Colonel Chris reminded the recruits from the podium. Emotianyun followed Colonel Chris's instructions, retrieving his Imperial identity card to authenticate and bind with the personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain. The surrounding recruits also began binding their exclusive miniature intelligence brains as per Colonel Chris's guidance. Beep! A faint red light emanated from the personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain, illuminating Mo Tianyun's Imperial identity card and initiating a scan. Suddenly, a small blue light screen appeared on the personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain. Chapter 66, Legendary Mechs and Fabled Mechs Identity Recognition Successful. Mo Tianyun begins binding, connecting to the highest military headquarters system. Superspace Information Transmission Matrix sending data. Expected arrival in 30 seconds. Please be patient. 29, 28, 27, 3, 2, 1, 0. Connection to the highest headquarters system successful. Exclusive miniature intelligence brain functionality officially activated. Generating your information now. Retrieving data for the current base. Initiating matching and generation of Imperial Soldier information. Imperial Soldier information generated successfully. Binding information. Binding successful. Mo Tianyun observed as lines of text rapidly flickered, and soon the authentication and binding of his personal exclusive miniature intelligence brain was complete. Mo Tianyun, age, 16, rank, 3rd class private, military credits, 0, affiliated regiment, battle mech division, position, none, skills, none, normal physical strength, 100 tons, maximum strength with martial arts enhancement, 684.5 tons, mental power intensity, 22246, low-level spiritual C. Maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 10, mech level, perfect grade ordinary battle mech, test data source, Duna Star Defense Military Base Recruit Test, current assigned residence at Duna Star Defense Military Base, Battle Mech Division, living area number 4513, District 54. This is my basic information. It seems I have a place to stay at this defense military base. Mo Tianyun clicked on the information regarding his residence, and suddenly a series of text descriptions appeared. After reading through, he understood that it turns out that by opening the map of this defense military base, he could locate his residence. And he also learned that recruits joining the Battle Mech Division enjoy significantly better treatment than ordinary soldiers. First, soldiers in the Battle Mech Division receive a daily salary of 10,000 star coins, while ordinary soldiers only earn 500 star coins, which is a staggering 20-fold difference. The disparity in treatment is indeed considerable. Furthermore, Mo Tianyun discovered that soldiers in the Battle Mech Division enjoy superior dining provisions. The Battle Mech Division has a dedicated cafeteria that serves an array of rare delicacies not commonly found in daily life. Here, they are readily available, and each dish, typically very expensive outside, can be purchased for a fraction of the cost. Finally, every soldier who joins the Mecha Combat Corps resides in an independent house, unlike ordinary Imperial soldiers who are cramped together in a single dwelling. In fact, the treatment and conditions afforded to the soldiers of the Mecha Combat Corps surpass those of regular soldiers in every conceivable aspect. However, the soldiers of the Mecha Combat Corps are deserving of such privileges. With great power comes great responsibility. Firstly, the combat prowess of the Mecha Combat Corps is significantly superior to that of ordinary soldiers wielding energy weapons, often placing them at the forefront of battle as they pilot their mechs. Secondly, the mechs operated by the soldiers of the Mecha Combat Corps are their personal property, not provided by the Empire. They bring their expensive mechs to the battlefield to defend the Empire. And for these two reasons alone, they merit such favorable conditions. Thirdly, the missions undertaken by the Mecha Combat Corps are perilous, frequently necessitating at least one squad of mecha pilots to complete the objectives at various locations. The dangers they face are often incalculable, resulting in a high mortality rate among the soldiers of the Mecha Combat Corps, who effectively fight with their lives on the line, if their treatment were to resemble that of ordinary soldiers. Who would be foolish enough to join the Mecha Combat Corps? It is precisely because the conditions within the Mecha Combat Corps are so advantageous that those who dare to strive and complete missions can earn enough military merit to exchange for precious items to enhance their abilities. Additionally, after 1 year of service, they have the option to retire, leaving them with a considerable sum of wealth and items that can bolster their strength. Only under such circumstances can a continuous influx of soldiers join the Mecha Combat Corps. Fighting valiantly for the Empire and safeguarding its territories, it is said that many soldiers who join the Mecha Combat Corps receive ample resources and training, enduring countless trials and tribulations, ultimately emerging as crucial assets of the Empire. At this juncture, one must mention an old friend frequently mentioned in the narrative, Grand Marshal Kilii. He is indeed a legendary figure, having risen through the ranks of the Mecha Combat Corps, accumulating military achievements until he became one of the Empire's esteemed marshals. Renowned across countless planets of the Aolong Empire, and even feared in other hostile civilizations, Mgo Tianyun gazed at the luminous display before him, realizing that certain functions remained inaccessible, such as the officer and technology sections, indicating that permissions were required to unlock them. Nevertheless, the basic functionalities were still available, and what captivated Mo Tianyun the most was the military merit module. Upon entering, he was greeted with a plethora of items available for exchange, ranging from mechs, potions, materials, weapons, to universal mech components and martial arts skills. Without hesitation, it could be said that as long as the Empire possesses it, with sufficient military merit, one could acquire it. As Mo Tianyun continued to explore the mech category, he noticed various classifications of different ranks, discovering that the epic mechs were currently locked, with a prompt stating, "Your rank does not yet meet the requirements of Major." What excited Mo Tianyun even more was the sight of legendary and mythic mech classifications following the epic mechs. Tentatively, he clicked on the legendary mechs, only to be met with another prompt. Your rank does not yet meet the requirements of Brigadier General. Must one achieve the rank of Brigadier General to unlock legendary mechs? Mo Tianyun murmured. The mythic mechs appeared incredibly formidable. He wondered what rank was necessary to access them. Upon clicking on the mythic mech classification, another prompt appeared. Your rank does not yet meet the requirements of Marshal. Marshal? Mo Tianyun's eyes gleamed with excitement. How splendid it would be if he were to become a Marshal of the Empire one day. At that moment, he would wield the power of life and death, traversing the Empire, his name echoing throughout the Aolong Empire, piloting legendary mechs to conquer all enemies, be they insectoids or alien civilizations. He envisioned soaring freely through the cosmos, beholding countless stars and celestial bodies, immersing himself in the infinite wonders of the universe. What a blissful and delightful existence that would be. Chapter 67. A new residence at the military base. This fellow truly loves to daydream. In the core space of the divine artifact, the spirit of the divine artifact shook its head in exasperation. Think one could eradicate the insectoids simply with a legendary mech and the title of Marshal of the Aolong Empire. Indeed, he is still quite young, having yet to weather significant storms. The spirit of the divine artifact gazed upward at the ancient, intricate flowing patterns adorning the ceiling of the core space, reflecting on memories filled with the terrifying recollections of insectoids. In the new recruit testing area, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, with new recruits animatedly discussing the functionalities of their personal microintellects. The most astonishing aspect was undoubtedly the items available for exchange with military merit. As they beheld the array of precious items capable of enhancing their strength and the numerous locked categories, each individual was filled with exhilaration. The coveted items they could see were desperately desired, while the unseen locked categories ignited their curiosity. All right, have you all completed setting up your personal microintellects? Now, let us discuss the military skills training for new recruits. Colonel Chris's thunderous voice immediately silenced everyone present. Awaiting his address, those classified as extraordinary level mecha combatants could choose to opt out of the new recruit military skills training. For ordinary mecha combatants, if one possessed extraordinary level capabilities, they too could forego the training. For those who did not meet these criteria, it was best to engage in training, as it would still provide some enhancement to their abilities, offering greater assurance for future missions. Colonel Chris's words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Ultimately, over 95 of the recruits chose to participate in the training, while the remaining less than 5 were extraordinary mecha combatants with some military knowledge and considerable strength. For them, quickly forming teams to accept missions and accumulate military merit was of greater importance. In truth, many of those opting out of military skills training made their decision after observing Mo Tianyun choose to participate. This was due to the fact that following the training, there would be a competition, with the victor receiving a substantial military merit reward, the most lucrative of all, as subsequent placements offered diminishing returns. Therefore, these individuals preferred to undertake missions rather than squander time in training. Very well. Those who have opted to participate in the military skills training will begin a 2-week training program starting tomorrow, while those who have chosen not to can freely form teams to accept missions at the task hall. Colonel Chris was quite pleased to see Mo Tianyun participating in the training. He decided to personally oversee this batch of recruits. After the assembly was dismissed, Tianyun made his way to the metallic ground outside. Retrieving the spatial orb to summon his mech, he then piloted the mech towards the designated location provided by his personal micro-intellect, which was to be his residence within the military base. Upon arrival, he found the house to be quite spacious. Curious about its interior, at first glance, the house occupied at least 1,000 square meters. While this may seem modest compared to the command center area he had just passed, with its towering skyscrapers spanning hundreds of square kilometers and soaring to heights of over 100 kilometers, it was still a significant upgrade from the old house he had purchased in Hanshan City, which was at least 10 times smaller. After approximately half an hour of flight, Tianyun arrived at the residence assigned to him by the base. Beep. As he approached the entrance, a beam of white light swept across, and the mechanical door opened instantly. "Welcome, new master, Tianyun of the Imperial Mecha Combat Court," a mechanical voice echoed, illuminating the entire house as the lights turned on, making it as bright as day. The furniture was abundant, each piece a powerful example of advanced technology, something he had only read about in books as a child. Yet now he could utilize them, and they were provided to him free of charge by the Empire. Tianyun marveled. "Greetings, my new master, Tianyun. I am the robotic butler here, and from now on, I will attend to your daily needs." Suddenly, a white robot strolled over, its eyes glowing faintly, while its form bore a striking resemblance to a human. "Well then, please give me an overview of this home." Tianyun nodded. "Certainly, master. Allow me to briefly outline the features of this residence. This house consists of 5 floors and a basement. The first floor serves as a reception hall, stocked with numerous premium beverages in the storage cabinets. You may request replenishment, and a dedicated delivery robot will bring them to you. The second floor is designated for relaxation, primarily for entertainment, featuring game pods that connect to the virtual world, as well as various rooms for singing and dancing. Understood. Tianyun nodded, recognizing the value of these amenities for unwinding. Sometimes, taking a moment to rest and recharge is indeed a wise choice. The third floor serves as a sanctuary for knowledge, housing an extensive collection of imperial holographic tomes, totaling a staggering 1,543,745 volumes. These books encompass a myriad of information pertaining to the Empire, and while the knowledge contained within may not be exceedingly profound, the act of perusing such a vast array of literature significantly enhances one's understanding of the world. Is that not so? I shall certainly dedicate time to explore these works. I have yet to employ my mental prowess to acquire new knowledge. It is said that those at the spirit sea level can absorb the wisdom from thousands of tomes in a single session, retaining it as if it were indelibly inscribed in their minds. Upon hearing this, Tianyun felt a surge of interest. Acquiring knowledge was his forte, and reading was a source of joy. The author himself harbors doubts about the notion that reading academic texts is genuinely pleasurable. Yet he acknowledges the sheer delight of indulging in novels. The robotic steward continued, "The fourth floor is home to numerous combat drones. Though they possess limited strength, their chips are imbued with intricate martial techniques. Master, you may engage in pure martial exchanges with them, which could potentially enhance your combat skills." Tianyun, however, remained unperturbed. While practice is beneficial, it pales in comparison to the simulated opponents found in the simulation space. Nonetheless, he mused, perhaps a visit would yield some insights. As he pondered, the robotic assistant elaborated, "The final floor, as you have likely surmised, is a place of respite, featuring advanced temperature regulators that intelligently adjust based on the ambient temperature and your body heat, ensuring your utmost comfort while you rest. Furthermore, the walls of this room can morph into various shapes, colors, styles, and even diverse landscapes, creating an immersive experience." As the robot spoke, the walls shifted into scenes of forests, oceans, plains, deserts, azure skies, and starry nights. "While it is quite splendid," Tianyun remarked, shaking his head, "I find it somewhat disorienting. It feels excessively artificial. Kindly revert to the original state." Of course, the robotic servant acquiesced, returning the walls to their initial form before continuing. The fifth floor provides direct access to the rooftop, where a teleportation device facilitates convenient launches of mechs. In the event of a sudden, urgent mission during your rest, this could save valuable time. "What about the basement?" Tianyun inquired abruptly. The basement is equipped with a modest laboratory, featuring a large mechanical workstation, advanced alloy forging furnaces, and high-precision machining stations, essential tools for mech construction and maintenance. The robot replied, Upon hearing this, Emotianyun was elated. He had not anticipated such resources in the basement, which truly delighted him. Unbeknownst to Emotianyun, others did not possess such machinery, and his residence, in terms of size, number of floors, and decor, far surpassed that of his peers. This abode had been personally arranged for him by Colonel Chris, and even many junior officers would envy Emotianyun's living quarters on the planet Duna. A day lasts 32 hours. By the time Emotianyun had fully acclimated to his new home and subsequently entered the simulation space to practice the myriad starshine sword techniques, he retired to the 5th floor for a well-deserved rest. Marking the end of a fulfilling day, guided by his personal micro-intelligent brain, he arrived at the advanced mech piloting training camp. Here, the new recruits, participating in military training, encountered Colonel Chris, the very officer they had seen the previous day. "Isn't Colonel Chris quite busy? What brings him here?" wondered the junior officers overseeing the mech piloting instruction. However, they soon discovered the reason. "Greetings, new recruits. I shall be your instructor for the upcoming 2 weeks of mech piloting training." Colonel Chris addressed the recruits, particularly acknowledging Emotianyun. The new recruits and the officers were taken aback. "How fortunate I am to have chosen to participate in this military training. Otherwise, I would have missed out immensely. To receive guidance from an epic-level combat mech master is unparalleled compared to any junior officer," they exclaimed, feeling incredibly fortunate. Some recruits swiftly relayed the news to their acquaintances who had opted out of the training. Upon hearing the announcement, those who had declined regrettably slapped their thighs, lamenting their decision. "Colonel Chris is here to instruct the recruits? Surely I must be mistaken." The officers could hardly articulate their astonishment. The busy Colonel Chris would take time to mentor recruits? It was a statement that no one would believe unless they witnessed it firsthand. Many began to suspect that Emotianyun was the reason behind this unexpected instruction. As the training progressed, it became evident to astute observers that Colonel Chris had come specifically to guide Emotianyun. This revelation delighted others, as they too would benefit from the insights of an epic-level combat mech master. Sharing in the bounty of knowledge. After all, while Emotianyun reaped the rewards, they would still gain some valuable experience. The mech piloting training consisted of 8 hours of practice, followed by 4 hours of military knowledge courses, and concluded with an additional 4 hours of military equipment operation classes. Thus, during the day, Emotianyun received instruction from Colonel Chris, while at night he diligently practiced in the simulation space, rapidly elevating his mech piloting skills, to the point where even Colonel Chris could hardly contain his praise. Before long, half a month had elapsed, and Colonel Chris departed, believing he had imparted all he could. What remained was the essence of combat and personal insight, lessons that could not be taught. Finally, the 2-week military training for the recruits was drawing to a close. The final day had arrived, marked by a competition among the recruits who had participated in the training point one by one. Emotianyun faced opponents, either dispatching them with ease or witnessing them concede defeat. Such was the disparity in his mech piloting skills compared to just half a month prior. He had transformed remarkably. Against other ordinary recruits, Emotianyun hardly exerted even a fraction of his strength to achieve victory. When encountering formidable adversaries, such as extraordinary combat mech masters, Emotianyun, relying solely on his ordinary combat mech, the Tianyun, in the meticulous instruction from Colonel Chris, was still able to triumph without employing his mental prowess. Eventually, in the semifinals, Emotianyun encountered Talink, undeniably a formidable opponent and the first to truly challenge him. "Emotianyun, I have awaited this day for a long time. Over these past few days, I have recognized the vast gulf between us, yet I yearn to engage you in battle and measure our differences," Talink proclaimed, piloting his nearly 30-meter-tall extraordinary combat mech through the mech sound transmission system. "Huh? Very well. Let us engage in a grand battle," Emotianyun replied, his spirit aflame with determination. "How absurd. This is clearly a futile endeavor." "Victory is beyond reach," a recruit scoffed, shaking his head. "What rank did you place in this competition?" Another recruit suddenly inquired. "I ranked 1245. Why? Is there an issue?" The recruit replied confidently. Ranking 1245 placed him within the top 30 of all recruits. Respectable position. "Oh, 1245? How laughable. Do you know my rank? I placed 73. You have the audacity to critique the top 4? Let me enlighten you. The stronger one becomes, the less they concede defeat. True strength lies in the refusal to shy away from challenges. The mightier the adversary, the greater the desire to confront them. There is no predetermined outcome. Only a coward speaks of such things. True warriors understand that relinquishing hope guarantees failure, while perseverance still offers a glimmer of possibility. It is this very hope that has enabled countless individuals to pierce through despair and emerge as true champions. After delivering this impassioned speech, the recruit departed with an air of disdain. Leaving the recruit ranked 1245 in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. Within the expansive competition arena, two mechs, a large and a small, clashed, igniting sparks in their wake. This is proving to be quite a challenge. The Tianyun is merely an ordinary combat mech, while my opponent pilots an extraordinary combat mech. In terms of speed and strength, I am at a significant disadvantage, Tianyun reflected, acknowledging that he could not withstand repeated attacks from an extraordinary mech without employing his spirit sea-level mental prowess. He pondered using his abilities. As Talink relentlessly pressed his assault, Tianyun struggled to defend while grappling with the decision to utilize his mental strength. His distraction became evident, prompting Talink to escalate his offensive. You believe you can defeat me with an ordinary combat mech, Tianyun? No matter how skilled your techniques may be, they cannot withstand my raw power, Talink thought, promptly unleashing his secret weapon, the 7 swords of Tsangyu. In rapid succession, Talink's mech executed 7 swift strikes. Bang, bang, whoosh. What? Tianyun, momentarily taken aback, found himself unprepared for the relentless onslaught of Talink's 7 consecutive strikes, each more powerful than the last, akin to unending waves. In an instant, Tianyun unleashed the myriad starlight swords, attempting to amplify their force upon the Tianyun mech's battle sword. Yet he could not completely withstand the 7 strikes. He managed to deflect 5 of them, while the remaining 2 cleaved directly into the energy shield of the Tianyun mech. In a flash, the shield shattered. It was the first time since the mech's creation that its energy shield had been breached. The 7th strike carved a gash into the Tianyun mech itself. This could only imply that the opponents Tianyun had previously faced were utterly insignificant, mere trifles, yet this time was different. Talink, both in mech rank and strength, was on par with Tianyun, even surpassing him in terms of mech classification. However, Talink's martial arts technique, the Tsangyu 7 swords, paled in comparison to Tianyun's myriad starlight swords, which was why he managed to block 5 of the strikes. In truth, Tianyun had refrained from unleashing his formidable mental power, choosing instead to hone his skills in mech control. Otherwise, how could he have allowed Talink to inflict such damage on the Tianyun mech? Witnessing the gash on his mech, Tianyun felt a surge of panic. He knew he must remain calm. Any signs of anxiety would only reveal more vulnerabilities. Steeling himself, he attuned to his mech. Recalling the training sessions with Lieutenant Colonel Chris over the past fortnight, as well as the numerous simulations he had conducted, he had faced and triumphed over formidable opponents in the simulation space multiple times. In the most intense battle within the simulation, Tianyun had controlled his battle-worn Tianyun mech to simultaneously contend against 2 powerful simulated adversaries, emerging victorious. Thus, what did he have to fear? The battle was on the brink of resuming. This time, Tianyun understood he could not confront directly, for the Tianyun mech strength was far inferior to that of his opponent's extraordinary battle mech. Hence, his combat strategy should be more agile and nimble. He would evade the enemy's strikes and counterattack afterward. In this manner, the 2 mechs engaged in a fierce exchange for over half an hour, yet neither had emerged victorious. The new recruits in the observation area grew weary of the prolonged duel. Why are they still fighting? The other semi-final concluded in less than 10 minutes, and Tianyun is surely destined to win. Why has it dragged on for so long without a clear victor? One recruit pondered aloud. Perhaps Tianyun is merely toying with him. He is simply connecting with his mech through mental power, not even projecting his mental energy outward, relying solely on pure mech control skills to battle against a mech more powerful than his own. Another recruit speculated, "Is that so? But I remain curious. Isn't victory in mech combat primarily determined by the mech's rank and the warrior's own strength? Why does Missouri Tianyun place such emphasis on mech control skills?" Another recruit queried, "You may be unaware. The mech's rank indicates its maximum combat enhancement multiplier, which directly amplifies the warrior's strength. If 2 battle mech masters possess mechs with identical maximum combat enhancement multipliers and equal inherent strength, then the significance of mech control skills becomes paramount. Each individual has their unique control techniques, and their application varies, which is why control skills are also ranked. Once one's mental power reaches the spiritual sea level, they can fully command every part of the mech, at which point the true potential of mech control skills can be realized. A more knowledgeable recruit elucidated. Ah, I see now. I've been watching this match for quite some time. No wonder Emotinyun's mech appears so agile, almost like a living being, while the opposing extraordinary battle mech, despite its strength and speed, moves with such rigidity that it cannot effectively contend with Emotinyun. Remarked the recruit who had posed the question, now enlightened, on the battlefield. An epiphany struck Emotinyun. The prolonged combat had significantly sharpened his mech control abilities. At last, at a certain moment, he sensed his mech becoming extraordinarily nimble, as if liberated from its previous constraints, with each component under his precise command. Initially, Emotinyun could achieve such mastery due to his spiritual sea-level mental power, but this consumed mental energy rapidly, as he had to constantly manipulate every component for flawless control. A typical battle mech comprises thousands of movable parts. What of extraordinary or epic battle mechs? Relying solely on mental power to maneuver all movable components would be unsustainable for prolonged combat, especially since mental energy serves various other purposes, such as probing and condensing myriad starlight swords. However, if one is sufficiently adept at mech operation, with refined control skills, they need not exert mental energy to activate every part of the mech during battle. They can utilize a mere fraction of their mental power to swiftly command the desired components and execute intended combat maneuvers. After half a month, I have finally attained the microcontrol level of mech operation. The levels of mech control are categorized as initial control, refined control, microcontrol, and unity. Now, Emotinyun can respond much more effortlessly to the attacks from Talink's extraordinary battle mech. Observing Talink's extraordinary battle mech, it resembled a clumsy giant, while the Tianyun mech appeared as a sprightly child. Although the Tianyun mech seemed perpetually on the verge of being struck, it always evaded by the slightest margin. This is the essence of the saying, "A hair's breadth off leads to 1,000 miles apart." Emotinyun wielded the Tianyun mech, delivering strike after strike upon Talink's mech, leaving a trail of sword marks in their wake. I shan't indulge you any longer. Let us bring this battle to a close. A torrent of vast mental energy erupted forth, coalescing into a barrage of starlight swords, hurtling towards Talink's extraordinary battle mech. So much for martial ethics. Talink thought resignedly. Yet, he had no choice but to concede. In the final match, Emotinyun faced Lev Abraham in a contest for the title of the strongest recruit. The moment he entered the arena, Emotinyun unleashed his myriad starlight swords, concluding the match in an instant. Thus, the recruit's military training came to an end, and Emotinyun embarked upon his military career on the front lines against the insectoid menace. Chapter 70. Detailed information on the insectoid race and the history of the Olan Empire. Lieutenant Colonel Chris arrived. Wait, who is that walking ahead of him? Which high-ranking officer from the base is this? Some recruits remarked in astonishment upon seeing Lieutenant Colonel Chris alongside the senior officer. In this base, a lieutenant colonel already held a considerable rank. It was rumored that above him were several colonels and a major general. I wonder which one it is. Other recruits mused with curiosity. This uniform can only be worn by officers of the rank of general. The highest commander of this defensive military base has arrived. Quick, gather and form ranks, a lieutenant relayed swiftly. Consequently, all recruits and officers began to assemble. Moments later, all recruits participating in the military training, along with their commanding officers, stood in a respectful and orderly formation. This is Major General Griffiths Fred, the highest commander of the Dunastar Insectoid Frontline Defense Military Base. He will personally award the top 10 recruits in this competition, Lieutenant Colonel Chris announced loudly. Now, please have the top 10 recruits come forward to receive their awards. Upon hearing this, Emotinyun and the other top 10 recruits ascended the stage amidst the envious gazes of their fellow recruits. At that moment, Major General Griffiths Fred approached with heavy strides. The highest commander of the Dunastar Insectoid Frontline Defense Military Base, clad in a green-brown officer's uniform, stood before them. This uniform was no ordinary garment. It was crafted from the exoskeleton of an insectoid lord, a formidable entity among the invading insectoids of the Olan Empire, comparable in power to epic battle mech masters. In contrast, the even more powerful insectoids were the insectoid generals, representing a distinctly higher tier of life. Among all the insectoids invading the Olan Empire, They belonged to the elite ranks. It was said that even higher up the hierarchy were the insectoid marshals, followed by the insectoid kings. Beyond this, Emotionyun had little knowledge. These classifications of insectoids had been imparted to him through the military knowledge curriculum during his recruit training. Of course, the creators of these insectoid ranks were purportedly from a more advanced civilization, and the details of this higher civilization remained unknown to the instructors. Thus, Emotionyun's understanding of the insectoid hierarchy, from lowest to highest, encompasses the following: ordinary insectoids, elite insectoids, leader-class insectoids, insectoid lords, insectoid generals, insectoid marshals, and insectoid kings. Notably, the life forms beneath the rank of insectoid general and those at or above that rank are fundamentally different. However, all insectoids share certain commonalities, such as their basic biological structure comprising insectoid cores and exoskeletons, as well as their capacity for evolution, which they achieve by consuming matter and energy. The evolution pathways for insectoids below the rank of general are diverse and can follow two distinct routes. The first evolutionary path is the consumption of matter, primarily aimed at reinforcing the exoskeleton of the insectoid species, which renders them formidable in close combat. The second evolutionary path involves the absorption of energy, focusing on enhancing the crystalline cores of these creatures, thereby granting them exceptional prowess in ranged combat, capable of unleashing rapid and devastating energy beams. The combat strength of insectoid generals and those of higher ranks is astonishingly formidable. Even the weakest among combat mecha would find themselves utterly outmatched, forced to flee in desperation, for if caught, they face certain death. But why is the combat power of insectoid generals and those of superior ranks so overwhelming? It is because they simultaneously pursue both the consumption of matter and energy, rendering them invulnerable in both close and ranged engagements. Do you think that is all? Far from it. The might of insectoid generals and those above transcends mere physicality. They possess intelligence that often surpasses that of humans. This implies that they have developed a technological civilization, not merely savage beasts inclined to barbaric assaults. Thus, these insectoid generals and their superior counterparts also embark on a third evolutionary path, the evolution of mental prowess. This third avenue endows them with martial skills of terrifying potency. If combat mecha represent the union of a human and a machine, then insectoid generals and above embody a perfect synthesis of both. For these elevated insectoids, their exoskeleton serves as their armor, while their crystalline cores function as their energy sources and true brains. Although the intelligence of insectoids below the rank of general is comparatively low, this does not diminish their combat capabilities. Rather, their numbers are exponentially greater, millions of times more. This is due to the rapid reproductive rate of lower-tier insectoids, which can proliferate exponentially given sufficient energy and matter. Through an endless tide of these lower-tier insectoids, they devour and evolve, growing ever more formidable in the cosmos, and thus have become the most terrifying race in the universe, setting their sights on the conquest of the entire cosmos. In truth, insectoid generals and their superiors are quite rare among their kind. Why can such a vast number of lower-tier insectoids evolve into a few insectoid generals? Because the latter require the consumption of immense quantities of matter and energy, and their mental prowess must reach a level comparable to the human realm of spiritual sea, enabling the emergence of an insectoid general. When Emotionyun first encountered these intricate details about the insectoids, he was profoundly astonished, along with his fellow recruits, lingering in a state of disbelief. Subsequently, Emotionyun learned about the historical context of the Aolong Empire and the events following the insectoid invasion. Previously, the Aolong Empire was merely an indigenous civilization on a small planet, which, under the leadership of great scientific pioneers, underwent 8 industrial revolutions and ventured beyond their stellar system, in their quest for cosmic exploration. They experienced a technological explosion, and after enduring several interstellar civil wars, they discovered the existence of mental prowess, genetic evolution warriors, and mecha. Ultimately, they amalgamated technology with genetic evolution, crafting a powerful civilization that fused mecha and warriors into one. They successfully eradicated other civilizations within their star system, claiming dominion over the entire system, which they named the Aolong star system. Why was this civilization designated as the Aolong Empire? An empire implies the presence of a supreme ruler, whose authority reigns supreme. Thus, this ultimate ruler must possess unparalleled strength within the empire. Since the civilization united technology with genetics, it inevitably gave rise to a class of individuals whose power far exceeded that of ordinary people. These formidable beings held positions and statuses that greatly surpassed those of the average populace, leading to the emergence of a new social stratum, the Mecha master class. The most powerful among this class wielded cataclysmic power, akin to gods and totems of primitive civilizations, so formidable that no one within the empire could contest their decisions. Coupled with their elevated status, they effortlessly seized the highest authority within the civilization, crowning themselves as the supreme ruler, thus establishing the Aolong Empire. It is said that Aolong is the surname of the ruler of the Aolong Empire, and upon assuming control over the civilization, his lineage, the Aolong family, ascended to the status of the most esteemed royal family within the empire. After unifying the entire Aolong star system, the Aolong Empire set its sights on the vast expanse of deep space, embarking on new explorations and expansions throughout the cosmos. Following years of exploration, the Aolong Empire encountered two other star-level civilizations of comparable strength, the Belibo Federation and the Dylan Empire. These two civilizations had clashed in the cosmos for years, and due to their similar strengths, neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Upon discovering the emergence of the Aolong Empire, both the Belibo Federation and the Dylan Empire, initially intent on their own conflicts, shifted their focus towards this new contender. They waged a tentative war against the Aolong Empire, but the latter proved formidable, annihilating the vanguard forces of both civilizations almost simultaneously. Not to be outdone, the Aolong Empire retaliated with a massive deployment of forces, ultimately returning home in defeat. For thousands of years thereafter, these three star-level civilizations continued to clash and contend in the vastness of space, engaging in numerous wars of varying scales, yet none could inflict significant damage upon the others, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, the Aolong Empire, Belibo Federation, and Dylan Empire established a precarious balance of power among themselves. Many years later, these three civilizations encountered a formidable common foe, the insectoid civilization. Initially, the Aolong Empire, Belibo Federation, and Dylan Empire were preoccupied with their own rivalries and paid little heed to this new adversary. However, within a mere century, all three civilizations suffered grievously. The relentless insectoids invaded and seized all territories outside their home systems, encroaching nearly 100,000 light-years into the Aolong Empire's core regions. The Aolong Empire incurred devastating losses to expel the insectoids from these deep incursions. Although the Belibo Federation and Dylan Empire faced less catastrophic lessons than the Aolong Empire, their own sacrifices during the large-scale insectoid invasions were significant as well. From that point onward, the Aolong Empire, Belibo Federation, and Dylan Empire had no time to focus on each other, as they were all consumed with the necessity of eradicating the insectoids. Yet, the ensuing events left all three civilizations dumbfounded, for they discovered that the insectoids were virtually inexhaustible. No matter how they concentrated their forces, they could not eradicate them. In fact, it seemed the insectoids only multiplied and grew stronger with each engagement. In one of their largest military campaigns against the insectoids, the Aolong Empire mobilized over 100 billion starships and countless combat mecha, determined to annihilate the largest insectoid hive discovered near their star system. This hive, constructed from an unfathomable number of planets and thousands of stars as its core, spanned thousands of light-years. Upon witnessing its enormity, the high command of the Aolong Empire could no longer remain passive, leading to what would become the largest military operation in their history. This campaign raged on for a century, consuming the civilization's entire strength and expending energy equivalent to thousands of suns, ultimately decimating the insectoid hive to a significant extent. However, the fleet was now reduced to less than half its original strength, and just when they believed that the insectoids had been nearly eradicated, a shocking revelation emerged, leaving the high command of the Aolong Empire less than jubilant. It turned out that while the Aolong Empire waged this war, both the Belibo Federation and Dylan Empire were also besieged by insectoid invasions, and they too had expended their entire civilization's strength to eliminate the invaders, only to trace the source back to an even larger insectoid hive than the one near the Aolong Empire. This hive spanned thousands of light-years, and its initial forces had already caused considerable turmoil for the two star-level civilizations. Who could fathom how many insectoids lurked within that hive? Consequently, the Belibo Federation and Dylan Empire, after careful consideration, decided to share this information with the Aolong Empire. Following this, The 3-star-level civilizations convened to discuss their shared plight, ultimately deciding to set aside past grievances and embark on their first alliance. Their collective objective was the colossal insectoid hive located over 1,000,000 light-years away from the Aolong Empire, Bilibo Federation, and Dylan Empire. This is yet another epic battle, wherein 3 great civilizations from different star systems have collectively deployed over 20 billion cosmic starships. Even the formidable leaders of the Aeolin Empire, the Northern Libode Federation, and the Dylan Empire have personally taken command on the battlefield. The Zerg, never to be underestimated, unleash their most powerful forces, overwhelming countless starships, causing chaos and retreat among the ranks. This dire situation compels the strongest combat mech divisions of these 3 civilizations to engage directly in resistance. The arena of this conflict is designated as the Zerg battlefield. Following the conclusion of hostilities, both factions find themselves in a stalemate. The 3-star system civilizations remain at a disadvantage, relegated to a defensive posture, while the Zerg continue their relentless offensives. Chapter 72. A rapid advancement in rank. Emotionyun gazed at the olive-brown uniform of Major General Griffiths Fred before him, a flurry of thoughts flashing through his mind. Soon, he was brought back to the moment as the Major General approached him. Their eyes met in a brief yet intense exchange. Although the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Emotionyun stood tall, unwavering in his gaze, directly confronting the imposing presence of the Major General. The cold intensity radiating from the Major General surpassed that of the nearby Lieutenant Colonel Chris. His penetrating eyes exuding authority. In the next moment, Major General Griffiths Fred addressed Emotionyun. "Excellent, recruit. Produce your personal microintellect device and activate it." "Yes." Emotionyun raised his hand and activated his personal microintellect device. Simultaneously, Major General Griffiths Fred did the same. A beam of blue light emanated from the Major General's device towards Emotionyun's. Beep! Emotionyun's device emitted a sound, prompting him to check the information displayed. Military merit points 100, first place in recruit competition, reward issued by Major General Griffiths Fred. Beep, beep. Before Emotionyun could revel in his joy, his personal device transmitted 2 additional messages. Your military merit points have exceeded 10. Congratulations, your rank has been elevated by 1 level, and you are now a 2nd-class private. Your military merit points have reached 100. Congratulations, your rank has been elevated by 1 level, and you are now a 1st-class private. 1st-class private. Upon realizing that he had ascended 2 ranks after acquiring 100 military merit points, Emotionyun felt a surge of accomplishment, advancing from 3rd-class private to 1st-class private. The imperial rank hierarchy progresses from 3rd class, 2nd class to 1st-class privates, followed by 3 tiers of corporals, sergeants, and higher ranks of lieutenants, captains, majors, and so forth, culminating in the ranks of brigadier general, major general, and general, with even loftier titles beyond that. Rumor has it that positions beyond these ranks wield influence that extends beyond military affairs, impacting various aspects of the empire's governance. For an ordinary soldier, accumulating 100 military merit points is a formidable challenge. However, for combat mech divisions, slaying a mere 1,000 ordinary Zerg would yield this reward. Given that 100 military merit points are easily attainable for combat mech divisions, one wonders why such a reward is granted for winning the recruit competition. In truth, these 100 points serve to elevate the rank of outstanding new recruits. What significance does rank elevation hold? Soldiers within combat mech divisions are permitted to accept and undertake missions from the task hall within their headquarters, where rank becomes crucial. Higher-ranked individuals can undertake more advanced missions, which in turn offer greater rewards and military merit points. Naturally, with greater missions come heightened risks. For those new recruits who ranked highly in the competition, their capabilities are sufficient to handle elevated tasks. Yet military protocol dictates that one must meet rank requirements to accept higher-level assignments. Thus, regardless of prowess, they must commence with simpler tasks. Consequently, Emotionyun's half-month of training has not been in vain. He has acquired mech control skills from Lieutenant Colonel Chris, gained extensive military knowledge including details about the Zerg and the Empire's history, and mastered the operation of numerous military apparatuses. Moreover, he has secured 100 military merit points from the recruit competition, propelling him to the rank of 1st-class private. This bounty is indeed considerable, far superior to starting from rudimentary tasks. The military merit points for the recruit competition are distributed as follows. 1st place earns 100 points. 2nd place 90 points, 3rd place 80 points, and so forth, with the last position earning 10 points. The elevation to second-class private aligns perfectly with the 10-point threshold. Hence, all recruits from 2nd to 10th place are designated as second-class privates, while only Emotionyun, as the first-place winner, ascends to first-class private, a significant advantage. Initially, some exceptionally strong recruits chose to forfeit their participation upon learning of Emotionyun's entry into the competition, as they lacked confidence in surpassing him and deemed it wiser to pursue missions instead. Oh, the difference between first and second place is merely 10 military merit points. Since I cannot achieve first, I shall settle for second place, which still grants me 90 points. Yet, this perspective is somewhat flawed. Once the first-place winner gains access to higher-level tasks, the individual trailing by 10 points is constrained to lower-tier missions. Why engage in military skill training when one could simply begin with lower-level tasks? After the awards ceremony concluded, Lieutenant Colonel Chris and Major General Griffiths Fred turned to glance at the recruits before departing. Emotionyun observed the two senior officers leaving, discerning that Major General Griffiths Fred had likely come to observe him. As the Major General had scrutinized him several times with mental acuity, and no longer dwelling on that, his primary objective now is to accumulate sufficient military merit points to exchange for the core of the Earth. Opening his personal micro-intellect device, Emotionyun perused the information regarding the core of the Earth. Core of the Earth. Rank required for exchange. Lieutenant. Rank not achieved. Required military merit points. 3,000. Current military merit points. 100. Insufficient. To acquire 3,000 military merit points, one must eliminate 30,000 ordinary Zerg, or 300 elite Zerg, or 3 leader-level Zerg. To attain the rank of lieutenant, I must vanquish 10 leader-level Zerg. Given my current prowess, it should be within my reach, Emotionyun murmured. Military merit points are awarded for slaying Zerg. Each ordinary Zerg yields 0.1 points. An elite Zerg grants 10 points. A leader-level Zerg bestows 1,000 points. And a Lord-level Zerg provides 10,000 points. This delineates the sources of military merit points. Completing missions also yields military merit point rewards, varying according to the mission's level and difficulty, with each task offering substantial merit points. Even relatively simple missions typically involve confronting hundreds or thousands of Zerg, necessitating that a combat mech division team undertake these tasks, with the rewards distributed among all team members. Chapter 73. Join my team. So, what is the specific distribution method? One selects to form a team through their personal micro-intellect device, becomes the team leader, and invites other combat mech soldiers into the team. Once the team is assembled, the leader accepts missions. Subsequently, the personal micro-intellect devices of team members will allocate rewards based on each individual's contributions during the mission. This system ensures a fair distribution of merit points. Military merit points can be transferred to others, indicating that they are tradable. If someone possesses substantial wealth, can they not simply exchange it for military merit points to ascend to a high-ranking officer? However, this is not the case. Privates cannot transfer merit points, and promotions for ranks above private are no longer solely based on merit points. In addition to the cumulative merit points meeting the required threshold, there is now a stipulation for exterminating Zerg. For instance, to elevate from first-class private to corporal, Emotionyun must not only accumulate 200 merit points, but also eliminate 1 elite Zerg. Both criteria must be fulfilled simultaneously for promotion. The subsequent promotions follow the same pattern, each requiring a combination of cumulative merit points and the quantity and levels of Zerg slain. Miss Longyu, and you there, the gentleman with white hair, please hold on for a moment, Emotionyun. Having just received his reward, noticed the white-haired individual and Miss Longyu preparing to depart and called out urgently, Yes. Upon hearing Emotionyun's call, Miss Longyu and the white-haired gentleman turned to gaze at him with curiosity. Seeing that they had halted, Emotionyun approached another individual. And you, Mr. Talink, may I invite you 3 to discuss something with me? Very well. Where shall we converse? Talink nodded, intrigued to see what the first-place winner of the recruit competition had to say. Miss Longyu glanced at the white-haired gentleman. The man with white hair, upon feeling the gaze of his sister, nodded and said, All right. This white-haired individual was none other than Longyu's brother, Longfeng. Emotionyun was aware of the close bond between Longyu and Longfeng. Given their names and the ages revealed during the new recruit test, it was quite easy to deduce their sibling relationship. Emotionyun let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they had not declined his invitation. Since there was an opportunity to speak, success was already half assured, was it not? The 3 followed closely behind Emotionyun to a tranquil spot where they settled down. Emotionyun, observing the attentive expressions of the trio, nodded and spoke directly. I have summoned you three to extend an invitation to join my team. This declaration, Talink, Lung Yu, and Long Feng's demeanor became grave. Forming a team was a matter that required utmost caution. Once a team was established, it meant sharing the same trench as comrades, which entailed entrusting 1S back to 1S teammates. Such a critical matter concerning 1S life could not be taken lightly. After a prolonged silence, none of the three spoke. Mo Tianyun understood that the atmosphere was too heavy to continue as it was. Thus he prepared to present his leverage. Everyone, I have more to say. After hearing me out, you may decide whether or not to join my team. However, you should grasp my sincerity by the end. Talink nodded and replied, please, go on. Mo Tianyun then glanced at Miss Lung Yu and the white-haired man, who both offered slight nods in agreement. Very well, I shall begin, he stated. Consequently, Mo Tianyun reiterated the arguments he had previously employed to persuade Nick. He articulated his points slowly, and he could see the eyes of Talink, Lung Yu, and Long Feng widening in fascination. It appeared that his words held considerable allure for them. This is my identity as a mech manufacturer. Although I possess the skills of a senior, even a distinguished mech manufacturer, I have yet to update my official classification. Mo Tianyun presented his imperial identity card for the three to examine, revealing his current status as a junior mech manufacturer. What do you think? My claims are genuine, so please consider. Mo Tianyun addressed the trio. Well, Mo Tianyun, I acknowledge that what you say is indeed appealing, but I cannot simply take the word of a junior mech manufacturer at face value. Talink initially nodded, but then shook his head. Indeed, your grand promises sound enticing, yet I must witness the proof with my own eyes to believe your assertions. Miss Lung Yu interjected at that moment. Yes, unless you can demonstrate that your mech manufacturing skills meet the standards of a senior mech manufacturer, or if you can repair an extraordinary grade combat mech. If you can prove either of these, then your integrity will be assured, and given your formidable strength, I would certainly join your team. Lung Feng articulated sentiments that resonated with both Talink and Miss Lung Yu. Mo Tianyun fell silent for a moment. All right, I understand. You need only accompany me for a short while. Where to? Lung Yu inquired. Did you not request proof of my mech manufacturing skills? We are? Of course, heading to the combat mech manufacturing department in the logistics area. Mo Tianyun answered Lung Yu's question. Wait, are you saying you intend to manufacture a combat mech? One of extraordinary grade? Lung Yu exclaimed in astonishment. What else? Am I capable of crafting only epic-grade combat mechs? Mo Tianyun waved his hand dismissively. After a glance at the confident Mo Tianyun, Lung Yu took a deep breath. Her mind gradually calming. Mo Tianyun activated his personal micro-intelligence device to check the location of the combat mech manufacturing department in the logistics area, subsequently summoning the Tianyun mech. However, the mech's body bore a long crack. With sparks flickering within, and the pulsing blue energy leakage created an unsightly spectacle. Let us proceed. Mo Tianyun turned and addressed the three. Talink, Lung Yu, and Long Feng all summoned their mechs from their spatial treasures. Soon, 1, 2, and 3 mechs appeared successively on the metallic floor of the base. Each of these mechs stood around 30 meters tall, clearly extraordinary grade combat mechs. It was no surprise that they hailed from one of the 8 noble families of Ululu Star. While extraordinary grade combat mechs were somewhat commonplace here, they were the pinnacle of technology on Ululu Star. Chapter 74. Nick S. Mech is lacking. Talink's extraordinary grade combat mech was entirely black, featuring 2 elongated energy launchers on its back, indicating a significant output capability. Yet, the mech's body was marred by numerous scratches and cracks, presenting a battered appearance. These wounds were inflicted during the recent new recruit competition by Mo Tianyun's mech sword. Fortunately, they were merely superficial injuries that could be easily repaired with some rare metals. In contrast, the long crack on Mo Tianyun's Tianyun mech was far more challenging to mend, as it had been penetrated too deeply. Although it could still engage in combat, its potency had diminished. Mo Tianyun's visit to the logistics area's combat mech manufacturing department was not solely to validate his mech manufacturing skills, but also to upgrade the Tianyun mech. This way, he could address both the damage and the enhancement of the Tianyun mech simultaneously. Son, come over here and witness something remarkable. Mo Tianyun sent a message to Son through his personal micro-intelligence device. Nick, follow me. It's time for you to broaden your horizons. Mo Tianyun located Son and Nick in the team page and sent them each a message. Both had joined Emotinyun's newly formed team, allowing them to view each member's location and send messages, a functionality exclusive to team members. These features enabled swift location tracking and timely communication, which were crucial for coordinating actions during combat. Received. I'm on my way, San promptly replied. All right, I'll be right there, Nick also responded. Please wait a moment. My team has 2 more members. I've notified them, and they'll arrive shortly, Emotinyun informed the trio. Moments later, 2 mechs appeared in succession. Emotinyun had already witnessed San's mech, the storm mech, but this was his first encounter with Nick's mech. However, upon seeing Nick's mech, Emotinyun couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. The mech was in a rather deplorable state. Even San, Talink, Lungyu, and Long Feng struggled to suppress their laughter. Emotinyun had seen Nick's new recruit test data and was aware that Nick's mech was quite ordinary. But he never expected it to be this shabby. The entire mech barely reached 10 meters in height, its surface riddled with patches, resembling a beggar's attire. Emotinyun felt exasperated. Having chosen Nick as a teammate and being a mech manufacturer himself, he was determined to arrange a new mech for him today. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to use the materials from his spatial ring along with any leftover materials from upgrading the Tianyun mech to create a new one for Nick. The spatial ring contained a plethora of materials, some purchased by Emotinyun and others gifted by the former president, with the majority acquired during the recent exchange with the 8 noble families of Ululu Star. It was the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Nick, your mech is indeed a bit hard to describe, Emotinyun remarked. Captain, I've had this mech for 3 years. I often use it to hunt exotic beasts. Selling their valuable parts to alchemists in exchange for star coins, Nick admitted, somewhat embarrassed. So, while this mech may be somewhat tattered, it is still capable of combat. If you believe I would be a burden to the team, Nick glanced at Emotinyun and then at San's mech. Especially when he saw Talink, Lungyu, and Long Feng's extraordinary grade mechs towering above his own. Looking serious, he said, if that is the case, I shall withdraw from the team. What nonsense are you spouting? Emotinyun's expression darkened as he firmly gazed at Nick. How could we possibly disdain you simply because your mech is not up to par? You are my chosen teammate. Do not underestimate yourself. You had a mech 3 years ago, while mine has only recently been acquired. Is it merely a damaged mech that prompts you to consider leaving the team? Do you think I invited you to join my team for a trivial game? Upon hearing Emotinyun's words, Nick felt regretful, realizing he had misspoken. Captain, that was not my intention. Nick quickly shook his head. Do you remember what I said when I invited you to join my team? Emotinyun inquired. Nick pondered for a moment before responding. Joining your team offers the perfect grade beginner gene evolution potion, and you are a mecha manufacturer. In the future, you could even create epic grade combat mechas, not to mention your capability to repair mechas and fabricate mecha components. Emotinyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am a mecha manufacturer. Given the current state of your mecha, it would be inconceivable for me to allow my team members to continue piloting such a damaged machine. Just wait, I will construct for you a brand new ordinary combat mecha, one that can achieve a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 8. A maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 8 for an ordinary combat mecha? Nick exclaimed in surprise. As for the mecha that has accompanied you for 3 years, perhaps you have developed a bond with it through numerous battles. However, it is time for it to retire. A new mecha will be crafted for you, and you will need to acclimatize to it properly. Emotinyun nodded and added, however, this will not come without cost. I have checked, and an ordinary combat mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 8 requires 800 military merit points for exchange. As of now, you owe me, but I do not require your military merit points. Instead, you will repay me with 800 ordinary level Zerg crystal cores. Nick readily agreed, not wishing to receive the captain's mecha without contribution. Observing this exchange, Talink, Lungyu, and Lungfeng began to contemplate joining Emotinyun's team. Chapter 75. The next level of spiritual power in the Sea of Spirits. Boom, boom. 6 mechas of various sizes soared into the air from the expansive Duna Star Defense military base, causing the metallic ground to tremble slightly. Surrounding them, hundreds of ordinary soldiers paid no heed, for mechas were a common sight here. These 6 mechas belonged to Emotinyun and his companions, who were en route to the logistics area of the Mecha Manufacturing Department. The main entrance of the Mecha Manufacturing Department was a staggering 4,511.83 kilometers from their starting point, with Emotinyun's Tianyun Mecha flying at full power at a speed of 500 meters per second. They would need to travel for 2.5 hours. Talink, Lungyu, and Lungfeng's extraordinary level combat mechas boasted an ordinary flight speed of at least over 1,000 meters per second, with maximum speeds potentially reaching 2 to 3,000 meters per second, allowing them to easily keep pace and even distance themselves significantly from Emotionyun. Although Thorn's mecha could barely keep up, Nick's mecha was considerably slower, appearing to fly at less than 200 meters per second, insufficient to follow Emotionyun's mecha. Compared to the three extraordinary level combat mechas, he felt utterly outclassed. My mecha's flying speed simply cannot match theirs, Nick murmured, shaking his head in mild dismay as he watched the 5 mechas ahead grow increasingly distant. The mecha's flight speed was rapidly increasing, now reaching 300 meters per second. Suddenly, Nick's mecha's AI issued a notification. Huh? What's happening? Why has my mecha's speed increased so dramatically? Could it be the captain? After a moment of contemplation, Nick realized that it was indeed Emotionyun using his mental power to accelerate his mecha's flight point 400 meters per second, 500 meters per second, 600 meters per second. Nick's mecha ultimately reached a speed of 712 meters per second, more than doubling its previous fastest speed. Thorn's mecha's speed also gradually increased, finally stabilizing at 784 meters per second. Emotionyun's mecha surpassed 800 meters per second, achieving a speed of 842 meters per second. With sheer determination, Emotionyun utilized his mental power to forcibly enhance the flight speed of the 3 mechas, concentrating most of his mental energy on Nick's machine, enabling it to reach 712 meters per second. Initially, upon arriving at the Duna Star Defense military base, Emotionyun's mental power had not been as formidable, yet a preliminary transformation of his 4 hearts of strength had directly doubled its intensity. Coupled with the extensive training he had undergone in the simulation space over the past half-month, he was now capable of propelling 3 mechas to high-speed flight simultaneously. If only I had sufficient points to exchange for the formulas of mental power potions and intermediate gene evolution potions from the divine core space, my strength would experience an explosive increase. Emotionyun mused as he felt the 3 mechas surge forward under his mental influence. He then considered, indeed, when mental power reaches the level of the Sea of Spirits, the mind becomes remarkably stable, and its effects become significantly pronounced. Additionally, mental power can be enhanced through external sources, such as the mental energy organs of powerful exotic beasts or mental power potions. With enough external resources, mental power can truly experience explosive growth until it reaches the full sea stage. But what is the full sea? As the name implies, it is the limit of mental power at the Sea of Spirits level. The ocean of mental energy is full and cannot accommodate more. This can be likened to the ocean of mental energy as a container, with mental power represented as water. When the water fills the container to capacity, it naturally cannot hold more. So, what can be done then? Does this mean mental power can no longer be enhanced? No. Once the ocean of mental energy is full, one must find a larger container to accommodate more mental power. What could be larger than the ocean? The sky. The sky is vast and expansive, far exceeding the ocean. Once mental power breaks free from the constraints of the Sea of Spirits, it begins to permeate the entire sky, a stage of mental power known as the void of thought stage. 2.5 hours later, Emotionyun and his companions arrived at the logistics area's mecha manufacturing department. The mecha manufacturing department spans an impressive 100,000 square kilometers, consisting entirely of mecha manufacturing factories. The department is staffed by thousands of mecha manufacturers, with most being novice manufacturers and a select few being intermediate or advanced manufacturers. The pinnacle are several special-grade mecha manufacturers who are the highest authorities in the department. Often elusive in their appearances, security at the mecha manufacturing department is exceptionally tight, and upon entry, Emotionyun's group underwent 3 thorough inspections before gaining access. Inside the department, vast metallic doors revealed numerous mecha manufacturing workstations primarily dedicated to producing ordinary combat mechas. Countless robots, conveyor belts, and mechanical arms operated in an orderly fashion, responsible for transporting materials. Robots handled the delicate transport of small parts and components, while conveyor belts and mechanical arms managed the larger components. Hello, how may I assist you? A service robot approached Emotionyun and his companions. Greetings, I require access to a large mecha manufacturing workstation, Emotionyun promptly declared, as his objective was to utilize the advanced workstation. Apologies, but the large mecha manufacturing workstation is not open to the public. However, the small workstation is available, the robot replied, its eyes glowing red as it shook its head. As a mecha manufacturer, I should be permitted to join the mecha manufacturing department according to military base regulations. Upon joining, will I not gain access to the large mecha manufacturing workstation? Yes, once you join the mecha manufacturing department, you will indeed have access to the large workstation, the robot confirmed, its eyes glowing green as it nodded. Then I wish to join the mecha manufacturing department at this moment, Tianyun stated. Understood. Please access your personal microbrain, and I will register your novice mecha manufacturing skills, officially making you a mecha manufacturer with an imperial military identity. Upon joining, you will be able to earn military merit points and a unique position as a mecha manufacturer by creating various levels of mechas for the Imperial Army, the robot elaborated. Tianyun nodded lightly, then accessed his personal microbrain. The robot's glowing eyes emitted blue beams, establishing a connection with Tianyun's device. As the robot operated, lines of green text flickered across the screen of Tianyun's microbrain. Moments later, the robot retracted its blue beams and addressed Tianyun. Your information has been updated successfully. You are now a respected Imperial military mecha manufacturer. Creating powerful mechas to defend the glory of the Empire is the sacred duty of a mecha manufacturer. Welcome to the Imperial Military Mecha Manufacturing Department, Tianyun. Upon hearing the sudden alteration in the robot's voice, which transformed into that of an unfamiliar man, Tianyun glanced at the updated information displayed on his personal micro-intelligent brain. Tianyun, age 16, rank, First Class Private, Military Merit, 100, Affiliated Legion, Mecha Combat Division, Position, Junior Mecha Manufacturer of the Imperial Military, Skills, Basic Mecha Manufacturing Skills, Physical Strength in a normal state, 100 tons. Maximum Strength under Martial Arts Enhancement, 684.5 tons, Mental Power Intensity, 22,246, Low-Level Spiritual C, Maximum Mecha Combat Power Enhancement Multiplier, 10, Mecha Grade, Perfect Level Ordinary Combat Mecha. Test Data Source, New Recruit Assessment of Duna Star Defense Military Base. Current allocated residence at Duna Star Defense Military Base, Building 4513, Residential Area 54 of the Mecha Combat Division. With a swift glance, Tianyun immediately noticed that his position and skill information had undergone a transformation. He then addressed the robot, declaring, "It is my lifelong pursuit of honor to contribute to the defense of the Empire." Tianyun spoke earnestly and respectfully to the robot, observing that the last statement was not its own, but rather uttered by a man. Although he did not know who this man was, he speculated that the man had temporarily taken control of the robot to speak to him. Given the phrase, "Welcome to the Imperial Military Mecha Manufacturing Department," Tianyun surmised that this man was likely associated with this very department. Hence, he responded with the utmost respect, mindful that the man might still be observing him. Suddenly, the robot's arms and legs moved again, returning to their original positions. Thorn, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind regarded Tianyun's dialogue with the robot with curiosity. "Let us proceed. We may enter now," Tianyun announced to the group. Following the prompts from his personal micro-intelligent brain, they arrived at a remarkably sophisticated and high-end mecha manufacturing workstation, a stark contrast to the mecha manufacturing station Tianyun had encountered at the Han Mountain Mecha Manufacturing Center. This large mecha manufacturing workstation was characterized by three defining attributes: height, grandeur, and sophistication. The entire workstation soared to a height of 200 meters, from the alloy floor to the metal line ceiling, accommodating the assembly platform for combat mechas exceeding 100 meters in height. The vastness of this workstation was truly immense, spanning nearly a square kilometer. It housed countless mecha manufacturing instruments, tools, and various workstations, production rooms, testing areas, processing stations, and conveyor belts, alongside material storage facilities. The central control console operated an array of intelligent screens, continuously displaying every metric and data point associated with the workstation, even analyzing various aspects of mecha manufacturing to provide the most accurate guidance. This is astonishing," Nick exclaimed, his mouth agape at the sight of the large mecha manufacturing workstation. "Indeed, it is my first encounter with a place where mecha manufacturers forge combat mechas. I never anticipated such an advanced and intricate setup," Thorn echoed, his eyes wide as he observed the surroundings. Nodding in agreement with Nick. In contrast, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind remained relatively unfazed, having previously witnessed numerous large mecha manufacturing workstations at the largest center on Uru Star. Haha. Everyone, please watch me closely. Mo Tianyun proclaimed with confidence, laughing heartily. Since his last breakthrough in mental power to the spiritual sea level, he had been diligently learning advanced mecha manufacturing techniques and honing his mecha control skills in the simulation space, albeit practicing the thousand-star sword technique relatively less. After countless simulations and exercises in creating extraordinary combat mechas, he had nearly achieved a 100% success rate, a testament to his burgeoning confidence. Not only was he approaching a near-perfect success rate in producing extraordinary combat mechas, but he also boasted a 70% success rate with epic combat mechas, an impressively high figure even among top-tier mecha manufacturers. It was clear that the day he would create the 1,000-sword mecha, an epic combat mecha, was drawing near. He had eagerly anticipated its arrival for quite some time. For now, he decided to upgrade his mecha to temporarily enhance his capabilities. Mo Tianyun gathered all the necessary materials and placed them in the storage area, then approached the central control console, unleashing a powerful surge of mental energy to manipulate the mecha manufacturing instruments. He began by sending thousands of tons of metal in batches via the conveyor belt to the large alloy forging furnace for processing. Upon completion, he utilized his mental power to transform the metals into various alloy components at the processing station. Countless alloy materials were meticulously categorized and crafted into individual parts before assembly commenced. Now was the moment to upgrade the Tianyun Mecha Core. Mo Tianyun summoned the Tianyun Mecha and placed it on the disassembly platform, extracting the Mecha Core for enhancement and re-engraving the spiritual patterns. After 1 hour, the Mecha Core was upgraded to an extraordinary level. Chapter 77. The 5 elite mecha manufacturers. The speed at which this core was manufactured surpassed that of any previous experiences at the Han Mountain Mecha Manufacturing Center by several hundred times. Had he relied on the mental power associated with the perception level to engrave the spiritual connection patterns onto the mecha core, it would have taken him several days to complete the task. The spiritual connection patterns for the extraordinary combat mecha core were significantly more complex than those for an ordinary combat mecha core. Now, having accomplished the task in just 1 hour, he demonstrated the power of mental energy at the spiritual sea level. Originally, the core of the Tianyun Mecha had a diameter of 3 meters, but after the upgrade, it now measured 11.64 meters. This remarkable change in the core alone illustrated the vast superiority of extraordinary combat mechas over their ordinary counterparts. Outside the large mecha manufacturing workstation where Mo Tianyun and his companions were situated, 3 middle-aged men, an elderly man with white hair, and a gray-haired old woman arrived. The source of that spiritual sea-level mental energy fluctuation was undoubtedly here. Aside from their group, who else could be utilizing spiritual sea-level mental energy to manufacture combat mechas? Questioned a tall, slender middle-aged man skeptically. Indeed, I have not heard of any officer at this defense military base capable of manufacturing combat mechas. Another middle-aged man, slightly plump, nodded in agreement. Why not simply enter and see for ourselves? Suggested the shortest of the middle-aged men. I would advise against such a course of action. The individual inside crafting combat mechas possesses spiritual sea-level mental energy. That alone warrants a more respectful approach than one might typically extend to an ordinary person. Offending them could lead to complications, the plump middle-aged man cautioned. Shaking his head, in that case, let us utilize the management authority granted to us by the Mecha Manufacturing Department to observe the situation inside. Proposed the old woman. Agreed, this approach would be prudent. Barging in could disrupt their work. Observing through the intelligent screen using management privileges will not intrude, yet it will allow us to ascertain the circumstances inside. Which is indeed a wise course of action, the elderly man concurred. These 5 individuals were the elite mecha manufacturers of the logistics division at the Duna Star Defense military base. When Mo Tianyun commenced the upgrade of the Tianyun Mecha, the presence of that spiritual sea-level mental energy had already caught the attention of these 5 elite mecha manufacturers. With over 10,000 mecha manufacturers coming and going in the department, many had noticed that all the elite mecha manufacturers had gathered at the entrance of the large mecha manufacturing workstation, prompting a flurry of messages as they summoned friends and colleagues to witness the remarkable event. Upon learning of this rare congregation of elite mecha manufacturers, even those engaged in work hastily abandoned their tasks to join, as everyone speculated that something significant must be occurring. Otherwise, why would 5 elite mecha manufacturers gather in one place? Such a momentous occasion was not to be missed. Thus, A lively scene unfolded at the entrance of the workstation where Mo Tianyun was engaged in mecha manufacturing, in the mecha manufacturing department. Such bustling activity typically only occurred during knowledge-sharing sessions led by elite mecha manufacturers or when epic combat mechas were being created. Look, it seems a few instructors have employed their privileges to observe the situation within the large mecha manufacturing workstation. Several mecha manufacturers observed the screens before the 5 elite mecha manufacturers, realizing that even the instructors had opted not to enter directly, but had chosen to monitor the proceedings from outside. This revelation sparked both astonishment and curiosity among the onlookers, wondering what was transpiring inside. Could someone be crafting an epic combat mecha? With curious gazes, they quietly observed the images displayed on the luminous screen. Next came the fabrication of the mech's power system. Mo Tianyun transported over 100 tons of alloy materials to the colossal mechanical power system manufacturing station, inputting data according to the meticulously memorized design blueprints of the power system that resided in his mind. Consequently, the power system would be automatically crafted. Meanwhile, Mo Tianyun did not allow himself a moment of idleness. Instead, he directed his focus towards the creation of the core components. The core frameworks for the mech's head, left arm, left leg, and right leg had already been assembled. At this moment, the 5 core frameworks were securely suspended in mid-air. Rise. Mo Tianyun commanded, channeling his mental power to manipulate the intricate spiritual patterns while simultaneously establishing the mental connection lines for the 5 mech components. A series of complex spiritual connection lines were deftly etched onto the core components under the precise control of Mo Tianyun's formidable mental prowess. 20 minutes later, the spiritual connection lines for the 5 core components of the extraordinary combat mech were completed in succession. This remarkable spectacle had been witnessed in its entirety by all the mech manufacturers outside. What exceptional mental control skills! Such exquisite mastery of spiritual energy surpasses even my own. An elderly master among the 5 elite mech manufacturers remarked with a hint of admiration. The other 4 elite mech manufacturers nodded in agreement, utterly astounded by Mo Tianyun's prowess. Tio, simultaneously, etched the core components for 5 extraordinary combat mechs in a mere 20 minutes, without a single error. Was truly breathtaking. Who on earth is that individual at the large mech manufacturing workstation? They are simply extraordinary. One of the manufacturers mused, I typically spend half a day cautiously crafting the core components for ordinary combat mechs. Yet this person has managed to complete 5 core components for extraordinary combat mechs in just 20 minutes and 26 seconds. As Mo Tianyun began the process of crafting the core components, the astonished remarks and gazes of the surrounding mech manufacturers never ceased, only intensifying as the work progressed. Inside the large mech manufacturing studio, Nick and Thorn, though less experienced, recognized their captain's exceptional mech crafting skills. Captivated by the fluidity of his operations as the mech gradually took form. Chapter 78. The perfect level extraordinary combat mech standing nearby, Talink, Lung Yu, and Long Feng were engulfed in profound shock, for they had witnessed the complete manufacturing process of extraordinary combat mechs. The mech they currently piloted had taken an entire week to construct, involving several senior mech manufacturers. Yet, within just a few hours, Mo Tianyun had single-handedly accomplished the 3 most crucial steps in the creation of the extraordinary combat mech's core. Power system and core components. How could they possibly maintain their composure? At this moment, Mo Tianyun stood at the central control panel, continuing his work on the mech. The next task was to manufacture the advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace. Mo Tianyun connected his mental power to the mech's energy core manufacturing station and commenced the creation of the energy core. This advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace was destined to be over 100 times more powerful than the original energy conversion furnace of the Tianyun mech. The previous energy conversion furnace could only output energy at a planetary level, barely qualifying as extraordinary. However, Mo Tianyun's newly designed energy reaction core, the advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace, would output energy at a stellar level. Nearing the energy output strength of an epic mech, consider this. An extraordinary combat mech's energy output strength could rival that of an epic combat mech. Thus, the performance of this extraordinary combat mech would be formidable. Much like the Tianyun mech, it could stand at the pinnacle of ordinary combat mechs, showing no fear even against weaker extraordinary combat mechs. If the mech operator possessed sufficient skill, they might even contend with stronger extraordinary combat mechs. as demonstrated by Emotionyun and Talink during the rookie competition. Now, with the Tianyun mech upgraded to an extraordinary combat mech, under Emotionyun's microcontrol at the mech manipulation level and bolstered by his spiritual power at the Sea of Consciousness level, it could unleash the combat prowess of an epic mech operator. Half an hour later, when the advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace, with a radius of 7 meters, was completed, both Nick, Thorn, Talink, Longyu, and Longfeng, along with the throng of mech manufacturers outside, collectively inhaled sharply. I asked this. The energy core of a combat mech? Am I seeing this correctly? The slightly overweight elite mech manufacturer rubbed his eyes, attempting to see more clearly. Yet, he had forgotten that he too possessed the spiritual power of the Sea of Consciousness and could see perfectly well without his eyes. I can no longer discern whether he is crafting an extraordinary combat mech or an epic combat mech. The tall, slender elite mech manufacturer pondered aloud, but the size of this energy reaction core is typically suited for an epic combat mech. Indeed, if my estimations are correct, this energy reaction core corresponds to a perfect level extraordinary combat mech, remarked the elderly female elite mech manufacturer. So it follows that this young man is indeed creating a perfect level extraordinary combat mech. Remarkable, the tall, slender man exclaimed, gazing in awe at Emotionyun on the luminous screen. Let us proceed with the energy test to ascertain the energy output strength and capacity. Emotionyun had the advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace transported to the energy intensity testing zone for stabilization. Then inserted 10 advanced energy crystals into the furnace. The advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace featured 10 core energy crystal storage slots, allowing it to absorb the energy from 10 crystals simultaneously, representing a 10-fold increase in energy absorption and output speed. Commence testing, Emotionyun commanded with determination. The advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace swiftly absorbed the energy from the advanced energy crystals. The crystals erupted with brilliant energy, continuously releasing immense energy, the majority of which was absorbed into the energy transmission conduits adorning the furnace, with only a small fraction converted into heat and dissipated. The energy transmission conduits within the advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace were crafted from a material known as stellar red flame crystal, which Emotionyun had acquired in Uluru City by trading for a perfect-level primary gene evolution potion. Originally intended for crafting the energy transmission conduits of the Thousand Sword mech, he repurposed some of the surplus material for this mech. If stellar red flame crystal could be used to create the energy transmission conduits for an epic combat mech like the Thousand Sword mech, it was more than sufficient for the energy conduits of an extraordinary combat mech. The energy transmission conduits illuminated, casting a crimson glow throughout the interior of the advanced energy fusion reaction control furnace. Moments later, the testing results emerged. The energy core's energy level is stellar level low. Energy output value 100.752. Excellent. Upon seeing this outcome, Emotionyun recognized that the energy foundation for the perfect level extraordinary combat mech was established. Outside the large mech manufacturing workstation, the elderly female elite mech manufacturer exclaimed, "Indeed, this young man is truly creating a perfect-level extraordinary combat mech. The design blueprints for a perfect-level extraordinary combat mech are no less challenging than those for an epic combat mech." She continued, "For us, we would rather design an epic combat mech than expend considerable effort on a perfect-level extraordinary combat mech." The white-haired elder among the 5 elite mech manufacturers sighed in agreement, and the remaining elite mech manufacturers nodded in consensus. Chapter 79. The pros and cons of joining Emotionyun's team. It appears that this young man's extraordinary combat mech is nearing completion. One can only wonder if it will reach the perfect level. Why the haste? Let us wait outside. We shall soon witness the outcome, one of the elite mech manufacturers suggested, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at the luminous screen. "You?" Longfeng turned to his sister, calling her attention. Upon hearing her brother's words, the young girl tenderly replied, devoid of her usual cold demeanor. "What do you think of Emotionyun?" Coldwind inquired. Observing Emotionyun, who was engrossed in the construction of a mech, Cold Rain regained her composure, gazing at Emotionyun with an icy stare, her head slightly tilted as if pondering something profound. Mysterious, formidable, self-assured, and exceptionally talented, Cold Rain reflected on her memories of first encountering Emotionyun at the alchemy market in Uluru City, summarizing her thoughts. "So, what do you think about joining his team?" Cold Wind continued to probe. Brother," Are you considering joining the team that Emotionyun is forming? Cold Rain asked, looking at Cold Wind. That is indeed my intention. Cold Wind nodded affirmatively. Well, I've considered it too. Joining Emotionyun's team seems highly advantageous. Cold Rain mused aloud. First, Emotionyun is inherently powerful, and upon completion of the extraordinary combat mech he is constructing, he will undoubtedly become even stronger. Second, Emotionyun is a remarkable mech engineer. He has skillfully crafted many mechs, exchanging rare materials with us, including some that are exclusively used for crafting epic combat mechs. Given the mech he is currently working on, I believe he will soon be able to create epic combat mechs. Third, Emotionyun treats his teammates exceptionally well. Just now, he immediately offered to craft a new mech for Nick, whose mech was utterly destroyed. Once Emotionyun completes his own mech, he should also construct one for Nick. Fourth, Emotionyun possesses formidable mental prowess, adept at detecting potential dangers, which will significantly reduce risks during our missions. Considering these 4 points, I firmly believe that among all the new recruits in the combat mech division, none are more qualified than him to be our ally. In fact, it is our good fortune that he has chosen to invite us. As Cold Rain spoke, Cold Wind listened intently. Nearby, Talink observed Cold Rain with a keen interest. You make valid points, yet there is a downside to joining Emotionyun's team. His current strength far surpasses ours, and once his extraordinary combat mech is completed, the gap between us will only widen. Consequently, during missions, the military merit we earn may be minimal. Cold Wind's words plunged Cold Rain into contemplation. Indeed, if Emotionyun were to unleash his powerful abilities and mental strength, everyone else would merely serve as his backdrop, thereby diminishing the primary benefit of joining the military, accruing military merit. I do not share that perspective, Talink interjected, drawing the attention of both Cold Rain and Cold Wind. We all know that tasks are graded. The higher the grade, the more military merit one earns. If Emotionyun is exceptionally strong, he will undoubtedly undertake higher-level tasks. Even if he claims the top prize, the remainder we receive will still be more substantial than engaging in lower-level tasks. Furthermore, Talink continued, Emotionyun ranked first in the rookie competition, being promoted directly to a first-class private. Thus, the tasks he can accept will inherently be of a higher grade. By following him, we will have the opportunity to tackle advanced missions rather than languishing in lower-tier assignments. Moreover, our own abilities will improve. Even if we cannot rival him, I believe I will not fall short by much. Indeed, I too will not be far behind him if, during the execution of high-level missions, my mental strength is refined and I can break through to the spirit sea level, I will be able to completely catch up to him, Cold Wind remarked confidently after hearing Talink's words. The three of them, Cold Wind, Cold Rain, and Talink, had known each other since childhood, being heirs of the 8 prominent families of Uluru Star, with their families maintaining close ties. Talink and Cold Wind often engaged in friendly sparring. We are now ready to proceed with the final assembly of the mech, Emotionyun muttered to himself, gazing at the array of completed components and parts. However, I must conduct a thorough inspection. If any discrepancies arise, achieving perfection will require a complete reassembly. He initiated the scanning process, standing at the central control console, manipulating all the components and parts. A massive light screen emerged at the console, displaying a series of rapidly fluctuating data. Emotionyun quietly analyzed each datum, checking for any defective parts. Analyzing part number 1, commencing analysis. Analysis complete, qualified. Part number 2, qualified. Part number 3, qualified. After more than half an hour, tens of thousands of components had been inspected. All parts and components were deemed satisfactory, with all issues resolved, and preparations for assembling the mech were underway. Emotionyun surveyed the components before him. Less than half an hour later, at the mech assembly platform, the mech's head, torso, left arm, left leg, and right leg were all meticulously arranged before Emotionyun. The final assembly was about to commence. He transported all the components to the combat mech assembly station, a towering structure capable of accommodating epic mechs. Emotionyun entered all parameters into the control AI, then retrieved a yellow synthetic crystal with a diameter of 1 meter. This was a component for his future epic combat mech, the Thousand Swords mech, an astral-grade defensive energy shield, painstakingly crafted from precious rare materials over considerable time. He intended to install it on this mech for now, planning to remove it for the Thousand Swords mech later. This astral-grade defensive energy shield could emit energy shield strength at an astral-grade ultimate energy level, which is the output limit for epic combat mechs. Commencing assembly. With that, Motion set the combat mech assembly station into motion. Countless mechanical arms, responding to the control AI's commands, began assembling the mech components. First, the astral-grade defensive energy shield was installed, followed by the assembly of the mech's arms and legs onto the torso. Concluding with the head, Chapter 80. Completion of the insect hunter mech and establishment of the Tianyun squad. When all was complete, the mech assembly was finalized, yet it required a final test. Tianyun harnessed his mental power to elevate himself into the cockpit within the mech's core. After donning the mental connector, he unleashed his spirit sea-level mental strength into the connection patterns. This formidable mental force instantaneously seized control of the entire mech. The mental connection was successful. Tianyun felt the various parts and components of this upgraded mech. He then initiated the high-grade energy fusion reaction control furnace. The astral-grade energy reaction core powered up, the astral light energy drive system activated. In an instant, the high-grade energy fusion reaction control furnace output a tremendous amount of energy, which flowed through the energy conduits into the mech's core, subsequently distributing to the core of each component. Each component's core successfully received the energy transfer. The mech gradually powered up. Although it remained unpainted and lacked visual flair, the 56-meter-tall mech radiated a chilling, glaring metallic luster. The extraordinary combat mech, the Insect Hunter, was completed. Though the Insect Hunter was an upgraded version of the Tianyun mech, Tianyun felt as if he had essentially crafted a new mech from scratch. Yet, why did he refer to the Insect Hunter as an upgrade of the Tianyun mech? Because the blueprints for the Insect Hunter were adapted from those of the Tianyun mech. A closer inspection revealed that the Insect Hunter was indeed a magnified version of the Tianyun mech. In truth, Tianyun had initially intended to further upgrade the Insect Hunter's blueprints to those of an epic mech, but he realized that he was currently incapable of achieving that. He had attempted to design blueprints for epic combat mechs and had frequently referenced the Thousand Swords mech's blueprints, yet ultimately failed. Tianyun contemplated this issue for quite some time, arriving at the conclusion that his knowledge of mech manufacturing was insufficiently advanced and systematic. It is understandable. How could a place like Han City possibly offer access to genuinely high-level mech manufacturing knowledge? Tianyun had done remarkably well to learn the manufacturing process for epic combat mechs from the comprehensive guide to advanced mech manufacturing techniques, so how could he expect to acquire knowledge for designing epic mech blueprints? That said, the extraordinary combat mech he had completed was named Insect Hunter, clearly reflecting his aspirations for hunting down insectoid foes. The moment of the Insect Hunter's birth, both Tianyun, along with Cian, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind gathered around the large mech manufacturing workbench, and the mech engineers outside were all adorned with joyous smiles. Some were even so exhilarated that they leaped and clapped enthusiastically. Even the 5 elite mech engineers joined in applause, gradually prompting all the mech engineers outside to erupt into a fervent ovation directed at the light screen. For mech engineers, the birth of each mech is a sacred moment. Each mech, in their eyes, is akin to their own child, as they have nurtured it with their own hands. Tianyun meticulously engaged in the seamless and watertight welding of the mech, a crucial procedure following its assembly that would enhance both its waterproof and dustproof capabilities. Upon completing the seamless welding, Tianyun proceeded to paint the mech, achieving a finish nearly identical to that of the Tianyun mech, adorned in a harmonious blue and white palette. The blue symbolizes the azure sky, reflecting the essence of Tianyun, while the white represents the clouds, epitomizing the clouds of Tianyun. Although the colors of the sky and clouds may vary greatly, Tianyun firmly believed that blue and white encapsulated their quintessence most perfectly. After concluding these tasks, Tianyun began to scrutinize the detailed specifications of the bug hunting mech he had crafted. Bug hunting mech combat mech grade. Extraordinary combat mech height, 56 meters weight, 211.985 tons energy core level, stellar grade low energy output, 100.752 normal speed, 3,000 meters per second maximum speed, 10,000 meters per second peak combat enhancement multiplier, 100 evaluation, perfect grade extraordinary combat mech energy shield strength, stellar grade low weapons, none additional components, none mech intelligence level, intermediate detector, psychically automated regulating laser sight, stellar grade low, receiver, psychic transmission detection receiver, stellar, grade low, ultra-distance omnidirectional biotransmission device. However, the mech lacked suitable weaponry. Upon noticing the vacant weapons list, Emotionyun thought, this simply won't do. Without weapons, how can the mech engage in battle? Thus, he embarked on the creation of mech weaponry. The crafting of mech weapons fell within the domain of mech accessory artisans. And since the bug-hunting mech was designed and constructed by Emotionyun himself, he bypassed the data measurement phase and commenced the weapon fabrication. Emotionyun first melted down the mech sword he had salvaged from Star, combining it with nearly 100 tons of rare metals for synthesis and forging. The temperature in the large alloy forging furnace rapidly escalated to 30,000 degrees, causing the rare metals to liquefy, which was subsequently poured into high-temperature deformation molds. As the mech sword was being forged, Emotionyun hastily crafted the core of the mech accessory. After 26 minutes, a double-edged mech sword measuring 42.61 meters in length and weighing 108.77 tons was completed. The blade shimmered under the light, radiating a cold brilliance. Excellent. It appears I possess the skill to fabricate mech accessories as well. Such a prodigious mech manufacturer would undoubtedly stand out even among the esteemed artisans at the Aeolin Academy, remarked an elderly man with white hair, giving a thumbs up towards the illuminated screen. Old Balak, how does the mech manufacturing proficiency of that young fellow compare to our esteemed quintet? Inquired an elderly woman among the 5 distinguished mech manufacturers. Judging by his psychic strength, he is on par with us. The ability to single-handedly craft a perfect-grade extraordinary combat mech in half a day signifies that his proficiency in mech fabrication is of the same caliber as ours. However, I have yet to witness him create an epic combat mech, thus I reserve my judgment, the elder responded thoughtfully. After completing the bug-hunting mech, Emotionyun did not rest on his laurels, but instead embarked on another round of mech fabrication. This time, the mech was intended for Nick. An hour later, Emotionyun approached Nick with a smile, announcing, "Your mech is complete, and its performance has exceeded my expectations, achieving a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 9. But fret not, it still requires 800 bug crystals. Thank you, Captain Emotionyun. Aside from my grandmother, no one has treated me this well. I truly appreciate it," Nick exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. "There's no need for such formality. After all, we are teammates," Emotionyun replied, then extended his hand towards Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, saying, "Thank you for your patience. Now, shall we? Join my team." In unison, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind placed their hands upon Emotionyun's, signifying their collective decision to join. Emotionyun beamed, turning to Son and Nick, declaring, "Come forth." Son and Nick also placed their hands atop the growing ensemble. "I hereby announce the establishment of the Tianyun squad." Emotionyun welcomed Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind into the Tianyun squad. Chapter 81. Tasked to eliminate small bug nest with a resounding clang. The metallic doors of the large mech manufacturing workstation swung open just as Emotionyun and his companions prepared to exit. Outside, a throng of people had gathered, led by the 5 distinguished mech manufacturers, who squeezed in eagerly. With Emotionyun's formidable psychic prowess, he had already sensed the crowd outside and was taken aback when they entered. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Emotionyun initiated the conversation. His teammates regarded their captain in silence, fully aware that they now followed Emotionyun's lead. "Young friend, your skills are remarkable. In less than half a day, you have successfully completed a perfect-grade extraordinary combat mech and a mech sword, as well as a standard combat mech. Such speed is truly astonishing," remarked a plump middle-aged man among the 5 distinguished mech manufacturers. After a lengthy exchange, half an hour slipped by. "Esteemed elders and friends, we must take our leave. I have tasks to attend to," Emotionyun stated, eager to avoid further delay. Having completed the bug-hunting mech and bolstered his own strength, he had also invited 3 formidable teammates to join him, making it essential to embark on a mission. "Tianyun, why take on tasks when you can manufacture mechs here? You could amass military merit points in abundance, far surpassing what you would gain from missions. The battlefield is perilous, and someone of your talent ought to prioritize their safety," the distinguished mech manufacturers implored, attempting to dissuade Emotionyun from leaving. While Emotionyun felt a flicker of temptation, he knew that remaining there to bask in comfort would hinder his growth. What purpose would that serve? Furthermore, while he could earn military merit points by crafting mechs for the imperial military, The bug crystals were something he must acquire himself. If Emotionyun chose to remain and fabricate mechs for others, while also collecting bug crystals as payment, he would be straddling all three pursuits. Yet, this would confine him to the mech manufacturing department, thereby forfeiting his opportunity for rank advancement and relegating him to a technical role rather than a combat one. Departing the mech manufacturing department. Emotionyun and his companions made their way to the mission hall of the combat mech corps. Notably, their speed had significantly increased this time, saving over an hour compared to previous travels. This surge in pace was due to the enhanced speed of both Nyx and Emotionyun's mechs, allowing the entire team to traverse the distance more swiftly. As you all know, I currently hold the rank of Private First Class, which entitles me to undertake quite commendable missions. Look at these thousands of tasks. Which one shall we select? Emotionyun perused the various screens in the mission hall, addressing his 5 teammates. Captain, I believe this task seems quite favorable. The rewards are substantial, and the safety level appears commendable, Son suggested, pointing at a mission labeled OSHE 76541875 Planet Defense Duty. He was particularly attentive to the task's safety level, as he harbored a slight fear of death. Emotionyun followed Son's indication and glanced at the details. OSHE 76541875 Planet Defense Line Duty Task Level. 3.3 stars required rank to accept. Private First Class Task Deadline. February 1st. Year 61227 Duration. Half a month safety level. Fairly high description. Remain stationed for half a month, continuously surveilling bug movements and eliminating invading bugs. Note: leader level bugs may appear. Completion rewards 1,000 military merit points for each combat mech operator in solo operations. Total reward for team operations 2,000 military merit points, 4 squads of 5 or more. What is this nonsense you have chosen? Emotionyun nearly burst into laughter, realizing the absurdity of it. Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind exchanged glances but remained silent. Clearly, this task was far too simple for a team undertaking and offered insufficient rewards. It was likely suited for a weaker combat mech squad. However, for Emotionyun's team, it was far from fitting. The Tianyun squad boasted 3 extraordinary combat mechs, now 4, considering Emotionyun's exceptional strength far surpassed that of an average extraordinary combat mech. How could they possibly regard this task with any seriousness? After a moment's pause, Cold Rain interjected, Captain, I believe this task is exceptionally well suited for our squad. With a flick of her finger, a new mission appeared before Emotionyun and his companions. The task of eliminating the small Zerg nest on the planet Lunar Boe has been classified with a difficulty rating of 4.6 stars. The rank required to accept this mission is Private First Class, and the deadline for undertaking the task is set for January 18, 61227, year 39. The duration of the mission is 1 month, with a low safety level. This mission involves the eradication of a minor Zerg nest, presenting a considerable degree of danger, necessitating the involvement of formidable mech warriors or teams. The rewards for completing the task include an individual reward of 3,000 military merit points for each mech warrior, with a collective reward of 6,000 military merit points for teams of 5 or more. What are your thoughts on this mission? Upon reviewing the task, Emotionyun found it appealing and proceeded to consult his teammates. After an extensive discussion, they unanimously decided to accept the mission. Emotionyun retrieved his personal micro-intelligent device, activating the squad combat mode and selecting the option to undertake a team task. The device emitted a white glow as it automatically scanned the mission parameters. Utilizing his mental energy, he established a connection with the micro-intelligent device to confirm the acceptance of the task. Suddenly, a notification was simultaneously triggered on the micro-intelligent devices of all members of Tianyun's squad, including Emotionyun. Once all members confirmed their acceptance, the mission was officially initiated. Tomorrow, we embark on our first mission, and I expect everyone to be thoroughly prepared, presenting your best selves to accomplish this task. Therefore, we shall convene in the combat zone tomorrow, at which time I will transmit the precise location using my personal micro-intelligent device. Understood? Emotionyun addressed his comrades. Understood, came the unified response from Suayan, Aniku, Ta Lin Ku, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng. The reason for departing the following day was that today marked the completion of the newly crafted insect hunting mech, which required training in the simulation space to swiftly adapt to the new technology. Aniku, too, needed time to acclimatize to his new mech. Chapter 82. Departure the following morning, within the operations area of the Duna Star Defense military base, Inaika remarked, "Captain, this combat suit is quite comfortable. And it even adjusts automatically to fit one's physique." "Indeed," Emotionyan replied, and then inquired, "How are you finding the new mech? Are you adjusting well?" "I am adapting swiftly, Captain. Your mech manufacturing skills are truly impressive. This mech is extraordinarily powerful. It is a privilege to be part of Tianyun's squad with a captain like you," Inaiku exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. "That's good to hear. We are preparing to set off for Lunar Boe. You may still be relatively weak for now, so during the mission, prioritize your safety and do not overexert yourself, understood?" Imo Tianyan cautioned Inaiku. He then turned to Suayan, saying, "You should do the same. Focus on avoiding danger and target only the ordinary Zerg and stragglers." "Understood, Captain Tianyun," Suayan acknowledged, aware that staying behind his captain would ensure his safety, as his primary role was to collect Zerg crystal cores and eliminate lesser pests. Nearby, Lung Feng repeatedly advised Long Yu, "Xiao Yu, remember, your close combat abilities are limited. Do not approach the Zerg too closely. Attack them from a distance." "Yes, I understand, but, Brother Lung Feng, you must also take care of your own safety. Avoid unnecessary risks. There is no rush to raise your rank. You will eventually find the answers you seek," Lung Yu said, her brows furrowed with concern as she gazed at Lung Feng. "Xiao Yu, this is all my fault. You should not have to suffer by following me here." Ta Lin could silently observe the siblings, pursing his lips, ultimately releasing a gentle sigh. "Time's up. Prepare to board the starship." Mo Tianyun called out as he stepped outside, gazing at the colossal starship and announcing to the task waiting room. The interstellar transport battleship before them was specifically designed by the base to ferry the mech warriors to their mission site. This particular vessel was classified as a Meteor-class starship, quite ordinary, with average combat and defensive capabilities, though it boasted impressive speed. Naturally, Mo Tianyun's current low military rank limited his access. Once he attained the rank of lieutenant, he could request a more advanced Meteor-class starship for missions. If he reached the rank of captain, the Imperial military would provide a satellite-class combat starship free of charge. Should he attain the rank of general or higher, the interstellar transport vessels provided by the Empire would be even more advanced. Lunar Boa lay 1.42216 light-years from the Duna Star Defense military base, and with the transport vessel's spatial travel speed, the journey would take nearly 2 days. Presently, most military bases in the Empire were defensive in nature, including the one Mo Tianyun was stationed at. The primary function of such defensive bases was to thwart enemy invasions. And in the face of Zerg incursions, the Aolong Empire could only consolidate its military forces for systemic defensive measures across the star system. There are approximately 100,000 military bases like the Duna Star Defense military base, which are primarily responsible for reconnaissance and eliminating small-scale invading Zerg. These minor incursions are remnants of the Zerg battlefield, where the Aolong Empire, the North Libode Federation, and the Dylan Empire have collaborated against the Zerg. The battlefield against the Zerg, a true arena of chaos, has seen over 80 of the military might from the Aolong Empire, North Libode Federation, and Dylan Empire mobilized. Since the onset of the Zerg invasion, while these three powers have found themselves at a slight disadvantage, they have not ceased their war against the Zerg for centuries, all in the name of protecting their civilizations. The Meteor-class interstellar transport battleship designated 979543 for 618 was initiating its launch. With Lunar Boe as its destination, 1.42216 light-years away, expected to take approximately 46.2 hours. The starship was jointly piloted by a robotic navigator and the onboard intelligence system, allowing Mo Tianyun and his team to take over in case of emergencies. As a rift in space was gradually torn open by immense energy, Mo Tianyun's Tianyun squad officially commenced their inaugural mission. That moment, this defense military base, apart from Mo Tianyun's interstellar transport vessel disappearing into the rift, was home to countless other starships embarking on various missions, some to nearby planets and others providing support to adjacent military bases. The frequent occurrences of support missions indicated that those bases in need were likely facing large-scale Zerg invasions, which typically involve billions of Zerg, often led by Zerg commanders. Remains a mystery which unfortunate defense military base is enduring such a dire situation, likely bracing for a fierce battle against the Zerg. However, as Mo Tianyun was a rookie and preoccupied with his own mission, he remained unaware of the urgent support operation. Only seasoned veterans and higher-ranking officers had the insight into these developments. So Tianyun is heading to Lunar Boe to eliminate the recently emerged Zerg nest. It is fortunate he is not participating in this emergency support operation. Otherwise, I would be unable to protect him, remarked Colonel Chris, observing from the highest tower in the command center as Tianyun's starship vanished from sight. With approximately 2 days of interstellar travel remaining before reaching the mission planet, Tianyun suggested, let us take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with one another. Everyone, please introduce yourselves, your names, interests, and most importantly, your combat specialties, be it close combat, ranged attacks, or defense. Any additional skills you possess are welcome to share as well. The more detailed, the better, as we will undoubtedly face a significant battle when executing the task of clearing the Zerg nest. We can strategize our approach based on each individual's strengths. Gathering all members. Tianyun initiated the introductions. Chapter 83. Detailed information on team members Suayan, Inaiku, Talin Ku, Lung Yu, and Long Feng all sat upright, their eyes fixed on Tianyun as he spoke, awaiting further instructions. The journey aboard the interstellar transport vessel had proven rather dull, despite the myriad of facilities available for entertainment, such as martial arts training rooms, mental energy control training areas, and mech operation simulation environments. However, since the establishment of the Tianyun squad, they had not truly acquainted themselves with one another, aside from Tianyun and Suayan. Therefore, this opportunity for mutual recognition was indeed necessary. Seeing that no one was willing to break the ice, Tianyun, as the captain, decided to take the initiative. Since no one has stepped forward, I shall begin. In truth, Suan, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind are all well-versed in certain protocols. Currently, Tianyun stands as their leader and is expected to initiate self-introductions. Suan, having served as the underground king of Han City for several years, certainly understands this basic decorum. Nick, being the weakest among Tianyun's team, is acutely aware of his limitations and knows he cannot speak first. As for Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, they hail from prominent families where adherence to such rules is more pronounced. From a young age, they have been steeped in these customs, thus their understanding is naturally more profound. My name is Tianyun, a name you are likely familiar with. My passion lies in the Zerg crystals, and I urge you to remember this well. With a sufficient supply of Zerg crystals, I can fabricate epic battle mechas for you. This is no exaggeration. Furthermore, I am capable of repairing battle mechas and manufacturing their components. Should your mechas sustain damage in combat, you may seek my services without requiring military merit. Only Zerg crystals will suffice. I also welcome requests for the creation of mecha components, adhering to the same principle. As long as the Zerg crystals are available, I can accommodate any demand. The 5, Suan, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, could not help but think about how profoundly Tianyun cherishes Zerg crystals. His words consistently revolved around them, revealing a deep-seated obsession. I am a late-stage primary gene evolution warrior, piloting a hunter mecha, which is a perfect-grade extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 100 times. My mental prowess has attained the spirit sea level, and my mecha control skills are at the micro-control level. While I excel in close combat, I possess some proficiency in ranged attacks. However, close combat remains my primary mode of engagement. Now, I have concluded my introduction. It is your turn. Tianyun turned his gaze towards the others. But they merely stared at one another, none daring to speak. Their minds were still reeling from Tianyun's revelations, for both the perfect-grade extraordinary battle mecha and the spirit sea-level mental strength, along with micro-control skills, were aspirations they all desired. Seeing their reluctance to speak, Tianyun gestured for someone to begin. After a moment, Talink stood and declared, I am Barot Talink, from Uluru Star, and my ambition is to grow stronger. I joined the Battle Mecha Corps to refine my skills. I specialize in close combat and swordsmanship, and my mecha is named Blade Sheath. Talink's demeanor sharpened, exuding an imposing aura. A mecha named Blade Sheath? How intriguing, Tianyun mused. If the mecha is the sheath, then the pilot must be akin to the sword contained within it. I too am a late-stage primary gene evolution warrior, piloting a standard extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 54 times. And my mental strength is rated at 10. With that, Talink took his seat. I am Cold Wind, 20 years of age, also from Uluru Star, with no particular hobbies, he continued. I am a late-stage primary gene evolution warrior. My mental strength is rated at 10. My mecha is named Silver Edge, a standard extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 52 times, and I excel in blade techniques and close combat. Cold Wind spoke rapidly, almost as if he had barely stood before sitting back down. I am Cold Rain, also from Uluru Star. Currently, I am a mid-stage gene evolution warrior with a mental strength rating of 6. My mecha is called Ice Cold, a standard extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 43 times. However, I am well equipped with numerous ranged weapons, allowing me to specialize in ranged attacks. After announcing his introduction, Cold Rain 2 took his seat, at last, a comrade adept in ranged combat. Emotionyun felt a surge of joy. Those proficient in ranged attacks are far more efficient at exterminating Zerg. By continuously outfitting their mechas with formidable weaponry, those who specialize in ranged combat become increasingly powerful. Indeed, the advancement of a ranged combat specialist is swift, provided the necessary weapon components are at hand. However, the drawbacks are evident. Ammunition and energy can be depleted. While energy crystals and ammunition can be stored in abundance within the mecha's weaponry, they require time to replenish if enemies approach during this period. Evasion becomes the only option. Should evasion fail, close combat may be unavoidable, leading to a dire predicament. Those who excel in ranged combat are particularly apprehensive of close encounters, for heavily armed mechas often possess fragile defensive layers. Should a mecha sacrifice mobility and agility for robust defenses, it is termed a fortress-type mecha. Yet, once the enemies are vanquished, evasion is no longer necessary. I am Jansuan, like our leader Tianyun, also hailing from Uluru Star. I am a mid-stage gene evolution warrior with a mental strength rating of 5. My mecha is called Storm Mecha, a standard battle mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 7. And I excel with a warhammer, making me proficient in close combat. Suan concluded his introduction. Only Nick remained, the last to present himself. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and stood. I am Kadga Manon Nick, and I hail from Eltatabi Star, located 11 light-years from the base. Nick felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he was the sole member of Tianyun's team not from Uluru Star. I am a primary early-stage gene evolution warrior with a mental strength rating of 5. My current mecha, completed by our captain yesterday, is named Nebula, with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 9, and it is a standard battle mecha. I have a penchant for sword techniques, thus I am also skilled in close combat. Chapter 84. The Zerg Nest in the Vast and Boundless Cosmos. Countless stars twinkled. An interstellar shuttle battleship traversed nearly 10 stellar systems in less than 2 days, covering a distance of 1. For light-years. Achieving such a feat in under 2 days is quite remarkable, yet in the grand expanse of the universe, this speed is akin to the crawl of an ant, merely a microbial movement. Despite the shuttle's impressive journey of 1.4 light-years in such a short time, it did not surpass the speed of light. Photons travel in linear patterns through space, while this shuttle employs spatial rending for ultra-long distance travel, moving from one point in space to another without exceeding light speed. Suddenly, the interstellar shuttle ceased its spatial traversal and shifted to conventional flight mode, soaring swiftly to the distant sky above a dark red planet. Mission destination, Luanbora Planet, has been reached. Captain Emotionyun, please provide the next course of action, announced the ship's navigation AI. Scan for the Zerg Nest location and project its imagery, Emotionyun commanded. Behind him, the other members of the Tianyun team stood ready. After 2 days of cosmic travel, they had finally arrived at their destination. Below the shuttle lay the planet, its overall hue a dark red, identified as Luanbora. Once vibrant and teeming with life, this planet had succumbed to the relentless invasion of the Zerg. Those who could escape had fled, while those who could not were slain, becoming food for the Zerg's evolution. Luanbora was a colonized planet with a radius of approximately 20,000 kilometers, once home to hundreds of millions of inhabitants. However, the former prosperity had crumbled into ruins under the merciless claws of the Zerg. All life on this planet, including flora and fauna, had been extinguished. Fertile soil, lush forests, and clear rivers, once brimming with energy, were now consumed by the Zerg for their evolution. Given that this planet has become a breeding ground for the Zerg, one might wonder why the Imperial military does not launch a devastating strike to obliterate the entire Zerg nest. Indeed, if it were several centuries ago, the Oolong Empire would have taken such decisive action. However, in the present day, such energy-consuming tactics are deemed wasteful. This method of annihilating an entire Zerg nest with high-energy weaponry is indeed an extravagant expenditure of resources. Typically, even a small Zerg nest spans thousands of kilometers, with the energy crystals necessary for Zerg reproduction buried deep, often dozens of kilometers underground. Thus, a single strike must eradicate an area encompassing thousands of kilometers and extending deep below the surface. Otherwise, the Zerg will continue to breed until they amass sufficient numbers to invade another planet. Yet the energy required for such destructive high-energy weapons is immense, given the Oolong Empire's borders stretch over millions of light-years. Employing such tactics on every planet would deplete energy reserves to the scale of stellar energy. So, how does the Oolong Empire harness the energy of an entire star system? The Empire utilizes technology to convert stellar energy into energy crystals for storage and utilization. A mere low-grade energy crystal can supply a standard battle mecha for a month of combat. Energy crystals are classified into several tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, city level, planet level, base level, star level, black hole level, and galaxy level. The volumes of low, medium, and high-grade energy crystals are relatively modest. But once one ascends to city level and above, the size of these energy crystals begins to grow to an astonishing extent. Among them, a stellar-grade energy crystal encapsulates the total energy of a standard star, with a single piece being as immense as the entire Han Mountain City. The scanning of the location of the Zerg nest has been completed. The intelligent brain of the Interstellar shuttle warship projected an image of the Zerg lair into the air. The Zerg nest is situated within the highest mountain range of the planet lunar Boe. This mountain range has been thoroughly hollowed out by the Zerg, with the nest constructed deep within its extensive, thousand-mile expanse. The scanned imagery clearly revealed swarms of Zerg swirling around the vicinity of their lair. Hiss, truly befitting a high-level mission rated at 4.6 stars. There are simply too many Zerg. Upon witnessing this scene, Soren gasped in astonishment. With such a multitude of Zerg, anyone suffering from claustrophobia would surely be terrified. The combined number of Zerg within the nest and outside could easily exceed 100,000. Such a massive quantity of Zerg undoubtedly includes leader-class specimens. Perhaps even more than one, Talent calmly analyzed. Indeed. Tianyu nodded thoughtfully before adding, most of these are ordinary Zerg, posing little concern for me. However, their overwhelming numbers, combined with the potential presence of leader-class Zerg, do present a certain danger. Soren, Nick, you two will follow me at a distance of 20 kilometers. Talink, Cold Wind, you will flank me on either side, while Cold Rain, you will remain behind Soren and Nick to engage in long-range attacks against the Zerg. Tianyun began issuing commands. Understood. Soren, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind responded in unison. Very well, let us set off. The Interstellar shuttle warship soared above the highest mountain range of lunar Boeda. Tianyun summoned the bug hunter mecha from the spatial orb, then utilized his psychic energy to levitate himself into the cockpit. A powerful psychic force instantly enveloped the entire mecha, and a mecha battle sword measuring over 40 meters materialized on the right arm of the bug hunter mecha. Standing at over 50 meters tall, the bug hunter mecha, paired with the formidable battle sword, exuded an awe-inspiring presence that instilled fear in onlookers. Soren, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind swiftly retrieved their mechas and entered the cockpits after Tianyun. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the air as Tianyun's bug hunter mecha seized the battle sword and sped downwards towards the atmosphere of lunar Boe, plummeting thousands of kilometers below. Following closely behind were 5 varying-sized battle mechas. Mount Mingmambas, the highest and largest mountain range on lunar Boe, boasts an average elevation of 7 kilometers and extends over 3,000 kilometers in length. Once a magnificent and robust mountain range, Mount Mingmambas has now been thoroughly excavated by the Zerg, leaving behind countless winding tunnels within its vast interior. Chapter 85. Extermination of 100,000 Zerg under the command of higher-ranking Zerg. Countless insects systematically executed their breeding plans. Once their numbers reached a certain threshold, or the energy of this planet was nearly depleted, they would strategize to invade the next planet. Upon reaching the next celestial body, as long as energy and resources are sufficient, these Zerg could continue to reproduce, allowing higher-tier Zerg to evolve, thereby steadily increasing their numbers and strength. As energy and resources from each consumed planet are devoured by the Zerg, they may evolve into genuinely formidable beings capable of thriving in the extreme temperatures of stars, continuing their evolution. When these powerful Zerg reach a critical mass, they can effortlessly obliterate some of the most advanced civilizations in the universe. In summary, the Zerg rely on their terrifying capacity for consumption and evolution, alongside their extraordinary reproductive abilities. At this moment, Emotianyun hovered above Mount Mingmambas, surveying the Zerg below. He unleashed his formidable psychic energy of the spiritual ocean level, intent on closely observing the Zerg nest. Suddenly, the Zerg below began to gather, rapidly ascending towards the sky. Their trajectory was directed straight at Emotianyun and his team, its that particular Zerg. Emotianyun discerned that one of the Zerg possessed a unique psychic ability. Although its psychic strength was far inferior to his own, it had detected his probing presence the moment he began his inquiry. The Zerg are coming. This works to my advantage, as they are approaching without me needing to make the journey myself. Talink, Cold Wind, Soren, Nick, Cold Rain, prepare yourselves. The Zerg have discovered us. Emotianyun communicated with his personal micro-intelligent brain, observing the ever-increasing throngs of Zerg hurtling towards them. Emerging from the subterranean caverns of the Zerg nest, a multitude of Zerg of various forms and sizes surged forth, unfurling their massive wings and launching an overwhelming assault on Emotianyun. While these creatures are collectively referred to as Zerg, their appearances vary tremendously in color, size, limbs, organs, and movements. However, they do share certain commonalities. For instance, some Zerg possess crystalline structures on their heads, indicating they belong to the evolution line of energy-consuming Zerg with crystal cores. Others have shells that are exceptionally hard, with long and sharp limbs, indicative of Zerg that evolve through the consumption of matter. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dozens of energy beams of various colors sliced through the air, emitting sharp sounds as they shot towards Emotianyun's bug hunter mecha. Yet, it was futile. Emotianyun had long since activated his stellar-grade defensive energy shield. The energy beams from the Zerg were akin to droplets of water entering a lake, merely creating ripples before vanishing, as though they had never existed. It was not that the attack from these Zerg was weak. Rather, Emotianyun's bug hunter mecha boasted an exceptionally high defensive capacity. The combined energy of the beams released by the Zerg would be insufficient to withstand the full force of an ordinary battle mecha's energy reserve. Emotianyun's previous perfect-grade ordinary battle mecha could endure the damage inflicted by these beams, albeit at the risk of shattering the energy shield. However, the current bug hunter mecha possesses an energy intensity 2 levels higher than the previous Tianyun mecha, especially transitioning from high planetary-grade energy to low stellar-grade energy, marking a qualitative leap in energy strength. Just as Emotianyun prepared to strike, Talink and Cold Wind had already engaged. The two faced the foremost hundreds of Zerg as if traversing an uninhabited realm, effortlessly obliterating several Zerg with each strike, akin to chopping vegetables. Both Talink and Cold Wind wielded extraordinary battle mechas, their physical strengths reaching the pinnacle of late-stage genetic evolution warriors. They were utterly unimpeded by these ordinary Zerg. During the rescue of Goka City, Emotianyun had not even been a genetic evolution warrior yet he had managed to annihilate over 100 ordinary Zerg and a single elite Zerg solely through the might of the Tianyun mecha, the sharpness of the battle sword, and the power of the lunar sword technique. How much more so for Talink and Cold Wind now? Boom boom, two resounding blasts echoed through the sky. These shots were fired by Cold Rain's compressed high-energy cannons, soaring several dozen kilometers and targeting the distant Zerg swarm. The sheer power of these two shots was staggering, especially as they detonated amidst the dense Zerg, creating a truly astonishing effect. 146 Zerg were obliterated by Cold Rain's two energy blasts. Truly formidable long-range assault mechas. Emotianyun sensed the destruction of 146 Zerg through his psychic energy, marveling at the efficiency. Here they come, elite Zerg are emerging. It is time for me to take action. Emotianyun had been monitoring the situation at the entrance of the Zerg nest with his psychic energy. Initially, he had intended to probe the entire Zerg nest with his psychic force, but the nest's interior was capable of blocking such psychic exploration, preventing him from sensing the specifics within. This knowledge was something learned during new recruit military training, yet Emotianyun was only now truly experiencing its implications. At this moment, the ordinary Zerg nearest to them had been mostly eradicated by Talink, Cold Wind, and Cold Rain. Yet countless ordinary Zerg and hundreds of elite Zerg continued to surge forth from the nest's entrance. In the distance, Nick and Soren had also joined the fray, intercepting a small group of Zerg attempting to assault Cold Rain. Song you 7 swords? Talink unleashed this martial arts technique, swiftly dispatching over 10 elite Zerg in the process. 9 curves whirling blade, cold wind maneuvered the silver edge mecha, gripping a silver battle blade, and spun the mecha's body at high speed, instantly slicing through 9 arcs of blade light, resulting in another 10 elite Zerg falling. Myriad Starlight Swords. Emotionyun had already gathered over 2,000 Starlight Swords with his psychic energy, poised for action. With a thought, he sent forth these swords in a spectacular barrage. The overwhelming force of the Starlight Swords left no Zerg unscathed, as they plummeted towards the ground several kilometers below. This was the might of the myriad Starlight Swords unleashed in conjunction with the full force of his spiritual ocean-level psychic energy. Confronting these feeble Zerg was akin to harvesting wheat. Individuals possessing only a general level of spiritual power in the Sea of Spirit are far inferior in strength. However, Emotionyun's martial arts techniques belong to the realm of stellar martial arts, and coupled with his near-peak mastery, they appear extraordinarily formidable. After approximately 2 hours of thorough extermination, Emotionyun and his companions successfully eradicated the insectoid creatures emerging from the insect nest. Gazing down at the mountain of insect carcasses, it was evident that there were at least 100,000 of them. Sorn, Nick, Talink, Lungyu, and Longfeng. I shall venture into the depths of the insect nest, of course. You may join if you wish. Emotionyun resolved to explore the inner sanctum of the insect nest. Chapter 86. The leader-level insectoid captain. I shall refrain from entering with you, and will remain here to extract the crystal cores and materials from these insect carcasses, Sorn remarked while observing the numerous insect bodies below. I will stay as well, assisting Sorn in the cleanup of these insect remains, Nick added. Lungyu simply shook her head. Then I shall accompany you into the insect nest, for I have yet to witness the interior of such a place. Talink declared. You two may enter, I will not follow, as Captain Tianyun is present, and my assistance would be minimal. Besides, I have no interest in going inside, Longfeng said, casting a glance at Lungyu, wishing to remain by her side. Very well, Talink, let us proceed. Emotionyun piloted the insect hunter mech swiftly toward the largest opening of the insect nest. The Mingmamba's mountain range, once the most prominent mountain range on the planet Lunar Boe, now lay desolate. The lower slopes were once verdant with flourishing trees, while the midsection was sparse with wildlife, and the peaks were perpetually blanketed in snow. Presently, the entire range appeared bleak and barren. Stripped of its former beauty, the vibrant flowers had long since withered, and the towering trees had vanished, leaving only stumps. The lively birds and beasts that once thrived here had all been extinguished. Not only the Mingmamba's mountain range, but the entirety of Lunar Boe had succumbed to desolation, all due to the invasion of the insectoid race. Emotionyun and his companions had just eliminated at least 100,000 insectoids, the majority being of the ordinary class, while the remaining thousands were elite-level insectoids. It was a tragic reality that these insectoids had eradicated all life on an entire planet. According to the detailed intelligence regarding the insect nest extermination mission on Lunar Boe, there was an epic-class mecha master stationed on this planet. However, during the invasion, it was led by a Lord-class insectoid. This epic-class mecha master fought valiantly against a Lord-class insectoid, exhausting all efforts to defeat it. But his epic mech was ultimately shattered in the chaos unleashed by the dying insectoid. Following the demise of the insectoid leader, the epic-class mecha master heroically sacrificed himself under the assault of several leader-class insectoids. Consequently, Lunar Boe had been reduced to a breeding ground for the insectoid race. Sorn, the captain's power is simply astounding. He single-handedly slayed at least 80,000 of those insectoids, and most of the elite ones were claimed by him. Surely, the epic-class mecha master could not have surpassed him, Nick remarked to Sorn. The way Captain Tianyun conjures thousands of swords in a single strike is indeed a remarkable martial technique. I wonder what kind of martial arts it is that can harness such immense spiritual power. Sorn mused, recalling Emotionyun's myriad starry blades. That must be a technique of stellar martial arts level. Do not overthink it. Such martial techniques require at least C of spirit-level spiritual power to truly unleash their potential. Longfeng interjected, as he diligently extracted crystal cores from the insect carcasses. Yet, Longfeng found himself puzzled. He knew Emotionyun hailed from Ululu Star, so how could he possess such an abundance of high-end and precious items? For instance, the perfect-grade initial gene evolution serum that had significantly amplified both his and Longyu's powers in mere days. as well as the stellar martial arts techniques that were non-existent on Ululu Star. Moreover, Mo Tianyun's combat and mech manufacturing talents were astonishingly strong, leaving Long Feng in a state of incredulity. The entrance to the insect nest was approximately 1,000 meters in diameter, ample enough for a mech to navigate comfortably. Mo Tianyun piloted the insect hunter mech through the cavernous opening, with Talink closely following behind. As they delved deeper into the insect nest, they found themselves 50 kilometers beneath the surface. The subterranean expanse of the insect nest was vast. Having hollowed out the very mountain, Mo Tianyun employed his spiritual senses to scan the surrounding space, wary of potential ambushes by insectoids, while detecting that the underground chamber extended for over 1,000 kilometers. There were additional passages below, specifically 12 in number. Upon closer inspection, he discovered yet another 12 passages deeper within. Talink, there may still be insectoids below. Exercise caution, Mo Tianyun instructed. Understood, Talink replied. There are 12 passages below. Investigate the left 8 while I examine the right 4. If anything arises, promptly inform me via your personal micro-intellect. Mo Tianyun directed Talink, who then steered his sword sheath mech toward the right. Mo Tianyun proceeded down the first passage on the left, plunging further into the depths. These 12 passages leading deeper were significantly larger than the one he had initially entered, measuring at least 10 times greater in diameter. Within the pitch-black subterranean corridor, silence reigned, save for the resonant roar of the insect hunter mech's power system echoing through the tunnel. Had he reached the end? The mech descended into another underground chamber. The mech's sensors emitted beams of white light, illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, hundreds of red eyes, densely clustered, flickered to life in the darkness, each pair wide open, seemingly fixated on something. Mo Tianyun sensed an overwhelming gaze upon him, prompting him to turn around. The sight of those hundreds of enormous dark red eyes sent him instinctively retreating a couple of steps in the mech. Activate full-range ultra-long-distance illumination mode. Mo Tianyun commanded silently, and the insect hunter mech emanated intense beams of light, flooding the underground chamber with brightness akin to day. Before him loomed a colossal insectoid, stretching over 1,000 meters in length, coiling ominously not far from Mo Tianyun. Its head was adorned with the very eyes he had just seen. The creature's body was clad in a greenish exoskeleton, bristling with sharp appendages that moved sluggishly, while a pair of retractable yellow wings lay folded upon its back. A leader-class insectoid. Mo Tianyun had previously wondered why no leader-class insectoids had manifested, only to discover that they were lurking deep within the cavernous recesses of the insect nest. Chapter 87. The energy crystal of the insect nest worth 10,000 points. What is that massive object behind it? Why does it emit light? Mo Tianyun pondered, having not initially noticed the immense luminous entity, as it had been obscured by the gigantic insectoid's bulk. Now, as the creature shifted position, the source of illumination became apparent. This gigantic luminous entity was impressive. Even from a distance, Mo Tianyun could discern its considerable size. The glowing object was spherical, propped up by something on the ground, allowing it to hover in the vast underground space. However, before he could examine it further, the leader-class insectoid charged directly at him with great ferocity. Mo Tianyun swiftly maneuvered the insect hunter mech to the side, effortlessly evading the insectoid's collision. The force of the impact reverberated throughout the underground chamber. After avoiding the initial charge, the insectoid's tail whipped around, aiming to strike the insect hunter mech. Yet, Mo Tianyun was not so easily overwhelmed. He deftly maneuvered the mech backwards several dozen meters, allowing the insectoid's whip-like tail to sweep past the air beside him without making contact. The precision of his mech control was nothing short of masterful, with no extraneous movements, each action executed flawlessly. This was the pinnacle of micro-level mech control. Even Colonel Chris, who had taught Mo Tianyun the art of mech piloting, had never achieved such a level of finesse. When Colonel Chris had instructed Mo Tianyun on mech control techniques, he had explained that the levels ranged from novice to expert, micro-control, seamless integration, and instinctual movement. Only at the Sea of Spirit level could the true potential of mech control be realized. Colonel Chris had taken many years to reach the expert level, and after less than 10 days of training, Mo Tianyun had already attained that level, leaving Chris feeling quite embarrassed. If he were to discover that Mo Tianyun's mech control had now reached the micro-control level, he might very well choke on his own astonishment. Countless starry blades. Emotionyun concentrated over 2,000 starlight swords, which then shot forth with great force, aiming to cleave the head of the leader-level insectoid. These swords plunged mercilessly into the creature's cranium, causing a torrent of green liquid to spill forth. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the leader-level insectoid collapsed, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding space. Its massive form continued to writhe, its mouth opening and closing in a series of ear-piercing howls that echoed throughout the vast underground chamber. Clearly, the leader-level insectoid had sustained severe damage to its head, reduced to a state of agonized wailing, utterly incapable of mounting any form of counterattack. The sight of the creature's suffering was truly repugnant. Such a malevolent race deserved nothing less than total annihilation in the cosmos. Emotionyun relentlessly drove starlight swords into the vast body of the leader-level insectoid. The ground was now drenched in green liquid. Surely its lifeblood? Could it actually feel pain? Ha ha ha, how delightful! This would make my torment of these insectoids far from tedious. I know not whether you possess intelligence, but the very fact that you can suffer brings me joy. Let me rend your flesh to pieces, and then, in despair, struggle, suffering, and wailing, perish. This is the judgment that you wretched insectoids rightfully deserve. Emotionyun's eyes blazed with a crimson fury, revealing a brutal demeanor. Each officer of the Aolong Empire had drilled into the new recruits during military training that mercy towards insectoids was the greatest cruelty towards ourselves. This vile cosmic race must be eradicated wherever they are encountered. These insectoids alone have already obliterated countless colonized planets within the Aolong Empire, consuming over 10 trillion lives as they devoured sentient beings to further their own evolution. Throughout the Empire's million-year history, the cumulative death toll from all wars pales in comparison to the devastation wrought by insectoid invasions over the past millennium. Even now, in this defensive war against the insectoid incursion, millions of Imperial soldiers fall each day on the battlefield. And the toll only increases when accounting for the lives lost on planets overrun by these creatures. After inflicting 1,000 cuts upon the leader-level insectoid, Emotionyun sensed a surge of energy emanating from its head. He retrieved a sky-blue insectoid core, roughly the size of a human head, and approached the immense spherical luminescent object. Emotionyun had long been intrigued by this massive glowing sphere. He was determined to uncover what could compel the leader-level insectoid to guard it so fiercely. Ah, so this is the so-called energy crystal of the insectoid nest. Emotionyun detected an energy pulse emanating from the enormous sphere, one even more potent than that of the leader-level insectoid. He quickly deduced that this was indeed the energy crystal of the insectoid nest, the very source of energy for their hive, essential for the reproduction and incubation of their offspring. This crystal, measuring nearly 100 meters in diameter, could potentially nurture thousands of insectoids. If the energy crystal is responsible for birthing their progeny, then it stands to reason that beneath it lies the larval forms of these creatures. I shall first destroy this energy crystal, and then eradicate all the insectoid larvae. With that, Emotionyun brandished his mech sword, ready to strike the crystal. Wait, do not destroy it. Suddenly, the spirit of miracles appeared beside him. Upon hearing this, Emotionyun swiftly sheathed his mech sword. Sister Miracle, what purpose does this energy crystal serve? He inquired. If the spirit of miracles absorbs this energy crystal, I can grant you 10,000 points. The spirit of miracles replied with a gentle laugh, indicating the crystal's significance to her core. How lovely it is to see Sister Miracle smile, Emotionyun thought, almost forgetting the prospect of those 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Is this energy crystal truly worth such a sum? Snapping back to reality, Emotionyun felt a rush of exhilaration at the thought of becoming an instant points millionaire. Indeed, the energy crystal is the very source of energy for nurturing insectoids. Thus, the insectoid cores can surely be absorbed by the spirit of miracles, and so too can this energy crystal. The spirit of miracles elucidated. Then, if I find more energy crystals in the future, I could exchange them for points, Emotionyun exclaimed in delight. Yes, as long as it is a high-grade pure energy source, the spirit of miracles can absorb it. Not only energy crystals, but if you were to convert the energy of a star into energy stones, the spirit of miracles would absorb them too, and your points would not be less than 100 million. Should you find a black hole and extract its energy, I would grant you 1 billion points for the entirety of that energy. The spirit of miracles explained slowly. Star-grade energy stones might be attainable in the future. But the energy of an entire black hole, Emotianyun found himself speechless. Securing star-grade energy stones was already a monumental task, let alone the energy of a black hole, which was exceedingly rare even for the Aolong Empire. It was said that only the most formidable warships of the Empire utilized such energy stones. A single black hole could yield dozens or even hundreds of black hole-grade energy stones. Yet the spirit of miracles sought an energy stone imbued with the entirety of a black hole's energy. Even with the Empire's advanced energy absorption technology, it would take centuries to convert enough energy to create a single black hole-grade stone. If it required converting the entire energy of a black hole into one stone, how long would that take? Sister Miracle, how do I absorb the energy from this insectoid nest energy crystal? Should I simply place the spirit of miracles next to it? Emotianyun inquired. Yes, just place the spirit of miracles there. It will absorb the energy automatically. The spirit of miracles nodded gently. Emotianyun removed the spirit of miracles from his person and approached the glowing green energy crystal. He observed as the spirit of miracles floated away from his hand, moving toward the energy crystal. The spherical spirit of miracles hovered within 10 meters of the immense energy crystal, gradually expanding until it transformed into a massive sphere measuring 10 meters in diameter. Emotianyun was not surprised. He had witnessed the spirit of miracles change size before, and the technology to manipulate an object's dimensions was something he had seen in the core space, albeit at a steep cost of 100,000 points. Suddenly, the enlarged spirit of miracles emitted a white beam that connected to the energy crystal. The surface of the spirit of miracles quivered slightly as the beam thickened, causing the crystal's luminosity to wane. Within mere seconds, the energy crystal dimmed entirely. With a crack, Emotianyun heard a sound, followed by cracks appearing on the surface of the energy crystal as it began to shatter. A few seconds later, the energy crystal was reduced to powder, scattering across the subterranean space. Emotianyun, there is another layer beneath here, where the insectoid larvae reside. Do not forget to eliminate them all. The spirit of miracles reminded him. Understood, Emotianyun replied, his resolve firm. He would not forget. The spirit of miracles transformed into a constellation of glimmering lights in the shadowy underground, leaving behind an ethereal silhouette before vanishing from his side. Emotianyun extended his hands gently, yearning to touch the fleeting lights, yet grasped at nothingness. I am not a real person. I am but a fragment of spirit. The spirit of miracles murmured to herself as she observed her radiant, ethereal form. With a thud, Emotianyun's insect-hunting mech crashed its foot into the ground, causing the earth to collapse beneath him. Is this what the insectoid larvae look like? He remarked, gazing down at the numerous insectoid larvae below. Indeed, they were all identical. Emotianyun noted that these larvae were utterly indistinguishable, as if cloned, with no discernible differences in appearance whatsoever. The insectoid larvae were uniform, yet the variations in their adult forms stemmed from the different materials and energies each consumed during their evolution. This aligns with what the officers had taught the recruits during military training about insectoids. It was said that insectoid commanders and higher beings could manipulate their forms through mental awareness, shaping their exoskeletons to enhance combat efficacy. One of the many formidable traits of the insectoid race, Emotianyun mused. The Zerg, particularly those of the rank of Bug Commander and above, possessed the remarkable ability to shape their exoskeletons into formidable insectoid armor, akin to the mechs crafted by humanity, significantly augmenting their own strength. Unlike humans, who must acquire the skill of mech piloting to unleash the full potential of their machines, the Zerg of Bug Commander rank and higher exhibit an almost preposterous prowess. This is due to the fact that their armor is molded from their very own Zerg bodies, allowing them to wield this armor with a level of mastery comparable to that of human mech pilots. It is no wonder that rumors abound of Bug Commanders, and their kin being so powerful that even their human counterparts at the same level stand no chance against them. With a swift motion, Emotianyun began to eliminate the Zerg larvae en masse. In another underground chamber, two colossal creatures relentlessly assaulted a mech that was desperately attempting to escape. I can barely contend with one leader-level Zerg, let alone two, Talink lamented. With a resolute cry, he unleashed his signature move, Songyu Seven Swords, successfully repelling the two leader-level Zerg for the moment. There's no choice left but to call for the captain's aid. Talink, abandoning his bravado, sent a distress message to Emotianyun. Captain, There are 2 leader-level Zerg here, and I'm struggling to hold on. Requesting assistance. Suddenly, a reply came through. Hold on, I'm on my way. Emotion, checking Talink's location on his personal microintelligence device, prepared to rush to his aid. I'm in trouble, Talink exclaimed as he spotted a massive tentacle swinging towards his mech. With no time to dodge, he braced for impact. The colossal tentacle struck with a resounding thud, sending Talink's sword-sheathed mech crashing against the earthen wall, embedding it deep within. Another leader-level Zerg charged towards him. Talink had no time to assess the damage to his mech and swiftly attempted to evade. The Zerg, adorned with long, sinuous tentacles, had locked onto his mech, launching another 5 tentacles in a synchronized assault. Get away from me, Talink shouted, veins bulging on his forehead as he maneuvered his mech with agility. Narrowly dodging the onslaught, however, the speed and dexterity of the Zerg's tentacles proved overwhelming, and he was struck again, slamming into the wall once more. At that moment, the enormous leader-level Zerg, encased in a thick carapace, raised its massive claw and aimed a devastating strike at Talink's mech. With his energy shield already compromised by the tentacled Zerg, Talink knew that another blow from this giant could spell disaster. As long as my sword is sharp enough, I can sever anything, he declared, invoking Tsongyu's 7 swords. Once more, Talink swung his mech's battle sword with vigor, determined not to perish without a fight. Aiming to cleave through the incoming clod, he unleashed 7 strikes in rapid succession, each landing heavily upon the Zerg's claw. Though the claw remained intact, Talink managed to withstand the blow. Yet, the tentacled Zerg was relentless, launching another 5 tentacles toward him. Tsongyu's 7 swords, he cried, successfully blocking 2 tentacles, but the remaining 3 combined with the giant Zerg's claw left him with no means of defense. What to do? Am I truly to meet my end in this Zerg nest today? Talink despaired, grappling with the notion of dying during his first mission. As the impending danger loomed, time seemed to slow, and despair enveloped him. The already dim underground space felt like a void in the face of death, as if the world had come to a standstill. Farewell. I have yet to grasp that layer of swordsmanship. He lamented. What kind of sword is the sharpest? Talink contemplated closing his eyes, resigned to await death. Then, like a streak of lightning, a dazzling array of swords sliced through the air, severing the Zerg's claw and tentacles with surgical precision. Each part of the Zerg that fell beneath the meteor-like strikes was cleaved cleanly, cascading silently to the ground. More meteoric blades followed, piercing the bodies of the 2 leader-level Zerg with unyielding force. Such sharp blades, if only my sword could possess such edge, Talink mused, entranced. Wait, it's the captain. Emotion is here. The realization filled him with elation. He was not destined for death after all. Talink snapped back to reality, joyfully exclaiming as his voice resonated through the mech's external speakers, even reaching Emotion from afar. Piloting his bug-hunting mech, Emotion wielded a 30-meter-long battle sword, effortlessly slicing through the 2 leader-level Zerg from behind. In an instant, the Zerg were cleaved asunder, collapsing into 4 massive pieces. The oppressive silence of the dark underground space returned, punctuated only by the occasional rumble of their mechs and the flickering lights illuminating the shadows. Not a single one of my teammates shall fall, Emotion declared, his voice booming through the mech, echoing throughout the cavernous expanse. Captain, Talink choked back tears upon hearing those words. If only my sword were sharper. He lamented, clenching his fists in frustration against his mech. Talink, a sword whose brilliance is contained within is the sharpest of all. Some swords may appear sharp, yet they cannot sever anything. Emotion imparted his insights. Honed through years of sword training, Talink fell into a profound silence, reflecting on those words. When I first encountered you, your sword was a testament to your investment, showcasing your obsession with sharpness. However, mere sharpness is insufficient. A warrior's inner strength is what truly matters. Go conceal the sword's brilliance within the heart is the essence of true sharpness, Emotion elucidated. The brilliance of the sword is contained within the heart. Talink realized, awakening from his daze. Tsongyu's 7 swords, he proclaimed, standing before the severed half of the colossal Zerg, executing the technique he had just grasped. With a swift motion, the remaining half of the Zerg's body split yet again. The newfound potency of his technique was undeniable. His mastery of the Tsangyu swordsmanship had reached new heights. It had been nearly 6 years since he had last made progress after breaking through to the minor achievement stage. As a child, he was heralded as a genius in swordsmanship, entrusted with the Tsangyu techniques. Upon reaching adulthood, his breakthrough to the minor achievement stage had garnered him recognition throughout Oyalu City and even Oyalu Star. Yet, despite the passing years, he had stagnated, his martial heart growing restless as he fixated solely on enhancing his sword's power rather than refining his technique. He reminisced about his past training, contemplating the materials, weight, and sharpness of both his battle sword and the sword he wielded. It was never the sword's sharpness that was lacking. It was my martial heart that had dulled. Talink reflected, feeling the strength and vitality of his rekindled spirit. Chapter 90. A bounty of points. Tianyun watched Talink with a smile, pleased that his words had inspired his teammate to break through. Thank you, Captain. Talink bowed deeply in gratitude. Tianyun's timely arrival had saved him from the clutches of the 2 leader-level Zerg, and his guidance had propelled Talink's Tsangyu swordsmanship to a new level. In the face of such immense kindness, Talink felt that even this deep bow was inadequate. He recalled how foolish he had been to demand that Tianyun demonstrate his mech crafting skills before agreeing to join the Tianyun team. Had he known then what he knew now, he would have unhesitatingly joined Tianyun's ranks. Talink mused silently. There's no need for such formality. Rescuing you was but a minor effort. We are comrades, after all, and as your captain, it is my duty to protect my fellow brethren. To eliminate the Zerg and save our kin is a noble endeavor, one that requires no gratitude. Tianyun hastily urged, look at your mech. It's in tatters. You should leave at once and return to the surface. Allow me to investigate this underground space on my own. There's no need for you to persist. As he spoke, he gazed at Talink's damaged mech. All right, Captain. I'll take my leave now and entrust this place to you. Talink replied as he piloted his battered sword-sheath mech unsteadily away, leaving Tianyun alone in the subterranean realm. There are actually Zerg nest energy crystals here. That's another 10,000 points for me. Tianyun exclaimed with delight upon seeing Talink depart. It turned out that his urgency to send Talink away stemmed from the presence of these Zerg nest energy crystals. After collecting the blue crystalline cores from 2 leader-class Zerg, he hurried towards the energy crystals, extracting the divine core. Moments later, the divine core absorbed all the energy from the Zerg nest energy crystals, returning to its original state. With another 10,000 points secured, Tianyun reflected on how, during his time on Uluru Star, there had been few Zerg to defeat, rendering points a rare commodity. However, here, earning points was significantly easier. Even though this amount was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the value of more precious items, it still offered a glimmer of hope. He murmured joyfully to himself. Since Tianyun's mental prowess had broken through to the spirit sea level, he could connect with the divine core space at any time, even while battling, allowing him to simultaneously review blueprints and formulas. He had also successfully navigated through the 10 trials set by the Spirit of Miracles in the simulation space. Unlocking access to even more blueprints and formulas, he could now view blueprints and formulas for legendary mechs. The lowest exchange points for legendary mech blueprints were a staggering 10,000, while the highest soared to 1,000,000. Although the legendary battle mechs requiring fewer exchange points were still significantly more powerful than epic battle mechs, they paled in comparison to those demanding higher exchange points. The blueprints for legendary mechs that caught his attention included Tianji Huanyue Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 1086, Exchange Points Required, 15,000, Wuzhan Jinghong Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 1111, Exchange Points Required, 22,000, Baiguang Yanin Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 1250, Exchange Points Required, 28,000. These blueprints required relatively low exchange points among legendary mechs and thus were not particularly formidable. The following blueprints, however, required exchange points in the millions. Tianlei Shiyun Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 1086, Exchange Points Required, 15,000. Huanshan Gongyu Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 8452. Exchange Points Required, 845000. Zhoushuan Bai Huang Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 9260. Exchange Points Required, 890000, Shuori Anqing Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 9486, Exchange Points Required, 945500, Suanyiyu Li Mech Blueprint, Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 9591. Exchange Points Required, 970000. There was one particular legendary mech blueprint that stood out. Jiue Shengguang Mech Blueprint, Perfect Legendary Battle Mech, Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier, 10,000. Exchange Points Required, 1,000,000. A Perfect Legendary Battle Mech, boasting a 10,000-fold Maximum Combat Strength Multiplier. Far surpassing epic battle mechs. Reflecting on the military merit points earned from this mission, Mo Tianyun mused about how he had just gathered all the materials for the Qinjian mech and wondered how many materials would be required for this legendary mech. He suddenly remembered that the Zerg nest contained 12 passages leading to various underground spaces. He pondered whether the other passages might still harbor leader-class Zerg and Zerg nest energy crystals. If only, Mo Tianyun decided to first clear out all the larval Zerg beneath the energy crystals of the Zerg nest. Focusing his mental energy, he conjured the Starlight Sword and swiftly eradicated all the larval Zerg. He then ventured deeper into the unexplored underground spaces. To his astonishment, he encountered a leader-class Zerg and Zerg nest energy crystals. In this underground area, he once again dispatched the leader-class Zerg and extracted the energy from the Zerg nest energy crystals using the Divine Core. 1, 2, 3 deeper underground spaces, Mo Tianyun meticulously explored, discovering leader-class Zerg and Zerg nest energy crystals in each space. He had truly struck it rich this time. A total of 120,000 points. This did not even account for the 15 leader-class Zerg crystalline cores he possessed, or the nearly 100,000 ordinary and elite Zerg crystalline cores from outside. If all were absorbed by the Divine Core, his points might reach 300,000. Ecstatic, Mo Tianyun exclaimed at the prospect of his points. Chapter 91. Distribution of Spoils. With 300,000 points, he could finally exchange for those 2 potion formulas. Once he mass-produced them, his strength would experience a significant surge. Mo Tianyun's face lit up with joy as he gazed at the 2 coveted potion formulas in the Divine Core space. Murmuring to himself, Intermediate Gene Evolution Potion 9 Formula, Effect, increases base strength by 500 tons. Requirements, Spirit Sea Level Mental Power, base strength must reach the peak of early-stage gene evolution warrior limits. Ingredients needed, biological herbs and materials, detailed preparation steps, required exchange points, 50,000. Spirit Sea Level Mental Power Enhancement Potion V Formula, Effect, enhances mental power strength by 5,000. Requirements, mental power strength must reach Spirit Sea Level. Ingredients needed, biological herbs and materials, detailed preparation steps, required exchange points, 200,000. These 2 potion formulas had been long awaited by Mo Tianyun, but previously, his points had been insufficient, leaving him only able to covet them from afar. Now, he finally had the opportunity to acquire these formulas. With no leader-class Zerg, Zerg nest energy crystals, or larval Zerg remaining in the underground space, and no ordinary or elite Zerg in sight, it seemed they had been entirely eradicated. Mo Tianyun conducted several thorough inspections, collecting all the Zerg materials from the 15 leader-class Zerg bodies. This was valuable material for crafting mechs. Now that the mission was finally complete, it was time to return. If he delayed too long, his teammates might grow concerned. Mo Tianyun piloted the Bug Hunter mech back along the route to the Zerg nest's exit, a colossal blue and white mech soared from the cave at the Zerg nest's entrance, spinning in the air before diving toward the ground. The captain has returned. Sorn and his companions, who were busy collecting Zerg crystalline cores, turned upon noticing the approaching mech, instantly recognizing it as their captain. Thank you for your patience. I have returned. Mo Tianyun emerged from the cockpit of the Bug Hunter mech and gently descended to the ground. Captain, how was the Zerg nest? I saw that Talink's mech was quite damaged. Nick inquired with curiosity. There were over a dozen leader-class Zerg, but they have all been dealt with, along with the larval Zerg. None escaped my grasp, Mo Tianyun replied, glancing back at Talink, who was diligently dismantling Zerg body materials and extracting crystalline cores. The Zerg nest was now devoid of Zerg, but Mo Tianyun wondered if there were other Zerg subnests on the planet Lunar Boe. None remain. I just returned from scanning the planet with the large mid-level intelligence system aboard our starship, confirming that there are no other Zerg nests. Additionally, 644 ordinary Zerg, and 124 elite Zerg from other areas of the planet have all been eliminated by our combined efforts, Lung Yu reported as he approached. Excellent, Emotianyu nodded, grateful for such teammates, saving him considerable time and effort. What is the status of the Zerg crystalline core collection? He inquired further. In the presence of Tianyun, the leader, the five of us, along with the Zerg material collectors, have gathered nearly half of the Zerg materials and crystal cores within these few hours. Fortunately, we had sufficiently prepared large space storage units to accommodate the materials and crystal cores from a staggering 100,000 Zerg. Thorn reported to Emotianyun. Now, let us swiftly clean the battlefield, collect the Zerg materials and crystal cores, and then distribute them according to the number of Zerg kills recorded by our personal microintelligences. Upon concluding his statement, Emotianyun led the Tianyun team to continue reaping the bountiful rewards of their efforts. An hour later, Emotianyun and his team had successfully collected all the Zerg materials and crystal cores. Ah, everyone, gather around. It is time to divide the spoils. The Zerg crystal cores and body materials are highly valuable items on every planet. Having so many gathered in one place significantly enhances their worth. Emotianyun brought forth the large space storage units filled with Zerg crystal cores and body materials, preparing to allocate them based on the number of kills recorded by each individual's microintelligence. The Imperial military dictates that the bodies of the slain Zerg belong to those who defeated them. This privilege, however, is exclusive to the combat mech divisions. Ordinary soldiers utilizing advanced energy weapons to annihilate Zerg typically relinquish any remaining Zerg bodies to the military. In most cases, Zerg bodies cannot be salvaged, for the might of advanced energy weapons reduces common Zerg to mere ash. Only higher-tier Zerg leave behind tangible remains, and thus, their materials rarely fall into the hands of ordinary soldiers. The method of allocation based on the kill counts recorded by personal microintelligences is a widely accepted practice within the military. The more Zerg one slays, the greater the share of crystal cores and materials received. A system deemed entirely equitable by all. After all, to each according to their labor. More effort yields more rewards, less effort yields less, and no effort yields nothing. The personal microintelligence automatically tracks each individual's Zerg kill count, subsequently rewarding military merit accordingly. For instance, during this recent extermination mission, Emotianyun's microintelligence recorded the number of various Zerg slain and awarded the corresponding military merit. The following are the military merit rewards for each Zerg category. Ordinary Zerg, 0. 1 points per kill, Elite Zerg, 10 points per kill, Leader Zerg, 1,000 points per kill, Lord Zerg, 10,000 points per kill. Below is the cumulative tally of Zerg kills recorded by Emotianyun's personal microintelligence. Ordinary Zerg killed, 81161. Elite Zerg killed, 942. Leader Zerg killed, 15. Total military merit earned, 32536. 1. Ultimately, Emotianyun claimed 81161 luminous white Zerg crystal cores, along with 942 emerald green ones, and the corresponding body materials. Adding to this were the 15 sky blue crystal cores and body materials obtained from the Leader Zerg. It was evident that this haul was remarkably fruitful. Chapter 92. A distress signal from 0.1 light years away apart from Emotianyun. The others also made their gains, albeit meager in comparison. Thorn received a mere 1271 luminous white Zerg crystal cores, 12 emerald green crystal cores, and the associated body materials. Nick's collection was exceedingly scant, totaling 718 luminous white Zerg crystal cores and corresponding body materials, without a single emerald green core to his name, indicating he had failed to slay even one elite Zerg. Talink, however, fared better, securing 5103 luminous white Zerg crystal cores, 102 emerald green cores, and the relevant body materials, making him the second highest earner after Emotianyun. Cold Wind ranked third in the distribution, amassing 4454 luminous white Zerg crystal cores, 87 emerald green cores, and corresponding body materials. Cold Rain could have obtained more crystal cores and body materials, but regrettably, her reliance on energy weapons for ranged attacks resulted in some Zerg bodies and cores being obliterated on impact. This phenomenon was not unique to her. Many encountered similar situations where an unintentional strike would annihilate Zerg. A method that, while effective, required precision to locate the Zerg cores and penetrate their formidable exoskeletons. Thus, this method bore its challenges, especially against formidable Zerg, where it might yield remarkable results. Cold Rain ultimately acquired 4154 luminous white Zerg crystal cores, 112 emerald green cores, and the corresponding body materials. Notably, she had slain more elite Zerg than Talink. Could it be that the exoskeletons of elite Zerg were more robust than those of ordinary Zerg? Captain, did you not mention previously that Zerg crystal cores could be exchanged for perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions? May I use these cores to procure some? Thorn approached Emotianyun, his demeanor a mixture of anxiety and hope. Upon seeing Thorn present a spatial ring, Emotianyun responded, "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I shall not renege." With this reassurance, Thorn's apprehensions subsided. Emotianyun examined the contents of the spatial ring, revealing 1271 luminous white Zerg crystal cores and 12 emerald green ones, Thorn's entire collection. I can provide you with 56 bottles of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions, ample to elevate your power to 100 tons. However, do be cautious of the dosage. Do not exceed your mental capacity. Furthermore, you may sell the body materials at the trading area to merchants who specialize in purchasing Zerg materials, in exchange for components to manufacture extraordinary battle mechs. In return, all future Zerg crystal cores you acquire shall belong to me. I require only the cores. Captain, am I not generous? Emotianyun chuckled. Although Thorn's yield was modest, Emotianyun felt gratified by his decision to invest in Thorn's development, hoping to enable him to secure more Zerg crystal cores in the future. What a fool! Emotianyun truly is foolish. I had believed him to be astute. How could he be so naive? The spirit of the divine core within the core space fumed. With sufficient strength, he need not burden himself with these encumbrances. All the Zerg crystal cores could rightfully be his. Why share the benefits with others? The spirit watched Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind with disdain as they held their Zerg crystal cores, gritting its teeth in frustration. Weaklings are unreliable. True strength comes from individual prowess, while your heart may be kind. True benevolence does not merely assist the weak. Such primitive kindness stifles their growth and future. True virtue, akin to water, nurtures all, consumes all, destroys all, and even creates all. The spirit's gaze was profound, reminiscent of an endless black hole capable of annihilating all. To stand tall among the universe's strongest, one must endure far more trials. Captain, these are all my Zerg crystal cores, totaling 718. It's still insufficient to cover the costs of mech repairs, Nick lamented, torn between frustration and determination. Despite his earnest efforts during this mission, he still fell short of the 800 ordinary Zerg crystal cores. No matter. Strive harder next time to slay more Zerg. Emotianyun encouraged as he accepted Nick's 718 luminous white Zerg crystal cores. Here are 10 bottles of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions, a reward for your hard work in this battle. Use them to enhance your strength, and next time, you shall surely gather more Zerg crystal cores to repay me. Emotianyun produced 10 bottles of potions, stating, "Captain, Nick glanced at Emotianyun. The captain remained silent, his gaze resolute. Ultimately, Nick accepted the offer. Next time, I must slay more Zerg. I will. Nick vowed internally, "Captain, my mech has sustained numerous damages. Could you assist in its repair?" Talink seized the moment to interject after Nick had finished. Repairs will require payment in Zerg crystal cores. Emotianyun nodded. So, how many crystal cores will it take? Talink inquired. 2500 ordinary Zerg crystal cores. Your mech is severely damaged, but I can also enhance its performance, potentially increasing its combat capabilities. Emotianyun pondered carefully before speaking. All right, no problem. Talink readily agreed, astonished that they could even enhance the mecha's performance. Where could one find a mecha technician as skilled as the captain? We have completed our mission. Now it's time to return and report. Everyone, prepare to board the Interstellar shuttle. We are about to head back to base. Emotianyun and his companions embarked on their journey home, marking the conclusion of this mission. The Interstellar shuttle gradually departed from the planet lunar Boe, engaging in spatial traversal through the cosmos. Half a day later, Captain Emotianyun received a distress signal from 0.1 light-years away. What? Emotianyun hastily gazed at the massive screen displaying the distress message. Chapter 93. The new recruits. I command you to retreat immediately. Source of the distress signal. Sender, Cole Whitehead. Rank, Major Strength. Epic level mecha commander. Details of the distress signal. Location. Cosmic coordinates. 455754515.7, 16545444, 11524547 5.4226 45454. 943156766 Distance from our interstellar shuttle, 0.1041 light-years. Accompanying message from the sender, I am Cole Whitehead, the commander of the 115th Large Fleet of the Duna Star Defense Military Base's Mecha Division. We are under siege by 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. And the situation is dire. I request immediate assistance from the headquarters of the Duna Star Defense Military Base and nearby epic-level mecha commanders. We urgently need help. The assault from 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses on our large fleet has created a significant predicament. Motionyun intensely scrutinized the distress message, his expression particularly grave. Captain, 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. Doesn't that mean we are up against 3 Lord-level Zerg? Talink said anxiously. I fear we may be powerless to assist. Thorn, Nick, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind all turned to Motionyun, awaiting his decision. Given the urgency of the situation, they were hesitant to voice their concerns, leaving it to their captain to determine the course of action. The asteroid-class Interstellar Shuttle 979-543-4618 immediately altered its course, heading at full speed towards the source of the distress signal. Motionyun promptly issued the command to change the shuttle's destination towards the distress signal's origin. Please have faith in me. I possess ample strength to engage in this rescue battle, he declared to his teammates. Thorn, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind observed this scene without objection. They could only trust in their captain's capabilities. In truth, Thorn, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind did not wish for their captain to intervene, as they faced 3 invading Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. Once targeted, escape would be nearly impossible, if a large fleet led by an epic-level major required assistance. How could their asteroid-class interstellar shuttle make a difference? It was akin to a fragile egg challenging a stone. A wave of unease washed over Thorn, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind. They felt ill-equipped to confront such a grand conflict. 10 interstellar shuttles constituted a small fleet, while 100 formed a medium fleet, which at minimum required 1 Meteor-class interstellar shuttle to qualify as such. 1,000 shuttles comprised a large fleet, which necessitated at least 1 satellite-class interstellar shuttle and 10 Meteor-class ones. The commander of a large fleet had to be an epic-level mecha commander of major rank. A fleet of this magnitude, with such formidable strength, was requesting aid from the Duna Star Defense Military Base headquarters. Their own team would be of little assistance. Aside from Motionyun, the other members of the Tianyun squad shared this sentiment. However, they were unaware that their interstellar shuttle, previously akin to an egg against the 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses, had now transformed into a steel ball due to Motionyun's presence, earning the right to confront those fortresses. In the mere half-hour that followed, their fleet had already lost nearly 1/5 of their interstellar shuttles. This approach was unsustainable. In the command room of a satellite-class interstellar shuttle belonging to the large fleet, a major officer appeared outwardly calm but was inwardly anxious. Those Zerg have 3 Lord-level flying fortresses. We won't last until the Duna Star Defense Military Base sends support, even if Major Griffiths Fred pilots his legendary mecha through spatial leap. The 1.31806 light-years distance will take at least 5 hours. This officer was none other than Cole Whitehead, the major-level commander with epic-level mecha capabilities. What should we do? If we flee, the Lord-level Zerg fortresses will pursue us, and we will perish even faster. Cole Whitehead gazed at the screen as his fleet's shuttles disintegrated into cosmic dust under the Zerg's relentless assault, his anxiety mounting, causing him to lose his composure. Zerg, I will fight you to the end. Even if I perish, I will take down one of your Lord-level flying fortresses with me. Cole Whitehead steeled himself, knowing that since joining the Imperial Army, life and death had become inconsequential. He had always been prepared to risk his life against the Zerg. Having faced such perilous situations multiple times before, he had previously been saved by stronger allies. This time, it was his turn to lead, but there would be no one to rescue him. It was indeed unfortunate. This was his first mission leading a large fleet since being promoted to major, and he had unexpectedly encountered 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. Suddenly, 2 messages appeared on the screen ahead, prompting Cole Whitehead to open them immediately. The first was a communication from the headquarters of the Duna Star Defense Military Base, stating, Major Cole Whitehead, please hold on, Major Griffiths Fred is en route to assist you. This was a message from the Duna Star Defense Military Base headquarters, not from nearby major-level reinforcements. Cole Whitehead glanced at it and proceeded to the next message. This one was from a nearby source. 0.1 light-years away. Could it be that help was on the way? His spirits soared upon realizing it was a support message from nearby sources. However, the subsequent content left him puzzled, quickly followed by frustration. The details read, the Tianyun squad is en route from 0.1041 light-years away to provide support, expected to arrive in 1 hour. Please hold on, Major Cole Whitehead. This message was automatically sent by the Interstellar Shuttle's AI. Not by Mo Tianyun himself, the Tianyun squad. Major Cole Whitehead felt an ominous premonition. He clicked to view the details of the Tianyun squad. Tianyun squad captain Mo Tianyun. Rank, Private First Class Member Thorn. Rank, Private Third Class Member Nick. Rank, Private Third Class Member Talink. Rank, Private Second Class Member Cold Wind. Rank, Private Second Class Member Cold Rain. Rank, Private Third Class Squad established, January 15th. 61227, Year 39. Upon reviewing the Tianyun squad's details, Major Cole Whitehead's defenses crumbled. These were all mere rookies, and they were all privates. What use would such fodder be? Was this a conflict in which new recruits could intervene? Truly, the audacity of the inexperienced. A mere rookie squad daring to come to our aid. Had they any sense, they would flee at the sight of us. Major Cole Whitehead erupted in anger. This outburst caught the attention of several captain-level officers within the satellite-class command room. Are they trying to undermine our morale? The battlefield situation is already dire, and this Tianyun squad sends a message that disrupts our command. Indeed, Major Cole Whitehead is understandably furious. This is highly detrimental to our morale. We must bring this Tianyun squad before a military tribunal. Even if we perish in this war, they shall not survive. Cole Whitehead immediately sent a message back to Mo Tianyun and his squad. Mo Tianyun noticed an additional message on the screen and clicked to view it was a video message, and as soon as he opened it, Major Cole Whitehead's holographic image appeared before Mo Tianyun and his comrades. Tianyun squad rookies, this battle is not one you can interfere in. Now, heed my words. Retreat as far as you can. Do not involve yourselves in this war. Your presence will not even stir a ripple in this conflict. Shuttles like yours will fall every few seconds in this battle. I command you to withdraw now. Major Cole Whitehead's holographic image declared angrily. Mo Tianyun paid little mind to it, and the interstellar shuttle continued its course towards Major Cole Whitehead. Captain, perhaps we should retreat. I feel this battle is beyond our capabilities. Our meager forces would be of little use. Cold Rain urged, as a member of the prestigious Uluru Star's 8 great families. Lung Yu possessed an innate understanding of numerous matters. Prior to her enlistment in the Mecha Fighter Corps, she had already acquired a wealth of military knowledge, comprehending the formidable strength of large fleets and the Lord-class Zerg flying fortresses. She believed that even with the entire Tianyun team entering the fray, it would be exceedingly challenging to influence the battle's outcome, as the Zerg boasted 3 Lord-class flying fortresses, corresponding to the might of 3 large fleets. Even if the Tianyun team, along with their 4 extraordinary mecha fighters, joined the conflict, the disparity in strength remained stark. You need not engage in battle. I alone am sufficient. Mo Tianyun remained unfazed, confident in his own capabilities. Must we not provide support? Is it truly sufficient for only Captain Tianyun to take on this challenge? Talink recognized Mo Tianyun's strength, yet was taken aback by the captain's profound self-assurance. Major Cole Whitehead's colossal fleet was embroiled in a fierce exchange of fire with the 3 Lord-class Zerg flying fortresses, as well as the lesser fortresses that accompanied them. A dazzling array of energy beams of various hues intertwined, forming a luminous web that spanned the thousands of kilometers between the 2 factions. Occasionally, brilliant energy columns, far surpassing the intensity of surrounding attacks, would erupt, piercing through interstellar shuttles or Zerg fortresses, resulting in cataclysmic explosions that transformed them into mere cosmic dust in this ruthless war. The fall of each meteor-class interstellar shuttle represented the demise of hundreds of ordinary soldiers, while the loss of each comet-class shuttle signified the death of thousands. These were living, breathing individuals, and in the relentless war against the Zerg invasion that had plagued the Aolong Empire for hundreds of thousands of light-years. They were but a microcosm of this harsh reality, where hundreds of thousands could perish in an instant, their deaths rendered insignificant, almost trivial, from the sheer quantity of energy beams alone. It was evident that the Zerg fortresses vastly outnumbered Major Cole Whitehead's interstellar shuttles. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Major Whitehead's fleet would succumb to the Zerg's overwhelming might. Major Whited, our fleet has already suffered losses exceeding 50%, an anxious captain reported. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, we must go. It seems we shall not wait for reinforcements. We can only fight to the last. Major Whited then led all the officers in piloting their mechas out of the satellite-class Interstellar shuttle, leaving behind a few personnel to provide fire support. This satellite-class shuttle, measuring an impressive 10 kilometers in length, boasted main cannons with a caliber exceeding 300 meters. A single discharge of its stellar-grade energy beam was sufficient to annihilate a Lord-class Zerg creature measuring over 1,000 meters in size. However, the energy consumption for the main cannon was substantial, and its recharge time rather lengthy. Aside from the main cannon, there were numerous secondary gun turrets, which constituted another means of firepower for this satellite-class interstellar shuttle. As the cadre of extraordinary mecha officers joined the battlefield, the 3 Lord-class Zerg flying fortresses and the surrounding lesser fortresses began to manifest numerous Lord-class Zerg. Most notably, 3 colossal Zerg Lords emerged, each presenting a spherical fortress with a diameter of 15 kilometers, while the Zerg Lords themselves spanned 10 kilometers in length, rivaling the size of the satellite-class interstellar shuttle. In contrast, Major Whited's epic mecha, standing at a mere 100 meters, appeared as insignificant as an ant before the Zerg Lords. Yet, despite its smaller stature, the epic mecha's prowess was formidable enough to contend with the Zerg Lords. Clad in a blue and red epic mecha named Thunderstrike, Major Whited wielded a golden lance over 100 meters long, charging at the nearest Zerg Lord with a velocity of 200 kilometers per second. The sheer speed of the epic mecha underscored its superiority over the extraordinary mecha fighters, including Emotinyun's perfect-grade bug-hunting mecha, which could only achieve a maximum speed of 10 kilometers per second. At that moment, Emotinyun's interstellar shuttle approached the cosmic expanse not far from the battlefield.